Chapter 1, December 25th, 2005. Christmas Eve. The City of Angels, Los Angeles. The stands are teeming with a vibrant crowd, the atmosphere electric, as the court floor is emblazoned with a yellow basketball emblem and the purple lettering of Lakers. 15 banners commemorating NBA championships flutter proudly from the arena's ceiling. The jerseys of retired legends such as Elgin Baylor, Jerry West, Magic Johnson, and the skyhook Kareem Abdul-Jabbar stand out prominently. Indeed, this is the home of the NBA's Los Angeles Lakers, Staples Center. In this highly anticipated Christmas showdown, the Lakers, led by Kobe, are hosting the formidable Western Conference rivals, the Phoenix Suns. At this moment, the game has progressed to 5 minutes and 12 seconds remaining in the final quarter. With a fierce drive, Kobe charges past Raja Bell, penetrating the paint to execute a skillful low layup against the rotating Boris Diaw. Swish! As Kobe lands, his piercing gaze fixates on Raja Bell, who trails behind, exuding an aura of dominance without uttering a word. This season, Kobe has undergone a remarkable transformation, reborn in the wake of Shaquille O'Neal's departure, averaging a staggering 35 points per game, single-handedly propelling the disjointed Lakers to the 8th position in the Western Conference. The Suns' head coach, Little Beard Mike D'Antoni, furrows his brow in concern and promptly calls for a lengthy timeout. Lakers 101, 79 Suns. With a commanding lead of 22 points and only 5 minutes left in the game, victory appears all but secured. The Lakers fans in the arena erupt in jubilant cheers, applauding Kobe and the team's stellar performance. The Suns think they're the third in the West. Their record is laughable. That recent 80 run was exhilarating. Kobe's already at 41 points. If the game continues like this, he might just hit 50 tonight. Who said Raja Bell could contain the Black Mamba? In this league, no one can limit his scoring on. With Amare Stoudemire practically sidelined for the season, the Suns are just a regular season team. Their defensive efficiency is so poor they won't go far in the playoffs. Distracted by the fervent atmosphere, the Suns players, who are already disinterested on Christmas night, have resigned themselves to the impending defeat. Coach D'Antoni contemplates calling it a night, recognizing that despite the Suns being an explosive offensive team, recovering 22 points in 5 minutes is an insurmountable challenge. After all, it is still 2005, not the era of small ball that would come later. Moreover, the Suns' premier defensive stalwart, Raja Bell, is playing through injury, which has contributed to Kobe's explosive performance tonight. With a wave of his hand, D'Antoni instructs starters Nash, Bell, and Sean Marion to take a seat. His gaze then shifts to the bench players. Eddie Kurt, you two go in, and recently, the Brazilian blur, Leandro Barbosa, has been sidelined due to injury, leading to a shortage in the team's rotation. Coach D'Antoni has limited options at his disposal. Though he typically relies on a tight 7-man rotation during the playoffs, he still seeks to provide some playing time to newcomers during the regular season's garbage time. At that moment, seated near the water cooler on the edge of the Suns' bench, a young Asian player wearing jersey number 30 swiftly catches Mike D'Antoni's attention. "Huang, you're up next." In a whirlwind of confusion, Huang Ju suddenly opens his eyes wide, a torrent of information racing through his mind. Everything feels so abrupt yet intensely real. Have I actually time traveled into the NBA of 2005? His brain only stalls for a mere 3 seconds before Huang Ju exuberantly embraces his new identity. After all, compared to his previous life as a 30-something with no car, no home, no savings, and drowning in debt, this new existence feels like a miraculous stroke of fortune, a dream come true. The legendary Staples Center was a place he had longed to witness an NBA game from the stands. Now, he finds himself not merely as a fan, but as a player, a professional basketball athlete in the illustrious NBA. Of course, he is currently under a 10-day contract with the Suns, and in that time, Huang Ju has yet to step onto the court for even a minute. The Suns' decision to sign the relatively unknown Huang Ju is partly due to Barbosa's injury and the veteran Jim Jackson's similar plight, with Huang just 2.01 meter height fitting the role of a swingman perfectly. Additionally, the Yao effect has invigorated the Chinese market, and as a Chinese player, Huang Ju, despite being an undrafted rookie, possesses a certain allure and commercial value. Tonight marks the final day of this 10-day contract. If Huang Ju does not get the chance to play, he will have to pack his bags and seek another short-term opportunity. Even if he does get on the court, chances for impactful performance appear slim, and he may still be cast aside by the team's management. Though a dream realized, the stakes are precariously high. Just then, his teammate Jim Jackson nudges him playfully, grinning. "Huang, the coach wants you on the court. If you don't want to go, I'll take your place." Huang Ju snaps back to reality, staring at the familiar face of Mike D'Antoni, marveling at how swiftly fortune has turned. He had just arrived in this new world, and now he is about to step onto the court? As the saying goes, life offers few opportunities for such a gamble. When they arise, one must seize them. Suppressing his anxiety, Huang Ju rises swiftly, shedding his jacket, clenching his fists toward the head coach, his eyes alight with determination. "Coach, thank you. I will get my all." D'Antoni merely smiles at Huang Ju's earnestness, knowing he's only sending him out for a formality. After tonight, this young man will have no further connection to the team. Although Huang Ju has been a prototypical 3-and-D player since college, fitting into D'Antoni's system, his average physical attributes and lackluster dynamic talent have led to shortcomings in training, particularly in positioning and physicality, which is why D'Antoni does not see him as possessing the requisite skills to thrive in the NBA. Beep beep. The referee promptly blows the whistle to signal the end of the timeout. As Huang Ju steps onto the court alongside his teammates, a mechanical notification echoes in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully time traveling and stepping onto the NBA court for the first time. The NBA Super 3D system has been activated, unlocking the rookie gift pack. Would you like to open it now? Huang Ju feels a rush of exhilaration indeed. A system is standard for travelers. The NBA Super 3D system? This is tailor-made for a player of his caliber. System. Open the rookie gift pack immediately. 3-point God Medal. Grants the hottest 3-point shooting touch during games, perfectly merging upper limits with personal muscle memory and 3-point attributes. King of Off-Ball Medal. Allows for unrestricted movement whenever the ball is not in hand. God-Level Movement Medal. Unparalleled spatial awareness on the court, sharp, wise, elusive, always finding open spots in offense, and tirelessly running. Death Grip Medal. The highest level of defensive tenacity, entangling opponents like vines, merging upper limits with personal physical attributes and defensive capabilities. These 4 medals integrate with his physique, flooding his mind with countless basketball-related experiences, his bones and meridians radiating with vitality, as if unlocking his bodhi's full potential. In this moment, Huang Ju feels immensely powerful, capable of taking on 10 opponents. Simultaneously, a faint blue light screen emerges before him, displaying his personal system panel and basketball attributes in clear view. Ding! NBA Super 3D System. Host, Huang Ju. Age, 19. Nationality, People's Republic of China. Height, 1.99 meters barefoot, 2.01 meters in shoes. Wingspan, 2.13 meters. Hand length, 28.5 centimeters. Weight, 89 kilograms. Vertical jump standing, 76 centimeters. Vertical jump running, 93 centimeters. Maximum reach, 3.50 meters. 100-meter sprint, 11.3 seconds. Bench press, 90 kilograms. Personal basketball attributes. Position, shooting guard, small forward. Experience points, 0. Layup, 50. Close shot, 50. Mid-range shot, 55. Dunk, 45. Post moves, 39. 3-point shot, 98. Free throw, 95. Dribbling, 45. Passing, 50. Rebounding, 52. Blocking, 70. Stealing, 85. Defense, 90. Basketball IQ, 85. Overall player rating, a grade. Note, player ratings are calculated based on the average levels in the NBA, categorized into 6 tiers. SSS Super God Superstar, SS Superstar, S All-Star, a starting player, B bench player, C water boy. Huang Ju swiftly glanced through his personal attributes. Immediately furrowing his brow, he was truly the unparalleled prodigy of specialization within the realm of NBA players. Aside from a near-perfect three-point shooting score of 98, his defense also reached an impressive 90, with commendable blocking and stealing attributes as well, which seemed to indicate that his physical condition was what held him back. In summary, the label of a top-tier 3D player was unmistakably clear. His free throw percentage was also an admirable 95, alleviating any concerns Huang Ju might have had about stepping to the cherry stripe. What concerned him most, however, was his basketball IQ, which was quite satisfactory, at least indicating that he was not lacking in intellect, unlike J.R. Smith. Yet, apart from these few categories, his other basketball attributes were almost all below par, failing to even meet the standards of an NBA bench player. Nevertheless, the system's player rating of A indicated that Huang Ju had already attained the caliber of a starting player in an NBA team. Without further ado, he felt a surge of urgency. Perhaps this was his final opportunity to prove himself. The original owner of this body was an Asian prodigy who had previously played in the NCAA, and if Huang Ju did not seize this garbage time to create a storm of chaos, he would truly be letting down the system and the guardians of those four prestigious medals. His gaze returned to the court, where the Suns were initiating an out-off-bounds play. Substitute point guard Eddie House advanced with the ball, while Huang Ju swiftly moved along the sideline towards the front court. At this moment, the Lakers had also substituted out their two mainstays, Kobe and Odom, allowing the underwhelming first-round pick Kwame Brown to lead the bench unit. This season's Lakers roster was decidedly lackluster, which explained Kobe's relentless isolation plays. Not only was Odom, the team's second option, averaging a mere 14.8 points, but only 3 players on the team, aside from Kobe, managed to score in double figures. With such a subpar configuration, even if they replaced Kobe with LeBron, one might hesitate to assert that they could contend for a playoff spot in the fiercely competitive Western Conference. The Lakers player matched up against Huang Ju was Devin George, who was also a defensive specialist on the wing, averaging around 5 points per game throughout his career. However, Devin George was fortunate in his first 3 years in the league. He won 3 consecutive championships with the Lakers, effortlessly acquiring 3 championship rings. At this moment, Eddie House held the ball on the strong side, matched up against the Lakers' starting point guard, Smush Parker, while the forwards and big men from both teams were entangled in a battle for position near the paint. Huang Ju keenly observed the vacant space on the weak side, swiftly darting along the baseline to evade his defender. He then executed a feigned retreat before advancing into the paint and quickly found himself at the weak side's 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line. Eddie, over here. At that moment, Huang Ju was entirely unguarded, a vast expanse devoid of defenders 4 meters in front of him, while Devin George was still lingering near the free throw line, clearly uninterested in closing out on him. Eddie House, unable to penetrate and hesitant to lob the ball into the post, instinctively made the decision typical of a point guard and passed the ball directly to Huang Ju, who was waving at him in the open space. Whoosh! Huang Ju was taken aback that Eddie House actually passed him the ball as he caught it. An electrifying surge coursed through him, and the three-point god badge radiated a brilliant glow. Facing the disdainful gaze of Devin George, who was still 3 meters away, Huang Ju hesitated not a moment, relying entirely on the muscle memory of a 3D player as he effortlessly leaped, bending his knees, raising his arms, and snapping his wrist to release the shot. The basketball glided past his fingertips, tracing a sublime arc through the air, swishing through the net with precision. Swish! As Huang Ju landed gracefully, he casually returned to defense, exchanging a high five with Eddie House, not reveling in the glory of his recent three-pointer, but swiftly refocusing his attention on his defensive responsibilities. Aside from a handful of Chinese fans present at the venue, few would pay much heed to Huang Ju's three-pointer made during garbage time. For the NBA, such occurrences are rather commonplace, in front of the Lakers bench. Kobe, with a towel draped over his head, was engaged in light-hearted banter with Odom, while Zen Master Phil Jackson was already strategizing for the team's next opponent. On the Suns bench, Steve Nash was reflecting on the team's loss, expressing concern over their defensive performance on the wings. However, mere seconds later, a remarkable scene unfolded once again on the court. Smosh Parker's sudden jump shot clanged off the rim, and Kwame Brown soared to snatch the offensive rebound. Upon landing, he elbowed past Boris Diaw and was primed to deliver a thunderous putback dunk. Yet, just as the basketball was about to be forcefully thrust into the hoop by Kwame Brown, a lithe figure suddenly leapt from the right flank, extending a long arm to fiercely swat the ball away. Smack! The sharp sound reverberated through the arena, and despite Kwame Brown's considerable force behind the dunk, the ball was still deflected, ricocheting off the rim to the left. The one who thwarted Kwame Brown's dunk was none other than Huang Ju, who had dashed in from the baseline. Appearing at the most opportune moment, Devin George hardly offered Huang Ju any resistance, allowing him to navigate freely on both ends of the court. The rebound fortuitously fell into Diaw's grasp, and, as the French magician turned after landing, he spotted a lightning-fast figure racing towards the front court. Though clad in the unfamiliar Suns' No. .30 jersey, in that fleeting moment, Diaw seemed to see the shadow of Nash, the son of the wind, without hesitation. Diaw executed a quarterback-style long pass, swiftly sending the ball to the front court. Huang Ju, having stepped over the midcourt line, comfortably received the pass, marveling at Diaw's passing prowess despite being a big man, his style reminiscent of a future Draymond Green. After a quick step forward, Huang Ju abruptly halted, confronted with an unguarded expanse in front of him. Instead of driving straight to the basket during the fast break, he leaped from a distance of 4 meters beyond the arc, over 11 meters away from the hoop, and unleashed a powerful shot. This extraordinary long-range three-pointer during transition left the spectators utterly astonished. Mike D'Antoni leapt from the bench in frustration, exclaiming F. No, though the game had entered garbage time. The erroneous offensive choice from a bench player ignited D'Antoni's ire, prompting him to unleash a torrent of expletives. However, in the next instant, the ball swished through the net with the precision of a missile, creating a delightful splash. D'Antoni, caught mid-curse, quickly swallowed his words, his lips trembling as he instead shouted, "What a shot!" On the Lakers bench, Kobe perked up, a slight smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Lamar, who is this Asian player? He seems quite intriguing." Odom, chewing gum, shook his head dismissively. "Who cares about an undrafted player? I just heard he is from the same hometown as Yao from the Rockets." Nevertheless, to sink 2 three-pointers on his NBA debut, coupled with that audacious long-range shot, suggested that this Asian lad might indeed be exceptionally fortunate. As the team's second-in-command, Odom was averaging an impressive 14.8 points, 9.2 rebounds, 5.5 assists, and 1 steal per game this season, showcasing a well-rounded skill set with career highs in assists and shooting percentage. Yet Kobe furrowed his brow seriously, stating, "No, let us not forget he just blocked Kwame's shot on defense. This kid exhibits remarkable spatial awareness." On the Suns bench, several players leapt up, waving towels and cheering. Although they hadn't initially regarded Huang Ju as a significant player, his astounding performance on both offense and defense had genuinely electrified the arena. Even Nash, the team leader, rose to applaud Huang Ju. As one of the league's premier point guards. Nash is keen. "I had undoubtedly recognized Huang Ju's exceptional awareness on both ends of the court. However, these fleeting moments of brilliance, exemplified by 2 three-pointers, were not enough for Nash to advocate for Huang Ju's retention to the management. The score stood at Lakers 101, Suns 85, with the game clock reading 4:29 in the final quarter. Huang Ju's consecutive three-pointers had sparked a 6-0 run for the Suns, rapidly narrowing the deficit to 16 points. And in transition, Boris Diaw approached Huang Ju for a high five, giving him a thumbs up. "Huang, you really dare to shoot." Huang Ju flashed a confident smile at Diaw, displaying none of the trepidation typical of a fringe player. "Boris, if you get the chance, keep passing to me. I can't hit more." In his previous life, Huang Ju had been kind-hearted yet timid, missing several pivotal opportunities for a turnaround. Now, having lived 2 lives, he was determined to grasp his fate firmly in his own hands. Who is this Asian kid wearing No. 30? Is he from an island nation or Korea, perhaps even India, to have landed 2 three-pointers and attempted such a daring long-range shot during garbage time? What's the big deal? Even in garbage time. That was a three-pointer launch from over 11 meters away, coupled with his recent block on Kwame's dunk. This one offensive and one defensive play seemed destined for the highlight reel. Which undrafted player wouldn't want to make a name for themselves in the NBA? Yet 2 three-pointers alone wouldn't suffice. It remained to be seen if he could continue his streak, as the Lakers fans in the stands began to take notice of the previously unheralded Huang Ju. They viewed it merely as a diversion during the final moments of garbage time. Firmly believing there was no hope left for the Suns that on the court, the Lakers initiated their offense, having been caught off guard by a sudden 6-0 run. The Lakers bench players began to take the game seriously. Kwame Brown, frustrated by Huang Ju's block, positioned himself in the paint against Boris Diaw, demanding the ball from Smosh Parker out on the perimeter, eager to reclaim his pride. Huang Ju, stationed on the right wing and closely guarded by Devin George, keenly sensed an opportunity for a steal and swiftly darted towards the basket. Smack! After receiving the ball with his back to the basket. Kwame Brown used his robust frame to push against Boris Diaw, pivoting to make a strong move for another dunk. However, Huang Ju's elusive form reappeared at his side, and before Kwame could elevate for the dunk, Huang Ju's hand swooped down with the precision of a scalpel, executing a lightning-quick steal. Smack! Seizing the moment, Huang Ju snatched the basketball and, without hesitation, passed it to Eddie House on the right. Although his passing ability was somewhat lacking, this close-range pass, combined with Huang Ju's excellent spatial awareness, ensured no mistakes were made. Immediately after passing, Huang Ju surged forward once more, racing to the front court. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yet this time, Devin George reacted swiftly, accelerating to stay close behind Huang Ju, denying him an easy catch. Eddie House paused momentarily before quickly dribbling to advance the ball. However, Smosh Parker's timely defense curtailed a fast break opportunity, forcing the Suns to stabilize their tempo and engage in half-court offense. Boris Diaw positioned himself at the right elbow, receiving a pass from Eddie House, intent on executing a mid-range jump shot. Yet Huang Ju, originally stationed at the left corner, made a sharp diagonal cut, utilizing Diaw's screen to swiftly retreat to the right wing, positioning himself just behind Diaw. Boris here. Huang Ju's clever movement effectively obstructed Devin George's pursuit, allowing him to receive the ball unencumbered. With a sigh of relief, Huang Ju watched as Devin George stumbled over to his side, and with poise, he leapt up to take another shot. Swish, another one. As Devin George, unable to halt his momentum, collided with Huang Ju mid-air, the whistle blew. Beep, beep. As the ball swished through the net, the whistle blew, signaling a three-point play. Lying on the floor, Huang Ju wore a light smile, extending his arms toward Devin George. Devin, you simply cannot guard me. The earnest Devin George's face flushed crimson, astonished that he had been outplayed by a player on a temporary contract, yet beyond Huang Ju's precise three-point shot. What troubled Devin George even more was the unpredictability of his movements. Boris Diaw rushed over, helping the fallen Huang Ju to his feet, enthusiastically fist-bumping him on the chest. Huang, you truly are remarkable. Eddie House, Kurt Thomas, and James Jones quickly joined, excitedly encircling Huang Ju. OMG, 3 consecutive three-pointers. Huang, have your hand been kissed by angels tonight? Your shooting is more accurate than my free throws. As Huang Ju approached the free throw line, the home crowd of Lakers fans began to stir with anticipation. My God, another one. This Asian kid is shooting lights out tonight. With the deficit narrowed to 13 points, another successful free throw would bring it down to 12. Could this force Kobe and Lamar to make a comeback? Unfazed, nailing 3 consecutive three-pointers, Huang Ju had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of a role player. Swish. With Huang Ju's successful free throw, Lakers head coach Phil Jackson, known as the Zen Master, rose to call a timeout. Lakers 101-89. Suns. In the broadcast booth, ESPN commentator Mike Breen was equally electrified. It seems the suspense of this Christmas showdown remains intact. An unbelievable narrative has unfolded in the last 1 minute and 2 seconds. As Suns number 30, the substitute player Huang, a 10-day contract signee, has racked up 10 points, 1 steal, and 1 block. This undrafted player from the Celestial Empire had never participated in an NBA regular season game prior to this. The NBA has always been rife with stories of players making a name for themselves in a single game. And in my opinion, tonight, Huang is one such tale. In the Celestial Empire, CCTV5 had just finished broadcasting the Christmas battle between the Rockets and Heat, with the Rockets narrowly losing 95-102 at home. Yao Ming scored 23 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 blocks. hold his own against Shaquille O'Neal, but T-Mac's absence due to injury allowed Dwayne Wade to explode for 32 points, leading his team to victory. Commentator Zhang Weiping and Sun Jinping praised Yao's performance, concluding that despite the loss, Yao had sufficiently claimed the title of the league's top center from O'Neal at this moment. The producers and the commentary team interrupted, and Zhang Weiping's expression instantly brightened, his deep-set eyes radiating excitement. After confirming the news, he spoke with palpable enthusiasm. Hello to all basketball fans on CCTV. We have an exhilarating NBA update. Reports just in from Los Angeles reveal that our basketball player Huang Ju made his debut during the garbage time of the Lakers vs. Suns game, scoring 3 consecutive three-pointers and 1 free throw within a minute, totaling 10 points. This makes Huang Ju the 4th basketball player from our nation to step onto an NBA court, following Wang Zhizhi, Bader, and Yao Ming. Moreover, Huang's debut scoring of 10 points sets the record for the highest score by a Chinese player in their NBA debut. Zhang Weiping's timely announcement sent fans across the country into a frenzy. Oh my God, Huang Ju was on the court, scoring 10 points in just 1 minute. Am I hearing this right? Wow, Huang, you are incredible. Take my admiration. Those who played the NCAA truly possessed remarkable skills. Why didn't CCTV broadcast the Suns and Lakers game together with the Rockets game? Since Yao Ming entered the NBA as the #1 pick in 2002, interest in the league among Chinese fans has surged. With T-Mac joining the Rockets last season, the Yao-McGrady duo became icons for a generation of fans. Yao's election as the All-Star vote leader with over 2.5 million votes and McGrady's 13 points in 35 seconds accelerated the NBA's growth in our market. Nowadays, CCTV 5 broadcasts 2 to 3 NBA games weekly, primarily featuring the Rockets, along with popular teams like the Heat, Lakers, Spurs, and Suns. Despite the Rockets' poor performance this season, currently sitting at 10th in the Western Conference due to injuries. Tonight's Rockets vs. Heat Christmas showdown still attracted over 20 million viewers. Huang Ju, an undrafted player from 2005 and a student at Wake Forest University, had been on the radar of many fans. Having been college teammates with Chris Paul, during the June draft, CCTV 5 broadcasted the event live, and after Huang signed a 10-day contract with the Suns, they also aired a game featuring the Suns. However, Huang did not see any playing time during garbage time, leaving many fans disappointed. The Christmas showdown coincided with the game time of the Rockets vs. Suns, so CCTV naturally chose to broadcast the Rockets. Little did they expect Huang Ju to suddenly explode with 10 points in the final minutes of the Lakers vs. Suns game, making a remarkable entrance. Millions of fans across the nation, upon hearing this news, flocked to online platforms like Xinlong and Suhu to follow the live updates and scores of the game. Oh my God, it's true. Huang Ju scored 3 three-pointers in 1 minute and 2 seconds, contributing a block and a steal on defense. What an extraordinary performance, including a long-distance three-pointer from over 11 meters during a fast break. Wow, Huang, you are phenomenal. I remember when Yao Ming scored nothing in his debut. Now Huang has scored 10 points in just 1 minute. Who would dare to look down on an undrafted player? The game was not yet over, and fans hoped the Suns coach would keep Huang Ju on the court. If he performed well tonight, there was definitely a chance for him to secure a place in the NBA. Some speculated that luck played a significant role, considering it was merely garbage time. And Huang's physical talents might not suffice in the NBA. Better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. Fans shared diverse opinions and began to closely monitor the final minutes of the game. In 2006, smartphones and 3G networks were not yet widespread in the country, and NBA broadcast rights were retained by CCTV, making real-time text updates and scores on Xinlong and Suhu quite commendable. Back at the Staples Center in Los Angeles, Phil Jackson, the Zen master, did not rush to substitute Kobe. Instead, he sent in second-in-command Lamar Odom to stabilize the situation while reminding Devin George to keep a close watch on Huang Ju. Devin, don't let that Asian kid receive the ball easily. I believe you can manage that. Clearly, Phil Jackson did not regard Huang Ju's 10-point streak with too much concern. The league had seen many fleeting moments of brilliance from supporting players. Conversely, Suns coach Mike D'Antoni saw a glimmer of hope for a comeback, reintroducing Steve Nash and Sean Marion while encouraging Huang Ju with a pat on the shoulder. Huang, well done. You'll continue to play. And I believe you can perfectly adapt to the team's rhythm of offense and defense. At this moment, Mike D'Antoni had begun to view Huang Ju in a new light. His exceptional movement, precise shooting, and diligent defense were precisely the type of wing talent the Suns required. Most importantly, Huang's shooting touch was scorching hot tonight. Many ordinary NBA players occasionally deliver extraordinary performances that far exceed their usual capabilities. Such moments are rare, and D'Antoni would certainly not let this opportunity slip by. Nash approached, patting Huang Ju on the shoulder with a warm smile, without any airs of superiority. "Huang, keep running. I will continue to pass the ball to you." Huang Ju could not help but feel moved as the team's leader and the newly crowned MVP. It is indeed a rarity for a top-tier point guard to willingly assume a supporting role for a mere 10-day contract player. Perhaps only the affable Steve Nash would do so. "Steve, I believe our collaboration tonight will be nothing short of delightful." The timeout swiftly concluded, and the players from both teams returned to the court. The Lakers lineup consisted of point guard PG Smush Parker, shooting guard SG Devin George, small forward SF Brian Cook, power forward PF Lamar Odom, center C Kwame Brown down the other side. The Phoenix Suns presented point guard PG Steve Nash, shooting guard SG Huang Ju, small forward SF James Jones, power forward PF Sean Marion, center C Boris W. In terms of this matchup, the Suns clearly held the advantage, boasting last season's regular season MVP, Steve Nash, and the all-star Sean Marion, who averaged 22 points and 11 rebounds. The Lakers, on the other hand, could only rely on Odom, whose overall prowess paled in comparison to Marion's, despite the Lakers holding a 12-point lead. Zen master Phil Jackson's decision to withhold Kobe from the game at this juncture seemed somewhat presumptuous and obstinate. The conservative Lakers supporters in the stand began to furrow their brows, questioning Phil Jackson's rationale for not deploying Kobe at this critical moment. But on the court, the Lakers initiated the offense, with Odom holding the ball at a high position on the weak side against Marion. With a feint shot followed by a genuine pass, he assisted Smush Parker, who executed a layup along the baseline. Swish. Though the Lakers scored, the Suns quickly responded with a fast inbound pass. Nash, dribbling with purpose, surged forward while Huang Ju and Marion had already positioned themselves ahead. However, the Lakers' transition defense was equally swift. Nash utilized a screen from Marion to penetrate the lane, rising above Odom and, with a flick of his wrist, executed a deceptive pass that zipped toward the left corner. Whoosh! Huang Ju, in the midst of a sprint toward the corner, effortlessly caught Nash's pass. After a quick pump fake that left Devin George off balance, he leaped from the left side at a perfect 0-degree angle and launched another shot. Swish! It was yet another three-pointer for Huang Ju, marking his fourth of the night, and he marveled at Nash's extraordinary passing ability. During his sprint to the corner, he had not utilized any screens, and with George closely tailing him, the window of opportunity was fleeting. Yet Nash's timing and placement were impeccable. Had it been Eddie House or Boris Diaw, such a high-quality pass would have been unattainable. Nash, equally astonished, acknowledged Huang Ju's lightning-fast release. It seemed no other three-point shooter in the league had ever possessed such rapidity and precision. The two exchanged high-fives and mutual acknowledgement, their connection reminiscent of a harmonious duet. "Beautiful shot, Huang." "Steve, your pass was equally impressive." Mike D'Antoni, seated before the Suns bench, was equally captivated, recognizing the skill set Huang Ju showcased, as if he were custom designed for the Suns' fast-paced offensive strategy. Turning back to the action, Odom passed the ball to the high position of Devin George, evidently instructing him to take Huang Ju one-on-one and assert dominance over the young Asian player. Without hesitation, Devin George faced Huang Ju's tight defense, employing a crossover dribble to drive strong to the basket, leveraging his more robust physique to push Huang Ju back. Thud. Despite being physically outmatched by the African-American players, Huang Ju, utilizing the tenacity bestowed by the Death Grip medal, endured the impact, maintaining swift footwork and staying glued to George's side, his long arms akin to vines, creating a significant disruption to his opponent's advance. Clearly underestimating Huang Ju's defensive prowess, George took advantage of Kwame Brown's screen to drive into the paint, opting for a jelly layup. Huang Ju leaped alongside him, extending his arm with a forceful swat, his hand resembling a fan that obscured the sun. Smack! With a resounding clap, Huang Ju delivered a solid block to George, sending the ball soaring past him and directly into Nash's hands. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Suns' fast break ignited once more, with Nash dribbling aggressively down the middle. Huang Ju and Marion flanked him on either side, while James Jones and Boris Diaw trailed closely behind. The quintet's counterattack surged with the vigor of a stampede. Although the Lakers hustled back on defense, their formation appeared disarrayed. Upon entering the frontcourt, Nash, feeling the pressure from Smush Parker, surveyed his surroundings with a keen awareness. Whoosh! Huang Ju trailed along the left sideline, having successfully shaken off the bewildered Devin George, only to be met by Odom's immediate switch, that INA flash. Huang Ju darted toward the center, while Sean Marion mirrored his movement, near the three-point arc's apex. They executed a splendid cross-screen. Within the Suns' tactical framework, Marion frequently coordinated similar cross-screens with Rajabel during fast breaks, showcasing their remarkable synergy. Marion effectively delayed Odom's pursuit of Huang Ju. Meanwhile, Lakers forward Brian Cook failed to switch on a Huang Ju promptly. Huang Ju swiftly positioned himself at the right side 30-degree angle beyond the ARC as he established his stance. Nash, with a casual glance over his shoulder, delivered a precise pass that felt effortless, landing perfectly in Huang Ju's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Ju drew back his bow and released another shot. Swish! Another one in. The Lakers, 103, faced the Suns, 95, with the deficit swiftly narrowing to single digits. The game clock displayed 3 minutes and 19 seconds remaining in the final quarter. The Suns' bench erupted in excitement as the substitute players waved their towels like propellers. The familiar tempo of the run-and-gun offense thrived, and Huang Ju, immersed in the rhythm, not only felt a sense of belonging but elevated the overall tactical quality of the team. "Oh my goodness, that's the fifth one. Huang has now hit 5 consecutive three-pointers," exclaimed Mike Breen at the commentary desk, his excitement palpable, as his partner Mar Jackson couldn't help but join in the praise. "This undrafted player from the Celestial Empire has made us remember his name tonight with his stunning 5 three-pointers and his vigorous defensive contributions." According to the latest reports from the statisticians, within the span of just under 2 minutes, from 5:12 to 3:19 in the final quarter, Huang Ju had achieved a perfect 5-4-5 shooting streak, accumulating 16 points, along with 2 blocks and 1 steal. With an 8-point margin and just over 3 minutes left, the suspense of the game was reignited. Would Phil Jackson finally call upon Kobe? A number of Lakers fans began to stir restlessly, chanting for Kobe's entrance. Kobe, unable to remain seated on the bench, swiftly removed his jacket and sought Phil's approval to enter the fray. "Phil, I think it's time for me to step in." This season, in terms of team composition, the Lakers could not compare to the Suns. Their significant lead tonight was primarily due to Kobe's explosive performance, compounded by the Suns' injury woes and a lackluster state of their starters. However, Huang Ju's emergence had ignited the competitive spirit and desire for a comeback among the Suns' key players. As the 8-point lead dwindled, if Kobe did not enter soon, the Lakers would inevitably face a reversal. Phil Jackson, with arms crossed, feigned calmness, his gaze behind his glasses betraying a facade of confidence. Clearly, the Zen master had overestimated his strategic decisions tonight, particularly the timing of his benching of starters in the final quarter. Had they been leading by 20 points with just over 3 minutes remaining, then his confidence would have been well placed. But who could have anticipated that an unheralded, undrafted player would achieve the remarkable feat of hitting 5 consecutive three-pointers? While also contributing significantly on the defensive end, Phil Jackson acknowledged that he had underestimated the impact of a three-point shooter and, even more so, the potential of this Asian undrafted talent. Let's pause the game. "Kobe, it seems you may need to personally guard this number 30. On the court, Odom backed down against Marion, executing a turnaround jumper that ricocheted off the rim, while the defensive rebound was secured by Diaw. Clap. In terms of defensive prowess, Marion clearly surpassed Odom, having reached the level of second-team all-defensive player. The Suns launched a counterattack, although Huang Ju was unable to create a suitable opportunity on the perimeter. He successfully diverted the Lakers' defensive attention. Nash assisted Marion, who cut to the basket for a thunderous dunk. Boom! The deficit was trimmed to 6 points. Turning back, Odom aggressively attacked the basket, drawing a foul for Boris Diaw, and stepped to the free throw line for 2 shots. During this dead ball moment, Zen Master swiftly substituted in Kobe and the white center Chris Mim, replacing Devin George and Kwame Brown as the Lakers' number 24 re-entered the fray. The home crowd at Staples Center erupted into a frenzy, chanting Kobe's name and shouting MVP. Although Nash was the true regular season MVP, Kobe's staggering output of 41 points on 14 of 27 shooting certainly warranted the title of MVP for this Christmas showdown. However, the game was far from over. Upon entering the game, Kobe approached Huang Ju, standing shoulder to shoulder in the paint. "Asian kid, keep shooting if you can still catch the ball." This was the first time Huang Ju stood so close to Kobe, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The 27-year-old Kobe was in his prime, the pinnacle of his career. "Old Kobe, it's an honor for you to defend me." "Of course, it's also your honor. And I'm from the Celestial Empire. My name is Huang Ju. After this game, you will forever remember my name." Kobe was taken aback by the brash confidence of a rookie who had only played 2 minutes. Yet in Huang Ju's earnest, determined eyes, Kobe seemed to see a reflection of his own 17-year-old self. A decade had passed. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent 10 years battling in the league. Times had changed. Yet his original intentions remained unchanged. 10 years could be a baptism or a cycle. "Huang, I hope you're not just all talk." Clang. Swish. Odom stepped to the free throw line, making one of 2 attempts. And the Suns resumed their offense. Nash advanced the ball, while Huang Ju positioned himself up front, and Kobe's gaze was icy, radiating fierce competitive spirit, persistently shadowing Huang Ju like an unshakable adhesive. Huang Ju felt a moment of suffocation. Each physical contact and muscle clash with Kobe was a palpable pressure. Yet this was Kobe, the Kobe Huang Ju knew, and no matter who he faced, the moment he stepped onto the court, he would give his all. Perhaps this was the unique personality and obsession of the Black Mamba. Standing at 2 meters tall, but weighing only 89 kilograms, with a bench press of just 90 kilograms. Huang Ju clearly had yet to reach the average physical standards of an NBA player, let alone confront Kobe. Fortunately, these were aspects that could be improved through diligent training. Huang Ju believed that with increased muscle mass and enhanced physicality, his dominance on both ends of the floor would inevitably rise as the leader and commander of the Suns. Nash was not fixated on passing to Huang Ju, fully aware of Kobe's defensive prowess. Even with exceptional movement awareness, it was challenging to secure good opportunities. Being able to single-handedly restrain a superstar of Kobe's caliber, Huang Ju's offensive value was nonetheless evident. Nash continued to execute a pick-and-roll with Marion on the weak side, penetrating the lane for his signature floater, which swished through the net. Swish. Transitioning possession, Kobe demanded the ball at the top of the arc, signaling his teammates to spread the floor. Standing before him was none other than Huang Ju. The Suns' number 30 at the Staples Center was abuzz, eager to witness how Kobe would dismantle this Asian rookie. This Asian kid is truly arrogant. After blocking Devin George's layup, he really thinks he could defend the old master? Kobe's offensive skills had significantly improved this season. Raja Bell and Bruce Bowen were merely there to be beaten, let alone a rookie Asian player. Mike D'Antoni must be quite bold to allow this kid to defend Kobe one-on-one without any double-teaming. On the court, while Marion prepared to double-team Kobe, Nash shot him a glance, urging him to hold back. Nash was also curious to see the level of Huang Ju's defense. Holding the ball in a face-up position, Kobe began with a triple threat jab step, then lowered his shoulder for a feint before suddenly dropping his weight, dribbling between his legs to shift Huang Ju's defensive center of gravity. In an instant, he executed a sharp crossover, effortlessly bypassing Huang Ju by a considerable margin. Huang Ju's defensive habits and positioning were impeccable. His judgment of Kobe's drive was equally astute, but ultimately, in terms of explosiveness and adaptability, he fell short of the elite players. Whoosh! As Kobe successfully penetrated the lane, Huang Ju refused to relent, chasing closely from the side, preparing to deliver a chase-down block. However, Kobe would not yield like Devin George. Upon entering the paint, he altered his rhythm, using his body to shield Huang Ju while facing the oncoming Boris Dai. He elevated for a layup, executing a reverse shot that sailed through Dai's outstretched arms. Thud! Swish! As the ball kissed the backboard before settling into the net, both Dai and Huang Ju's hands, attempting to block the shot, collided with Kobe's body. Beep beep, the basket was good, and the whistle blew for an and one. Kobe, who had fallen to the floor, remained composed as two teammates helped him up, and at that moment, the Staples Center erupted in a chorus of cheers. Huang Ju shook his head with a sigh. In the end, Kobe was still Kobe. His current defensive level was still far from being able to single-handedly guard a top-tier star. Yet Nash approached with a smile, patting Huang Ju on the shoulder in encouragement. "Huang, you've done remarkably well. Keep pushing yourself. You know this guy here was just a substitute in his first 2 seasons in the league." In response to Nash's encouragement, Huang Ju nodded. "Steve, you're right. One day I will shut down that damn guy." Swish. Kobe stepped to the free throw line with poise, converting the additional shot, successfully completing a 3-point play, extending the lead to 8 points. Lakers 107-99 Suns. This season, Kobe was genuinely formidable. His return had an immediate impact, and he had already amassed 44 points, suggesting a potential pursuit of 50 points tonight. This season, Kobe had truly embodied personal heroism to the fullest. Merely 2 months into the new season, he had already delivered 2 50-point performances. Just 5 days ago, on December 20, in a game against the Mavericks, Kobe had exploded for 62 points in 3 quarters, setting a new career high and earning his place in the 60-point club, before his eventual legendary 81-point game. That 62-point performance was emblematic of Kobe's scoring prowess and had rapidly elevated his popularity throughout the nation. As possession shifted, Huang Ju continued to occupy Kobe's defensive focus on the perimeter, while Nash assisted die-off for a mid-range jumper that found its mark. Swish. Turning back, Kobe continued to hold the ball, facing Huang Ju in the post. Even as Shawn Marion rapidly approached for a double team, the Black Mamba chose not to pass, instead executing a turnaround step back, completing a challenging fadeaway jumper near the elbow of the free throw line. Huang Ju leapt with all his might to contest, but ultimately he was a fraction too late. Moreover, the quality of Kobe's fadeaway was exceptionally high, making it nearly impossible to block. Swish. The ball swished through the net. And Kobe had scored 5 consecutive points, bringing his total to 46. In the 2005-06 season, Kobe had fully developed his fadeaway jumper technique, gradually transforming it into a lethal weapon. However, compared to his later back-to-back championship years, he had yet to reach his peak. The consecutive defensive failures made Huang Ju acutely aware. In terms of physical confrontation, I find myself considerably inferior to Kobe in both core strength and aerial ability. The Lakers lead the Suns, 109-101. The Staples Center once again erupts with excitement, as numerous celebrity fans rise to cheer, with dedicated Lakers supporter Nicholson enthusiastically waving his fists at the birthplace of Hollywood. Los Angeles is a gathering place for stars, and the VIP seats at Staples Center are never devoid of celebrities, especially during a Christmas showdown like tonight's. The 24-year-old Jessica Alba and the 21-year-old Black Widow Scarlett Johansson undoubtedly shine as the most dazzling female stars on the sidelines. Not only revered as goddesses by many fans, but also admired by numerous NBA players. This evening, Jessica Alba dons a form-fitting Nike tracksuit that accentuates her alluring figure, with a baseball cap concealing her brown short hair. Even without makeup, her exquisite mixed-race features remain captivating. Scarlett Johansson, in a white tank top paired with denim shorts and a loose-fitting Kobe No. 8 jersey, reveals her slender, fair legs. Who could resist such charm? Wow, Kobe is so handsome. What do you think, Jessica? The 21-year-old Scarlett, who debuted in an indie film, radiates purity and beauty, unabashedly expressing her admiration for Kobe. Alba, however, smiles and responds, "Kobe is indeed handsome, but tonight that 30 Asian player from the Suns has left a deeper impression on me. Yes, he did hit 5 3-pointers with remarkable accuracy, but now that Kobe is guarding him, he surely won't be making a 6th. Really? I'm quite eager to see his 6th 3-pointer." On the court, Marion drives past Lakers center Mim, drawing a shooting foul, and steps to the free throw line for 2 shots. Mike D'Antoni is already prepared for this, swiftly substituting Rajabell into the game to defend Kobe, replacing backup small forward James Jones. Now, the Lakers' perimeter defense relies solely on Kobe, while the Suns have both Rajabell and Huang Ju on the floor, prompting D'Antoni to observe whom Kobe will choose to match up against. Facing the pressure of the free throw line, Marion successfully sinks both shots. Lakers, 109, Suns, 103. As the Lakers regroup, Kobe now finds himself defended by Rajabell. Yet, Regardless of the defender, no one can suppress Kobe's explosive scoring tonight. Positioned half a meter beyond the three-point line, Kobe, with Rajabel defending him, lowers his center of gravity and suddenly rises without warning. Executing a T-Mac-style pull-up jumper with a graceful lean back, decisively shooting a three-pointer. The ball sails past Rajabel's outstretched fingers, arching low, and swishes through the net. Swish! In a critical moment, Kobe strikes again, nailing his seventh three-pointer of the night, bringing his total to 49 points. Scarlett Johansson in the VIP seats leaps up in excitement, her golden curls shimmering with youthful exuberance. My God, oh yeah. The Suns quickly restart play from the baseline, while Kobe continues to chase Huang Ju defensively. Rajabel, also a standard 3D player, manages to shake off the 2.06-meter-tall Brian Cook with his speed. Receiving a precise pass from Nash at the right corner after using a screen from Sean Marion, and he promptly takes a wide-open three-pointer. D'Antoni's substitution of Bell aims for this tactical effect. However, Bell's open three-pointer unfortunately clinks off the rim. Clang! The defensive rebound ricochets high, and Odom leaps to secure it. Kobe swiftly breaks away from Huang Ju, receives Odom's long pass, charges into the front court, and soars to deliver a jaw-dropping under-the-leg reverse dunk. Boom! Lakers, 114, Suns, 103. With Kobe's astonishing scoring, the Lakers' lead expands once again to double digits. At this juncture, only 1 minute and 20 seconds remain on the game clock. Time is evidently running short for the Suns, prompting Mike D'Antoni to call a lengthy timeout. Huang Ju grits his teeth. Ultimately, in speed and explosiveness, he is overshadowed by Kobe. The Staples Center erupts once more, with fans chanting MVP. OMG, 51 points. This marks the third time this season Kobe has scored over 50 in a game. My God, that under-the-leg dunk during the fast break was simply phenomenal, returning to the court after 4 consecutive successful shots. P.S. like a modern-day Jordan, who will remember that Asian player's three-pointers now. Ha! As Kobe exits the court, he is met with the fervent cheers and shouts of adoring fans, while Scarlett Johansson and Jessica Alba gaze at him with starry eyes, reminiscent of Haruko's infatuation with Sakuragi. Meanwhile, the high-definition screens overhead display a ranking. Kobe Bryant has reached 8 career regular season games with over 50 points, surpassing Allen Iverson, Shaquille O'Neal, and LeBron James, making him the current leader. The resounding applause seems to celebrate Kobe Bryant's 51 points tonight, while Huang Ju's consecutive 5 three-pointers are seemingly forgotten by the fans in the NBA Live text commentary room of Zinlang Wang. Comments flood in. Kobe is truly incredible. Who dares to claim it was Shaq who led Kobe to those 3 consecutive championships? If the OK duo had not included Kobe, the Shark would have never surpassed the Spurs and Duncan. A Suns comeback appears impossible, but Huang Ju's 16 points tonight have been impressive. Even if he doesn't continue in the NBA, this performance will be enough to boast about for half a lifetime. With Rajabel now on the court, Kobe continues to chase Huang Ju defensively, a testament to Huang Ju's three-point threat. It is hoped that this game will earn Huang Ju a minimum salary contract, as his skill set is perfectly suited for playing alongside Nash and D'Antoni. Returning to the Staples Center, in front of the Suns bench, Mike D'Antoni, armed with a marker and a tactical board, is preparing for a final push. Huang Ju seems to have made a certain resolve, clenching his fists and suddenly stating, "Coach, I would like to implement the elevator door screen strategy, as long as I can delay Kobe's tight defense. And if Steve can deliver the ball to my hands, I will certainly make that damn shot." Huang Ju's unexpected tactical suggestion leaves Mike D'Antoni somewhat perplexed, while his teammates surrounding him appear equally baffled. Elevator door screen? Huang, do you mean? Huang Ju suddenly realizes that during the 05-06 season, the NBA had not yet established a clear terminology for the elevator door strategy, though similar screen tactics already existed. In the original world, it was Warriors' former head coach Mark Jackson who, in the 13-14 season, explicitly introduced the concept of the elevator door strategy based on the Splash Brothers skill set, which was later adopted by Steve Kerr. Indeed, that Mark Jackson is now an ESPN commentator sitting courtside, who famously ended John Stockton's consecutive run as the assist leader in the 90s. Coach. What I mean is to have 2 big men set high screens for me. When I pass between them, they can quickly close in to block Kobe's pursuit. Huang Ju succinctly explains, while taking the tactical board and marker from D'Antoni to sketch a simple elevator door screen diagram. Mike D'Antoni's eyes light up. This is the so-called elevator door strategy, and the name is strikingly vivid. Steve Nash instantly recognizes the value of this tactic, especially for Huang Ju, who has just made 5 out of 5 three-pointers tonight. Coach, I believe Huang's suggestion is very feasible. I support the team in taking one last gamble. Nearby, Sean Marion and Boris Diaw do not find the elevator door strategy complex, as the Suns' run-and-gun system already incorporates various double screens. Raja Bell, too, smiles and pats Huang Ju on the shoulder, acknowledging, "Good job, kid. Your basketball IQ is impressive. It seems you've grasped the team's tactical system quite well," as the pause drew to a swift conclusion. Mike D'Antoni hesitated no longer, resolutely declaring, "All right, let's proceed as discussed. Huang, your teammates will do their utmost to create open opportunities for you to receive the ball. The next step is entirely up to you." Huang Ju, with a serious expression, nodded affirmatively, his gaze sweeping over several key teammates of the Suns, asserting with unwavering conviction, "I will accomplish the task." On the defensive end, D'Antoni issued a stern command. Rajon Bell was to focus on defending Kobe. While the others prepared to assist as needed, as the players re-entered the court, D'Antoni's attention remained firmly fixed on Huang Ju, donned in the number 30 jersey. With only 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining and an 11-point deficit to overcome, particularly with Kobe poised for an explosive performance, hope seemed exceedingly faint. D'Antoni acquiesced to Huang Ju's tactical suggestion not merely to attempt to come back in a game of little consequence, but rather to thoroughly assess Huang's tactical execution on both ends, as well as the significance of his skill set to the Suns at this moment. D'Antoni was contemplating proposing Huang Ju's signing to the Suns management. The game had entered the final 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, and the Suns were granted an opportunity to inbound the ball from the front court. The Lakers fans in the stands were jovial, clearly dismissing any notion of Suns comeback. Swish, Rajon Bell passed the ball to Boris Diaw at the left high post, who then relayed it to Steve Nash on the right perimeter. Meanwhile, Huang Ju, stationed at the right corner, suddenly made a quick cut and accelerated, evading Kobe while swiftly darting into the lane. Sean Marion, retreating from the basket, and Boris Diaw had just created an open elevator door at the left high post. Swish! In an instant, Huang Ju sprang into action, slipping past Kobe with a swift move. Darting between Marion and Diaw, who had shifted to block Kobe's advance. Kobe gritted his teeth and maneuvered around Marion, but by then, Huang Ju had firmly established himself at the left three-point line. Receiving Nash's precise pass, he leaped, drawing back an imaginary bow, and released another shot. Though Marion and Diaw were relatively smaller in stature among interior players, the quality of their screen was sufficient to momentarily disrupt Kobe's defensive effort. For Huang Ju, the fleeting time and space were more than adequate. The basketball soared effortlessly over Kobe's head, finding its mark with impeccable accuracy. Swish, the sixth one, as the ball swished through the net. Kobe clenched his fist in frustration, his expression fierce. Lakers 114-106, Suns. The timer froze at 1 minute and 15 seconds, from the time the Suns inbound the ball to Huang Ju's successful three-pointer. A mere 5 seconds had elapsed. OMG, the sunscreen strategy was astoundingly effective, with Sean and Boris functioning like an elevator door, facilitating their teammates' escape to receive the ball while blocking Kobe's pursuit. Mar Jackson, the commentary table, was visibly exhilarated, his eyes sparkling. He could never have anticipated that the screen strategy he would later devise for the Splash Brothers would be preemptively appropriated by Huang Ju, the time traveler. Beside him, Mike Breen applauded in agreement, exclaiming, "Mark, describing the Suns' recent screenplay as an elevator door is absolutely spot on." However, the most crucial factor remained Huang's remarkable shooting accuracy, as long as he received a pass. He had yet to miss a shot that evening. In the front row of the VIP section, Jessica Alba beamed radiantly. Turning to her companion, "Scarlett, look, the sixth three-pointer has arrived, hasn't it?" Scarlett Johansson playfully pouted. Scrunching her nose, indeed. What a precise shot. As possession shifted, an irate Kobe fixated his gaze, advancing the ball up court. Rajon Bell stood firm at the arc, wary to make any rash moves against the time-consuming dribble of Kobe. Kobe directed his teammates with his eyes, yet Huang Ju understood that the Black Mamba intended to take the shot himself. As the shot clock dwindled to 7 seconds, Huang Ju suddenly shed Brian Cook and charged in to double-team Kobe. Kobe quickly initiated a leftward drive, with Rajon Bell reacting promptly to obstruct his path. With a smooth behind-the-back dribble, Kobe pivoted to the right, feigning a drive against the encroaching Huang Ju, then executed a deceptive shot fake in an attempt to elude Huang's defense. Yet Huang Ju did not easily fall for the ruse. He firmly planted his legs and raised his arms high, completely enveloping Kobe's shooting space. This evidently startled Kobe, who, seeing Rajon Bell closing in, could only nudge Huang Ju with a shoulder and leap back for a contested shot. Clang! Kobe's attempt from beyond the arc was exceedingly challenging, the ball striking the back rim with a loud thud. Huang Ju and Rajon Bell successfully collaborated to defend against Kobe, with Marion snatching the defensive rebound, igniting a fast break for the Suns once more. Whoosh! Huang Ju and Bell both soared down the court, with Kobe, the first to react, left with the unenviable choice of choosing his lesser of two evils, blocking Rajon Bell, who cut to the basket, or allowing Huang Ju, who suddenly altered direction, to slip to the right side at a 20-degree angle. He received a behind-the-back pass from Nash, soaring up against the oncoming Lamar Odom, unflinching, drawing back his bow for yet another shot. Swish! Another one that Odom's defense clearly infringed upon Huang Ju's shooting cylinder, his palm brushing against Huang's arm. However, the referee's whistle remained silent. Rising to transition back on defense, Huang Ju gracefully raised an eyebrow at the referee, shaking his head and making an exaggerated gesture of complaint. After all, this was the Lakers' territory, and biased officiating was to be expected. Huang Ju lacked the benefit of superstar calls. Lakers 114-109 Suns. With 2 consecutive three-pointers and a successful defensive stand against Kobe, the Suns quickly narrowed the gap to 5 points with a 6-0 run. The timer indicated just 48 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. The Lakers fans at Staples Center were momentarily bewildered. Was the game truly this exhilarating? Yet Zen Master did not call a timeout at this critical juncture, opting instead to place his faith in Kobe. After all, the Lakers held a 5-point lead, and as long as they managed the clock without errors in the final 48 seconds, an upset seemed unlikely. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Kobe advanced the ball to the frontcourt, where Rajon Bell and Sean Marion promptly converged to double-team him, forcing him a pass. Kobe distributed the ball to Lamar Odom at the right high post, prompting Huang Ju to quickly abandon Brian Cook and rush to defend Odom. Whoosh! As the game progressed toward its conclusion, both teams' key players had logged considerable minutes, with Kobe and Odom exceeding 42 minutes on the court, leading to potential fatigue. Although Huang Ju, being an Asian player, typically possessed average stamina, he had only played the final moments of the fourth quarter. Thus, his energy levels were arguably the most abundant among the players on the floor. While unable to contain Kobe, Huang Ju's relentless tenacity proved advantageous when facing Odom, who was taller and slower. Lowering his center of gravity, Huang Ju clung closely to Odom, his long arms constantly disrupting the play, nearly stealing the ball. With approximately 10 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Odom, unwilling to shoot or drive, aimed to run down the clock. However, Huang Ju's tenacious defense was proving bothersome. Odom, concerned about losing possession, sought to return the ball to Kobe, yet Rajon Bell was entangled with him. Spotting Brian Cook in the opposite corner, Odom quickly passed the ball, but the hasty delivery was clearly influenced by Huang Ju's interference. Clap! In the blink of an eye, a figure darted in like the wind, swiftly intercepting Odom's pass and hurtling forward without a moment's pause. Who could this be? It was none other than the Son of the Wind. Nash, the number 13 Suns jersey and his long hair billowed in the breeze. The reigning MVP from the previous season. The 31-year-old Nash exuded a refined wisdom, embodying the very essence of a sprite dancing upon the court. The raucous atmosphere of the Staples Center fell eerily silent, while the substitutes on the Suns bench leapt to their feet, exuberantly shouting in celebration. D'Antoni's deep-set eyes sparkled with excitement. Nash's dribbling was sharp and rapid, forcing Kobe to relinquish his coverage of others and chase after him. Huang Ju and Raja Bell executed a surprisingly harmonious cross-screen, disrupting the Lakers' defensive rhythm in an instant. A.S. Odom and Brian Cook collided during the switch. Huang Ju seized the opportunity, accelerating towards the right corner beyond the three-point arc. Kobe, pursuing Nash into the paint, instinctively stepped right to contest, caught in a moment of indecision between defending the shot or the pass. Yet, it was all too late. Nash's pass, sharp as an arrow and audacious in its execution, zipped past Kobe's outstretched arm, striking Huang Ju's hands like a cannonball, with the swiftness of a pre-programmed shooting button. Huang Ju caught the ball and leapt, effortlessly sinking the wide-open three-pointer. Swish, the eighth one. Lakers 114-112 Suns. The timer froze at a mere 26 seconds remaining in the final quarter. The enigmatic Zen master could no longer maintain his composure. Hastily blowing his whistle to call a timeout, Nash, brimming with excitement, rushed over to celebrate with Huang Ju, while Sean Marion and Raja Bell waved their fists in jubilation, as if the Suns had already snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. OMG Huang, that was magnificent. Kobe, making his way off the court, appeared furious, casting a cold glare at the error-prone Odom without uttering a word, forcefully tossing the towel handed to him by Kwame Brown onto the floor. At the commentary booth, Mike Breen and Mark Jackson simultaneously banged on the table, exclaiming, "Goodness gracious, the eighth three-pointer. Huang has now consecutively made 8 three-pointers." The Suns desperately needed a blue-collar player capable of both shooting and defending. Following this match, it was clear that not only the Suns management but scouts from other teams would also take notice of this Asian prodigy. In the official NBA game, to hit 8 consecutive three-pointers was surely a historic feat. At that moment, the high-definition screens above the court flashed a set of statistics. Huang Ju's 8 three-pointers in the final quarter had tied the record set by Michael Redd of the Bucks in 2002 for the most three-pointers in a single quarter, placing him alongside the elite in historical records. In the NBA live text commentary on Sina Weibo in the Celestial Empire, the comment section exploded, causing the server to crash. Wow, hitting 8 three-pointers in a row. Huang has already scored 25 points. Incredible. Is this really an NBA game? It feels like a fictional tale. I can't believe it. I'm just overwhelmed. Huang Ju is phenomenal, and from now on, I am his die-hard fan. Everyone, let's rally for the NBA All-Star Game in February. I must see Huang in action at the Toyota Center in Houston. In less than 10 minutes, the online viewer count in the NBA's New Wolves Network and the Lakers vs. Suns text commentary soared from 1.2 million to over 3 million. In an era before 3G networks, such explosive traffic was nothing short of a miraculous phenomenon in the realm of sports events. For fervent NBA fans in the domestic sphere, the excitement and exhilaration they felt would resonate for many years to come. Even without the ability to watch live video broadcasts, following the text commentary online and anxiously monitoring the score changes provided fans with unforgettable memories bestowed upon them by the gods of competition. Huang Ju, the legendary star destined to rewrite the history of basketball in the Celestial Empire, made a stunning debut in the NBA, akin to the explosive detonation of a nuclear bomb. To witness this legendary moment across the ocean in real time was a stroke of immense fortune and awe. While there have been players from the Celestial Empire, such as Wang Zhizhi, Bater, and Yao Ming who had made their way into the NBA, only Yao managed to establish himself, as the other two regrettably returned home without success. Moreover, all three were towering interior players, lacking the grace and aesthetics associated with guards and forwards in basketball. Though Yao has blossomed into the leader of the Rockets and has had his share of remarkable performances, such as 2 instances of scoring over 40 points in a single game, he has yet to experience a legendary moment akin to McGrady's 13 points in 35 seconds. Yet tonight, Huang Ju's emergence seems to fulfill the boundless dreams of countless fans from the Celestial Empire yearning for a compatriot to triumph in the NBA. Even if Huang Ju cannot maintain a long-term presence in the NBA, his flawless 8 three-pointers in the final quarter, particularly against Kobe, will be forever etched in the memories of basketball enthusiasts in the Celestial Empire. To witness Huang Ju's ascension on the other side of the ocean is a stroke of luck. I must celebrate tonight. What a thrill it was. Those 8 three-pointers were exhilarating beyond belief. I can hardly imagine how stunning the video highlights will be. Oh no, the website has frozen. The score hasn't updated for ages. Friends, I am currently in Los Angeles, and the game has concluded. Huang Ju hit a long-range three-pointer to seal the victory against the Lakers, finishing with 9 three-pointers and a total of 28 points. Returning to the Staples Center, the tension and suffocating atmosphere permeated every corner of the venue. The timeout concluded swiftly, and the game entered the decisive final 26 seconds. Lakers 114-112 Suns. The Lakers prepared to inbound the ball, with the Zen master devising a time-consuming isolation play for Kobe, substituting Kwame Brown in for Brian Cook to bolster their rebounding capabilities in the paint. With a 2-point lead, as long as Kobe could effectively utilize the 24-second shot clock, even if he missed a difficult shot, the Lakers had a high probability of winning. Securing an offensive rebound would seal the deal. Though concern lingered, many Lakers fans rose from their seats, beginning to celebrate prematurely. There was no longer any suspense. The Suns had closed the gap to just 2 points within the final 5 minutes. A feat that felt like the limit. Had it not been for Phil Jackson's overconfidence, I believe the game would have concluded long ago in the last 26 seconds, as long as they did not falter. Victory was assured. However, this match had etched the Suns' number 30 into my memory. Tonight's Christmas showdown had become a classic, resembling the plot of a thrilling drama. The intensity of the final 5 minutes nearly caused my heart to falter. In a luxurious suite at the arena, Lakers general manager Mitch Kupchak gazed intently at the final moments of the game. With only 26 seconds remaining, there seemed unlikely to be any surprises in this Christmas battle. Yet it was the Suns' Asian player donning number 30 that captured Kupchak's interest. From the last 5 minutes of play, Huang Ju's active movement, unselfishness, precise three-point shooting, and diligent defense demonstrated that he had the potential to become a valuable swingman off the bench. Should he maintain this level of performance, he could easily earn a promotion to the starting lineup, fitting seamlessly alongside Kobe as a small forward. Selena, please compile the information on this number 30 Asian player from the Suns as soon as possible. Kupchak instructed his beautiful assistant, while secretly contemplating the possibility of signing Huang Ju on the court. Raja Bell relentlessly pursued Kobe, who, quick on his feet, retreated to receive the inbounds pass, dribbling skillfully to evade Bell's pressure. Deliberately taking his time before initiating the offense, as the precious seconds ticked away, with only 10 seconds remaining in the game, Huang Ju swiftly abandoned his defender to double-team Kobe. Whoosh! Kobe swiftly utilized a pick from Odom, maneuvering to the left side with his left hand dribbling, breaking through the double team and charging into the paint. Raja Bell pursued closely, denying Kobe the space needed for a quick stop and shoot. Confronted by Marion and an arriving defender, Kobe launched himself toward the basket, executing a reverse layup with finesse. The defensive pressure from Marion appeared to carry the weight of a foul, yet the referee refrained from blowing the whistle at the critical moment, opting instead to leave the outcome in the hands of the players. The basketball danced precariously on the rim before ultimately rolling out, defying expectations. Smack! While Kobe gestured in frustration toward the referee. The lightning-fast Marion had already anticipated the play, soaring through the air to swat the ball away with authority. Nash, positioned on the perimeter, seized the moment, catching the ball without hesitation and delivering a behind-the-back long pass that swiftly traversed to the front court. The astute Huang Ju, having read the play perfectly, positioned himself at the logo in the center court, catching Nash's lead pass. Taking a deep breath, he faced the hoop, a daunting 14 meters away. His gaze sweeping over the time, ticking down on the red timer behind the tempered glass backboard. Without a moment's pause, he leaped into the air, executing a horseback shooting motion, launching the basketball with tremendous force. At the very instant the ball left Huang Ju's fingertips, the timer struck its final second. Whoosh! The eyes of players from both the Lakers and the Suns, as well as the breathless fans in attendance, were fixated on the soaring basketball, many Lakers supporters already raising their hands in anticipation, their voices ready to erupt. In that fleeting moment, few could have imagined that Huang Ju's audacious half-court three-pointer would find its mark. Yet, in the next heartbeat, bang, boom, the basketball struck the tempered glass backboard with tremendous impact, ricocheting into the net. Simultaneously, the red light atop the backboard illuminated, and a piercing buzzer echoed from the scores table, signaling the conclusion of the game. Lakers 114-115 Suns. Gasping for breath, Huang Ju collapsed onto the court floor, arms outstretched, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. Through the dome, he beheld the myriad stars twinkling in the Los Angeles night sky. In this lifetime, he aspired to be the brightest star in the NBA. The next moment, thunderous cheers erupted around him as teammates piled atop him in jubilant celebration. The Suns players reveling in a monumental comeback that would etch itself into the annals of history. OMG. Huang, we did it. You single-handedly defeated the Lakers. My God, an unbelievable game winner. This Asian kid is about to make a name for himself. Come on, are you trying to crush me? Huang Ju, at the bottom of the pile, wriggled free, then leapt back up to the top. 8T that moment. The familiar notification sound of the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for leading your team to victory in your NBA debut with a game-winning shot. System rewards you with 100 experience points and unlocks the Training Maniac badge. Focusing on the Training Maniac badge, the system's description flashed before him. Training Maniac badge, as the name suggests. The host's effectiveness in all basketball and physical training outside the court is enhanced tenfold, yielding greater experience points and providing anti-fatigue benefits. Additionally, through long-term training, the host's physical talents in both dynamic and static aspects may undergo a qualitative transformation, improving jumping ability, speed, coordination, and core strength. Huang Ju felt invigorated. Not only could he enhance his basketball skills through rigorous training, but he could also transform his physical gifts. This was a profound metamorphosis. He believed that as long as he wore the Training Maniac badge and committed to daily training, it would not be long before he became not only stronger, but also capable of jumping higher, running faster, and enduring longer. Coughed out on the sidelines, Suns head coach Mike D'Antoni was equally ecstatic, his eyes brimming with joy as he embraced several assistant coaches. Mike, we really should consider keeping Huang. His performance on both ends tonight far exceeded what the scouting report suggested. In stark contrast to the jubilant Suns players, the Lakers, playing at home, wore expressions of disbelief. Odom and Smush Parker were still gazing upward at the high-definition screens replaying the final seconds of the game, struggling to accept they had truly been defeated in such a dramatic fashion. OMG, this is impossible. I must be dreaming. Meanwhile, Kobe had already stormed toward the players' tunnel, returning to the locker room in a fit of rage, TOB leading by 22 points with 5 minutes left only to succumb to such an unbelievable turnaround. Executed by an undrafted Asian rookie, was not only a disgrace for the purple and gold, but also a personal humiliation for the Black Mamba. Despite Kobe's decade of experience in the NBA, this Christmas Day showdown represented one of the most humiliating moments of his career. Lakers fans in the stands were equally unable to come to terms with the shocking defeat. Yet, Huang Ju's extraordinary half-court three-pointer continued to be replayed in high definition. Over and over. Goodness, how did that even go in? God donned the Suns' number 30 jersey tonight, hitting 9 consecutive three-pointers and a last-second three-pointer from 14 meters out. OMG, this Asian kid is definitely not from this planet. I strongly suggest NASA investigate. Old Kobe's 51-point performance was overshadowed by the calamity, and many blamed Phil Jackson for his lack of real talent and called for his departure. I feel the management should sign this number 30 to a minimum contract. Just to have a surprise on the bench, at the commentary table, Mike Breen and Mark Jackson were still marveling at Huang Ju's game-winning shot. Undeniably, this is the most astonishing buzzer beater I've witnessed in my commentary career. And perhaps in the history of the game, the NBA will never overlook true genius. Huang's 9 consecutive three-pointers in the final 5 minutes and his miraculous game winner ensured that this Asian youth would be remembered by fans worldwide. We await Huang's continued presence on the NBA stage, pondering whether this is merely a fleeting moment or the true resurgence of an undrafted player. Subsequently, during the MVP voting orchestrated by ESPN, Kobe, who scored a staggering 51 points, regrettably did not win the honor, while Huang Ju's remarkable 28 points in the final quarter, coupled with his incredible game winner, earned him the title of MVP. Despite the American media's historical bias towards local stars and against overseas players, they could not ignore Huang Ju's extraordinary performance tonight. Huang's 28 points in just 5 minutes was the highest for the Suns and second overall, surpassed only by Kobe. After all, Huang Ju's rapid-fire 28 points, the record-breaking 9 three-pointers in a single quarter, and his astonishing half-court buzzer beater, combined with his status as an undrafted rookie and an Asian player on a 10-day contract, created a striking contrast to his superhuman performance, generating immense buzz and attention. Following the mutual embraces of the two teams, ESPN's beautiful reporter, Erin Andrews, donned a figure-hugging yellow dress and high heels, sashaying toward Huang Ju with a beaming smile. "Huang, I'm Erin from ESPN. It is a pleasure to interview you. May I take 2 minutes of your time?" At 27, Erin Andrews was now one of ESPN's most renowned female reporters and had just been ranked among Playboy's list of the world's sexiest reporters. With her alluring figure and captivating face, along with her mature demeanor and astute conversation skills, Erin's warm approach left Huang Ju pleasantly surprised. The feeling of rising to fame after this game was exhilarating. "Miss Andrews, I'm equally delighted to have the opportunity for this interview. If 2 minutes isn't sufficient, 3 would be perfectly fine." Huang Ju's composure and humor, devoid of any awkwardness typical of fringe players, made a favorable impression on Erin Andrews. Compared to fellow Asian player Yao Ming, Huang Ju's personality clearly seemed more suited for the grand stage of the NBA. "Haha, Huang, while this is merely your NBA debut, you delivered an astonishing performance and ultimately achieved an incredible game winner. What are your thoughts on that?" Standing at 1.78 meters tall, Erin, adorned in 10-centimeter black high heels, appeared somewhat shorter than Huang Ju, who towered at 2.01 meters, making for a rather harmonious pairing as they faced the camera and the microphone offered by a beautiful reporter. Huang Ju, hands on his hips and beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, slightly bowed his head and calmly began, "This is an unprecedented experience. I am grateful to Coach Mike D'Antoni for placing his trust in me, allowing me to step onto the court in the final 5 minutes. I also extend my thanks to Steve and my other teammates for their passes. I am delighted that I did not let them down and ultimately sank that fateful half-court buzzer beater. From this moment onward, I believe my life has embarked on a new chapter. According to ESPN's data analysis, you shattered numerous NBA records in the last 5 minutes of the final quarter. Given such a remarkable starting point in your NBA debut, do you feel an immense pressure?" Huang Ju shrugged his shoulders, shaking his head with a smile. "I believe my greatest pressure now is to secure a new contract in the NBA as soon as possible, preferably not another 10-day contract." Erin Andrews chuckled in response. "Huang, you are far too humble. I am confident that your performance tonight is anything but a fleeting moment. I am certain more teams in the NBA will take notice of you. I hope you can secure a satisfactory new contract soon. The fans and I eagerly anticipate your future performances on the NBA stage. Thank you, Miss Erin. I too look forward to our next interview." After the interview concluded, as Huang Ju turned to head back to the locker room, he was suddenly approached by 2 stunningly beautiful women, Jessica Alba and Black Widow, Scarlett Johansson. "Huang, I am Jessica Alba, and I am thrilled to have witnessed your spectacular performance tonight. From this moment on, I consider myself your fan." At 24, Jessica Alba, dressed in a Nike tracksuit and wearing a baseball cap, radiated beauty and sunshine even without makeup. Faced with the goddess extending her delicate hand, Huang Ju swiftly suppressed any starstruck demeanor and, with a gentlemanly smile, shook hands with Alba, unconsciously giving her hand a gentle squeeze. That sensation was unbeatable. "Miss Alba, what a coincidence. I'm also your fan. I have watched Sin City and the Fantastic Four." Scarlett Johansson chimed in, pouting playfully at Huang Ju. "Huang, your buzzer beater tonight was merely a stroke of luck. Next time, Kobe will surely outplay you." At 21, Scarlett Johansson exhibited a more vivacious demeanor than Alba, simultaneously asserting her claim as a fan in a previous life. Huang Ju would never have dared to imagine being surrounded by 2 such super goddesses. Yet now, in this parallel world with the NBA system at his side, why would he worry about not making a name for himself? His horizons had broadened and confidence surged. "Miss Scarlett, I look forward to the next match between Kobe and me. I hope you can attend." While Jessica Alba was not a die-hard NBA fan, nor particularly knowledgeable about any specific player, she was nonetheless captivated by Huang Ju's 9 three-pointers that evening. Leading to a newfound appreciation for the NBA, Jessica could not fathom the vast difference between a player of Huang Ju's caliber and that of Kobe. "Huang, would you mind if we took a photo together?" "Miss Alba, that would be a cherished opportunity. Just as they were about to take the photo, Scarlett squeezed in on the other side of Huang Ju. Huang, I bet you won't make 3 3-pointers in your next game. With the two stunning goddesses flanking him, Huang Ju, a fledgling NBA star, found himself in the spotlight, dazzling onlookers, including fellow players and fans alike. Miss Scarlett, what shall we wager? If I lose, I will treat you to a meal. It's a deal. If I lose, I will treat you to a meal as well. In a live broadcast of the New Wolves NBA in Tianqiao, forum posts flooded in at lightning speed. With millions of fans still immersed in the exhilarating highs and lows of the game, a 14-meter buzzer-beater three-pointer, my heavens, I wouldn't even dare to dream of attempting that. Huang scored 28 points in the final 5 minutes and 20 seconds. This scoring efficiency must be among the highest in NBA history. The record for points scored in a single quarter is held by Isaiah Thomas, with 29 points, yet Huang Ju achieved 28 points in merely over 5 minutes. Equivalent to less than half a quarter. The most astonishing moment was that half-court buzzer beater at the game's conclusion. I can't wait to see the game footage. How on earth did he make that shot? It feels almost unreal. 9 3-pointers with no misses plus that half-court buzzer beater. Could Huang Ju possibly be one of us Earthlings? Huang Ju's meteoric rise to fame unveiled a new star in the NBA. News of Huang Ju's 9 3-pointers and dramatic victory over the Lakers made headlines on the sports news program aired by Tianqiao's 5th channel, awakening the awareness of countless NBA fans across the nation to the significance of that day. Why didn't the 5th channel broadcast the Suns versus Lakers game? It feels like I missed out on billions. Is there a possibility that if the sports channel had aired the game, Huang Ju might not have even had the chance to play? Everyone had anticipated Huang Ju making a mark in the NBA, yet no one expected him to perform so extraordinarily, directly setting multiple NBA records. To be candid, for Huang Ju's long-term development in the NBA, such a superlative debut might not bode well. I am voting for Huang Ju for this year's NBA All-Star Game. Both Yao Ming and Huang Ju must be included. The 2006 NBA All-Star Game will take place in Houston, home of the Rockets, with the main event scheduled for February 19th. Just 5 days prior, the All-Star voting portal had opened, and the voting would occur in 3 rounds. Returning to the Staples Center in Los Angeles, after finishing a shower in the locker room, Huang Ju changed into comfortable sportswear and prepared to engage in an hour of strength training upon returning to the hotel. At this moment, Huang Ju's most pressing need for improvement lay in his strength and physicality. Huang, hurry! Come with me to the team's post-game press conference. The reporters are waiting for you. Coach Mike D'Antoni suddenly burst into the locker room, beckoning Huang Ju to join him in the conference room. Coach, I think I'll pass. Technically speaking, my 10-day contract with the team has ended. I am no longer a player for the Suns. D'Antoni's expression turned awkward as he approached Huang Ju, patting his shoulder. Huang, I witnessed your performance tonight. When we return to Phoenix, I will advocate for the management to sign you. However, the ultimate decision lies with General Manager Steve Kerr. Huang Ju nodded. Coach, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to showcase my talents tonight. It has been invaluable. In Huang Ju's view, retaining his current 3D label and continuing to play in Phoenix would undoubtedly be the wisest choice. Although it was not an absolute necessity to remain with the Suns, that he believed that following this extraordinary performance, other NBA teams would certainly reach out to him as well, since Huang Ju was an undrafted rookie and had yet to formally sign with an NBA team. He had not secured a dedicated agent, handling all matters independently to the Suns' post-game press conference. Although Huang Ju was absent, sitting at the table were Coach Mike D'Antoni, along with key players Steve Nash and Sean Marion. However, the myriad of sports journalists present focused almost entirely on Huang Ju. Coach D'Antoni, how would you evaluate Huang's performance in the final quarter tonight? Do you believe he could become a crucial piece in the Suns' pursuit of the championship this season? Steve, you made several critical passes to Huang in the final moments. What inspired such trust in an undrafted Asian rookie? Sean, do you think Huang has the potential to evolve into the next Raja Bell? Or do you believe his ceiling is even higher than that of Raja Bell? According to the latest NBA statistics, Huang achieved an astonishing feat by scoring 28 points with a perfect shooting percentage in just 5 minutes and 20 seconds, setting a new record for scoring efficiency in the league. What are the thoughts of the three on this? Should the Suns management ultimately fail to secure Huang, Would they be concerned about him flourishing with another team? D'Antoni, Nash, and Marion exchanged knowing glances and smiled in unison. After all, judging by the spectacle of tonight's Christmas showdown, apart from Huang, everyone else took on a supporting role. Even Kobe found himself in this position, let alone the three of them. Nash adjusted his suit collar and gracefully addressed the microphone. Huang is an extraordinary player whose talent should not be overlooked. I trust the Suns management will make a wise decision. And we all look forward to joining forces with this remarkable individual in the future. Following negotiations with the Suns coaching staff, the local organizing committee finally consented to present the official game ball from tonight's Christmas clash to the MVP. Huang, as a commemorative keepsake. While riding the team bus back from the Staples Center to the local Hilton, Huang gazed at the dazzling lights of Los Angeles, with Mayday Stubborn playing in his wired headphones. In the year 2005, Stubborn was still a newly popular song across the nation. When I am different from the world, let me remain unique. Persistence, to me, is overcoming with determination. Suddenly, a text notification chimed from his Nokia flip phone. Upon opening it, Huang discovered a congratulatory message from Yao. Huang Ju, brother Yao, just got home and turned on the TV to see your game news. I can't believe it. 28 points in the last 5 minutes. Capped off with a buzzer beater against the Lakers. Incredible. All your efforts will eventually be rewarded. Huang Ju, I genuinely rejoice for you. And for myself too. With you in the NBA across the ocean, I no longer have to fight alone. Reading Yao's fatherly message, Huang couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile, feeling a twinge of bittersweetness. After a moment of contemplation, Huang's fingers deftly tapped out a playful response on his Nokia keypad. Brother Yao, if I end up without an NBA team, could you say a few good words to the Rockets management for me? Just a minimum contract to back up McGrady would suffice, and we could fight side by side. After a brief wait, a reply promptly arrived. Don't joke around. Brother Yao sincerely believes you are the McGrady of our country. To be compared to McGrady by Yao is indeed a tremendous compliment and affirmation of Huang's talent. After all, in late 2005, McGrady was one of the 4 leading shooting guards, and with the Rocket status among Chinese fans, his reputation rivaled that of Kobe, the dual scoring titles from his Magic days. Coupled with last year's miraculous 35 points in 13 seconds, kept McGrady's popularity soaring. Tonight, Huang's performance in the Christmas showdown, 28 points in 5 minutes and a miraculous game winner, was remarkably similar, making Yao's comparison to China's McGrady entirely fitting. It is likely that the moniker China's McGrady will soon spread among fans, and Huang may find himself frequently compared to McGrady in the future. However, as a time traveler equipped with the NBA's supreme 3D system, Huang's aspirations extend far beyond merely being a player of McGrady's caliber. After finishing his conversation with Yao, Huang's phone unexpectedly rang again. It was a call from Chris Paul, a fellow alumnus of Wake Forest University and NCAA teammates. Huang and Paul shared a good rapport. However, during their college years, Paul was already a star point guard in the NCAA, while Huang remained in a supporting role in this year's NBA draft. Paul was selected 4th overall by the New Orleans Hornets. Securing a rookie contract starting at over $3.1 million. In contrast, Huang found himself as an undrafted player, wandering through the NBA without even a guaranteed minimum contract. Huang, I heard about your performance in the Christmas showdown. 28 points in 5 minutes, and that incredible buzzer beater. OMG, it's simply unbelievable. In response to the praise from the other end of the line, Huang joked, Chris, there's nothing to envy. It was just one game. Now I have to worry about finding a team. Come to New Orleans. I've spoken to the team, and management has agreed to offer you a minimum contract starting at $400,000. Although it's non-guaranteed, it depends on your efforts moving forward. Huang was taken aback by the swiftness of Paul's offer, but decided to keep his options open. Haha. Chris, to be honest, I don't want to be your teammate again. I'm more excited about the prospect of being your opponent on the court. Haha. Huang, I'll be waiting for your good news. But if we meet on the NBA court, I want to go easy on you. 2 months into the rookie season, Chris Paul had already showcased his potential as a top-tier point guard, averaging 16 points, 7 assists, and 2 steals, making him a strong contender for Rookie of the Year. In Miami, Florida, in the office of the American Airlines Arena, the lights remained on in the general manager's office. Despite the late hour, the man seated at the desk, sharply dressed with keen eyes, was engrossed in reviewing the latest reports and video highlights submitted by scouts. lost in thought. This man was Pat Riley, the general manager of the Miami Heat, and the video highlights he had been watching repeatedly featured Huang, who had made a stunning impression in the Christmas showdown. Scoring 9 three-pointers in just 5 minutes had indeed shattered many preconceived notions, including those of Pat Riley. However, what intrigued Pat Riley even more was Huang's vigorous performance on the defensive end to in Huang. Riley seemed to see a reflection of the future warrior concept he had once proposed. As an Asian player, Huang might struggle to adapt to the rigorous training regimens he had designed for his team. Nevertheless, arranging a tryout for him and offering a non-guaranteed minimum contract posed no risk for the team. The next morning, aboard the Suns' luxurious private jet returning from Los Angeles to Phoenix, the players were catching up on sleep. Particularly, Sean Marion, Rajabel, and Boris Diaw had certainly enjoyed a wild night at an underground bar in Los Angeles. Huang, unaccustomed to the noisy American bar scene, had opted to hit the gym for an hour of strength training before returning to his room and sleeping like a log. The model husband, Steve Nash, also shunned the nightlife, choosing instead to sit by the window and peruse the latest edition of the Los Angeles Morning News. Huang, 3 different publications have extensively covered your incredible performance in last night as Christmas Showdown. It seems you were truly on the verge of overnight fame. In response to Nash's admiration, Huang chuckled lightly. Steve, your 15 assists were equally instrumental. Nash closed the newspaper and sincerely looked at Huang, patting him on the shoulder. Huang, stay with us. The team needs you, and I'm eager to deliver even more assists to you. Huang awkwardly scratched the back of his head and replied diplomatically, Steve, I will give it serious consideration. The vibe in Phoenix is indeed quite pleasant. However, I never anticipated receiving recruitment messages from over 5 teams this morning. Nash nodded. I had already suspected as much. Huang, for these teams have finally recognized your value. The Lakers must be among them, right? Huang saw no reason to hide the truth from Nash and replied candidly. Yes, besides the Lakers, the Heat, Magic, Spurs, and Kings have all extended tryout invitations. The Hornets are willing to offer me a non-guaranteed minimum contract, and Chris Paul happens to be my college alum. Nash was not surprised and encouraged him with a smile. Huang, I respect your ultimate decision, but I believe the Suns are the team that best suits your playing style. Here, you have the opportunity to be elevated to a starting position in D'Antoni's system. Of course, I will persuade management to actively consider signing you, as I am confident the Suns can match or even exceed the offers from other teams. Regarding Nash's sincere recruitment, Huang Ju was indeed very touched. Remaining with the Suns is undoubtedly a commendable choice. Steve, thank you, and I also look forward to the possibility of staying on. In this lifetime, Huang Ju lost his parents at a young age and exhibited extraordinary basketball talent during his middle school years. Thus, with the generous support of a sports philanthropist in the capital, he was able to study abroad in the United States. Now, as he strives alone in a foreign land, every decision he makes must be pondered with great care. Phoenix is approximately 600 kilometers from Los Angeles, and after a flight of about an hour and a half, they landed smoothly at the local Sky Harbor International Airport. Nash drove his black Lexus LS, which was parked in the airport garage, personally escorting Huang Ju back to the villa in the city center. Nash's mansion is situated by the banks of the Phoenix River, nestled against the backdrop of Phoenix Mountain Park, a renowned affluent area. Huang Ju also temporarily rented a short-term apartment nearby, with a weekly rent of around $500. After concluding a 10-day short contract with the Suns, and after taxes and insurance deductions, he received just over $6,000, allowing him a bit more financial flexibility. Sitting in the spacious passenger seat of the Lexus LS and gazing out at the urban landscape, Huang Ju yearned for the day when he could own a vehicle of his own. The car's audio system played Nash's favorite song, Michael Jackson's You're Not Alone. Compared to many NBA stars, Nash's lifestyle is remarkably understated. His Lexus LS is valued at merely $90,000. Yet for Huang Ju at this moment, that figure still represents an astronomical sum. However, everything might soon take a turn. As long as Huang Ju secures a minimum salary contract with an NBA team, his base salary would be at least $400,000 as mandated by the league. One cannot overlook the fact that playing in the pinnacle of basketball, even as the most inconspicuous waterboy on the bench, would yield a salary sufficient to eclipse that of 99% of the American populace. According to the latest statistics from Stanford University, In 2005, only 0.8 of the 290 million people in the United States earn over $400,000 annually. Nash, with his keen perception, seemed to sense Huang Ju's concerns and remarked with a smile. Huang, once you sign with the team, you'll be in for a substantial income. At that point, you might consider renting a larger villa and purchasing a nice car. Beyond basketball, we must also learn to enjoy life. Huang Ju chuckled self-deprecatingly. Steve, I can't dare to compare myself with a superstar like you who earns millions annually. Even if I secure the team's minimum salary, it would only amount to about $300,000 after taxes, and that's without any guarantees. Renting a villa can wait, but I've long desired to acquire a car. During college, I had already set my sights on a Jeep Wrangler. Nash nodded enthusiastically. Yes, the Wrangler is indeed an excellent choice, a classic model, and it costs just over $30,000, right? Perfect for young people like you. I too had a dream of off-roading when I was younger. As he reminisced about his early days in the league, Nash couldn't help but sigh. Huang, although I currently earn millions, being over 30, this might be the largest contract I can secure in the NBA. You are still young at just 19. The future of the NBA belongs to your generation. When I was a rookie, my contract was merely $900,000. Now, having achieved MVP status, my only remaining goal is to lead the Suns to an NBA championship. With that, Nash turned to Huang Ju, his eyes filled with admiration and care. Huang, I truly believe in you and look forward to the prospect of continuing to fight alongside you in the NBA. Upon returning to the temporarily rented apartment by the Phoenix River, Huang Ju graciously declined Nash's invitation to visit his villa. Lying on the expansive bed in his 15-square-meter studio, he retrieved the official game ball from the Christmas showdown from his backpack. The Spalding basketball still emanating the scent of his sweat. This basketball witnessed Huang Ju's rise to fame in the NBA. It symbolizes the inception of his dreams. When Huang Ju one day possesses a villa like Nash, he intends to display this basketball prominently in the living room. He mused that should he ever find himself in financial need, this basketball could be auctioned off for a few $1,000s. At least, that afternoon at the Suns' home ground, the U.S. West Arena, in the general manager's office, Mike D'Antoni, the head coach of the Suns, was engaged in a heated argument with the general manager, Steve Kerr. Steve, the team still has over $6 million in salary cap space. Why can't we offer Huang a minimum salary contract? What did he do last night at the Christmas game? Surely you're aware. Seated in his swivel chair, Steve Kerr, dressed in a tailored suit and exuding youthful vigor at just 40, was even younger than D'Antoni. After a brief stint as a commentator post-retirement, he leveraged his connections in the industry to become the general manager of the Suns. However, some of Kerr's decisions since taking the helm seemed to clash with D'Antoni's coaching staff. Mike, we can certainly offer Huang another 10-day short contract. It wouldn't be wise to offer a minimum salary contract based on just one game explosion for an undrafted Asian player. If he can maintain stable performance in the next few games, we could consider signing him at that time. Kerr continued, as you know, the team is currently in a precarious position. Amare might be out for the season, and management is actively seeking a reliable mid-level player. While speaking, Kerr presented two player profiles to D'Antoni. This is Tim Thomas, a forward recently waived by the New York Knicks, averaging 10 points and 9 rebounds. He should be capable of filling the starting forward position. And this is Morris Peterson from the Raptors, whose attributes on both ends of the court align well with the Suns' current fast-paced system. D'Antoni, losing patience, interrupted. Steve, signing these two players would require at least $5 million in annual salary and come with negotiation challenges. Moreover, this does not conflict with securing Huang at a minimum salary. You must realize that at least 5 teams in the league have already extended olive branches to Huang. Even setting aside whether he would accept a 10-day contract, should he agree, if he performs steadily in subsequent games, it would only become more difficult for us to sign him at a minimum salary. Unmoved, Steve Kerr remained steadfast in his approach. Mike, to be frank, I do not believe this Asian kid possesses the requisite ability to establish himself in the NBA. Offering him another 10-day contract is already the management's greatest leniency. D'Antoni, incensed, leaped from his seat and stormed out on the training court. The Suns players were engaged in their daily practice. Huang Ju had completed 2 hours of strength training in the gym and, after showering, changed into a set of Intas sportswear to practice his three-point shooting. Thanks to the Training Fanatic medal, Huang Ju had accumulated a total of 3 hours of strength training from last night until this afternoon, yielding tenfold noticeable improvements. His body felt fantastic, and his real-time bench press strength had significantly increased from 90 kilograms to 93 kilograms. Simultaneously, Huang Ju realized he had amassed 120 experience points from the system. In addition to the 100 experience points gained from winning the game yesterday, he had also earned 20 experience points through training. According to the system's explanation, these experience points could be allocated to any basketball attribute, with varying conversion ratios depending on the attributes and their values. However, since Huang Ju's system was the NBA Super God 3D system, consequently, for the time being, one can only allocate experience points to the attributes of three-point shooting and defense. It is only after both attributes reach a minimum of 99 points that the remaining experience points can be distributed to other attributes such as layups, mid-range shots, and ball handling. Huang Ju suddenly realized that before he could become an exceptional 3D player, there was no way to elevate his ball handling and passing attributes to a satisfactory level. Thus, he attempted to add 120 experience points to his three-point shooting attribute, currently at 98 points, but found that it remained at 98. That it appeared that, akin to leveling up in the game, the closer one got to the maximum value and the higher the level, the more challenging it became to achieve even a slight enhancement. Huang Ju then tried to invest the 120 experience points into his defense attribute, which was at 90 points. Indeed, the defense attribute improved from 90 to 91 points. Calculating this, it would require at least 2,000 to 3,000, if not more, experience points to elevate both the three-point shooting and defense attributes to the maximum of 100. Although this system's power-ups were not excessively outrageous, the rate of improvement was already astonishing compared to the average NBA rookie. That said, Huang Ju rather enjoyed this steady and methodical transformation process. Observing Huang Ju sink shot after shot from beyond the arc, James Jones approached, his tone laced with provocation. "Huang, how about a contest to see who can hit more three-pointers? 100 shots each." As the team's somewhat underperforming starting small forward, James Jones was particularly concerned about Huang Ju's burgeoning prowess with the Suns, as it directly threatened his own interests. Regarding Huang Ju's flawless 9-4-9 three-point shooting during the Christmas showdown, James Jones firmly believed it was mere luck. After all, in their prior training sessions, Huang Ju's three-point shooting percentage had been roughly on par with his own. Now, Huang Ju, undaunted by the taunts of these minor players, smiled warmly and responded, "James, I'm all for the contest, but we ought to have some stakes, right?" James Jones gritted his teeth and proposed, "How about $50 for each shot?" Sensing an opportunity, Huang Ju pressed, "That's fine, but 100 shots seems a bit low. What if we both hit all of ours? Wouldn't we need to have tiebreaker? Let us make it 300 shots." James Jones widened his eyes, feeling as if he had been outmaneuvered. He knew that even the most accurate three-point shooter on the team, Nash, had only managed to hit 93 out of 100 in training. Typically, with the standards of players like James Jones or Raja Bell, hitting around 90 out of 100 three-pointers in practice was already an impressive feat. All right, 300 it is, just as the two were about to compete. Several other Suns players gathered around. After understanding the rules, the sharpshooters Raja Bell and Eddie House eagerly decided to join, as did Shawn Marion, who averaged nearly 4 three-pointers per game. Thus, the contest expanded from 2 participants to 5, and the rules were refined. Each player would shoot 300 stationary three-pointers, with the one who made the most shots winning the wager of $50 for each additional basket made against the other 4 players. Steve Nash took on the role of the judge, while Diaw, the injured Barbosa, and veteran Jim Jackson assisted as ball boys and scorekeepers. The indoor training facility conveniently had 3 basketball courts, sufficient for the 5 players to shoot simultaneously. The competition commenced swiftly, with Nash actively feeding Huang Ju the ball as he continued to hit shot after shot. Admiration for his talent flickered in Nash's eyes. After the first 10 shots, Huang Ju remained perfect, while the other 4 began to falter. Shawn Marion, despite being a mainstay on the Suns, had the lowest three-point shooting percentage among the 5, having already missed 2 of his first 10 attempts. As the contest intensified, Huang Ju's advantage became increasingly apparent, prompting gasps of astonishment from Nash and Diaw. In his first 100 three-point attempts, Huang actually made 96. That accuracy is simply extraordinary. Indeed, my best training record was only 93 out of 100. I've always said Huang's incredible performance in the Christmas showdown was not merely a stroke of luck. Rajabel only managed to hit 88 of his first 100 three-pointers, and Sean performed the worst. Clearly coming to lose money, right? Haha. No worries, Sean isn't short on cash. It's all in good fun. Although it was stationary shooting, the continuous attempts still drained energy and strength. Thus, after every 100 shots, the players took a 3 to 5 minute break. By the time all 300 shots were completed, over half an hour had passed, and the 5 players were exhausted, perspiring profusely, their arms sore and fatigued. The final tally left Nash and the other Suns players, including the trainers, utterly astonished. Huang Ju undoubtedly secured first place, achieving an astounding 282 out of 300. Having only missed 18 shots at IT was evident that Huang Ju had encountered fatigue and diminishing accuracy in the later rounds. Otherwise, he would have surely made even more baskets. In contrast, second place Rajabel finished with 262, 20 fewer than Huang Ju, meaning he would owe Huang $1,000. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, Rajabel gave Huang a thumbs up. Huang, a bet is a bet. Although I lost $1,000 to you, these 3 have already made it worthwhile for me. Haha. Eddie House, in third place, shot 259, while James Jones, having shot himself in the foot, finished with 251. Lastly, Sean Marion landed in last with 240, still achieving an impressive 80 accuracy. Thus, it was clear that Huang Ju was the undisputed champion of the day, winning over $5,000 in total, nearly equivalent to his 10-day short contract salary. The biggest loser was undoubtedly Sean Marion, who lost $5,000 in one contest. Fortunately, he was not one to fret over money, often losing hundreds of thousands in a single night in Las Vegas. Damn it, I'm not giving up. Next time, I'll get you all. Steve Nash championed the jubilant atmosphere within the team. Applauding, everyone should aspire to Huang's example and practice those three-pointers. It's just 282 out of 300, Sean. I believe you can achieve it one day. Sean Marion's face flushed with embarrassment, and he retorted to Nash, Steve, I feel like you're mocking me, but I have no proof. Laughter erupted among the group, just as head coach Mike D'Antoni approached, beckoning Huang Ju over with a somewhat apologetic expression. Huang, I sincerely apologize. After discussions with the management, we can only offer you another 10-day short contract for now. However, rest assured, during the short contract, I will ensure you receive ample playing time that if you can maintain consistent performance. The team will undoubtedly provide you with a long-term guaranteed contract. Before Mike D'Antoni could finish, Huang Ju interjected, Coach, I'm more than willing to sign another 10-day short contract with the Suns. D'Antoni was taken aback by Huang Ju's swift agreement, as he had feared that Steve Kerr's actions might leave Huang feeling undervalued. Huang, you truly mean it? Of course, Coach. I will demonstrate to Steve, the general manager, and all the fans that my performance during the Christmas showdown was not merely a fleeting moment. In the present day, Huang Ju is certainly not content with merely securing a basic salary contract, and signing yet another 10-day short contract proves to be far more advantageous for him, as long as Mike D'Antoni can guarantee his playing time in the next 3 games. Huang Ju possesses ample confidence to deliver an outstanding performance, thereby enhancing his bargaining power in subsequent contract negotiations. Thus, Huang Ju once again inked a 10-day short contract with the Suns, seeking opportunities while remaining observant. Over the following 10 days, the Suns are scheduled to engage in 4 NBA matches. Consequently, based on the distribution of a minimum salary player's earnings across each game, Huang Ju's second 10-day short contract salary has risen to approximately $8,000 after tax. Not only has he gained over $5,000, but he has also successfully secured another 10-day short contract with the Suns. With this in mind, Huang Ju decided it was time to foster good relations with his teammates. That very evening, he took the initiative to treat them, inviting Nash and more than 10 players from the Suns to the most renowned commercial street in Phoenix, where he treated everyone to a luxurious seafood buffet costing $120 per person, featuring fresh lobster and salmon in abundance, along with an array of Japanese Wagyu beef and Australian lamb. Huang Ju thought it was indeed the right phase for him to gain weight, increasing his nutritional intake while maintaining training intensity, which would surely lead to a steady rise in his personal strength and body fat percentage. Simultaneously, he strictly controlled his intake of alcohol and carbonated beverages, resolutely refraining from drinking unless absolutely necessary. The following afternoon, at the Phoenix Western Conference Arena, the plaza outside was bustling with fervent fans, with thousands of ticket holders entering through the VIP entrance to find their seats. At 7 that evening, the Suns would host the visiting Eastern Conference team, the Washington Wizards. The Wizards currently hold the 4th position in the East, led by the General Gilbert Arenas, with all-star caliber scorers like Anton Jamison and Karen Butler also on their roster. Despite their seemingly solid lineup, the team's most significant issue lies in their structure and chemistry. Although they have plenty of scoring talent, they lack a premier point guard to facilitate playmaking, as General Arenas himself is more of a scoring-oriented guard, rather lacking in organizational skills. Half an hour before the game began, following the conclusion of the introduction ceremony, players from both teams commenced their warm-up routines on the court. Mike D'Antoni assured Huang Ju that he would continue to play as a substitute tonight, with a minimum of 20 minutes on the court. Huang Ju was quite pleased with this arrangement. Being able to play 20 minutes as a substitute signifies he is a key rotational player. After all, as an Asian player, Huang Ju's current stamina and endurance are not yet sufficient for over 30 minutes of high-intensity competition. Around 20 minutes of play is perfectly suitable, ensuring that his physical condition does not adversely affect his performance or shooting touch. Back at the Suns' home arena, numerous fans in the stands began discussing Huang Ju, the Asian number 30 who had created a sensation during the Christmas Day game. Look, that Asian number 30 should be playing tonight. Right? After such a wild performance on Christmas, it seems he's earned Mike D'Antoni's trust, but I heard the team hasn't directly given him a minimum salary, just signed another 10-day short contract. It seems we should observe a few more games. The management ought to be more cautious. If he hits a few three-pointers off the bench tonight, even if he only showcases the same 50 performances on Christmas, it would indeed indicate some real capability. Forget about 50. Even if he only manages 30, that would be enough to secure his spot in the rotation. But you really not know how insane he was on Christmas. The murmurs from some Suns fans on the sidelines inevitably reached Huang Ju's ears as he warmed up on the court. However, none of this would affect his mindset tonight. Only by demonstrating truly exceptional performance on the court could he dispel any skepticism. During warm-up shooting, he consecutively sank around 23 pointers, prompting surrounding Suns fans to take renewed notice of Huang Ju. This Asian kid can certainly shoot. Has he really hit a dozen three-pointers in a row? To shoot so accurately during warm-ups is indeed a testament to solid shooting fundamentals, right? Nash even proactively passed the ball to Huang Ju several times, showcasing considerable interaction between the two during warm-ups, indicating that the team's leader genuinely has faith in this Asian talent. In the hearts of some American and European fans, there remains an inherent bias against yellow-skinned and Asian players, a sentiment shared by many black fans as well. After all, aside from Yao Ming, there hasn't been another Asian player who has made a significant impact in the NBA. Nevertheless, in the audience of the Western Conference Arena tonight, there is a substantial number of Asian fans, totaling over 1,000 on the second-tier stands. Several Chinese fans excitedly unfurled a banner, with striking Chinese characters accompanied by cheers. Huang Ju, we truly love you. The team act of the Celestial Empire, invincible on Christmas. Upon seeing this endearing message and the support from his fellow countrymen, Huang Ju smiled and waved at the fans in the second-tier stands. The banner's clever writing is noteworthy. Huang Ju's name is only one character away from that of a now-deceased lead singer of a Hong Kong rock band, and the phrase "we truly love you" is indeed one of that band's signature songs. However, he found himself bemused by the latter part, the team act of the Celestial Empire, invincible on Christmas, wondering if his text messages with Yao Ming had somehow leaked out. Meanwhile, in the studio of the Celestial Empire's CCTV sports channel, the live broadcast of the Rockets vs. Boston Celtics game was underway, with commentators Zhang Weiping and Sun Jinping at the helm. Given Huang Ju's extraordinary performance on Christmas, a sensational wave had swept through the fan circles across the Celestial Empire. Thus, after discussions among the television executives, it was decided that tonight's NBA live broadcast on CCTV Sports Channel would feature both the Rockets and Suns games sequentially, due to time zone differences. The Rockets game at the Celtics home began at 8:00 a.m., whereas the Suns vs. Wizards match would commence at 10. 8:30 a.m., allowing for a seamless transition between the two games, even if the Rockets game went into overtime. Adjustments could be made accordingly at 8:00 this moment. The Rockets versus Celtics game had reached the fourth quarter, with the score standing at Rockets 72-70 Celtics, creating an intensely suspenseful atmosphere, with McGrady continuing to be sidelined. Yao Ming was leading the team solo, having already amassed 22 points, 9 rebounds, and 2 blocks, showcasing an impressive performance. This season, both teams have faced similar struggles in their respective conferences, making it significantly challenging to break free from the lottery zone and into the playoffs. The total viewership for the live broadcast across the Celestial Empire had now surpassed 12 million, with over 10 million fans concurrently online on platforms like New Wolf and Sohood. It is worth noting that even in 2005, when 3G networks and smartphones were not yet widespread, the rise of Yao Ming in the NBA had garnered more genuine attention from fans than in the future of 2024. An additional crucial factor contributing to this phenomenon is the emergence of Huang Ju. In the live broadcast footage, as Yao Ming executed a mid-range turnaround jumper over Perkins, the commentators Zhang Weiping and Sun Zhengping reached a crescendo, lavishing praise on Yao Ming. Here comes another. Yao Ming is truly on fire tonight. I wonder if he's been inspired by Huang Ju's performance on Christmas. Haha, you're right, Zhang. Yao is single-handedly dominating the Celtics tonight, in response to Sun Zhengping's exaggerated interpretation. Zhang Weiping couldn't help but break into a sweat, feeling the strain of carrying the commentary. Fans across the Celestial Empire, watching the live broadcast, were equally exhilarated. Yao, you're doing great. Take him down. I can't stand Perkins and his petty antics. With Yao Ming in such exceptional form, winning against the Celtics should pose no issue. If they couldn't defeat the Heat, how could they falter against the Celtics? Hurry and win without overtime. I'm eagerly awaiting the Suns versus Wizards game, anticipating another explosive performance from Huang Ju tonight. I have watched the 5 minutes and 28 seconds of Huang Ju's highlights from the Christmas game no fewer than 800 times. It was truly remarkable. Especially that last-minute buzzer beater in the second half. It was absolutely exhilarating. To be frank, Huang Ju's remarkable 28 points in just 5 minutes, capped off with the game-winning shot, I believe, in terms of sensory impact and sheer astonishment, is undoubtedly on par with Mizey's stunning 13 points in just 35 seconds, if not surpassing it. Even if Huang Ju struggles to establish himself in the NBA in the future. It seems that his performance in this Christmas showdown against the Lakers and Kobe over those 5 minutes and 28 seconds would be more than sufficient to secure him endorsement deals for half a lifetime upon returning home. As a female basketball fan, I must say, Huang Ju is incredibly handsome, rivaling even Yanzu. Should he choose to transition into the film industry after his basketball career, he would surely be met with great success. While I am eager to see him play, I can't help but worry. Can Huang Ju truly perform well against the Wizards tonight? The scene shifts back to the Phoenix Arena in the West, where the time reads 7 p.m. With the referee's whistle, the game commences. The starting players from both teams take to the court. For the Suns, the starting 5 are point guard, PG, Steve Nash. Shooting guards, G, Raja Bell. Small forward, SF, James Jones. Power forward, PF, Sean Marion. And center, C, Boris Diaw. Huang Ju, along with Eddie House and Tim Thomas, sits on the bench, ready for head coach Mike D'Antoni to call upon them. For the Wizards, the starting lineup features point guard, PG, Gilbert Arenas, shooting guard, SG Antonio Daniels, small forward, SF, Karen Butler, power forward, PF, Antoine Jameson, and center, C. Brendan Haywood. Aside from the Wizards' big three, Brendan Haywood is also a commendable blue-collar presence in the paint, having been a formidable opponent to Yao Ming during his prime. The only weakness in the Wizards' starting lineup lies in the shooting guard position. The game quickly unfolds, with Haywood winning the tip-off, and the General Arenas pushes the ball up the court. Facing Nash at the arc, he opts for a forceful drive, his first step explosive as he bypasses Nash and drives into the paint. Leveraging Haywood's screen to score with a soaring layup, a representative of second-round draft success, Arenas has undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of his career this season, averaging 29.5 points, ranking 4th in the scoring leaderboard. Trailing only behind Kobe, Iverson, and James, Arenas possesses an extensive array of offensive skills, His ball handling, pull-up jump shots, and outside three-pointers are executed with ease, leaving him with almost no offensive blind spots. Particularly noteworthy is his acclaimed first step, which can be compared to that of Allen Iverson. It is indeed unwise to assign Nash, who struggles defensively, to guard Arenas. Turning back to the Suns' offense, Nash utilizes his rhythm to challenge Arenas, and, as defensive help approaches, he swiftly dishes the ball to Raja Bell in the corner as the team's starting point guard. Nash seldom opts to attack himself right from the outset. His priority is to invigorate the entire team's offensive and defensive rhythm. Unfortunately, Bell's open three-pointer lacks precision, and the ball clangs off the rim. The long rebound is seized by Karen Butler, who quickly transitions the ball to the fast-breaking General Arenas. Arenas receives the pass and charges down the court, his gaze sharp as he retreats beyond the three-point line, suddenly launching a deep three-pointer from just beyond the arc. Swish. Before Nash and Bell can react, the ball swiftly sails through the air, finding the net. Suns 0, Wizards 5. The game clock halts at 11 minutes and 32 seconds into the first quarter. In less than 30 seconds, Arenas has already scored 5 points, leaving the Suns in a daze. Particularly, that deep three-pointer during the fast break is nothing short of astonishing. It is worth noting that prior to the emergence of Curry, few players in the NBA could routinely shoot deep threes during fast breaks. General Arenas must be regarded as the foremost among them. While Billups of the Pistons also possesses this skill, his frequency of use pales in comparison to Arenas's. With an incredibly hot start, Arenas glances towards the Suns bench, provocatively pointing a finger. And who else could he be taunting but Huang Ju? Huang Ju shakes his head with a wry smile, somewhat flabbergasted that a player of Arenas' stature would choose to provoke him. A mere 10-day contract player, OMG. Gilbert's form tonight is astonishingly fiery. Could this be a taunt directed at Huang on the Suns bench? It seems that despite Huang being just a 10-day contract player, his remarkable performance in the Christmas showdown, where he shot 9 for 9 from three-point range in the final quarter, has stirred the excitement of numerous NBA stars, just in the United States alone. Over 36 sports publications have reported on Huang's extraordinary display during the Christmas matchup, with Sports Illustrated even declaring his buzzer beater as the greatest in the history of NBA Christmas games. This Asian youth has become a rising star, impossible to overlook. At the commentator's desk, the broadcast of tonight's game is still being delivered by ESPN's premier commentator, Mike Breen. However, his partner has changed to former NBA player Mitchell Thompson. Indeed, this Mitchell Thompson is the father of Klay Thompson, one of the Splash Brothers, and the first overall pick in the 1978 NBA draft, compared to the NBA of the 70s and 80s. The role of the three-point shot has undeniably grown more significant in the game. Even my 15-year-old son Klay has developed a fondness for shooting threes. As the game continues, Nash orchestrates the team's plays, executing a pick-and-roll with Diaw that leads to a dunk by Sean Marion. The two teams exchange baskets, but the standout star remains General Arenas. Halfway through the first quarter, Arenas has already made 4 of 5 shots, amassing 10 points, including hitting both of his three-point attempts. With 5 minutes and 20 seconds left in the first quarter, Raja Bell sustains a leg injury while attempting to switch onto Arenas, helplessly watching as the General sinks a mid-range jumper. Swish, Suns, 9 Wizards, 15. My goodness, Gilbert's performance tonight is absolutely insane. With only half a quarter played, he has already scored 12 points on 5 of 6 shooting. While the entire team has managed only 15 points, Raja Bell appears to have sustained a leg injury, writhing in pain on the floor, prompting the Suns to call for a timeout. It seems that Mike D'Antoni must make adjustments swiftly. As Bell is assisted off the court by the Suns' medical staff, the home crowd's expressions shift to concern, shaking their heads in dismay. Bell injured again. Goodness, this season has been fraught with challenges for the team. First Stoudemire, then Leandro Barbosa, and now Bell. How on earth can the team continue to compete? Without hesitation, Mike D'Antoni turns to Huang Ju on the bench, his expression serious as he instructs, "Huang, you're up next. Replace Raja and focus on guarding that Gilbert." Huang Ju quickly rises and removes his warm-up jacket, surprised by the rapidity of his entrance onto the court, especially with such a significant assignment. To guard the Wizards' offensive spearhead, General Arenas, particularly as he is on fire with 12 points in just half a quarter, it appears that Coach Mike D'Antoni truly views him as a defensive specialist. "Coach, I promise to fulfill the task." Huang Ju grits his teeth, his gaze sharp, exuding boundless confidence and determination. Although his current defensive abilities may not suffice against superstars like Kobe, he believes he can at least contain Arenas, who operates at a slightly lower tier. However, there is no reason to shy away from a challenge. With his defensive rating at 91, he reckons that even if he can't fully stop Arenas, he should be able to limit his scoring to some extent. The timeout concludes, and as Huang Ju replaces Rajabel on the court, the Suns fans remain relatively subdued, while fans back in China are buzzing with excitement. Raja's injury is unfortunate, but Huang Ju is stepping in early. Let's look forward to Huang Ji's extraordinary performance. Ha ha ha. I prepare my peanuts and am ready to celebrate with Huang Ji's goals. Mike D'Antoni seems to be utilizing Huang as a sixth man, and the internal matchups have skyrocketed. In the last game, he scored 28 points in just 5 minutes. Surely he can play around 20 minutes in this match, but how many points would that translate to? My math isn't great, brothers, haha. The likelihood of consecutive explosive performances is certainly slim, but I just hope Huang Ju can maintain his composure and avoid any glaring mistakes. Perhaps sinking 1 or 2 three-pointers would be perfect. Although most basketball fans from our homeland eagerly anticipate Huang Ju's dazzling performance to astonish the foreign spectators, the idealistic hopes are often met with the harshness of reality. Deep down, these fans worry that Huang Ju's performance may plummet, thus jeopardizing his extraordinary image from the Christmas showdown. After all, as an Asian forward, Huang Ju's physical attributes pale in comparison to those elite NBA players in the live broadcast. Zhang Weiping was equally excited. Seasoned by the trials of the game, he reminded fans to maintain a calm mindset and view the match with reason, lest their soaring hopes lead to greater disappointment. Huang Ju is on the court. It seems he has earned Mike D'Antoni's trust. Nevertheless, let's focus on stability tonight, and I hope Huang Ju feels no undue pressure while fans remain composed. Zhang Weiping's words reflect a comprehensive consideration of the situation. Yet unbeknownst to him, Sun Zhongping misinterpreted the sentiment, joyfully exclaiming, "Zhang's guidance is spot on." It seems Huang Ju may find it quite challenging to replicate his extraordinary performance from the Christmas battle tonight. However, stopping this Arenas from scoring should pose no problem. Returning to the game at the Western Conference Arena, the Suns were attacking, with Nash orchestrating the play down the middle. Huang Ju continued to exhibit his extraordinary off-ball movement, weaving through the front court in an attempt to shake off the Wizards' shooting guard, Antonio Daniels. Faced with a defender of Kobe's caliber, Huang Ju found it no easy feat to evade him, yet against an unknown like Daniels, the advantages of his elite movement became apparent. During the year 2005, many defenders in the NBA had limited knowledge and techniques for guarding off-ball players. After all, before the era of the Splash Brothers, players like the Pistons' Hamilton, renowned for their movement, were indeed few and far between. With a few simple change of direction moves and variations in pace, Huang Ju successfully lost his opponent with the aid of Marion's screen and swiftly moved towards the three-point line. At that moment, Nash's pass arrived with pinpoint precision. As Huang Ju received the ball, he realized he was still a step inside the right side 45-degree angle three-point line. Without time to ponder, he instinctively took a dribble, stepped beyond the arc, and then leaped into the air for a decisive three-point shot. Yet this single dribble before shooting, under the influence of the off-ball king badge, caused a significant alteration. The dull thud of the ball, clanging off the rim, echoed as it rebounded harshly from the front of the basket. Before Huang Ju could fully comprehend the situation, Antoine Jamison snatched the defensive rebound, and the Wizards launched a rapid counterattack. Huang Ju quickly snapped back to reality and sprinted to defend. However, the Wizards' fast break had already reached the front court, with Jamison assisting Arenas, who evaded Nash, rising for a soaring one-handed dunk just inside the foul line. The score was now Suns 9, Wizards 17 at Arenas, having completed the fast break dunk, pounded his chest, and roared, instantly becoming the sound barrier of the Western Conference Arena. Huang Ju frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of self-reproach. Not only had he failed to convert a wide-open three-pointer on the offensive end, but his transition defense was also a beat too slow. lacking the fluid decisiveness he exhibited during the Christmas showdown as the team's leader. Nash approached Huang Ju, patting him on the shoulder with calm encouragement. Huang, lift your spirits. I believe you can make the next shot. However, don't be overly fixated on three-pointers. Sometimes, a two-pointer may yield a higher success rate. In response to Nash's advice, Huang Ju felt embarrassed. He didn't possess any mid-range shooting ability. Just then, the system in his mind provided a precise analysis, clarifying the previous confusion. It turned out that under the influence of the off-ball king badge, Huang Ju's most suitable role on the court was that of a pure off-ball player, constantly seeking space through movement, catching the ball, and shooting swiftly to ensure his rhythm and state were at their peak. In the final 5 minutes of the Christmas showdown, Huang Ju's 9 three-pointers were nearly all catch-and-shoot attempts. He had not dribbled once, nor did he exhibit any noticeable pause or hesitation after receiving the ball. Normally, even with a perfect three-point attribute of 100, one could not guarantee an impeccable shooting percentage for beyond the arc. Huang Ju's miraculous 9 consecutive makes during the Christmas showdown were not solely due to his 98-point three-point attribute, but were significantly boosted by the off-ball king badge, allowing him to achieve an extraordinary shooting rhythm through constant movement and immediate shooting. However, in the recent offensive sequence, Huang Ju received the ball and took a dribble while still inside the three-point line before stepping back to shoot. During that time, he had held the ball for over 1.5 seconds, and given the difficulty of the spinning shot, combined with his already subpar dribbling skills, deviating from the off-ball king badge's guidelines made his miss entirely understandable. With newfound clarity, Huang Ju felt invigorated. To become a top-tier off-ball player, he realized he must sacrifice all unnecessary ball-handling actions beyond catch-and-shoot scenarios. However, there was another crucial factor: Nash's timing for his passes. He evidently remained unaware that Huang Ju was most precise when catching and shooting from beyond the arc. Naturally assuming that in a completely open situation, Huang Ju's mid-range shots and cuts to the basket should also possess a certain level of threat, though the technical polarization might seem abstract. Huang Ju believed it was essential to swiftly inform Nash of his technical shortcomings so that their collaboration could achieve optimal results as expected. During the Suns' subsequent offensive play, Huang Ju made a cut through the lane while Nash, holding the ball from the right high post, mistakenly thought Huang Ju intended to execute a cut for a layup. Seeing the perfect timing for a pass, Nash's precise delivery swiftly approached as Huang Ju instinctively reached out to catch the flying basketball. He realized he was directly beneath the basket. The Wizards' center, Brendan Haywood, had been drawn to the left side of the paint by Boris Diaw, while the pursuing Daniels was left 2 meters behind. At that moment, Huang Ju indeed had an excellent opportunity for a layup. Drawing on the fundamental skills of a professional player, he could only muster the courage to leap awkwardly, executing a less-than-smooth reverse layup that grazed the backboard as it flew towards the rim. An ostensibly easy layup turned into a heart-stopping moment as the ball danced on the rim, bouncing 4 or 5 times before finally mischievously dropping away. Fortunately, Dio reacted quickly, seizing the offensive rebound and soaring for a putback dunk, drawing a shooting foul from Haywood behind him. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling Haywood's foul, granting Dio 2 free throw opportunities. As Dio approached the free throw line, Huang Ju remained mortified over his earlier missed layup, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Despite possessing only a 50-point layup attribute, it shouldn't have been this dismal, right? Huang Ju mused that he had been overly tensed in fact, if he had jumped just a bit higher, he could have executed a more reliable two-handed reverse dunk, which would have elevated his prestige significantly. It was indeed a case of heaven and hell in a single thought. James Jones internally rejoiced, thinking Huang Ju must have exhausted all his luck during the Christmas showdown. The carefree Sean Marion, without a second thought, nudged Huang Ju with his shoulder. "Hey, are you still dreaming? It's one thing to miss a three-pointer, but how can you not sink a wide-open two?" Huang Ju offered an awkward smile, attempting to play it off humorously. "Sean, you know me. I'm just better at shooting threes." In reflecting on Huang Ju's missed layup, Nash also engaged in self-reflection, realizing that this player's offensive repertoire needed further development. Aside from his three-point shooting, the other scoring methods are utterly ineffective. With his hands on his hips, Arenas disdainfully cast a glance at Huang Ju. seemingly convinced that this individual is merely a fleeting phenomenon, hardly worthy of excessive attention. Meanwhile, sitting on the sidelines, Suns head coach Mike D'Antoni could not help but furrow his brow, as tonight, Huang Ju appeared to be a completely different player from the one showcased during the Christmas showdown. All that remains is to observe his performance on the defensive end. Seated in the second row behind D'Antoni was the team's general manager, Steve Kerr, who remarked, "Mike, I have long asserted that this Asian lad is utterly unreliable." D'Antoni, clearly growing impatient, retorted with Kerr's own words, "Steve, you did claim you were not a one-game judge." As Dior prepared to inbound the ball, numerous Suns fans began to voice their grievances regarding Huang Ju's dismal performance tonight. Missing open three-point attempts is one thing, but to fail at an uncontested layup? Is he even a professional player? It's a disgrace to Steve's brilliant assist. This is truly an eyesore. I told you so. This Asian lad's explosive performance during the Christmas game was purely a stroke of luck, perhaps even assisted by performance-enhancing drugs. Hitting 9 three-pointers in 5 minutes, coupled with a miraculous buzzer beater in the first half, suggests that he has exhausted all his career luck in a single game. However, to be fair for an undrafted player, it was indeed worth it. Rather than hoping for another outburst from this Asian player, it would be wiser to anticipate the early return of Rajon Rondo and Leandro Barbosa. Tales of undrafted players rising to prominence are not an annual occurrence. At this moment, in the studio of Tianqiao 5, director Zhang Weiping was awkwardly attempting to defend Huang Ju. After all, both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. It appears that Huang Ju has yet to acclimate to the pace of the game. His timing on that cut to the basket was remarkably sharp. Its just at the finishing touch was slightly off. Next to him, Sun Jingping habitually undermined. Indeed, I believe Huang Ju will soon adapt to the game's rhythm and sink more three-pointers. Fans watching the 5 broadcasts from various locations, as well as those in the text live stream on the PC Sports website, were filled with mixed emotions. Huang Ju seems to have lost his rhythm tonight. Is there still a chance for redemption? It's evident that he is too tense. The fame he gained from the Christmas game has now placed a burden of expectations upon him. How could he miss an open layup? Forget it. I'll just go watch the highlight reel of Huang Ju from the Christmas showdown to calm my nerves. The game has only just begun. There is no need to rush. Moreover, it is clear to any discerning observer that although Huang Ju missed his first 2 shots, his off-the-ball movement and spatial awareness on the offensive end are undoubtedly top tier. Rivaling that of Hamilton from the Pistons, it must be said that Nash is genuinely supportive of Huang Ju, having passed him the ball on the first 2 occasions. As the saying goes, third time's the charm. Huang Ju's next shot will surely find its mark. I assure you, returning to the arena in Western America, Amare Stoudemire, the Sun star player who has been sidelined for 2 months due to injury, was present in a black suit, seated beside the Suns bench. Prior to the season, Stoudemire had been diagnosed with cartilage damage in his knee, and upon the advice of the Suns medical team, he underwent minimally invasive knee surgery. Initially, doctors predicted a recovery period of 3 to 4 months, with Stoudemire potentially returning after the All-Star game in late February. However, it now appears that his recovery is not progressing as hoped, and his return may be delayed until March or April. Due to his prolonged absence, Stoudemire's popularity and marketability have noticeably declined, and the MVP race from the previous season has created a rift between him and Nash. Regarding Huang Ju's breakout during the Christmas game, Stoudemire harbors a sense of disdain. After all, as fellow draftees from 2002, he has never afforded Yao Ming the respect he deserved. It's worth noting that although the first overall pick in 2002 was Yao Ming, the Rookie of the Year award that season went to the rising star Stoudemire. Watching Huang Ju, the undrafted Asian player, reveal his true colors tonight, Stoudemire could not suppress a chuckle from the sidelines. On the court, Dior made both free throws, granting possession to the Wizards. Arenas brought the ball up, and Huang Ju quickly adjusted his mindset, focusing all his energy on defense. Having prepared for the one-on-one against the General, Huang Ju was well aware of the advantages he held in height and wingspan during this mismatch, enabling him to effectively utilize his defensive prowess. Thus, Huang Ju's primary concern was arena speed and first-step explosiveness. Should he be beaten off the dribble, recovering to contest the shot would prove exceedingly challenging. Consequently, near the top of the arc, Huang Ju intentionally allowed Arenas a step and a half of space, lowering his center of gravity and extending his arms to adequately defend against a potential drive. Arenas, utterly dismissive of Huang Ju's presence, considered it an insult that Mike D'Antoni had assigned this Asian lad to defend him. With a sudden drop in his stance, Arenas, noticing Huang Ju retreating half a step, executed a deceptive dribble and prepared to launch a three-pointer. However, Huang Ju's sharp gaze allowed him to anticipate the general's choice, swiftly closing the gap and extending his long arms to contest Arenas' shot. Seasoned by the pressures of the game, Arenas remained unperturbed, executing a convincing crossover to slip past Huang Ju. Yet Huang Ju's quick footwork kept him hot on Arenas' heels, denying him the space for a quick pull-up shot. At this moment, Nash seized the opportunity to leave Daniels and provide help defense, setting up a potential double team against Arenas. Although limited by physical constraints and one-on-one defense, Nash's defensive awareness and basketball IQ were exceptional. Mirroring Huang Ju's current capabilities, Arenas was taken aback by the resilience of this Asian player. Seeing Nash closing in for the double team while his teammate Daniels stood wide open beyond the arc presented a prime opportunity to pass. However, driven by his competitive spirit, the general opted not to pass, instead taking a step back while backing down against Nash to execute a high-difficulty fadeaway jumper from the high post. Despite Nash's best efforts to contest the shot, he could only watch as the ball left Arenas' fingertips. Based on Nash's extensive experience, the challenge of executing a fadeaway from that position was considerable, and the likelihood of success was low. Thus, he instinctively turned to track the rebound. However, at that moment, Huang Ju, who had been lurking nearby, leapt from a step away, extending his long arms toward the basketball hurtling through the air from Arenas' fingertips in a near-heroic effort. Huang Ju's fingertips made light contact with the rapidly spinning ball, significantly altering its trajectory and force. Arenas' eyes widened in disbelief. The result was a clear air ball, landing precisely in the arms of Shawn Marion. OMG. That was a block. Indeed, with Nash's assistance, Huang Ju had just swatted Gilbert's fadeaway jumper. As Mike Breen's commentary rang through the arena, the Suns launched a swift counterattack, with Huang Ju, revitalized by his defensive effort, regaining his fearless demeanor. Nash received a pass from Marion, functioning like a precise transmission device. As he quickly dished the ball to Huang Ju, who was sprinting down the left side of the court, 2 steps beyond the three-point line. Without hesitation, Huang Ju took a step forward, halted abruptly, and launched a shot, unfazed by the imminent challenge from Arenas. Arenas, ultimately disadvantaged by height and wingspan, watched helplessly as the basketball soared over his outstretched fingers and swished through the net. Arenas found himself thwarted defensively, his frustration palpable as he rushed back, his body evidently colliding with Huang Ju's shooting cylinder. The main referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul on Arenas for hitting the shooter, leading to a three-point play. As Huang Ju tumbled to the floor, a familiar, confident smile reappeared on his face. That he was back. That comforting feeling had finally returned. Shawn Marion was the first to rush over, helping Huang Ju to his feet, playfully patting him on the backside, exclaiming, "You sly dog, you really are more accurate with threes than with twos." He then turned to Arenas, his tone dripping with challenge. "Gilbert, you'd better play nice. If you hurt my brother, I won't let it slide." As the 9th overall pick in 1999 draft, Shawn Marion had been a Western Conference All-Star reserve for 2 consecutive years and was the highest-paid player on the Suns. His experience enough to intimidate Arenas. Had it not been for a slight dip in his looks, Marion would undoubtedly enjoy greater popularity in the league. Currently, with Nash being the reliable veteran and Stoudemire sidelined due to injury, the responsibility of supporting the younger players fell squarely on Marion's shoulders. Being blocked by Huang Ju on the defensive end and subsequently yielding a three-point play was something Arenas, as the team's leader, could hardly accept. His teeth clenched and eyes blazing, his anger surged as Huang Ju stepped to the free throw line, effortlessly sinking his additional shot and helping the team score 4 consecutive points. The mood of the home crowd shifted dramatically. Who just claimed Huang was a fleeting star? Looks like they've been proven wrong. Though Huang might lack superior physical attributes, his defensive tenacity was commendable, and his basketball IQ was impressive. Mike D'Antoni had not misjudged him. This interplay of defense and offense was exquisite. How could a player who could score 28 points in 5 minutes possibly lack talent? In a live broadcast room of Tianqiao Wutai, Huang Ju's 4 points and one block not only compensated for his earlier missed layup, but also left Zhang Weiping beaming with pride. Beautiful! That fast break three-point play was truly spectacular. His extreme block against Arenas on defense showcased his solid defensive fundamentals. Sun Zhengping chimed in with delight. What did I just say? Didn't I tell you the three-pointer would come? Even if we can't stop Kobe, Arenas is hardly a challenge. The two commentators exchanged knowing smiles, reveling in the performance of their homegrown star. The millions of Tianqiao fans glued to their televisions and PCs were bursting with excitement. Their earlier apprehensions about Huang Ju's performance swiftly dissipating. Huang is phenomenal. That fast break three-point play was incredibly assertive. That's how it's done. Take down Arenas. Who would dare argue that Huang Ju's 28 points in the Christmas matchup were merely a flash in the pan? Who? My goodness, watching Huang Ju's live game was exhilarating. The speed of his fast breaks and the lightning-quick release of his shots were simply mesmerizing. Returning to the arena in the Western Conference. A furious Arenas brought the ball up court, intent on reclaiming his pride by targeting Huang Ju. Despite Huang Ju's relentless defensive pressure, Arenas managed to escape using his speed and quick changes of direction. However, his final jump shot was slightly off target. Clang! The basketball clanked off the rim. Clearly, Huang Ju's defensive entanglement had disrupted Arenas' offensive flow. The entire Suns team began to find their rhythm. Huang Ju repeatedly made cuts along the perimeter, drawing the attention of two defenders. Even Brandon Haywood beneath the basket became disoriented by Huang Ju's tireless movement. Seizing the moment, Sean Marion dashed in from the left, catching Nash's high lob pass. And with a fierce roar, he dunked over the inattentive Haywood. Boom! The resounding noise echoed as Haywood stumbled and dropped to the floor. Marion, having just posterized the Wizards' center, pounded his chest in triumph as the Suns unleashed a 6-0 run, quickly leveling the score. Suns 17-17, Wizards. During the Wizards' subsequent offensive possession, Arenas found himself once again double-teamed by Huang Ju and Nash. In a hasty attempt to distribute the ball, Huang Ju anticipated the pass. Extending his long arms for yet another steal, smack, the ball was swatted forward, and Nash rushed up to seize it. With Huang Ju's positioning drawing defenders away, Nash attacked the basket, executing a European step to evade Arenas' grasp. Effortlessly laying it in for 2 points, swish, the Suns surged ahead in score, prompting Wizards head coach Eddie Jordan to call a lengthy timeout. Suns 19-17, Wizards. The atmosphere in the Western Conference arena erupted, with home fans cheering wildly, their spirits soaring. After being stifled 3 consecutive times by Huang Ju and Nash, who had delivered a block and a steal to the agile Asian undrafted player, Arenas stormed off the court in fury. His fists pounding the bench, radiating an intensity that suggested he might dash to the locker room for a gun at any moment. Meanwhile, Huang Ju reveled in the adoration of the Suns fans. Having played just 3 minutes, though he initially missed his first 2 attempts, he quickly redeemed himself with 4 points, 1 block, and 1 steal, his contributions revitalizing the entire team. As he returned to the bench, he gratefully accepted a Gatorade offered by Eddie House, took a sip, and glanced up at the rafters of the Western Conference arena. Among the many retired jerseys of the Suns, Charles Barkley's number 34 shone the brightest. In the 1993 finals, Barkley led the Suns against Jordan, only to suffer a heartbreaking defeat. This was the peak of the round mound of rebound, and the closest the Phoenix Suns had ever come to an NBA championship. With a history spanning 40 years, the Suns had yet to claim a single championship trophy. Should Huang Ju ultimately join the Suns, could he, alongside Nash and Marion, dare to dream of that ultimate glory? At least for now, the Suns' atmosphere and tactical approach seemed perfectly suited to Huang Ju's 3D skill set. Mike D'Antoni wore a radiant smile. Perhaps a flawless performance of 9 out of 9 shots was partly due to luck. Yet, Huang Ju's demonstration of both offensive and defensive prowess that evening was more than sufficient to attest to his strength. Upon resuming play, the Wizards altered their offensive strategy. Arenas, now facing double teams, refrained from forcing plays and opted to distribute the ball more to his teammates. During a defensive rotation, Huang Ju decisively switched onto the ball-handling Karen Butler, unleashing his deathly grip technique flawlessly. Guarding a point guard and prolific scorer of Arenas' caliber, Huang Ju faced considerable speed disadvantages and relied on his teammates for support. However, against the similarly sized small forward Karen Butler, Huang Ju's 91 defensive rating was fully realized. Butler primarily served as a spot-up scorer for the Wizards, although he possessed some ball handling and driving skills. His dribbling speed was slow, and his overall skill level was average. In the face of Huang Ju's one-on-one defense, Butler clearly underestimated the challenge, attempting to force his way through, despite taking a slight hit in physicality. Huang Ju held firm, his quick footwork and long arms entangling his opponent like vines. Seeing no way to escape, Butler grew increasingly frustrated, nearly losing control of the ball at his feet. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Ju swiftly made his move, executing a surgical steal with lightning speed. Smack! A forceful single defense led to a turnover, and Huang Ju's solid defensive fundamentals were evident to the naked eye, inciting Caron Butler's frustration to the brink of a foul. However, during the counterattack, Huang Ju's pass to Nash was somewhat delayed, allowing the Wizards to swiftly regroup, compelling Nash to slow the pace and engage in a half-court battle. Boris Diaw positioned himself at the right high post to receive Nash's pass, drawing Brendan Haywood out of the paint. Huang Ju quickly advanced, utilizing Diaw's on-ball screen, and seamlessly cut to the 0-degree angle at the right three-point line. Daniel's pursuit was successfully delayed by Diaw, prompting Brendan Haywood's attempt to switch onto the corner-bound Huang Ju, but the center's footwork was evidently too sluggish. While setting the screen, Diaw had already prepared for the pass, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, effortlessly delivering the ball to Huang Ju stationed at the corner three-point line. This collaboration was remarkably concise and exquisite, reminiscent of the plays executed by the Splash Brothers during the Warriors era, involving Curry, Green, and others. The moment Huang Ju received the ball, he soared into the air, facing the wavering Brendan Haywood, drawing back his bow to release another shot. Swish, another hit. Throughout the first quarter, Huang Ju played for just over 5 minutes in the latter half. Following 2 missed attempts, he subsequently sank all 3 of his three-point attempts and converted 1 of 1 from the free throw line, accumulating a total of 10 points, while also contributing 2 spectacular steals and 1 block on the defensive end. In stark contrast, General Arenas, who started with a blazing hand, hitting 5 of 6 shots for 12 points, later faltered, missing all 4 of his subsequent attempts, experiencing a dramatic decline in form. The Suns, 29, led the Wizards, 21, by 8 points as they entered the second quarter. Meanwhile, the Suns' medical staff confirmed that Raja Bell had sustained a leg muscle strain, ruling him out for the remainder of the night and projecting a recovery period of 1 to 2 weeks. It must be noted that among the 30 teams in the NBA, the Suns' medical team is undoubtedly among the most conscientious and professional. Although Raja Bell was injured, Mike D'Antoni refrained from blindly increasing Huang Ju's playing time, opting instead to rest him alongside Nash and other starters just 2 minutes into the second quarter. Clearly, D'Antoni had begun to regard Huang Ju as a core player for the team, adhering to the medical staff's advice to judiciously manage his playing time according to his physical condition, thus mitigating the risk of injury. Stepping in for Huang Ju for a brief stint was the Suns' rookie, small forward, Deon Thompson. Thompson, selected as the 24th pick in the second round of this year's NBA draft, averaged only around 8 minutes of playing time with the Suns, contributing 2.9 points, all while holding a non-guaranteed contract worth $400,000, with Steve Kerr's management contemplating his release. Compared to Huang Ju, who was originally an undrafted player, their fates seem to be diverging towards starkly different paths. The NBA is destined to be a ruthless league where the weak are devoured by the strong. Without sufficient prowess, one will ultimately be ousted, perhaps with the exception of a certain prince named Bronny in the future, in Cleveland. Within the opulent living room of a lavish villa, the Cavaliers had no game today. LeBron James, having completed a day of training, was now seated on his sofa, watching the Suns versus Wizards matchup on ESPN. The top-tier 3 and D talent displayed by the Suns' number 30, Huang Ju, instantly made James salivate with desire. A single game might be attributed to luck, but consecutive standout performances unequivocally showcase raw talent. Directly dialing the Cavaliers' general manager, David Griffin, James wasted no time, stating, "Mr. Griffin, I trust you have noticed that player on a 10-day contract with the Suns. If possible, I sincerely hope the management can sign him. Both the Cavaliers and I require such a role player, and he would prove to be a valuable asset by my side, as the #1 pick of the illustrious 2003 draft class. The league's commissioner, David Stern, had championed James as a prodigious talent. Now in his third professional season, LeBron had already demonstrated the prowess of a superstar, although the Cavaliers currently held the 5th seed in the Eastern Conference. James had appeared on the latest official MVP rankings, astonishingly placed second, surpassing the likes of Nowitzki, Duncan, Kobe, and Nash. Discussing the NBA's 2005-06 season, it was indeed marked by a chaotic and intricate landscape, devoid of a definitive powerhouse as the frontrunner for the championship. Nor was there a single player who could be deemed the unequivocal best in the league. While the San Antonio Spurs, fresh off their 2005 championship, boasted Tim Duncan with 3 titles, 2 regular season MVPs, and 3 finals MVPs, not to mention countless all-star selections, his individual accolades were sufficient to overshadow Shaquille O'Neal, positioning him as the league's top player. However, the Spurs functioned as a team-oriented franchise in a small market, resulting in limited popularity and influence for Duncan, with his merchandise sales lagging. That if one were to argue that the top player of this era was the diesel Shaquille O'Neal, it was clear that his dominance inside had waned since his move to the Heat. Even within Miami, he had graciously yielded the spotlight to the younger Dwayne Wade, opting for a supporting role. Kobe Bryant, while averaging impressive scoring numbers this season, had yet to validate his leadership capabilities post-O'Neal. With the team's performance remaining mediocre, the big-ticket Kevin Garnett held a regular season MVP award but had never led his team to a championship, often being overshadowed in the playoffs by Dirk the Great. Players like Allen Iverson, Nowitzki, Nash, and Tracy McGrady lagged considerably in terms of individual accolades. As for the rising stars of the 2003 draft class, James, Anthony, and Wade, they were benefiting more from their youth than their current accolades and honors, which clearly fell short of elite status. Thus, this period in the NBA strongly demanded a new face to captivate the vast fan market. While Kobe was the ideal candidate, the fallout from the Colorado incident had marred his image, leaving David Stern with no choice but to place his hopes on the king, James. This season, James had significantly improved his team's performance, with personal statistics soaring to 31 points, 7 rebounds, 6.6 assists, and 1.6 steals per game, showcasing remarkable versatility. Coupled with the league's vigorous promotion, James' popularity was soaring, even eclipsing that of Kobe and Shaquille in the United States. In Miami, within a luxurious beachfront villa, Shaquille O'Neal, shirtless, was lounging on the sofa with his friend Wade, watching the Suns versus Wizards game on television. The Heat also had no game that day, but O'Neal couldn't help but express his grievances about the training session orchestrated by Pat Riley. Damn. That guy's a real taskmaster. I've already shed over 30 pounds this year. I just hope Alonzo can get rid of this annoying old man soon. In contrast to the 33-year-old accolade O'Neal, the youthful Wade, brimming with ambition and vitality, held himself to higher standards. Shaquille, I fear I may disappoint you. I've heard Riley is set to replace Stan Van Gundy and return as head coach of the Heat. If that happens, we will undoubtedly face more troubles. O'Neal rolled his eyes, his fist striking the coffee table. A bunch of misfits. The Heat should be focusing on strengthening the wing positions. That number 30 from the Suns looks quite promising, capable of defending and shooting without hogging the ball. He reminded me of the former Robert Horry. Wade nodded in agreement, adding with a smile, "This Asian kid truly has some skills." He scored 28 points in just 5 minutes against Kobe during the Christmas showdown. So it seems it wasn't mere luck. Back at the Western Conference Arena, the second quarter was now past its midpoint. Following Antoine Jamison's driving jump shot, the Wizards had narrowed the gap to just 1 point. Suns 37 versus Wizards 36. But in terms of roster depth, the Suns, plagued by injuries, were evidently struggling to compete with the Wizards. After the official timeout, the starting players from both teams returned to the court, having performed admirably in the first quarter with a team-high 10 points. Huang Ju earned the full trust of Mike D'Antoni, continuing to partner with Nash, Marion, and Diaw in the starting lineup. However, James Jones, playing as a small forward, stands out as the weakest link in the Suns' starting lineup. In Mike D'Antoni's perspective, if Raja Bell were to make a return, elevating the agile player to the starting small forward position would undoubtedly bolster the Suns' fast-paced lineup, enhancing their prowess on both offensive and defensive fronts. The Suns initiated the attack, that on the bench, Arenas, having adjusted his emotions, visibly regained his form. With a daring defensive maneuver, he leapt to intercept Nash's pass. Smack! The Wizards' counterattack was equally incisive in a fast break. Arenas, faced with Nash's pursuit, opted against recklessness and instead delivered a precise pass to the sprinting Antawn Jamison, who, without hesitation, relayed the ball to the cutting Karen Butler, culminating in a spectacular windmill dunk. Boom! Under the connection of the Wizards trio, they executed a brilliant fast break, taking the lead with a score of 38-37. Karen Butler, elated by his explosive dunk, roared defiantly, passing by Jones and taunting, "Hey, Asian kid, if you dare, try to steal from me again." Jones, wrinkling his nose in silent disbelief, thought it absurd that such a demand could be made. He felt compelled to rise to the occasion. With the change of possession, the Suns pressed forward once more. This time, Jones continued to maneuver along the perimeter, drawing defenders away, while Nash, a premier point guard in the league, showcased his elite offensive reading skills, spotting an opportunity as James Jones cut towards the basket. He delivered a silky assist, allowing Jones to effortlessly finish with a dunk. Boom! A palpable sense of competition existed between James Jones and Jones, as he understood that if Raja Bell returned from injury and his performance failed to outshine Jones, he would be mercilessly relegated to the bench. Thus, under the intense pressure of competition, Jones began to focus earnestly on his offensive contributions, seeking opportunities to shine on defense. Jones continued to guard Arenas, who, confronted with Jones' challenge of allowing him to shoot rather than drive, was fueled with determination. From just beyond the three-point line, Arenas suddenly took a shot, the basketball soaring past Jones' outstretched fingers. Swish! Having seemingly regained the fiery touch from the first quarter, Arenas taunted Jones with a finger wag, coldly challenging, "Asian kid, if you have what it takes, make another shot, will you?" Jones refrained from responding directly to Arenas' provocation, instead hastening to reposition himself on offense. With the change of possession, Nash appeared displeased by Arenas' arrogance towards Jones. Thus, on the offensive front, he signaled his teammates to execute tactical movements, creating opportunities for Jones. Dio and Marion swiftly formed an open elevator door at the high post, allowing Jones to execute a swift cut from the corner. Dashing through the opening to the left wing beyond the three-point line, Nash's pass was precise. As Arenas found himself obstructed by the elevator door, Jones caught and leapt, launching a shot without hesitation. Swish! The Suns' offensive effort took a mere 8 seconds, prompting an infuriated Arenas to shove Dio, who was blocking him, an act promptly observed by the vigilant referee. Beep! Beep! The whistle blew, and without hesitation, the referee issued a technical foul against Arenas. Typically the highest free throw shooter on the Suns, Nash smiled and graciously allowed the opportunity to be taken by Jones. With composure, Jones approached the free throw line, converting the technical foul shot with ease. Swish! Scoring 4 consecutive points. Jones finally returned the favor to Arenas. Gilbert, one shot isn't enough. Clearly incensed, Arenas, feeling humiliated by a disregarded Asian player, took to the offensive once more, holding the ball on the perimeter. Faced with Jones' defense, he skillfully maneuvered to create space and launched another three-pointer. Clang! This shot proved considerably more challenging. Despite Jones' earnest interference, the ball clanged off the rim. However, the long rebound was snatched by Antawn Jamison. The Wizards initiated a second offensive opportunity, with Jamison, under Marion's stringent defense, quickly identifying the cutting Karen Butler beneath the basket and delivering a bounce pass. Brandon Haywood, stationed at the edge of the key, effectively blocked Dio, providing Butler with an ideal opportunity for a dunk. Receiving Jamison's pass, Butler stepped into the paint, completely evading James Jones, and soared upward, ball in hand, preparing for a thunderous dunk. Just then, a flash of movement erupted from the side. Jones, having anticipated the play, soared from Butler's left flank, his long arms slicing through the air as if wielding a celestial sword. Smack! With a resounding clap, Jones thwarted Butler's dunk, slapping the ball down with force. Despite the ball being swatted away, the momentum of Butler's dunk remained. As his palm crashed against the steel rim with a resounding thud, smack! The impact left Butler's right hand swollen, a stark contrast of red and black, resembling a charred delicacy. Having blocked Butler's dunk, Jones landed and immediately sprinted to the frontcourt. Whoosh! 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 The basketball, now deflected by Jones, was swiftly gathered by Shawn Marion, who initially intended to pass to Nash. However, seeing Jones already charging ahead of the play, having created a significant lead over Arenas, Marion opted for a long pass instead. Whoosh, Marion, unlike Nash, lacked the precision in passing, and the ball sailed wide, lacking both accuracy and force, as the basketball flew toward the paint. Jones, stationed beyond the three-point line, seized the moment, sprinting forward to catch the ball, charging toward the basket with determination. Feeling Arenas closing in from behind, Jones took 2 steps, his Adidas Kobe 8s landing firmly within the restricted arc, before leaping, clutching the ball with both hands and driving it toward the rim. Despite possessing only a 50 dunk rating, this fast break opportunity was too golden to squander. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Jones executed a slightly restrained two-handed dunk, his takeoff occurring too close to the basket. Consequently, after the dunk, he firmly gripped the steel rim, using the momentum to propel his legs upward, reminiscent of Shaquille O'Neal's iconic dunks. Cheers erupted in the arena as Suns fans raised their fists, chanting 30, "My God!" Having chased down Butler defensively and completed a fast break dunk, it was evident that this Asian player was more than just a three-point shooter, though the fast break dunk may have lacked finesse. It ultimately counted, eliciting laughter and excitement that Jones' remarkable awareness on both ends of the court positioned him as a veritable sprite upon the hardwood. Curiously, despite his apparent deficiencies in dribbling, passing, and layup skills, his three-point shooting was consistently accurate, and his off-ball movement adeptly pierced through defenses. This young man seemed to have already tallied 15 points, alongside 2 steals and 2 blocks. It must be said, his performance was undeniably on par with Rajabel's, if not an enhanced version thereof. Amidst the electrifying atmosphere of the home crowd, the Wizards' offense began to grow hasty once again. Arenas, leveraging a screen, barreled toward the basket, but recklessly entered the Suns' defensive perimeter, only to be met with a thunderous rejection from Marion. Smack! The Suns launched another fast break, with Jones weaving through his teammate screens, causing Arenas and Butler to collide clumsily in their fervent pursuit of him. Bang! As the 2 players slipped and fell onto the floor beneath them, the nimble Huang Ju, emerging from a 30-degree angle on the right, received Nash's precise pass. He soared into the air and made another shot. Swish! The 5th one, as Huang Ju elegantly landed after sinking yet another three-pointer. He frowned and looked down at Arenas and Karen Butler, sprawled on the floor before him, feigning confusion as he remarked, "Oh dear, why are you 2 still lying there?" Marion, who rushed over to high-five Huang Ju, erupted into laughter, seizing the opportunity to tease Arenas. "Gilbert, if you can't defend, just admit it. There's no need to lie on the floor." Right? That flop was ridiculously obvious. Arenas, struggling to regain his footing, was furious and clenched his fists, ready to confront Shawn Marion. Fortunately, he was quickly restrained by Karen Butler beside him. The 3 referees rushed in immediately to prevent the situation from escalating. On Eddie Jordan's side, sensing the rising tension, he promptly called for a lengthy timeout. The Suns led the Wizards 48-41, with Huang Ju having made 3 consecutive shots and leading the team on a 9-0 run. The Suns had swiftly expanded their advantage to 7 points. Meanwhile, the Wizards' head coach was occupied with pacifying the temperamental General Arenas, while another key player, Antoine Jamison, sat on the bench, grumbling in displeasure. It was evident that Jamison had grown weary of Arenas' incessant solo plays. Within the Wizards, the conflict over ball control between Arenas and Jamison had long existed. Unlike Butler, Jamison was not a player who thrived without the ball and required his share of possessions. As an all-star player who entered the league earlier, Jamison did not believe the younger Arenas could adequately assume the role of the team's leader as the game progressed. Although Arenas had scored 15 points from 13 attempts in the first half, he had only managed to make 1 out of his last 7 shots, allowing Huang Ju to surpass him in scoring rapidly. The commentary booth, Mike Breen was visibly excited, having the privilege of witnessing the rise of an Asian undrafted player for the 2nd consecutive game. For him and ESPN, this was a significant boost in viewership. There's an old saying in the Middle Kingdom that seems to suggest heroes emerge from youth. I believe Huang's performance tonight truly validates this. After missing his first 2 attempts, Huang had since gone on to make 6 consecutive shots, hitting 2 free throws, amassing an impressive 19 points, along with 2 steals and 2 blocks, currently leading the game in scoring. Surpassing Arenas' 15 points, the Phoenix Suns had indeed struck gold. Yet I still find myself puzzled as to why the Suns management opted to offer Huang a mere 10-day contract instead of securing him with a long-term deal. Mitchell Thompson, seated beside me, chuckled. It seems the Suns management is overly cautious. However, I believe most fans, myself included, wouldn't have imagined Huang performing this well before tonight's game. With Huang's incredible three-point shooting of 5 out of 6 tonight, he had accumulated a remarkable 14 successful three-pointers out of 15 attempts over the last 2 NBA games, likely breaking the three-point shooting record once again. In the live broadcast room of the Middle Kingdom, veteran commentators Zhang Weiping and Sun Zhengping were grinning from ear to ear, reveling in the simplicity of their commentary, which required no technical finesse, just pure exuberance. The Suns' 9-0 run was indeed a sight to behold. And to think that all 9 points were scored by Huang Ju alone, remarkably so. The moment Huang Ju faked out Arenas to sink that three-pointer was truly impressive. Arenas, who ranks just behind Kobe, Iverson, and LeBron in scoring this season, had now fallen to the prowess of our Huang Ju. Yao Ming had previously stated that Huang Ju was the Tracy McGrady of our Middle Kingdom. And it seems that description may have been too conservative, haha. Not only Zhang Weiping and Sun Jinping, but also many sports hosts, commentators, and journalists from the Middle Kingdom, including Su Jiqing, Yang Su-kun, and Yang Jian, were overwhelmed with excitement over Huang Ju's explosive performances in these consecutive games. Although Yao Ming entered the NBA as the first overall pick and spent over 3 seasons developing into a team leader, none of his performances could compare in magnitude to Huang Ju's recent displays. Tonight, with 19 points, 2 blocks, and 2 steals in the first half, while perhaps not as staggering as his last game's 5 points with 28 and a miraculous game winner, Huang Ju's presence on both ends of the court was undeniable, serving as a pillar for the Suns and matching Arenas' fierce play, igniting fervor among the fans. The most exhilarated, of course, were the millions of fans eagerly watching on their televisions and online. Wah wah wah, Huang Ju is invincible. I'm completely awestruck. Brothers, is it too much to say that Huang Ju has completely outshined General Arenas on both ends of the court? To be fair, although I'm also a die-hard fan of Yao Ming, watching Huang Ju play is 10 times more exhilarating. Simply based on Huang Ju's last 5 minutes in the previous game and his performance in this half, it's fair to say that even Kobe or Jordan would find it rare to produce such masterpieces in their careers. Right? Haha, Huang Ju is hilarious, shooting three-pointers with such precision, yet stumbling while dunking. His technical tendencies are quite evident. A legend indeed, Huang Ju is the greatest legend of our Middle Kingdom basketball in the NBA. Damn it, my wife must cook 4 dishes for me this afternoon. This is the strength Huang Ju brings to us fans. Returning to the arena in the West, the timeout ended and the game resumed. The first half was now entering its final 2 minutes of contention. The Wizards' adjustments were clearly ineffective, as Jamison's isolation play missed, prompting Nash to orchestrate a fast break, utilizing Huang Ju and his teammates' movements to create space. He unexpectedly penetrated and executed a smooth floater. Swish! This was only Nash's second shot of night. He had made both attempts, scoring 4 points while already dishing out 7 assists, with his teammates in fine form. Nash was more than happy to distribute the ball, especially with Huang Ju's emergence. A newfound vitality had been injected into the Phoenix Suns in the last 0.5 seconds of the first half. The Suns executed their final play. Initially stationed in the corner, Huang Ju suddenly initiated a backdoor cut, using a screen to navigate to the three-point line at the top of the arc. Receiving a return pass from Diaw, he faced a fiercely charging Antoine Jamison, leaped, and took another shot. Although Jamison had the advantage of height and wingspan, and his defensive switch was timely, Huang Ju's release was simply too swift. The basketball whizzed past Jamison's fingertips, barely missing by 3 centimeters, soaring towards the hoop 8 meters away. Swish, beep beep. As the ball swished through the net, the buzzer sounded and the red light illuminated, marking yet another thrilling buzzer-beater three-point play in a coastal villa located in Santa Monica, Los Angeles. The television in the living room was broadcasting the game between the Suns and the Wizards. Meanwhile, a tall, composed Asian man seated on the sofa trembled slightly, tears glistening in his eyes. Witnessing Huang Ju's spectacular buzzer beater just before halftime, Wang Ju could no longer contain the tears of a middle-aged man. Prior to the commencement of this season, Wang had been officially waived by the Miami Heat after 2 seasons, and thus far, no NBA team had expressed interest in signing him, since being selected as the 7th pick in the second round of the 1999 NBA draft. Wang had officially stepped onto the NBA stage at the age of 23 in 2000, playing for the Mavericks, Clippers, and Heat, briefly reaching the pinnacle of his career with the Clippers, where he had once scored 21 points in a single game. However, at the age of 28, despite his aspirations to carve out a niche in the NBA, Wang ultimately found himself at the mercy of fate, left without a team to play for as the new season commenced. He remained undeterred, hoping to secure an invitation from an NBA team through his agent, his wife Song Yang, and connections with Yao Ming. Yet, reality proved increasingly harsh. At nearly 28, his soft, perimeter-oriented playing style was not well regarded, and his defensive capabilities were also deemed lacking. Coupled with the proactive persuasion from the governing bodies in China, it seemed that the initial conflict had gradually been resolved, making his return to the national team and the CBA timely. However, as he watched Huang Ju's outstanding performance on the NBA court tonight, along with his heroic figure relentlessly sprinting, Wang was deeply moved, as if he were transported back to the innocent days of donning the Mavericks jersey. For the sake of his dreams, he yearned for one last chance. NBA, I am not ready to say goodbye. The Suns, leading 55-43 against the Wizards, entered halftime with a 12-point advantage. Even with starting shooting guard Rajabel sidelined due to injury, and both Stoudemire and Barbosa also unavailable, the Suns maintained their fast-paced style of play, thanks to Huang Ju's unexpected brilliance on both ends of the court, showcasing a collective strength and cohesion that clearly outmatched the Wizards. The high-definition screens above the court displayed a montage of Huang Ju's impressive first-half highlights, captivating the fans in attendance. With 7 of 9 field goals made, 6 of 7 three-pointers, and 3 of 3 free throws, Huang had efficiently amassed 23 points, along with 2 steals and 2 blocks. This performance was nothing short of Michael Jordan-esque. It was truly hard to fathom how someone who once struggled to dribble could produce such dazzling results. The audacity of his shot over Antoine Jamison was nerve-wracking. Had it been delayed by even a fraction of a second, it surely would have been blocked. Huang's release was as swift as lightning. After 2 consecutive outstanding games, it seemed I truly owed this Asian prodigy an apology. He was indeed a unique talent. Despite the chorus of admiration, there were also naysayers. Huang's performance certainly exceeded our expectations of an undrafted player. His three-point shooting was exceptionally precise. However, his physical gifts were ultimately rather ordinary. And in the event of an injury, recovery would likely be challenging. They were right. Such high-frequency output might be sustainable for a game or 2, but over the long term, it was simply unattainable. Asian players were typically fragile. No player in this world has maintained a three-point shooting percentage above 50 for an extended period, and that is an unalterable reality. Nevertheless, it was improbable that Huang could remain this accurate indefinitely. I stand by my statement. While God donned the Suns' number 30 jersey, he could just as easily depart at any moment, as if he had won the lottery. Suns head coach Mike D'Antoni wore a broad smile. Huang Ju's first-half performance not only enhanced his reputation, but also delivered a significant blow to general manager Steve Kerr. As a prominent figure in the NBA, D'Antoni knew full well that Huang's three-point shooting could not remain this flawless indefinitely. However, his defensive prowess was undeniably formidable, and his off-ball movement was of a premier caliber, even surpassing that of the Pistons' Hamilton. The team's foremost task now was to swiftly secure Huang Ju's signature to prevent rival teams from swooping in. Additionally, as an Asian player, Huang's health was a matter of priority for D'Antoni's coaching staff and the Suns' medical team, necessitating limitations on his playing time. Meanwhile, seated in the second row of the sidelines, Suns general manager Steve Kerr was genuinely astonished by Huang Ju's extraordinary performance tonight. Resting his chin on his hand, Kerr was compelled to seriously contemplate the possibility of signing Huang to a minimum contract. However, the pressing question remained. If offered a non-guaranteed minimum contract, would Huang still be amenable to signing? Phoenix, the capital and largest city of Arizona, boasts a population exceeding 1.2 million, ranking 6th among U.S. cities. Although it may not rival New York, Los Angeles, or Chicago, it remains a substantial basketball market, attracting its share of star-studded fans. Among the notable attendees of the game were Iron Mike Tyson, Britney Spears, and the ever-charming Leo DiCaprio, all present at the arena. In the Suns' locker room, players were animatedly chatting and laughing, with Shawn Marion playfully mimicking Arena's comical fall, which elicited laughter. Raja Bell, feeling somewhat neglected, complained to Nash. "Steve, didn't you pass the ball to Huang alone at least 7 or 8 times in the first half? I've been with the Suns for 2 years, yet I've never received such treatment." Nash chuckled in response. "Raja, if you could shoot as accurately as Huang, I would certainly pass to you more." In stark contrast, the atmosphere in the visiting team's locker room was considerably more tense. Arenas furiously pounded on his locker, nearly sparking a confrontation with Jameson. Karen Butler wore a disgruntled expression, nursing a swollen right hand after being blocked by Huang Ju. "Damn it, we must show this Asian kid some real competition in the second half." Wizards head coach Eddie Jordan also adjusted his strategy, assigning Karen Butler to guard Huang Ju closely while instructing Arenas to disrupt Nash's passing as much as possible as the third quarter commenced. The Wizards managed to spark a brief scoring run, yet the Suns maintained their relentless pace, capitalizing on the slow transition of Wizards center Haywood, and with Huang Ju's perimeter threat and Nash's elite playmaking. They consistently created advantageous situations on the offensive end. Despite Huang Ju facing intensified defensive scrutiny, the opportunities may have diminished, but Marion emerged as the primary scorer, with James Jones and Diaw also contributing points. While Nash increased his offensive involvement, the Wizards, known for their lackluster defensive efficiency, struggled to narrow the gap as the Suns remained in formidable form, with just over 5 minutes left in the third quarter. The Suns held an 11-point lead, having only allowed the Wizards to claw back a single point over the past 7 minutes. General Arenas was growing increasingly impatient, and it seemed that his fortune had run dry for the night. Facing Huang Ju's tight defense, Arenas attempted another three-pointer after shaking off his defender, but once again he missed. Clang! Marion secured the defensive rebound and quickly passed the ball to Nash, reigniting the Suns' fast-break offense. With a change in rhythm, Huang Ju utilized a deceptive pace, first standing at the left 45-degree angle beyond the arc before suddenly accelerating towards the baseline, drawing Karen Butler in pursuit, then swiftly reversing course. Utilizing a high-quality screen from Shawn Marion to return to the left 45-degree angle. With Nash's perfectly timed pass, Huang seized the opportunity and released a shot. Swish! After a 7-minute silence in the third quarter, Huang Ju emerged like an assassin on the court, seizing the moment without hesitation, sharp as a sword, piercing through the air with precision. What a shot! Huang had just netted his 7th three-pointer of the night, bringing his total to 26 points, still the highest in the game. As we observe the onset of the second half, the Wizards evidently intensified their defensive efforts against Huang, simultaneously striving to disrupt Steve's passing lanes, which yielded some effect. However, as players from the Suns continued to score relentlessly, the Wizards' defense inevitably faltered, leading to a gradual relaxation in their pursuit and interception of Huang. That it was precisely at this juncture that Huang once again showcased his off-ball prowess on the court, executing sharp cuts that pierced through the defense, receiving the ball, and launching a three-pointer that found its mark. Indeed, he resembled an assassin on the court, composed and incisive. At the commentary booth, Mike Breen was lavish with his praise. As a prominent voice of ESPN, he celebrated the spectacle he was witnessing. Were an Asian player to perform akin to Yao Ming, Mike Breen might choose to overlook it. Yet when an Asian player plays like Kobe, or even at the pinnacle of Jordan's prowess, he must offer the most fitting commendation. Within the esteemed realm of the NBA, witnessing a transcendent performance like Huang's elevates the brilliance of sports beyond the confines of race and ethnicity. In a subsequent defensive play by the Suns, Huang anticipated that Arenas would attempt to go one-on-one. Consequently, he surged to the perimeter, swiftly engaging in tight defense, his long arms ensnaring Arenas with relentless pressure. Providing maximum disturbance, that Huang's sudden defensive approach caught Arenas off guard. Despite his attempts to dribble away, he was ultimately thwarted by Huang's outstretched arm, resulting in a clean steal. Smack. This marked Huang's first successful steal against Arenas in a one-on-one situation tonight, igniting a wave of excitement among the Suns fans, who erupted in cheers and raised fists. With possession of the ball, Huang refrained from over-dribbling, rapidly passing it to Nash, who was streaking down the sideline. Due to a moment of anxiety and a slight miscalculation in his passing technique, Huang nearly sent the ball out of bounds. Fortunately, Nash's quick reflexes allowed him to recover it just in time. Shawn Marion, receiving Nash's behind-the-back save, took a dribble before actively seeking out Huang, swiftly distributing the ball to the left side of the frontcourt. After adjusting his position outside the left three-point arc, Huang received the pass, launching another shot as he faced the leaping defense of Karen Butler, releasing the ball with precision. Clang! This shot finally missed the mark. However, the referee's whistle followed closely, calling a foul on Karen Butler for hitting Huang's shooting arm. Stepping to the charity stripe, Huang converted all 3 free throws, elevating his personal score to 29 points and helping the Suns extend their lead to 17 points from the prior 3-point miss. Huang could clearly identify the issue. It was Marion's pass that had been slightly off, making the reception awkward and leading to the misfire. It seemed that a top-tier off-ball player like himself required the synergy of a premier passer like Nash to unleash their fullest potential. Having been thwarted by Huang's defense, the indignant General Arenas charged back into the fray, bulldozing his way toward the basket, resulting in a foul from Dia. Swish, clang, perhaps due to a shift in mentality. Arenas managed only to convert one of 2 free throws, with Marion soaring to reclaim the rebound and promptly locating Nash. After suffering consecutive setbacks, the Wizards hastened their defensive transition, while Arenas, in guarding Nash, took 2 lateral steps back to obstruct his passing lane. Nash, undeterred by the defensive pressure, seized the moment, advancing the ball quickly up court, and without hesitation, leaped for a three-pointer from the right side, decisively releasing the shot. Swish, and it was good. With that three-pointer, Nash's personal scoring for the night reached 11 points, complemented by 12 assists, securing a double-double ahead of schedule. Jamison, frustrated, attempted to seize Arenas' possession, launching a desperate three-pointer from beyond the arc, only to clang off the rim. Clang. As the third quarter dwindled to its final seconds, Huang and Dia executed a classic play once more, with Huang receiving a behind-the-back pass near the left baseline, successfully sinking his 8th three-pointer of the night. Swish! Huang and Dia exchanged a knowing smile, high-fiving in celebration of their flawless collaboration. Standing at just 2.03 meters and weighing 250 pounds, Dia is considered a stout interior player, having stepped up as a starter following Stoudemire's injury, filling the center role within the Suns' fast-paced system. While his scoring methods may not rival those of Stoudemire, his passing skills have been thoroughly developed under D'Antoni's guidance. Averaging 13 points, 6 assists, and 7 rebounds, truly versatile, and serving as the second playmaker alongside Nash. In their offensive collaborations, Dia's precision passing in tight spaces has become second nature to Huang as the 21st pick in the first round of the 2003 draft. Dia struggled for playing time during his 2 seasons with the Hawks, but has finally begun to shine with the Suns. Like Huang, both players are products of the small ball era. Had Dia's standing within the Suns not faced subsequent diminishment, his ceiling might not be inferior to that of Green from the Warriors. Raja Bell, an undrafted player in 1999, Huang is this year's undrafted talent, Nash is the 15th overall pick, and Barbosa at the 28th spot. With Marion and Stoudemire being the highest selections at 9th overall, this current iteration of the Suns can truly be considered a genuine underdog team, especially with 3 key players sidelined due to injury. Yet this very team, by the end of the third quarter, had established a commanding 22-point lead over the Wizards trio of stars. Suns, 83-61, Wizards. Mike D'Antoni grinned as he patted Huang on the back while he exited the court, his face radiating approval. Huang, your task tonight has been flawlessly executed. Huang, having played 22 minutes across the first 3 quarters, achieved an impressive 9 of 11 from the field, 8 of 9 from three-point range, and a perfect 6 of 6 from the free throw line, tallying 32 points alongside 2 blocks and 3 steals defensively. As he returned to the bench, Huang felt a sense of fatigue, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. Although he had played just 22 minutes, he had expended tremendous energy on both ends of the floor, With extensive off-ball movement, naturally leading to significant fatigue, it appears that there is ample room for improvement in his current conditioning, necessitating an intensification of his training regimen. As the final quarter commenced, the Wizards did not relent, attempting to mount a comeback. The trio of stars took the court early, narrowing the deficit to within 15 points. However, with Nash and Marion re-entering the game, the situation quickly stabilized, ultimately leading to the Wizards' capitulation. In the end, the Suns triumphed at home with a score of 109-95 over the Wizards, securing their second consecutive victory and solidifying their position as the third seed in the Western Conference. The Phoenix Suns have shown a notable resurgence, and it is believed that this transformation is greatly intertwined with Huang's contributions. In contrast, the Wizards faced numerous challenges, although Gilbert managed to score 29 points. His performance was inconsistent, and he found no advantage in his matchup against Huang, the undrafted Asian player. Huang did not participate in the final quarter, yet in his 22 minutes across the first three quarters, he efficiently amassed 32 points, still the highest of the game, marking his first career NBA game with over 30 points. Shawn Marion contributed the second highest score for the team with 24 points and 11 rebounds, while Steve Nash delivered a remarkable performance with 15 points, 16 assists, and 3 steals, achieving a significant double-double. Boris Diaw also added 10 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists to the tally, amidst the competitive atmosphere within the team. James Jones also performed admirably, scoring 11 points and grabbing 4 rebounds on 5 of 8 shooting. Off the bench, Tim Thomas contributed 8 points, while Eddie House added 7 points and 3 assists. The backup center, Pat Burke, chipped in 2 points. Observing Huang's back-to-back explosive performances, James Jones felt a sense of rivalry, contemplating the upcoming opportunities to outshine his teammate. This moment, James Jones, a second-round pick from 2003, had previously been a loyal companion to LeBron James, having garnered 3 championship rings alongside him during their time with the Heat and the Cavaliers, yet averaging less than 5 points per game, a perfect reflection of his career in relation to his illustrious leader. However, in this parallel universe, with Huang's arrival, the butterfly effect raises the question of whether James Jones will still enjoy such fortuitous circumstances. Indeed, players like James Jones must not only align themselves with a dominant figure, but also seek the right developmental trajectory, a crucial aspect, as he carries the distinctive label of a 3-and-D player, boasting a career 3-point shooting percentage of 40.1. Even for those who are inexperienced, there will still be opportunities to thrive in the future NBA. At the post-game press conference for the Suns, Huang Ju could no longer evade the spotlight, having been specifically called upon by Mike D'Antoni, with Nash and Marion seemingly relegated to the role of mere background figures. The expansive conference room was filled with reporters from over 20 newspapers and magazines across the United States, the camera flashes incessantly illuminating the scene as a barrage of questions surged forth, all directed towards Huang. Huang, as an Asian player, do you find your explosive performance tonight to be astonishing? Huang, you have scored 60 points in consecutive games, achieving an impressive shooting percentage of over 90 with 17 three-pointers. Could you share your secret for shooting threes with the fans? Huang, do you believe you have overwhelmed Gilbert Arenas on both ends of the court tonight? As an Asian player, does this instill a profound sense of pride in you? Huang, do you have any intentions of formally signing with the Phoenix Suns? The questions posed by the reporters were not overly intrusive, yet they clearly exhibited a degree of condescension regarding his identity as an Asian player, with some inquiries containing subtle pitfalls. However, Huang Ju, having navigated the complexities of life, was more than equipped to handle them with composure. That I believe the truly astonishing aspect lies with those who harbor biases based on race and skin color. For the vast majority of people in this world, the greatest secret to their success is a modicum of talent and luck, coupled with an abundance of hard work. To be precise, I cannot claim to have completely overwhelmed Gilbert tonight. I merely responded adequately to his provocations. Yet, even if I were to truly dominate him one day, I doubt there would be much to boast about. The Suns are certainly my first choice for a contract. And Phoenix is a city I hold in high regard, with a nonchalant yet dignified demeanor. Huang Ju eloquently addressed all the reporters' inquiries, displaying none of the trepidation typical of foreign players, but rather exuding the aura of a superstar. Even Nash and Marion couldn't help but express their admiration, remarking that based on Huang's articulate responses and high emotional intelligence, he was undoubtedly born to be a star. Mike D'Antoni contemplated the prospect of signing Huang Ju, envisioning him as a cornerstone of the team alongside Nash and Marion until Stoudemire's return. However, with Steve Kerr stirring the pot, the likelihood of securing Huang Ju at a minimum salary had become increasingly daunting. A single game might be attributed to luck, but after two explosive performances, Huang's visibly impressive offensive and defensive prowess would likely capture the attention of half the teams in the league. After concluding the post-game press conference, Huang Ju returned to the locker room and retrieved his Nokia phone from the locker, discovering a plethora of unread messages and missed calls. Undoubtedly, the majority of these communications were from personnel within the league's various teams. Huang did not rush to peruse the messages or return the missed calls. He found this newfound attention from management quite exhilarating. He now occupied a coveted position in the NBA, no longer that anxious short-term contract worker fretting about abandonment. As long as he continued to play well, how could he fear a lack of interest from teams? However, Huang felt it was time to seek out a reliable agent. Although he was a time traveler, he was utterly clueless about the intricacies of NBA contracts, team connections, and subsequent endorsement negotiations. Given that his apartment was in close proximity to Nash's villa, he hitched a ride in Nash's luxury car, taking a seat in the comfortable passenger seat of a Lexus LS. The arena and Nash's villa were only about 10 kilometers apart, requiring roughly a 20-minute drive. As they traversed the elevated highways of Phoenix, Nash suddenly interjected enthusiastically, "Huang, I heard you don't have an agent yet. Why not let me recommend you to my agent, Bill Duffy? He is quite the professional in the industry and also represents Yao Ming." Huang was almost convinced Nash possessed some form of mind-reading ability, as he had just been contemplating the need for an agent. "Steve, I was just thinking the same thing, since he represents both you and Yao. His expertise is undoubtedly unquestionable. Please pass me Mr. Duffy's business card, and I'll reach out to him when I have the chance." "All right, Huang. Introducing you to my agent is also to maximize your potential contract negotiations. Given your current level of play, I believe you can secure a deal that exceeds the minimum salary. As for the management, I will certainly advocate for you. The Suns and I truly need you." Nash sought to retain Huang, while simultaneously hoping the Suns management would extend a genuine offer, allowing Huang to perform at his best in Phoenix. Huang furrowed his brow in confusion. "Steve, since I'm an undrafted player this year, according to the league's regulations regarding rookie contracts, isn't it true that I can only sign a non-guaranteed minimum salary contract?" Huang was not very well versed in the intricacies of NBA contract stipulations. Nash, acting as a diligent guide, meticulously explained, "Huang, you are mistaken. I previously held the same belief until I later understood that the league's stringent regulations regarding rookie contracts only apply to first-round picks, who must sign guaranteed contracts for 3 to 4 years. As an undrafted player, you essentially possess the status of a free agent. Theoretically, you can negotiate any type of contract with a team, minimum salary, mid-level, or even maximum salary, with terms ranging from 1 to 2 years. However, to my knowledge, since the NBA established these rookie signing rules, no undrafted player has ever managed to secure a contract above the minimum during their rookie phase. But now, you have a remarkable opportunity to break this precedent." After listening to Nash's explanation, Huang Ju felt a wave of clarity wash over him, realizing he was on the verge of missing out on several million. Signing as a free agent would significantly broaden his negotiating possibilities. In Los Angeles, the Staples Center hosted the Lakers game against the Mavericks, which had just concluded. Despite Kobe scoring 43 points, the Lakers ultimately fell to the Mavericks 93-105, with 5 players from Dallas achieving double digits. As Lakers fans exited the arena, they marveled at the Mavericks' strength while also discussing other game news. "Did you catch the ESPN news? That Asian kid who hit 9 three-pointers to defeat us during the Christmas Day game just exploded again tonight. He scored 32 points and humiliated Gilbert, a total of 60 points over 2 games. Is this guy really an undrafted Asian player? This is simply unbelievable. His three-point shooting is truly extraordinary, and he possesses solid defensive skills. If Kupchak could bring him to the Lakers and place him alongside Kobe, I'm sure the results would be phenomenal, but it's only been 2 good games. There's not much to boast about." Asian players typically lack physical prowess and have a high injury risk. I don't see the need to gamble on an unknown. Meanwhile, Scarlett Johansson, who attended the game to watch Kobe, made her way through the VIP exit to the underground parking lot, accompanied by her assistant, and settled into a Toyota Alphard luxury van. Although Kobe's performance was remarkable, the team's loss put a damper on Scarlett's spirits. Additionally, with no promising scripts to shoot recently, she felt somewhat discontented. Just then, her friend Jessica Alba called, her voice brimming with excitement. "Scarlett, did you catch Huang's game tonight? He hit 8 three-pointers again. Who was it that said he wouldn't hit more than 3 in the next game?" Sitting in the spacious back seat, Scarlett appeared incredulous, her eyes widening in surprise. "What? He hit 8 three-pointers tonight? OMG, this kid is indeed ridiculously accurate. Scarlett, don't forget your bet. Remember, you owe him meal." In response to her friend's teasing, Scarlett's tone carried a hint of jealousy. "Jessica, you don't usually watch basketball. Why are you suddenly so invested in that Asian kid's games? You wouldn't happen to have a crush on him, would you? Haha, I've said it before. I'm already a fan of Huang and the Suns." In a luxurious underground bar in Chicago, the atmosphere pulsates with vibrant lights and a relentless thrum of heavy metal music. While the dance floor sways with alluring figures, several players from the Bulls, clad in hip-hop attire, engage in jovial banter and drinks with the dancers. Among them are 3 of the team's promising young stars, Ben Gordon, Luol Deng, and Kirk Hinrich. These 3 athletes currently rank as the top scorers for the Bulls this season, with Gordon and Deng being second-year rookies, while the white point guard Hinrich is merely in his 3rd year. All heralded as having bright futures ahead, the Bulls presently sit in 8th place in the Eastern Conference, harboring significant hopes of reaching the playoffs this season. This marks one of the most invigorating periods for the Bulls in recent years, particularly following the post-Jordan era and prior to the arrival of Derrick Rose to AT that moment. A large television screen in the bar broadcast today's NBA highlights, showcasing the Suns' victory over the Wizards, where Asian player Huang Ju takes center stage, scoring an impressive 32 points with 8 three-pointers out of 9 attempts. Notably, he made a spectacular steal against Arenas in the 3rd quarter, leading to a two-handed dunk during a fast break, earning him the 2nd spot in the day's top 10 plays. The Suns are on a remarkable streak, and this Asian player, number 30, is making waves. Word has it he sank 9 three-pointers during the Christmas showdown, clinching a victory against the Lakers. And tonight he has managed another 8. Our next game will see us flying to Phoenix to face the Suns, where we shall discover if this Asian player truly possesses the talent he appears to have. Ben Gordon, brimming with youthful exuberance, as the 3rd overall pick in 2004, cannot possibly regard an overseas undrafted player with any seriousness. Merely a one-dimensional shooter, he thinks that in the upcoming match, he vows to expose this individual's true nature. Meanwhile, on the last subway train in New York, 2 Wall Street bankers engage in a discussion about the day's NBA news. The recent emergence of Huang, a previously undrafted player, has certainly made headlines, particularly given his consecutive explosive performances. Truly a miracle. Our Knicks have performed dreadfully over the past 2 seasons, proving that Stephon Marbury's leadership is nowhere near that of Steve Nash. While Huang's remarkable games may have limited impact across the United States, they have swept through the fan base in our homeland like a tempest in a sports school in the capital. Several male students skip classes to watch the Suns versus Wizards game in the boys' dormitory, their excitement palpable. My goodness, Huang Ju's performance is nothing short of extraordinary. He is truly bringing pride to us as fans. Although he has only played 2 outstanding games so far, I feel that the impact Huang has made on me far surpasses that of Yao Ming. From this moment on, Huang will be my idol. Brothers, let us quickly text Huang to cast our votes. In 2005, NBA All-Star voting primarily relied on paid SMS and online voting, while still retaining the tradition of mail-in ballots. During this time, sending a single SMS cost approximately 0.1 to 0.15 USD. On forums on platforms like Xinlong and Renren, discussions surrounding Huang Ju have reached a fever pitch, achieving an unprecedented level of attention. Huang's consecutive explosive performances in the NBA have silenced any who would dare belittle players from our homeland. Frankly speaking, I have never felt as exhilarated as I do today concerning Lu's chances of winning gold at the Olympics in 2004. Huang is magnificent. having outperformed Kobe and overwhelmed arenas. Actions speak louder than words. The latest issues of Basketball Pioneer and Sports Weekly feature extensive articles on Huang Ju, with contributions from Zhang Weiping, Su Kun, Yang Yi, Yu Jia, Su Jiqing, and others writing in real time. Each issue of Basketball Pioneer showcases an A1-size poster depicting Huang Ju, adorned in the Suns number 30 jersey, executing a breathtaking steal from arenas. Vividly capturing the moment, CCTV's sports channel, in collaboration with the National Sports Administration, convened an emergency meeting to produce a special program highlighting Huang Ju's journey in the NBA, airing simultaneously on both channels. The second welfare institution in Chaoyang District, which raised Huang, and the fifth middle school in Chaoyang, have also welcomed special interviews from CCTV reporters. The principal of the fifth middle school, Huang's alma mater prior to studying abroad, expressed immense pride, personally guiding staff to hang a red banner at the school gate and playground reading. Warm congratulations to our student Huang Ju for shining in the NBA and elevating our national prestige. Compared to Huang Ju's burgeoning fame in the NBA, the students who have gained admission to Tsinghua and Peking University seem trivial by comparison. Simultaneously, to promote Huang's inspirational story in the NBA and enhance national pride, Chinese television and the Sports Administration have decided to organize a high-profile team of reporters to conduct an exclusive interview with Huang in the United States. Moreover, several other major Asian nations, including Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Singapore, and Malaysia, have also reported on Huang Ju's phenomenal rise in the NBA, with highlights of his performances circulating virally across the internet. In Tokyo, Huang Ju has been affectionately dubbed the Three Mitsui of the Celestial Empire by enthusiastic fans. However, more discerning fans lament that Slam Dunk was rather conservative in its portrayal in South Korea. Some fans speculate that Huang's success in the NBA is part of a conspiracy, raising concerns about the fairness of the league. The following morning, Huang held a phone meeting with Bill Duffy, resulting in a verbal agreement to sign with Duffy's management team, joining the ranks of Yao Ming, Nash, and Melo Anthony as one of their clients. Due to Duffy's busy schedule, he dispatched his chief assistant to fly to Phoenix to facilitate Huang's contract signing. Under this agreement, Duffy's team will fully manage Huang's salary negotiations regarding team contracts, as well as endorsements. Duffy's team will take a 1 commission on team contracts and a 12 commission on commercial endorsements. Huang found Duffy's rates to be reasonable upon reviewing industry standards. However, Huang stipulated that Duffy's responsibilities would only extend to overseas endorsements, as he intends to seek a separate domestic agent for endorsements within China. With no game scheduled for the Suns today, Huang joined Nash for training at the West Coast Arena. Although Rashawn Bell is injured, the team's sixth man, the Brazilian blur Leandro Barbosa, has returned to training and is set to make his comeback in the upcoming game against the Bulls. Huang's impression of Barbosa is colored by the latter's past indiscretions, yet he finds him to be amicable and down-to-earth, having visited Nash's villa and interacted with his wife, Alejandra, who possesses a captivating charm. Huang acknowledges the complexity of such situations and discreetly reminds Nash to be cautious. Following the afternoon training session, Suns general manager Steve Kerr personally called Huang into his office, presenting him with a player contract. "Huang, your remarkable performances in the last 2 games have not gone unnoticed by management. We need you to contribute from the bench. Here is a minimum salary contract, 1 year for $450,000. This surpasses the $400,000 offered to our second-round pick, Deon Thompson. This contract is not only secure, but based on my recommendation, it includes an additional clause. If you maintain a 90 attendance rate and average over 3 three-pointers per game after the regular season, you will earn an extra $100,000. Steve Kerr appeared to be a shrewd Jew, unabashedly revealing his greed before Huang Ju. With a composed demeanor, Huang Ju smiled as he casually perused the contract details and then said, "Mr. Kerr, to be frank, I find the team's sincerity in this contract to be lacking." Kerr's brow furrowed, yet his smile remained. "Huang, for an undrafted player, the team has truly made significant concessions. It must be acknowledged that you have performed admirably in your last 2 games, and your displayed prowess is undeniable. However, this is still merely your rookie season. The most successful undrafted player resurgence is that of Ben Wallace with the Detroit Pistons, whose rookie contract was only $250,000. Huang, do you believe your future accomplishments will surpass those of Ben Wallace? Unwilling to engage with Kerr's thinly veiled mockery, Huang Ju retorted, Mr. Kerr, are you implying that I have no chance of surpassing Ben Wallace in my future achievements? Not waiting for Kerr's response, Huang Ju decisively concluded the negotiation. Mr. Kerr, I have already accepted a formal invitation from Bill Duffy's agency, and if there are any matters concerning the contract, you and the management can contact my agent directly. With that, Huang Ju rose gracefully and exited the office. Steve Kerr slammed his hand on the table in frustration, biting his tongue in silence. It appeared that Mike D'Antoni had indeed anticipated this outcome, making it increasingly unlikely to sign Huang Ju for a minimum salary. As Huang Ju emerged from the general manager's office, he felt a sense of satisfaction from his earlier confrontation with Kerr. Please contact my agent for any matters. Such a statement would not carry weight without a few million in value. After becoming an NBA player, Huang Ju realized that many everyday details were beyond his previous imaginings. In the training facility of the Western Conference Arena, not only were there professional trainers and ball boys, but the gym was equipped with state-of-the-art exercise equipment, along with a temperature-controlled indoor swimming pool. The team cafeteria had 3 professional nutritionists who tailored various meals for the players. Under the trainer's guidance, Huang Ju found himself in a crucial phase of weight gain and muscle building. His dinner consisted of a vegetable salad and a chicken breast burger, with an additional sandwich and 350 grams of protein shake. Although he yearned for hot pot, cola, and barbecued skewers reminiscent of his past life. As an ambitious NBA player, Huang Ju understood the necessity of strict self-discipline to stay true to his original aspirations. Otherwise, what right would he have to compete with titans like Kobe and LeBron in the future? That evening, after finishing practice, Huang Ju hitched a ride with Nash back to his rented apartment. After a long day, as he lay down on the spacious bed, he was suddenly jolted awake by the raucous sounds of a couple next door engaged in their passionate endeavors. The thin walls seemed to vibrate under the intensity of the noise. OMG. OMG. Oh yes. Oh yes, come on, come on. The woman's cries sparked Huang Ju's interest. The sound were reminiscent of the adult films he had watched in his previous life. At 19, his youthful vigor was instantly revived, and sleep eluded him that he donned his headphones, sat at the desk beside his bed, and booted up his computer, preparing to indulge in a game of World of Warcraft before sleep. Once his team contract was finalized, Huang Ju contemplated his first order of business, to rent a larger standalone house, and second, to find a girlfriend who could share in such passionate moments. At the end of 2005, with short videos yet to gain popularity and YouTube having launched merely a year prior, it had already amassed millions of users. Huang Ju casually opened YouTube and stumbled upon a video titled 300 3-point shots. 282 made. To his astonishment, it featured footage of his recent 3-point shooting contest with Raja Bell, James Jones, and Sean Marion, clearly recorded by a bystander at the training facility and subsequently uploaded anonymously. The video, lasting just over 5 minutes, had evidently been edited, yet the focus remained predominantly on Huang Ju, showcasing his remarkable streak of successful 3-point shots, culminating in a verified score of 282 out of 300. Huang Ju was taken aback to see that the video had been uploaded just 23 hours earlier, already garnering over 1 million views, with thousands of shares and comments exceeding 10,000. Such statistics placed it at the top of YouTube's homepage, an extraordinary achievement for that time. In the bustling comment section, Huang Ju even spotted several NBA players' usernames point to 82 out of 300. Even in practice, achieving such a shooting percentage seemed implausible. This video had undoubtedly been edited for exaggeration. This the Huang from the Suns? No worries, this guy recently shot 17 out of 18 from 3 in the last 2 games. NBA sharpshooters might manage 95 out of 100, but a consecutive 282 out of 300 was simply unattainable. Why is this Asian kid from the Suns all over the news lately? Did he pay the media for coverage? In San Antonio, Spurs player Manu Ginobili stumbled upon a YouTube video while relaxing at home. Intrigued, he decided to conduct a spontaneous shooting test at his backyard court. Ultimately, Ginobili reported his results in the comments: 267 out of 300. Adding, if Huang's score is genuine, then his 3-point shooting is indeed terrifyingly accurate. The twin stars of the Supersonics, Ray Allen and Rashard Lewis, also engage in their own shooting competitions during practice. Ray Allen scored 275 out of 300, coming remarkably close to Huang Ju's record. While Lewis managed 266 this season, Ray Allen led the league in three-pointers, averaging 3.4 per game and totaling 102 successful attempts within the first 2 months. In Charlotte at Christ School, a slender and youthful Stephen Curry, just 17 and standing at 1.73 meters tall, had also watched Huang Ju's training video on YouTube. Inspired, he attempted 300 three-point shots, achieving only 251 makes. Following Huang Ju's explosive performances in the last 2 games, Curry repeatedly rewatched his highlight reel, becoming enamored with Huang Ju's off-ball movement and shooting finesse. In Curry's sharp mind, it dawned on him that Huang Ju's style might represent the future mainstream of the NBA. Deepening Curry's understanding of the three-point shot, as time swiftly progressed to December 29, the Suns continued their homestand, facing another Eastern Conference team, the Chicago Bulls. The Bulls, not as formidable as the Wizards, were at a clear disadvantage compared to the Suns. With Raja Bell sidelined, Huang Ju was directly elevated to the starting lineup by Mike D'Antoni, partnering with Nash in the backcourt against Ben Gordon of the Bulls. The game unfolded without much spectacle. With Barbosa returning to the bench, the Suns' overall strength improved. Following the tactical experiments of the previous 2 games, Huang Ju's role was intentionally diminished by D'Antoni, reverting to a more understated presence to maintain the team's offensive balance. However, in the 23 minutes across 3 quarters, Huang Ju capitalized on every offensive opportunity, shooting 6 of 8 from beyond the arc, along with 3 free throws, securing a total of 21 points on the defensive end. He diligently contested Ben Gordon, a rising star, applying relentless pressure and achieving a career high of 4 steals and 2 blocks, while also grabbing 3 rebounds, effectively delivering a performance that was humble yet impactful. Although Huang Ju only scored 21 points, he limited Gordon to 4 of 13 shooting for just 9 points, who was subsequently ejected in the third quarter due to 2 technical fouls. In the previous game against the Wizards, Huang Ju's performance could not be described as having overwhelmed arenas. However, in tonight's game against the Bulls, Huang Ju truly dominated the court from the shooting guard position, utterly overwhelming the arrogant Ben Gordon. The Suns players, having clocked in 3 quarters, were seen laughing and chatting on the bench, while the Suns fans of the Western Conference arena increasingly grew accustomed to Huang Ju's star-level consistency. With 8 attempts yielding 21 points, Huang's performance was remarkably efficient. Steve Kerr must secure Huang's contract. Allowing him to join another team would undoubtedly be a tremendous loss. In the presence of Huang, Ben Gordon, a 3rd overall pick, was reduced to a pathetic fool that Huang's defensive fundamentals are genuinely commendable. If only his physical attributes were a tad stronger, he would undoubtedly be a contender for the Best Defensive Player award. At the conclusion of the match, the Suns triumphed over the Bulls with a score of 107-92, marking their 3rd consecutive victory. Shawn Marion led the team with an impressive 25 points, complemented by 10 rebounds and 2 blocks, while Huang Ju contributed 21 points, 3 rebounds, 4 steals, and 2 blocks, and Nash added 13 points and 12 assists. Barbosa, returning from the bench, showcased his prowess with an impressive 19 points. Huang's presence seems to have revitalized the entire Sun squad, making D'Antoni's fast-paced system appear even more flawless. During this period, the concept of a 3D player had yet to emerge in the league. For a top-tier 3D player like Huang Ju, his value to a championship contending team is being infinitely realized. That evening, the NBA officially announced the results of the first round of voting for the 2006 Houston All-Star Game, with the unwavering support of millions of fans from the Middle Kingdom. The previous All-Star vote leader, Yao Ming, continued to lead the league with an impressive 820,000 votes. Kobe ranked 2nd with 780,000 votes, followed by Shaquille O'Neal with 730,000 votes, while LeBron James surged in popularity with 720,000 votes, surpassing Allen Iverson and Tracy McGrady. On the Suns front, Steve Nash garnered 520,000 All-Star votes, placing 4th among Western stars, while Shawn Marion received only 130,000 votes, clearly underappreciated. Surprisingly, Huang Ju, who had only played 3 games in the NBA, miraculously amassed 160,000 All-Star votes in the first round, surpassing Marion. Clearly, this is a testament to the formidable support from the mysterious East. However, millions of fans from the Middle Kingdom have only just begun to exert their influence. Brothers, let's rally together. This year's All-Star Game cannot afford to miss either Yao or Huang. How on earth does Old Me tally the All-Star votes? This is an astounding amount, with 3 consecutive impressive performances. Even though Huang scored only 21 points tonight, he completely dismantled Ben Gordon. Even if we fans do not support him, Huang undoubtedly possesses All-Star caliber. While there may be instances of rookies making the All-Star Game, it is likely unprecedented for an undrafted player to achieve this feat in their first season, right? Well then, let Huang Ju break this record. Life is too short to be timid. Let us fight back. Yao's overwhelming lead in the initial vote count can be attributed to the vast fan base from the Middle Kingdom, as well as the fact that the 2006 All-Star Game is set to take place in Houston, where local fans are naturally eager to support their star. Although McGrady is currently sidelined due to injury, he still secured 620,000 votes in the Western voting, ranking 3rd, showcasing the enthusiasm of the host city's fans. Huang Ju, as an Asian undrafted rookie, achieving 160,000 All-Star votes after only 3 games in the NBA is a rare phenomenon. It is worth noting that the effect of Yao Ming being the previous All-Star vote leader has left many top American stars feeling discontented, particularly interior giants like O'Neal. Consequently, this year David Stern, the league's commissioner, subtly clarified his stance on the All-Star vote tallying, disproportionately discounting overseas votes, especially from the Middle Kingdom. Nevertheless, even under these adjusted circumstances, Huang Ju's remarkable achievement of 160,000 votes is nothing short of extraordinary. While this number may not rival the likes of Yao, Kobe, or O'Neal, it still places him at 29th overall and 17th in the West. Although this ranking does not yet reach the popularity level of an All-Star reserve, it has surpassed many near All-Star players such as Lamar Odom, Karen Butler, and Jamal Crawford. Among the 2005 rookie class, Huang Ju's vote tally astonishingly ranks 1st, surpassing Chris Paul, Australian #1 draft pick Bogut, and 3rd overall pick Darren Williams. After the game against the Bulls, Huang Ju declined to participate in the post-game press conference for the Suns, politely turning down Mike D'Antoni's invitation. After all, he has yet to formally sign a long-term contract with the Suns, and it would be unwise to overly align himself with the team in the media spotlight, lest it affect the pursuits and offers from other teams, as well as negotiations with Bill Duffy. Furthermore, having only played 3 commendable games in the NBA, being excessively exposed to the limelight and media interviews could hinder his future development. It is wise to remain grounded and low-key. However, the reality is that even if Huang Ju desires to maintain a low profile, the circumstances and environment may no longer permit such discretion. The following morning, at a CAF in Phoenix, Huang Ju completed a written agreement with Miss Natalie, the chief assistant of Bill Duffy's team, officially becoming a player under Duffy's representation, with a contract spanning 5 years. Huang, we are delighted to welcome you to Bill Duffy's team. Miss Natalie, appearing to be in her early 20s, stood tall with a striking mixed heritage. Her arson boasting a Harvard University degree. From Huang Ju's perspective, Natalie embodied the fantasies of successful individuals regarding beautiful secretaries. Her physique, looks, education, and demeanor were all exemplary, with an air of aloofness. Although Huang had never extensively studied foreign female celebrities in his past life, he found Natalie strikingly reminiscent of Hollywood star Jennifer Connelly. Miss Natalie, I too feel honored and hope for a pleasant collaboration with you and Mr. Duffy in the future, clad in a fitted professional outfit. Natalie swiftly reviewed the documents, her demeanor efficient and focused. Huang, as it stands, 13 NBA teams have contacted us, with 7 teams explicitly expressing interest in offering you a minimum salary contract. The others have merely issued training invites. Following discussions here, the New York Knicks general manager is currently the only team management offering a contract above the minimum salary, proposing a 1-year guaranteed contract worth $960,000. Huang's eyes lit up. Indeed, the New York Knicks lived up to their reputation for being financially generous. A 1-year contract worth $960,000 is roughly equivalent to the annual salary of a player drafted in the 20 to 25 range this year. However, Huang sensed that there was significant room for negotiation. As who wouldn't want to secure a better deal? He merely needed to focus on excelling on the court. while the rest would depend on his agent's negotiation prowess. Miss Natalie, I have great respect for the professionalism of the Duffy team. However, given my current status as a free agent, I would like to negotiate a contract with an annual salary of at least $3 million, since there are no strict regulations governing free agent contracts. Why not aim for a $3 million salary? Although typically composed, Natalie was taken aback by Huang's audacious request. Mr. Huang, a $3 million annual salary is equivalent to the starting salary of this year's 4th overall pick. Chris Paul. Huang smiled, exuding calmness. You are correct, Natalie. Chris happens to be my teammate from college, and I see no reason why my performance should be deemed inferior to that of this talented individual. 2005 was inherently a weak draft year, and now, Huang Ju's perspective on this year's rookies is quite revealing. Aside from Paul and Darren, there truly seems to be a dearth of capable players. It is only natural for the agency to present some negotiation challenges for these athletes. After all, they cannot simply allow them to reap commissions without any effort. Moreover, when faced with a high-caliber, aloof agent like Natalie, Huang Ju must exert some pressure. Such a stunning visage. One could only imagine how adorably she would weep if one were to slap her. Miss Natalie, I have faith in your and Mr. Duffy's capabilities that in the upcoming matches, I will strive to deliver a compelling performance. In essence, we are aiming for a win-win situation. In the midst of the mixed-race beauty's demeanor and gaze, Huang Ju discerned the deep-seated contempt and disapproval towards Asian players. Yet, for Huang Ju, this was hardly a novelty. Continuously shattering these prejudices and trampling upon the self-righteous racial biases was one of his missions to conquer the NBA. Miss Natalie nodded before finally speaking. Huang, according to the Sun's schedule, you will be heading to San Antonio tomorrow to face the Spurs, as the reigning champions and currently the top team in the league. Your performance in this game will magnify your individual value. Although the chances of the Sun's victory are slim, I hope you can still produce impressive statistics, as this will be crucial for our negotiations. Huang Ju lifted the warm latte in the white porcelain cup and took a gentle sip, gazing confidently into Natalie's amber eyes as he replied, We aim for statistics, but we also intend to win. Locking eyes, Miss Natalie's delicate form trembled at that moment. In Huang Ju's gaze, she felt an unprecedented impact from an Asian player. A heroism akin to that of a Marvel superhero. Yet, could the Suns truly triumph over the Spurs? On the sports reality show TMD, host Flying Pig Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith began to capitalize on the buzz surrounding the undrafted Huang Ju. The evening's theme was to discuss the potential ceiling of Huang Ju's NBA career as an overseas undrafted player. Alongside the two quirky hosts, retired NBA legends Scottie Pippen and former Sun star Dan Majerle were also present. The outspoken Barkley was the first to voice his thoughts. Fortunately, I learned my lesson from betting on Yao, or I might have ended up kissing a donkey's backside again. It must be acknowledged that in Huang Ju's last 3 games, he showcased an all-star level of performance, achieving efficiencies that even superstars struggle to attain. This is undoubtedly the most explosive start for any undrafted player in their first 3 NBA games, without exception. It is hard to fathom that such a miracle could arise from a player of the Middle Kingdom. However, the season is long, and every NBA player will inevitably face numerous ups and downs in their career. In my view, given Huang's physical gifts, he is unlikely to reach the heights of Yao Ming. Perhaps he may one day earn an all-star spot, which clearly reflects a popularity that outweighs his actual prowess. Kenny Smith nodded in agreement, stating, The Sun system has provided Huang with greater opportunities to shine. However, in higher-stakes games and over the long season, a player's intrinsic flaws will gradually surface. If he were on a different team, I do not believe he possesses the strength to secure a starting position. His more accurate role should be as a key rotation player off the bench, with his ceiling being that of a 6th man of the year. As far as I know, it is a rare miracle for a player like Huang to emerge from the Chinese basketball scene. Bulls legend Scottie Pippen, with a notably acerbic demeanor, remarked, Honestly, I do not understand why Huang has suddenly become so well known in the United States. The burdens and pressures of fame will inevitably lead to his rapid downfall. Perhaps remaining a humble bench warmer, averaging 2 to 3 three-pointers per game on a weaker team, would be a more fitting career for an Asian player like Huang. Suns retired great Dan Majerle, a renowned 3 and D player of the 1990s, expressed a more optimistic view of Huang's future. Huang's performance on the court transcends his race and ethnicity. His style will be more suited to the future of the NBA. As long as he maintains health and stability, I believe his ceiling is not only that of an all-star, but also that of an exceptional second-in-command on a championship-contending team, of course. This is an ideal vision. The most successful undrafted player in NBA history is undoubtedly Ben Wallace, who boasts a championship, 3 All-Star selections, and 3 Defensive Player of the Year awards. These accolades may be beyond Huang's reach throughout his career. However, the unforgettable moments he contributes on the court will surely leave a more lasting impression than those of Ben Wallace. Notable undrafted players in NBA history, such as Ben Wallace, John Starks, and Brad Miller, have all made all-star appearances, crafting inspiring comeback stories for fans. Current players like Bruce Bowen, Raja Bell, and Udonis Haslem have also been mentioned as exemplary cases of undrafted success. Now, Huang Ju finds himself linked with these familiar names. At just 19 years of age, where might his ceiling lie? On December 31, 2005, the final day of the year, Huang Ju, accompanied by the Suns, boarded a chartered flight to San Antonio, Texas, to visit the ATT Center, where they would face the reigning champions, the Spurs, led by the formidable trio of Duncan, Parker, and Ginobili. Over the past 7 seasons in the NBA, the Spurs and Lakers have claimed 3 championships apiece, with a nearly 30-year-old Tim Duncan establishing himself as the greatest power forward in history. Both Parker and Ginobili are also peaking in their careers. The new season finds the Spurs healthy, having won 26 of their first 30 games and only suffering 4 losses. Although the first 3 championships were won in odd-numbered years, there is no doubt that this Spurs team remains the frontrunner for the 2005 to 2006 NBA championship. Even though the market here is small, and the GDP jerseys do not sell well, and their style of play may bore David Stern, any Western NBA team knows that it can contend for a title in the coming years. They must first overcome the formidable Spurs. In the matchup between the Suns and the Spurs, the largest betting company in America set the line at a 12.5-point advantage for the home team, clearly indicating that mainstream media perceives the Suns' strength to be on a different level than that of the Spurs. Yet, during the pre-game warm-up interviews, Huang Ju, caught by local reporters, boldly responded to a question about what statistics he aimed to put up that night. "I am here to win. If I lose the game, then no amount of glamorous statistics will hold any significance for me." The high-definition screens overhead broadcasted this interview live, instantly amusing the Spurs home crowd. Haha, this Asian kid is truly unaware of his limitations. After racking up stats against weak teams, he believes he is a star now. Can he really go toe-to-toe with our GDP? Bruce Bowen, the Spurs starting small forward, rubbed his hands together with a mocking grin, ready to execute the mission assigned by Coach Popovich, to do his utmost to frustrate the Suns' number 30. The Spurs claimed 3 championship trophies in recent years. Coach Popovich's renown has soared, placing him alongside legendary figures like Pat Riley and Phil Jackson. However, it is evident to all that the true architect of the Spurs' rise is none other than the indomitable Tim Duncan. With a historical superstar like Tim Duncan on the roster, no one can deny. Even if he were the cunning strategist Rivers, he would likely be outmatched in light of Huang Ju's explosive performances in the preceding 3 games. Showcasing a distinct style as a versatile shooter and defender, the Spurs coaching staff undertook a technical analysis and proposed specific strategies for defensive support. However, Coach Popovich evidently did not regard an undrafted Asian player with much seriousness. The recent outbursts were insufficient to warrant his attention, assigning Bruce Bowen, a first-team all-defensive player, to relentlessly hound Huang was, in Popovich's eyes, a misallocation of resources as the clock swiftly approached 7 o'clock, amid the fervent cheers of the home crowd. The game officially commenced. The starting 5 for the Spurs comprised: point guard, PG Tony Parker; shooting guard, SG Manu Ginobili; small forward, SF Bruce Bowen; power forward, PF Tim Duncan; center, C Radoslav Nestorovic. At this juncture, Ginobili had yet to revert to a bench role, having consistently served as the Spurs' starting shooting guard throughout the season, following the triumph over the USA Dream Team at the Athens Olympics in 2004. Ginobili's stature on the international stage soared, leading to a surge in his popularity within the NBA, culminating in a lucrative 6-year, $52 million contract with the Spurs and an All-Star selection as a reserve in 2005. Where his performance in the finals rivaled that of Duncan. On the Suns' side, the starting five included point guard, PG Steve Nash, shooting guard, SG Huang Ju, small forward, SF James Jones, power forward, PF Shawn Marion. Center, C. Boris Diaw. Although facing the Spurs, it was merely a regular season game. Prior to the match, Suns general manager Steve Kerr covertly instructed Mike D'Antoni to limit Huang Ju's playing time to stifle his individual performance. A strategy aimed at undermining Huang's confidence during upcoming contract negotiations to curtail the team's salary expenditures. Yet D'Antoni, who had always been at odds with Kerr, planned to counteract this directive by intentionally increasing Huang's minutes and tactical involvement. Thus, Huang Ju continued to start in place of the injured Rajon Rondo, as his 3D attributes were perfectly suited to partner with a top-tier point guard like Nash. The opening tip-off saw the Spurs take the first offensive initiative. Parker advanced the ball, methodically executing a classic pick-and-roll with Duncan. Observing that Marion chose not to switch defensively, but instead shadowed Duncan, Parker accelerated towards the basket and executed a deft little floater that found its mark. Swish Suns 0-2 Spurs in the previous season's Western Conference Finals. The Spurs had encountered the Suns in a fierce battle. Despite Stoudemire's near-minute performances, averaging close to 40 points and 10 rebounds, the primary reason for the Spurs' success lay in their lack of a formidable center. With Duncan primarily focused on guarding Marion, they had to concede to Stoudemire. Consequently, Marion averaged fewer than 8 points over 5 games, utterly dominated by Duncan, leading to a gentleman's sweep of the Suns by the Spurs. If there were one player Shawn Marion feared facing in this league, it would undoubtedly be Tim Duncan, whose presence loomed large in his psyche. As possession shifted, Nash pushed the ball up, with Huang Ju making an early cut to the frontcourt, pursued relentlessly by Bruce Bowen, who hounded him like a rabid dog. "You, Asian kid, don't even think about hitting a three-pointer under my watch. If you want to avoid injury, you better behave yourself." The notorious Bowen showed no restraint in his arrogance, employing various underhanded tactics and trash talk to rattle Huang's composure. One of the league's most infamous leg trip artists and an undrafted player. Bowen had his survival tactics, while Huang Ju chose not to stoop to his level. Yet, while seeking scoring opportunities, Huang remained vigilant, ever wary of Bowen's potential dirty plays, with 5 consecutive selections to the all-defensive team. Bowen's tenacious defense was unparalleled, making it exceedingly difficult for Huang to shake him off, even with multiple screens that Bowen adeptly anticipated and navigated around. Huang felt the pressure mounting, aside from his previous encounter with Kobe on Christmas Day. This was yet another occasion to face elite defensive scrutiny. Seeing that his teammates struggled to find good opportunities, Nash orchestrated a high pick-and-roll with Diaw, exploiting a mismatch against Nestorovic, resulting in a quick pull-up jumper. Swish, Suns 2-2 Spurs that Nash's personal involvement in the offense was a rarity for the Suns out on the sidelines. D'Antoni furrowed his brow, signaling his players to maintain constant motion. Any stagnation against the Spurs would nullify their advantages. The Spurs attacked again, continuing their methodical offensive tactics. Duncan received a pass from Parker at the high post, faking a dish to Bowen in the corner, before Jin Billy, utilizing Duncan's screen, darted to the three-point arc. With Jones momentarily blocked by Duncan and Marion hesitant to abandon Duncan for a switch, Jin Billy found himself wide open, receiving Duncan's pass and launching a three-pointer from the top of the arc. Swish! This exemplified the Spurs' classic handoff play, revolving around Duncan's ball-handling prowess, which posed a significant scoring threat. Under Popovich's stewardship, the Spurs epitomized a team-centric approach over individual star power, employing intricate tactical cooperation that engaged every player on the floor. When it came to isolation plays, Duncan could easily dominate Marion, averaging 35 points and 15 rebounds without breaking a sweat. Huang Ju maintained close pursuit of Bowen, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball in open space. However, in terms of movement, Bowen's agility paled in comparison to Huang's, resulting in a diminished offensive role within the Spurs scheme. Following a quick baseline inbounds play, Nash swiftly advanced the ball, delivering it to a cutting Marion, who leveraged his speed to evade Duncan, soaring for a layup that secured 2 points. Swish! The two teams exhibited contrasting styles, with the Spurs favoring traditional half-court sets while the Suns employed a fast-paced attack. The Spurs launched another offensive foray, this time showcasing Duncan's solid fundamentals in the low post, executing a deceptive spin move against Marion for a smooth layup. Swish! The crowd erupted with chants of MVP. While Duncan, with his characteristic stoicism, promptly transitioned back on defense. Having learned from their previous missteps, the Spurs quickly quelled yet another Suns fast break. After testing Bowen on 2 consecutive possessions, Huang Ju suddenly unleashed his offensive arsenal. Whoosh! Utilizing screens from Dia and Marion, Huang deftly shook off Bowen, stepping back to launch a three-pointer from the right side at a 30-degree angle, receiving a swift pass from Nash that he soared into the air, executing a high-difficulty shot that left Bowen momentarily stunned. Though not a clean swish, the shot's difficulty was palpable, causing Bowen to gasp in disbelief. Who did this kid think he was, attempting a spinning, fading shot? Yet, in the next instant, the ball struck the inner rim, spinning rapidly before finding its way through the net. Swish! The Suns 7-7 Spurs. While the shot may not have been a perfect three-pointer, the shockwaves it sent through the crowd and players alike were undeniable. Huang Ju, having lost his balance upon landing, tumbled to the floor. Marion, having executed an effective screen, helped Huang to his feet, delivering a hearty fist to his chest. Great job, Huang. Though Marion's gesture may have been a tad excessive, Huang suppressed his discomfort, responding coolly to the dumbfounded Bowen. Bruce, I just hit a three-pointer. Can you step up your defense a bit? It's too soft. I barely felt it. Bowen, infuriated, clenched his fists, his face flushed with rage. Huang, don't get too cocky. You'll be crying soon enough. In the Celestial Empire, the 5 major television stations are currently broadcasting the intense showdown between the Spurs and the Suns. The ever-enthusiastic Zhang Weiping has expressed his excitement regarding Huang Ju's recent challenging three-point shot, exclaiming, "The difficulty of Huang Ju's three-point attempt was truly immense. For him to succeed speaks volumes of his determination and willpower tonight." The Suns, already at a disadvantage against the Spurs in terms of overall strength, find themselves further compromised by Bruce Bowen's relentless defense. Should Huang Ju fail to deliver a robust performance, the team is destined to falter. Analyzing the dynamics of the match, Zhang Weiping lamented the rarity of Huang Ju's three-point shot. Although the score stood at a precarious 7-7 just 2 minutes into the game, the Spurs appeared to be in complete control. While the Suns seemed to be teetering on a tightrope, perilously close to collapse, I end the live broadcast tonight, alongside Zhang Weiping, former national team player Hu Weidong has joined as a special guest. As one of the most celebrated shooting guards in the history of Chinese basketball, Hu Weidong provided fans with numerous memorable moments in the 1990s, including his fierce duels against Kobe in the NBA Summer League and his electrifying dunk over Pippen during the Olympics. A 2-time MVP in the CBA and a 3-time scoring champion, Hu Weidong has seen Huang Ju rapidly ascend in the NBA, drawing comparisons between their playing styles and positions among an increasing number of fans. Recently retired just 2 months ago at the age of 35, Hu Weidong offered high praise for Huang Ju in the broadcast. Huang Ju is truly a basketball prodigy. It is no exaggeration to say that his off-ball movement and three-point shooting are among the finest, even among the elite stars of the NBA. As today is Sunday in the Celestial Empire, the number of fans eagerly watching from their televisions has already surpassed 13 million. It is an arduous task for the Suns to triumph over the Spurs, and one can only hope that Huang Ju delivers an impressive performance without sustaining any injuries. True heroes emerge from adversity, and we eagerly anticipate Huang Ju's explosive display tonight, although the prospects appear dim. The mere sight of Bruce Bowen is enough to incite disdain. Huang Ju, please unleash your full wrath upon him. Returning to the AT Center in San Antonio, Huang Ju's recent miraculous three-point shot has undeniably shifted the game's atmosphere. Bruce Bowen, no longer content to remain stationed in the corner, actively sought to evade Huang Ju in pursuit of an open opportunity, immediately responding with a three-point attempt of his own. However, how could he possibly match Huang Ju's tactical positioning within the Spurs strategy? While pursuing Bowen, Huang Ju astutely scanned the defensive half-court. Recognizing the situation with clarity, he suddenly abandoned Bowen and dashed toward the high post to double-team Duncan. Faced with the sudden intensity of the double-team from Marion and Huang Ju, Duncan nearly faltered, quickly passing the ball to Ginobili on the perimeter. This moment, Huang Ju swiftly repositioned himself in front of Bruce Bowen, denying him the chance for an immediate open catch. With time running out on the shot clock, Ginobili utilized a screen from Duncan, faking a shot before penetrating the lane. In dazzling display of footwork, he evaded the defending Dia and executed a fluid layup. Although he managed to elude Dia's defense, Ginobili overlooked the swift approach of another determined figure from behind. Huang Ju accurately anticipated Ginobili's layup direction and, bolstered by his extraordinary off-ball movement, executed a precise help defense. Leaping into the air to emphatically swat the ascending basketball against the backboard, smack. Huang Ju's chase-down block was executed with remarkable speed, and the rebounding ball fell into Dia's hands, who quickly passed it to the fast-breaking Nash. However, due to the sheer momentum of his pursuit, Huang Ju could not halt his descent and tumbled into the front row of spectators. Thud. The Suns' fast break continued as Nash advanced into the front court, with the French speedster Tony Parker closely trailing him. Witnessing Huang Ju's fall into the stands, the Suns found themselves facing a 5-on-4 situation. Nash decisively opted for a swift attack, executing a sharp change of direction as he barreled into the lane. Attempting a contested layup, this shot, however, was rushed in pursuit of speed and, coupled with Parker's interference, resulted in the ball clanging off the rim. Following closely behind, James Jones soared for the offensive rebound, but was met with a thunderous block from the ever-persistent Bruce Bowen just as he was about to capitalize. Smack! The ball ricocheted high, and both Marion and Duncan battled for possession, with Marion ultimately managing to push the ball out toward the the three-point line. Boris Dia seized the opportunity, as Spurs center Nestorovic quickly joined in. The Suns' fast break had become a chaotic series of events, with the game's dynamics shifting rapidly. Yet, just as Dia hesitated on how to proceed with the ball at the top of the arc, a familiar voice echoed from behind. "Boris, over here!" Dia's eyes lit up as he pivoted, swiftly delivering the ball to Huang Ju, who had just emerged from the spectator area after his chase-down block on Ginobili. Consequently, as the Spurs scrambled back on defense, Bruce Bowen had already tracked down the fast-breaking James Jones, leaving Huang Ju's threat momentarily overlooked at this juncture. Huang Ju surged forward from the front row, crossing half-court and stepping onto the Spurs logo at center court. Noticing that none of the Spurs players were approaching, he fixed his sharp gaze on the hoop 13 meters away, inhaled deeply, and disregarded the blood trickling from his left brow due to a collision. Drawing back like an archer, he launched an audacious long-range three-pointer. The ball soared over the heads of both teams, and with countless eyes upon it, it struck true, piercing the net. Swish! The Suns 10-7 Spurs. As Huang Ju sank this extraordinary three-pointer from 13 meters out, Spurs coach Greg Popovich could no longer remain composed, his face steely as he leapt from his seat, hastily calling for a timeout. The timer paused at 9 minutes and 50 seconds in the first quarter. Within just over 2 minutes from the start, Huang Ju had successfully executed two highly challenging three-point shots under the intense defense of the formidable Bruce Bowen, causing the reigning champions' home court aura to falter dramatically. Nash, Dia, and Marion rushed over to inquire about Huang Ju's injury, noticing blood streaming down from his left brow to his chin, dripping onto the court floor. In NBA games, if a player is bleeding, the referees are mandated to halt play immediately, as per clear regulations. However, given the unexpected nature of Huang Ju's emergence from the stands during the Suns' fast break, the referees chose not to interrupt the offensive flow. Ironically, this fortuitously allowed Huang Ju to deliver a breathtaking, blood-stained long-range three-pointer on the sidelines. Mike D'Antoni, while exhilarated, was also taken aback by Huang Ju's injury, urgently instructing the team physician to conduct a thorough examination, concerned about the potential for more severe soft tissue damage. Huang Ju returned to the Suns bench, where the team physician attended to his left brow. Yet he signaled an okay gesture with his hand, assuring his teammates, "Guys, I feel fantastic right now." The entire Suns roster seemed invigorated by Huang Ju's remarkable display of skill and resilience. Marion, the highest-paid player and veteran of the Suns, who rarely yielded to anyone in the league, could not help but give Huang Ju a thumbs up. "Huang, well done. I respect you." James Jones, who had competed alongside Huang Ju for 4 games, appeared thoroughly captivated. "Huang, your half-court three-pointer just now truly fired me up." Nash, gritting his teeth and recalling the painful defeat to the Spurs in last season's Western Conference Finals, wore a resolute and steely expression. Tonight, we must give our all to secure victory. Meanwhile, on the Spurs side, Popovich reprimanded his players with a stern demeanor, reminding them to maintain focus. Do not overly concern yourselves with that kid's three-pointers. Relying solely on three-pointers will not win games. As long as we diligently execute our offensive and defensive strategies, victory will undoubtedly belong to you. However, at this moment, the high-definition four-sided screen overhead repeatedly replayed the breathtaking sequence of Huang Ju soaring from the defensive end to block Ginobili, followed by a remarkable three-pointer from the logo. Many Spurs fans in the surrounding stands couldn't help but express their admiration. This kid's three-point shooting is astonishingly precise. Those two shots at the start of the game are more than worthy of a spot in the top place. The defensive prowess he displayed was genuinely formidable, as three-point shooting remains a matter of probability. Yet the ability to assist and position oneself reveals a player's true skill and basketball IQ. In their awe, the Spurs fans quickly discerned that Huang Ju possessed genuine talent. Rumor has it that there are issues with his signing with the Suns. The Spurs management ought to make every effort to acquire him, perhaps offering a modest annual salary of $1 to $2 million, which would be an exceptional value for a bench player. The team's roster this season is already sufficiently healthy and stable, eliminating the need for new signings. As long as no major issues arise, defending the championship should pose no challenge. In the VIP front row, Spurs legend Admiral David Robinson was also present, and he couldn't help but exclaim to his friend beside him, "Goodness, I've never seen anyone in the NBA shoot three-pointers like this kid. Never." As one of the four great centers of the 90s, David Robinson felt that the NBA was undergoing a tremendous transformation. When the game resumed after a timeout, Mike D'Antoni allowed Huang Ju to continue playing only after the Suns' medical staff confirmed that he was unscathed. The Spurs' key players, evidently taking Huang Ju's audacious half-court three-pointer seriously, stepped up their game. Duncan immediately executed a pick-and-roll with Parker, sinking a jump shot, followed by a defensive block against Sean Marion, and Ginobili added 2 more points with a driving layup, with a steady 4-0 run. The Spurs quickly regained the lead. Bruce Bowen intensified his defensive efforts against Huang Ju, while Nash seized a crucial moment to hit a three-pointer from beyond the arc following a screen, helping the Suns reclaim the lead. Swish, Suns, 13-11, Spurs. The defending champions gradually revealed their rich experience, playing solidly in half-court situations and intensifying their defense, with the trio of Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker collectively scoring 7 points, reasserting control over the game's tempo. With 3:09 remaining in the first quarter, Huang Ju finally found another opportunity in a tussle for a rebound. Nestorovic secured the defensive board, but his hurried pass was intercepted by Marion. Taking advantage of Bruce Bowen's momentary lapse in focus, Huang Ju executed a crossover screen with James Jones at the high post, swiftly cutting into the right side at a 0-degree angle. Receiving Marion's return pass, he launched another shot over the hastily approaching Bowen. Swish, beep. The ball went in as the whistle blew for an and one. All defenders who dared to adjust Huang Ju's shooting rhythm were duly punished. To avoid Bowen's foot placement, Huang Ju intentionally softened his landing, using his core strength to gracefully fall to the floor. Bruce Bowen, having incurred both a foul and an injury, clearly did not believe he had touched Huang Ju's wrist, angrily gesturing to the referee for an explanation. The referee, however, promptly issued a technical foul against Bowen. Beep. Players like Bruce Bowen, notorious for their unsportsmanlike conduct, tend to provoke even the referees. Supported by Marion, Huang Ju rose with a smile, having gained a significant advantage from the moment he sank a long-range three-pointer just 2 minutes into the game to now. At 3:09 in the first quarter, Huang Ju had not attempted a single shot. Yet his relentless movement on offense resembled a sharp hawk, poised to seize fleeting opportunities for a decisive strike. Even Bruce Bowen could not maintain unwavering focus on defense every second. Players like Huang Ju are truly fearsome. Huang Ju first stepped to the free throw line to execute Bowen's technical foul shot, followed by another successful attempt, scoring 5 consecutive points on offense. During the Suns' next offensive possession, a previously unused elevator screen emerged. Huang Ju maneuvered through 2 screens from the left corner, arriving at the left arc's third-degree angled eye in this triangular area. Huang Ju was nearly enveloped by both Marion and Dia, yet Dia's behind-the-back pass remained precise. Huang Ju calmly rose to catch the ball, facing the desperate attempt of Bruce Bowen to navigate around him. As he launched another shot, swish, Bowen, infuriated, jumped up, complaining to the referee that the sunscreen was clearly a foul. But Duncan quickly pulled him back. After all, Bowen had already received a technical foul that if he incurred another, he would face ejection. As Huang Ju sank 2 consecutive three-pointers, tallying 8 points on offense. The Suns orchestrated a mini-run of 8-2, once again taking a 1-point lead over the Spurs. However, Duncan quickly responded by converting a 2-1 play, restoring the advantage to the Spurs. The game was indeed a roller coaster, with Spurs fans utterly astonished that the Suns, whom they had deemed underdogs, were competing so fiercely against the reigning champions. Mike D'Antoni had initially planned for Huang Ju to play only 10 minutes in the first quarter. However, witnessing his fiery form, he decided to let him play alongside Nash and Marion for the entire quarter. As the Suns initiated their offense, Nash, positioned at the top of the arc, summoned Huang Ju for a pick and roll, marking the first such collaboration in the game. Huang Ju sidestepped to delay Tony Parker's pursuit while keeping a watchful eye on Bruce Bowen. Given Huang Ju's three-point threat, Bowen hesitated to switch onto Nash immediately, inadvertently granting Nash a brief open look as a top-tier star in the league. Nash would not squander this opportunity, taking a decisive step to the side and launching another three-pointer. Swish, in the wake of the successful pick-and-roll between Huang Ju and Nash. Bowen and Parker, who nearly collided, exchanged glances of dismay, while Popovich on the sidelines wore a grave expression. With Nash in stellar shooting form, if he and Huang Ju executed a pick-and-roll at the top of the arc without a switch, trouble would undoubtedly ensue. Yet if they did switch, it would afford Huang Ju the chance to maneuver for an open shot. Suns 25-24, Spurs as they transitioned back on defense. Nash and Huang Ju shared a knowing smile and a casual high-five, exuding a sense of synergy. That moment, Nash's flowing locks and Huang Ju's sharp crew cut glistened with sweat. As their forms intersected, the camera captured the moment, a frame worthy of preservation. With 1 minute left in the first quarter, during the Suns' next offensive stand, Ginobili held the ball at the top of the arc. Huang Ju decisively relinquished Bowen, switched with James Jones, and positioned himself in front of the crafty Argentine. Manu, if you're a real man, don't pass that damned ball. The two similarly built foreign players engaged in a direct showdown at the arc, instantly piquing the interest of Spurs fans in the stands, standing on the sidelines. Popovich crossed his arms and nodded slightly, tacitly endorsing Ginobili's request to take Huang Ju one-on-one. Popovich certainly had his own reasoning. Huang Ju had been exceptionally audacious tonight, having already scored 14 points with a perfect shooting record before the first quarter concluded. It seemed imperative to allow Ginobili to temper his fervor. Fans across the nation, watching the live broadcast, were equally exuberant, eagerly anticipating the duel between the two international superstars. Finally, it wasn't another tedious tactical play. Ginobili was poised to take on Huang Ju. In 2004, Ginobili single-handedly dismantled the Dream Team, reminiscent of a 20-minute Jordan. Could Huang Ju withstand him? Both playing the shooting guard position. Could Huang Ju's future achievements in the NBA and international arena eclipse those of Ginobili? As the focus shifts back to the San Antonio Spurs home court, the ATT Center, the players from both teams have spread out, creating an opportunity for a one-on-one duel between Ginobili and Huang Ju. Renowned in the league for his left-handed prowess, Huang Ju has conducted thorough research on Ginobili. Although his three-point shooting may not be exceptionally accurate, it remains relatively stable, and his serpentine drives are unpredictable and elusive. Having accumulated experience from the previous 2 games and intensive training over the past few days, Huang Ju has once again enhanced his defensive attributes, elevating them to an impressive 93. Furthermore, his bench press strength has surpassed 100 kilograms, with his weight steadily increasing from an initial 89 kilograms to 92 kilograms, while his body fat percentage remains remarkably stable. Thanks to the Training Maniac badge, Huang Ju has also discovered a remarkable improvement in his 100-meter sprint test this morning, lowering his time from a persistent 11.3 seconds to an impressive 11.2 seconds. a noteworthy achievement in the realm of sprinting, where even a mere 0.1 second improvement is a rare feat tonight, facing the Spurs. Huang Ju is brimming with determination. Although he lacks absolute confidence in single-covering Jin Billy, he is fully committed to the challenge. With the shot clock dwindling to 8 seconds, Huang Ju discerns Jin Billy's intention to drive through a shoulder dip and swiftly advances a half step to apply pressure. Extending his long arms to create sufficient disruption. Whoosh! Jin Billy lowers his center of gravity and drives left, aware that Huang Ju is closely tailing him. As he approaches, he suddenly executes a silky behind-the-back dribble, shifting to the right before abruptly halting to perform a Buddha move, attempting to shake off Huang Ju's defense. Yet, Huang Ju remains unfazed, gliding in with swift footwork and raising both arms high. Maintaining a solid stance. In the commentary booth, the professional expertise of Zhang Weiping shines through. Huang Ju's defense is exemplary. His movements are crisp and clean, devoid of any unnecessary antics, with every detail accounted for. The mere fact that he wasn't faked out by Jin Billy's earlier maneuver serves as a lesson for many defenders, highlighting his diligent training and meticulous study of Jin Billy's skill set. Observe how Jin Billy's Buddha move clearly indicated a right-handed shot post dribble. However, he predominantly shoots with his left hand. From this alone, Huang Ju recognized it as a feint as the pinnacle of competition unfolds on the court. The emotions of China's Kobe, Hu Weidong, are equally heightened. Jin Billy opts to forcefully drive right, and Huang Ju is right there with him. Jin Billy attempts a Euro step, transitioning to a left-handed layup. Will he score? Huang Ju leaps, striving for the block. Huang Ju is going for the rejection. Excellent play. Huang Ju successfully swats Jin Billy's layup, a truly spectacular solo block. Zhang Weiping and Hu Weidong in the commentary booth erupt with excitement, unable to contain their applause. This is a textbook example of a defensive chase block. Truth be told, based on this defensive display, Huang Ju's caliber is on par with Kobe, as their passionate commentary echoes. The fierce competition continues. Marion secures the rebound, and the Suns swiftly initiate a counterattack. Huang Ju, familiar with the fast break, finds himself pursued by a Jin Billy who, having just been blocked, appears slightly unhinged. Whoosh! He rapidly reaches the left side beyond the three-point line. With Jin Billy closing in, Huang Ju suddenly executes a sharp back cut, shaking off his opponent in the blink of an eye. Signaling to Nash for the ball. To be frank, this doesn't quite qualify as a conventional opportunity. Jin Billy reacts swiftly, and Huang Ju, while sprinting back, struggles to maintain his balance. Nevertheless, Nash chooses to trust Huang Ju, delivering a slightly risky pass with just the right amount of lead, landing precisely in front of Huang Ju. Seizing the moment, Huang Ju receives the ball, sidesteps, and faces the charging Jin Billy. He leaps, unflinching, and releases a quick shot. Another audacious and swift attempt. Jin Billy's eyes widen in fury as he reaches for the block, feeling as if his fingertips graze the surface of the ball. Yet uncertain, swish! In the next instant, the crisp sound of the net rippling fills the air as the basketball grazes the inner edge of the rim before crashing through the net, accompanied by the referee's whistle. Beep beep. Another three-point play. The timer now shows a mere 1.8 seconds remaining in the final quarter. The arena falls into a brief silence, with countless Spurs fans burying their heads in disbelief. Gazing at the high-definition replay on the screens, their faces etched with incredulity. Jin Billy, having just been scored on with a three-point play, shakes his head in resignation. While his expression remains composed, his inner turmoil is palpable. On the sidelines, Popovich furrows his brow, reluctantly acknowledging that he underestimated Huang Ju, the Asian undrafted rookie's potential. The Suns players rally, fists raised in celebration, exuding an air of dominance, approaching the free throw line with composure. Huang Ju's gaze is steely and resolute, embodying a fierce intensity amidst adversity, reminiscent of entering the black court zone. Swish! With the additional free throw made, Huang Ju has already netted 5 three-pointers in the first quarter, including 2 three-point plays, amassing 18 points, along with 2 blocks and 1 steal on the defensive end. Suns 29-24, Spurs as the first quarter dwindles to a mere 1.8 seconds. Popovich refrains from calling a timeout. exuding an unwavering pride akin to that of a dynasty coach, reminiscent of Phil Jackson. Jin Billy, poised for a baseline inbounds pass, clearly intends to deliver a long throw, but is overly careless. Huang Ju, with acute focus, anticipates the play perfectly, leaping to intercept the basketball just before Parker. Smack. As Huang Ju secures the ball, he watches the timer tick down from 1.8 seconds, and without hesitation, he hurls the ball toward the front court hoop from the half-court line. Boom! Huang Ju's shot, under pressure, lacks precision. However, the basketball strikes the tempered glass backboard, ricocheting off. Whoosh! In an electrifying instant, a robust figure clad in the Suns' number 7 jersey charges toward the basket like a tank, soaring to catch the rebound from the tempered glass before unleashing a thunderous dunk. Rumble. Amidst the cacophony, the tempered glass backboard lights up red, signaling the end of the first quarter. The Spurs players and front row fans are momentarily dumbfounded, caught in a state of shock. Huang Ju's half-court steal followed by a long-range throw, culminating in Marion's last-second alley-oop dunk, was executed within a mere 1.8 seconds. Parker and Jin Billy gesture to the referee, claiming Marion's dunk was too late, with many Spurs fans joining in protest. However, after reviewing the video at the scorers table, the 3 referees confirmed that Marion's dunk was indeed in time, awarding the 2 points. Suns 31-24. Spurs as the first quarter concludes, the Suns miraculously lead by 7 points, their momentum for revenge intensifying. Following a final discussion at the scorers table, it was determined that Huang Ju's half-court steal and subsequent long throw struck the left side of the tempered glass backboard, deviating significantly from the hoop and clearly lacking the force of a shot. Thus, it was ultimately ruled that Huang Ju's play constituted an assist rather than a missed shot, returning to the Suns bench. Huang Ju beams with delight, giving Marion a thumbs up. "Sean, I owe you one for that putback dunk, transforming my missed shot into an assist." "Ha." Marion, maintaining a serious demeanor, raises his thick brows. "Nonsense. Huang, that was clearly an assist. The rebound's bounce was just right. I loved it." Huang Ju, caught between laughter and exasperation, realizes that this game has truly taken on a life of its own, capable of birthing unforeseen miracles at any moment. Throughout the first quarter, Huang Ju played the full 12 minutes, sinking all 5 three-point attempts, converting 3 free throws, and efficiently accumulating 18 points, 1 assist, 2 blocks, and 2 steals, while Nash contributed 8 points and 5 assists, revitalizing the entire Suns team. Notably, his 2 impressive blocks against Jin Billy on the defensive end have left the Spurs fans in awe of the young Asian player's defensive prowess stood on the Spurs bench. Duncan pats Jin Billy on the shoulder, offering a stoic word of comfort. "Manu, although this kid's defense surpasses yours, and his three-point shooting is more accurate, your hair is definitely longer," familiar with Duncan's dry wit. Jin Billy brushes his flowing locks aside. "Tim, I think it's best if you keep quiet." During this period, Jin Billy still sported long hair and had not yet succumbed to baldness, although his hairline was issuing warnings. Reflecting on the 2 impressive blocks by the young player, Jin Billy admitted to underestimating the defensive prowess of his opponent, acknowledging that he was not sufficiently cautious in his choices during his drives. It was astonishing to witness a newly entered Asian undrafted rookie demonstrating such a defensive level. As the second quarter commenced, the starters rested on the sidelines, and the rotational lineups from both teams took to the court. In contrast to the Suns, which had only Leandro Barbosa as a prominent scoring option, the Spurs featured a star-studded cast, including Michael Finley, Vance Exel, and Robert Horry. Despite some signs of aging, the Spurs bench remained formidable, with depth placing them among the top 3 in the league. It was no surprise that less than 5 minutes into the second quarter, the Spurs orchestrated a 12-5 run to quickly level the score. Mike D'Antoni first introduced Nash and Marion to stabilize the situation. However, as the Spurs starters re-entered, a fired-up Jin Billy exploded against Barbosa, scoring 6 consecutive points. Parker soon followed with a drive resulting in a 2-1, re-establishing the Spurs lead. It was not until 3 minutes remained in the second quarter that D'Antoni reinserted Huang. Bruce Bowen, sensing an opportunity, pounced like a hungry wolf. "You better not think about hitting another 3. I'll slap the ball right back at your face." In response to Bowen's trash talk, Huang met his gaze with a cold stare, disdainfully retorting, "Do you even deserve to talk?" "Fool!" Bowen, infuriated, could not comprehend Huang's Chinese, but recognized that it was unlikely to be a compliment. On the Suns' subsequent possession, Huang set a pick for Nash at the three-point line. This time, Bowen, having learned his lesson, quickly switched to guard Nash, disrupting his shot attempt, observing Huang utilizing his height advantage to shield Parker. Nash swiftly delivered the ball as per their tactical plan. Huang, receiving the pass, decisively spun and shot. Although Parker could not effectively contest, he cleverly interfered with Huang's shooting motion using his lower body. Simultaneously, Bowen's timely recovery completely obstructed Huang's vision. Clang. Huang's three-pointer ricocheted off the rim, prompting Bowen to roar in triumph as he glared at Huang with clenched fists. Nevertheless, Huang remained undeterred by the miss, his focus unwavering in the game. Smack! As the offensive rebound was claimed by the high-flying Dia, Huang instantly sprinted back, weaving around Nash and leveraging Dia's screen to position himself at the right wing. 30 degrees beyond the arc, Dia's return pass was precise, but Bowen, in his haste, collided with Dia. Boom! Simultaneously, Huang launched into the air, executing a three-point follow-up with precision. Swish! Beep beep! The referee's whistle signaled that Huang's three-pointer was valid, while Bowen's collision with Dia was ruled a foul. The timing of Huang's shot and Bowen's foul occurred almost simultaneously, leaving little room for controversy regarding the referee's decision as the first half approached its conclusion. Bowen had already accrued his third personal foul of the night, compounded by an additional technical foul, clearly embroiled in foul trouble. However, Coach Popovich chose not to substitute Bowen at this juncture, as Huang was already in a hot shooting rhythm. Beyond Bowen, no other player could effectively guard Huang AS for help defense or double teaming. The arrogant Popovich did not believe an Asian rookie warranted such superstar treatment, that he was convinced that Huang could not maintain this level of performance indefinitely. His stamina unable to support him for over 30 minutes. The stoic Popovich, arms crossed and relaxed on the sidelines, remained stubborn in his beliefs. Although Bowen, now with 3 fouls, stayed on the court, his apprehensions while chasing Huang granted Huang additional opportunities. With 1 minute and 5 seconds left in the second quarter, Marion overcame his mental block during a defensive play, stripping the ball from Duncan's grasp, leading to a fast break for the Suns. The Spurs, despite having their twin towers, clearly struggled to keep pace in their transition defense. However, during this fast break, Marion, receiving a pass from Nash, was perhaps a bit too eager and spectacularly missed the dunk. Clang! Fortunately, the long rebound fell into Nash's quick hands, as Huang, running along the perimeter, failed to shake off Bowen. After setting a screen with Dia, seeing an open lane, Marion blocked Duncan to the right side of the paint. With determination, Huang accelerated towards the basket. Whoosh! This marked Huang's first attempt at a backdoor cut, leaving Bowen, who had been trailing him, utterly flabbergasted. With Nash's pass providing just enough lead, Huang caught the ball and opted for the safest approach. Soaring into the air, clutching the ball with both hands, and forcefully slamming it through the hoop. Boom! This dunk not only signified a breakthrough for Huang, but also illuminated his previously constrained mindset. Despite possessing only 50 points in dunking and layup attributes, Huang had refrained from attempting off-ball plays in recent games, overly relying on his perimeter shots. It became evident that although his dunking and layup skills were subpar, his ability to draw defenders away and the influence of his exceptional off-ball movement ultimately endowed him with significant cutting threats. Coupled with Huang's height, wingspan, and jumping ability, it was not overly challenging to simply put the ball through the hoop when faced with an open basket. With this realization, Huang felt his offensive options expand exponentially. His off-ball movement instincts were indeed sharp, and in the presence of elite point guard Steve Nash, he thrived. That dunk of his was truly an eyesore, more awkward than those of many centers. If Huang were to participate in the All-Star Dunk Contest, he would undoubtedly set a record for the lowest score in its history, as his offensive mindset evolved. Huang's choices in defensive rotations became bolder. Back on defense, Huang made a decisive choice at a critical moment, opting to leave Bowen and double-team the ball handler, Tim Duncan. He nearly intercepted the ball from Duncan's hands, but ultimately forced him to make a hasty pass. Bowen, stationed in the right corner, received the ball and immediately launched an open three-pointer. Had Bowen made that shot, the blame would have surely fallen on Huang for his risky collapse. However, perhaps due to his lack of opportunities on offense and being exploited by Huang on defense. Bowen's three-point attempt appeared tense, clanging off the side of the rim. Smack! The rebound fortuitously landed in front of Huang, who was fully focused, decisively seizing the ball, taking a step before surveying the court. Quickly delivering the ball to the sprinting Nash. Whoosh! From securing the rebound to dribbling and swiftly passing to a teammate, Huang's movements, despite being somewhat uncoordinated due to his technical limitations, ultimately avoided any turnovers. Nash, receiving the ball and charging forward, showcased the finesse of a wind spirit, skillfully navigating Parker's defensive pressure with a sudden stop and a Euro step, successfully evading him. Accelerating leftward, he leaped into the air, his flowing hair casting off droplets of sweat, as Nash, with sharp focus, aimed directly for the basket. Boom! A textbook dunk, yet it resonated with astonishing impact, and upon landing, Nash raised his fist in a triumphant roar, igniting exuberance among the Suns bench players that, OMG, Steve just dunked. Goodness, what did I just witness? At this moment, Mike D'Antoni's gaze brightened. This was Nash's inaugural dunk in an NBA official game, and it seemed he was genuinely determined tonight. Huang Ju was equally astonished by Nash's dunk, as if a sea of blood was swirling in Nash's eyes. Steve, that was a magnificent dunk. Though it was merely a contested attempt, Nash's ability to maneuver and evade defenders during the fast break was nothing short of spectacular, fluid and graceful, with a high level of execution throughout, making it highly enjoyable to watch. In contrast, Huang Ju's clumsy two-handed dunk certainly fell short in terms of aesthetics. The ESPN commentators on site were equally exhilarated, their expressions animated and exaggerated. My God, what an honor it is to witness Steve's contested dunk live. To my recollection, this should be his first fast break dunk in an actual NBA game. Strictly speaking, it was a contested attempt, but for Steve Nash, who stands at a mere 1.88 meters with a vertical leap of only 65 centimeters, this was indeed a precious moment. Returning to the court, Parker's pull-up jumper clanged off the rim, and Duncan's putback was thwarted by Marion. The red light illuminated, signaling the end of the first half, with the Suns completing a remarkably high-quality defensive effort amidst a euphoric atmosphere. Suns 57, Spurs 56. With Huang Ju and Nash delivering their unconventional dunks, the Suns managed to reclaim the lead just before halftime. AS players made their way back to the locker room. Nash rolled up his jersey to wipe the sweat from his face, unable to suppress a smile as he lifted his head to admire his recent fast-break dunk on the high-definition screens. The figure on the screen seemed as if he had shed 10 years. Nash recognized that it was Huang Ju's unwavering focus on offense tonight, along with that spectacular blood-soaked three-pointer, that inspired him and every player on the Suns. As the first half concluded, Huang Ju, having played 15 minutes, achieved an impressive 7 of 8 shooting, including 6 of 7 from beyond the arc and 3 of 3 from the free throw line, amassing a game-high 23 points along with 1 assist. 1 rebound, 2 blocks, and 2 steals. This also marked the first time in the last 4 games that Huang Ju filled all 5 statistical columns. Meanwhile, the Suns team's spirit soared. As the leader, Nash exhibited the prowess of a newly crowned MVP. He rose to the occasion, shooting 5 of 8, including 3 of 5 from three-point range, totaling 13 points, 7 assists, and 2 steals in the first half. Sean Marion gradually found his rhythm while matched against Tim Duncan. Despite only scoring 6 points in the first half, he secured 7 rebounds, along with 1 block and 1 steal, thanks to his exceptional leaping ability. Players like Diaw, Jones, and the bench's Barbosa also had commendable performances. On the Spurs side, Ginobili led the team with 13 points in the first half. Duncan contributed 12 points and 6 rebounds, and Tony Parker added 10 points and 4 assists, with the bench contributing 15 points. Bruce Bowen, however, struggled against Huang Ju, failing to score with 0 for 2 shooting, and despite exerting full effort defensively, he could not contain Huang Ju's three-point shooting, accruing 3 fouls in the process. During halftime, Bowen's emotions were evidently unstable in the Spurs locker room, nearly erupting into an argument with the stern Popovich. Damn it, who knows what that guy is made of? He runs even better than Hamilton. Bruce, you need to play a bit more aggressively in the second half, understand? Spurs fans in the arena seized the opportunity during halftime to whisper among themselves. This Huang is genuinely talented. Although his dribbling and passing are clearly weaknesses, his off-ball movement, three-point shooting, and defensive abilities are top-notch. 6 three-pointers already in the first half. At this rate, the second half should be fiercely contested. It seems this kid might have a chance to break Kobe's record of 12 three-pointers in a single game. The Suns were indeed fighting tenaciously tonight, and even the unassuming Nash had dunked. One could only imagine how formidable this team would be if Stoudemire were healthy. Tony Parker ought to be more aggressive. He has a clear advantage in one-on-one situations against Steve Nash. Meanwhile, a scout seated in the second-level stands, a black man, was busy texting the Blazers management, urging them to quickly enter the fray for Huang Ju. This season, the Portland Trail Blazers had chosen to tank from the outset, currently languishing at the bottom of the Western Conference with only 5 wins to show for their efforts. The most infamous draft blunder in NBA history. The Blazers management selected center Sam Bowie with the 2nd overall pick in 1984, thereby missing out on the prodigious Michael Jordan in the early 1990s under the leadership of Clyde the Glide Drexler. The Blazers had reached the NBA Finals, only to fall to the Bulls in the early 2000s. With Pippen, Rasheed Wallace, and the elder Sabonis, they battled the Lakers' Shaq and Kobe in a grueling 7-game Western Conference Finals. However, in recent years, the Blazers had rapidly devolved into a Western Conference doormat, and this year, the management had used their 6th overall pick to select a marginal wing player averaging merely 6 points and 2 rebounds. The Blazers management could hardly suppress their musings. What if they had chosen Huang Ju with that 6th pick? Perhaps in 2 years' time, they would once again foolishly overlook a player named Kevin Durant at the draft. In a luxurious high-rise apartment in Manhattan, New York, the dazzling cityscape unfolded beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. In the living room of his lavish abode, the rotund James Dolan watched the NBA game. Sipping whiskey and puffing on a cigar, utterly astounded by Huang Ju's superhuman performance on the court, as if he were under the influence of a drug, he eagerly dialed the number of Knicks general manager Donnie Walsh. Donnie, do whatever it takes to bring this Huang from the Suns to the Knicks. He could demand millions in salary, and if you can't manage this, just pack your bags and get out. On the other end of the line, Donnie Walsh felt his head nearly explode. He had been on the brink of madness for years, constantly pressured by an unstable boss. If not for the generous compensation Dolan provided, he would have resigned long ago. The Knicks were drowning in terrible contracts, and Dolan, that foolish drunk with money to burn, expected Walsh, a mere puppet general manager, to shoulder the blame. After hanging up, Walsh could only reluctantly comply with his owner's demands. Even though he held reservations about Huang Ju's long-term prospects as an Asian player, he quickly called the beautiful assistant of Bill Duffy, stating firmly, "Miss Natalie, the Knicks are prepared to offer Huang a contract with an annual salary of no less than $2 million. With the largest market in the NBA, I believe no rookie would refuse such temptation. What? At least $3 million a year. I think there might be a misunderstanding. I'm only looking to sign an undrafted player, not the newly crowned number 1 pick. Compared to the Knicks, a team in disarray, those powerhouse teams vying for a championship this season placed a higher value on Huang Ju's elite 3D attributes." In Dallas, at the American Airlines Center, the game between the Mavericks and the Detroit Pistons had also reached halftime. In a luxurious box, Mavericks owner Mark Cuban, after hearing his assistant's analysis, engaged in a serious discussion with Mavericks general manager Donnie Nelson. "This year presents our best opportunity for a championship. We must be fully prepared to sign this Asian player. The level he has displayed on the court recently, in my opinion, surpasses that of Josh Howard. Mr. Cuban, you are correct, but that assessment is based solely on recent performances. The stability and physicality of Asian players cannot be compared to that of their black counterparts. Moreover, given the current circumstances, offers of $1 or $2 million may lack competitiveness." Cuban stroked his chin, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the court outside the box. "We can no longer hesitate. Contact his agent promptly. I'm willing to gamble on a salary below $3 million. In truth, both Mark Cuban and Donnie Nelson were well aware that the Mavericks' most significant shortcoming was not their wings or bench, but rather the point guard position. Letting Nash go had been a regret for Cuban. Now that the Suns had discovered a hidden gem, Cuban naturally wished to intervene. Raising the offer for Huang Ju would similarly complicate the Suns' chances of signing him. As a significant threat in the Western playoffs, Even if the Mavericks ultimately fail to acquire Huang Ju, they must do everything in their power to prevent the Suns from obtaining him. Throughout this season, the Dallas Mavericks have consistently pursued the Spurs, currently holding the second position in the Western Conference. Dirk Nowitzki's prowess has only intensified, with his recent performances placing him among the top 3 in the MVP rankings. In the executive office of the New Jersey Nets, Vanderwide is engaged in a discussion with head coach Lawrence Frank, analyzing the value and risks associated with signing the Asian player Huang Ju. This season, the Nets boast 2 superstars, Jason Kidd and Vince Carter, while Richard Jefferson is also performing at an almost all-star caliber. It is evident to any discerning observer that Huang Ju's style and characteristics necessitate the support and development of a premier point guard. Currently, aside from Steve Nash, Jason Kidd undoubtedly fits that bill that it is essential to discard any prejudiced views towards Asian players. Huang has exhibited talents and potential that transcend racial boundaries. Jason requires a top-tier off-ball player. And Huang is undoubtedly our best option at this moment. By cutting a few non-guaranteed contracts, the team still has over $6 million in salary cap space, with both Jason and Vince no longer in their prime. I believe we must take this gamble. Returning to the Spurs' home court, the third quarter has commenced. Led by Nash, Huang Ju, and Marion, the Suns continue their vigorous momentum from the first half, exerting themselves on both offense and defense, relentlessly exhausting the Spurs' energy. Bruce Bowen's pursuit of Huang Ju has grown increasingly aggressive, yet he cannot suppress Huang's fervor on the court. With 9 minutes and 15 seconds left in the third quarter, Huang Ju uses the elevator door as cover to accelerate and receive a pass beyond the arc, sinking another flawless three-pointer. Swish! Bruce Bowen, caught off guard, reacts in frustration, clearly attempting to execute a dangerous trip. As Huang descends from his shot, he is utterly unprepared, his right foot about to land squarely on Bowen's outstretched foot. In that split second, the system's voice suddenly echoes in his mind. Ding. Detected a blatant attempt to injure by the defender, unlocking the counterattack armor medal for the host, which will reflect all unsportsmanlike harm inflicted by opponents in future official games. Before Huang Ju can fully comprehend the situation, his Adidas shoes crash down upon Bowen's Nike footwear. Thud! The impact reverberates as if a heavy hammer had struck, sending Huang tumbling to the ground. Though his ankle feels no pain, he clutches his right leg and feigns a grimace of agony. Almost simultaneously, Bruce Bowen's eyes widen in shock, his features contorting grotesquely, followed by a blood-curdling scream as he collapses, convulsing on the floor. Nash and Marion, witnessing Huang Ju fall due to Bowen's trip, rush over to inquire about his condition. Enraged, Marion turns to deliver a kick to Bowen, but is swiftly intercepted by Dia on the sidelines. Mike D'Antoni pales in fear. Huang Ju cannot sustain an injury at this crucial juncture. The head referee immediately halts the game. Rushing to the scores table to review the video replay and assess the circumstances surrounding their simultaneous collapse, the team physician also rushes on the body of Huang Ju. He sensed the essence of Kobe. At this moment, Huang Ju had already begun to contemplate when he might return to the United States to witness a live game featuring Huang Ju. However, the despicable foul by Bruce Bowen instantly ignited Huang Ju's ire. Furrowing his brow and clenching his fists, fervently praying that Huang Ju would remain unharmed. Shifting his gaze back to the San Antonio Spurs home court, following a thorough analysis and discussion among the 3 referees and the technical table, it was ultimately determined that Bruce Bowen's foul was intentional, resulting in a direct ruling of a level 2 flagrant foul and his expulsion from the game. Yet at this juncture, Huang Ju sat at the sidelines of the Suns bench, seemingly unscathed, engaging in lighthearted banter with Nash and Marion. Appearing nothing like an injured player, in stark contrast, Bruce Bowen was left with a mangled left foot, diagnosed by the team physician with 2 fractured toe bones, being assisted back to the locker room with a pronounced limp. Spurs head coach Greg Popovich vehemently protested the referee's decision, insisting that Bruce Bowen was the true victim and that Huang Ju should also be penalized for his supposed foul. However, upon reviewing the footage, the referees ultimately concluded that Huang Ju was entirely in a defensive position that AS for Bowen's injury. It was deemed a consequence of his own miscalculation, facing the incessant complaint from the elder Popovich. The head referee showed no hesitation, blowing the whistle and issuing a technical foul against the Spurs coach. Many fans in the Spurs home crowd voiced their dissent against the referee's ruling, yet a greater number of rational supporters chose to remain silent. It was abundantly clear that Bruce Bowen had only brought this upon himself, with even fate seemingly favoring the more innocent Huang Ju. The cleaning crew promptly attended to the bloodstains on the court, and the game resumed swiftly. Stepping up to the free throw line, Huang Ju first executed the technical free throw awarded for Popovich's foul, then followed it with 2 free throws for Bruce Bowen's flagrant foul, successfully sinking all 3 shots. With these free throws, Huang Ju's personal score for the night reached 29 points. After the 2 free throws from the level 2 flagrant foul, possession still remained with the Suns. Although the team physician had repeatedly checked Huang Ju's ankle and declared it uninjured, out of an abundance of caution, Mike D'Antoni opted for him to return to the locker room post-free throws for a leg massage. Barbosa stepped in to replace Huang Ju on the court. Many Spurs fans frowned, clearly concerned about Huang Ju's ankle. Despite being Spurs supporters, they felt a tinge of regret at the thought of Huang Ju potentially being injured by Bruce. Huang Ju is injured. I find myself uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. One player down, yet the game remains fair. Let's continue watching. In the Tianqiao 5 broadcast studio, the elder Zhang Weiping composed himself while reassuring the fans, judging by Huang Ju's free throws and his walk back to the locker room. He was not assisted, so his ankle should be fine. D'Antoni likely just wanted to play it safe by not letting him return. Even a minor ankle injury would heal in about a week. Returning to the matter of Bruce Bowen's foul, the league headquarters must impose severe penalties. Expulsion is insufficient, and fines and suspensions should be substantial. Having previously uttered a curse, Hu Weidong now regained his composure. Let us hope Huang Ju is unscathed. I must say, the officiating of the 3 referees in tonight's NBA game has been relatively fair. The focus shifted back to the game. Although Huang Ju was absent, Bowen's malicious foul only served to further galvanize the Suns, with several key players, led by Nash, rising to the occasion with a series of rapid counterattacks, ending the third quarter with a 2013 scoring run, establishing an 11-point lead. Suns, 86-75 Spurs. In the visiting team's locker room, Huang Ju enjoyed a massage on his ankle while watching the team achieve a scoring surge on the locker room television. His emotions running high, he had boasted to reporters before the game that the Suns came to win. Otherwise, even his stellar statistics would be meaningless. Although it remained uncertain whether he would finalize a contract with the Suns at this moment, as a member of the team, Huang Ju was determined to unite with his teammates in pursuit of victory. His performance in the first 3 quarters had not disappointed his teammates, and their current display was equally commendable. Yet as the final quarter commenced, the Spurs launched another counteroffensive, with Tim Duncan scoring 5 points through a combination of free throws and field goals, and Ginobili assisting veteran Finley for a 3-pointer. Tony Parker also increased his isolation plays against Nash, first executing a driving floater, followed by a 3-pointer off a pick-and-roll swish, with 3 minutes and 50 seconds left in the final quarter. The Spurs had narrowed the deficit to just 1 point. In this critical moment, Steve Nash stepped up resolutely, utilizing Marion's screen to drive in and confidently nail a 2-pointer swish. However, immediately after, the Wizard Ginobili unleashed his fury, hitting a difficult 3-pointer, a pent-up response to Huang Ju's earlier blocks in the first half. Swish, Suns, 102-102 Spurs. With 3 minutes and 12 seconds remaining in the final quarter, the Spurs had leveled the score. Mike D'Antoni's expression grew grave as he promptly called for a long timeout. A thunderous cheer erupted from the stands as the Spurs trio of Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker exchanged high-fives while Popovich stood calmly with his arms crossed, embodying the essence of a seasoned coach. Above, the 3 championship banners fluttered in the breeze, a testament to the legacy of a dynasty team. Tonight's game had been a roller coaster ride, as the Spurs, known for their slow-paced half-court game, had managed to score over 100 points with just 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter. This highlighted the impressive offensive efficiency and shooting accuracy of both teams' key players. At this moment, Huang Ju suddenly emerged from the players' tunnel, returning to the Suns bench, his familiar number 30 jersey quickly catching the eyes of many Spurs fans in the front row. "Coach, let me play." Seeing the unyielding determination in Huang Ju's eyes, Mike D'Antoni confirmed once more, "Huang, is your ankle really okay?" Huang Ju responded with a calm, and confident smile. "Of course, coach. Do you doubt, doctor?" Thomas's assessment? Nash, looking concerned, inquired. "Huang, are you really all right?" Huang Ju patted his chest and raised an eyebrow at Nash and Marion. "Steve, Sean, I feel invincible right now. Remember, we are here to win tonight." Inspired by Huang Ju's words, the Suns players regained their vigor. D'Antoni quickly nodded in agreement. "All right, our offensive strategy will revolve around Huang, particularly with Sean and Boris setting screens. Now that Bruce Bowen had been ejected, I believe no one on the Spurs can effectively defend Huang's movements." The timeout concluded swiftly, and as Huang Ju replaced James Jones on the court, teaming up with Barbosa on the wing, the Suns' strongest lineup made its grand appearance in the Tianqiao 5 broadcast studio. Witnessing Huang Ju's return of the king, Zhang Weiping and Hu Weidong were nearly propelled from their seats in excitement. Huang Ju is back, re-entering the game during the most critical 3 minutes of the fourth quarter. Once again entrusted by Mike D'Antoni, clearly, Huang Ju's ankle is uninjured, which will be a tremendous stroke of luck for Chinese basketball. Fans across the nation watching the live broadcast erupted in fervent celebration. As if the Suns had already secured victory, Huang Ju has returned. The charismatic king is back, and the Suns are destined to triumph, overwhelming the defending champions. Oh, why do I feel like there's a stone in my eye? At 35 years old, what is it that still brings tears to my eyes? On the PC's New Wolf and Suhu Sports Forum, discussion surrounding the phrase "the king returns" dominated the screen, with thousands of likes soaring rapidly. Shifting focus back to the game, Mike D'Antoni's predictions proved accurate. Without the entanglement of Bruce Bowen, the fully healthy Huang Ju, combined with his rejuvenated energy after a third-quarter break, made a swift impact. Within less than 10 seconds of his return, he deftly maneuvered past Ginobili during a pick-and-roll with Marion, catching Nash's precise pass. Rising from just beyond the three-point line, he launched a shot. Swish! Ginobili, though a skilled defensive player, lacked the defensive prowess of Bruce Bowen and was inexperienced in chasing off-ball threats. Huang Ju's return to scoring instantly injected a surge of vitality into the Suns. And upon returning to defense, unified with his teammates, although Tony Parker's drive and floater evaded Nash, it was met with a resounding rejection from Diaw. Thud! Marion snatched yet another valuable rebound, propelling the Suns into a fast break that completely dismantled the Spurs' defense. After charging into the paint from the left, Huang Ju suddenly retreated to the perimeter, shaking off his defender to receive Nash's pass, leaping into the air to attempt another three-pointer. Swish! In a mere 35 seconds since his return, Huang Ju had already scored 2 consecutive three-pointers, igniting a 6-0 run that forced the Spurs into a timeout. Suns 108-102 Spurs. Witnessing the Suns' unstoppable momentum, the Spurs fans in the arena began to frown, an ominous premonition creeping in. Without Bruce Bowen, Huang Ju seemed to have fully unleashed his potential, making it increasingly difficult for the Spurs to regain control of the game. OMG, Huang had already hit 9 three-pointers tonight, racking up 35 points. The pressure was now entirely on the Spurs. Following the timeout, the Spurs initiated their offense, placing the ball in the hands of the ever-reliable Duncan. Tim Duncan, backing down against Marion, attempted a strong turnaround jumper that drew a shooting foul. However, at the free throw line, he managed only one of 2 attempts. Swish! Clank! Duncan had always struggled with free throw efficiency, a rare shortcoming during his prime. Thud! Diaw secured the defensive rebound, and the Suns pushed forward with a fast break. This time, Huang Ju's movement attracted the attention of 2 Spurs defenders, allowing Brazilian Lightning Barbosa to soar into the paint, completing an alley-oop dunk from Nash's pass. Boom! With the deficit now at 7 points, Ginobili grew visibly anxious, attempting a difficult three-pointer after shaking off Huang Ju on the perimeter. Yet Huang Ju swiftly closed in, leaping with his long arms outstretched, emphatically swatting Ginobili's shot to the ground. Smack! The resounding impact reverberated as the rejected basketball spun rapidly, crashing against the court mere inches from Ginobili's face. Whoosh! Without missing a beat, Huang Ju darted past the stunned Ginobili, racing toward the high-bouncing basketball. With a clear path ahead, he quickly seized the ball, took a couple of hasty dribbles, and halted just beyond the arc, launching another three-pointer. Swish! The 10th one. With Huang Ju's 10th three-pointer of the night, The Suns' lead expanded to 10 points. Suns 113-103, Spurs out on the timer. Only 1 minute and 5 seconds remained in the final quarter. And the Spurs were running out of steam out on the sidelines. Coach Popovich was visibly agitated, gesturing wildly at Ginobili. Countless Spurs fans rose from their seats, shock etched on their faces, hands clasped atop their heads. Huang Ju's final three-pointer following rejection of Ginobili effectively sealed the game. Even if Tracy McGrady were present, he likely couldn't salvage the Spurs' fate. Goodness, Huang was phenomenal tonight. Those two three-pointers were crucial, leading the charge to victory. The Spurs are the reigning champions, and Huang Ju's 38 points tonight were nothing short of impressive. He truly embodied superstar status. Oh no, why do my eyes feel like stones again? When did Asian players manage to challenge both white and black players on the NBA stage? Tonight, Huang Ju did it. He truly did it. Yao Ming is the cornerstone and backbone of Chinese basketball, while Huang Ju is the vanguard and long arrow. With the 2008 Olympics hosted in our capital, is it unreasonable to aspire for a top-4 finish in men's basketball with both Huang and Yao on the court? Just now, Huang Ju's emphatic block on Ginobili was filled with tenacity. To be fair, Huang Ju's physical gifts and leaping ability are already among the finest among Asian players. Darling, tonight let's prepare a sumptuous feast. And please bring out that bottle of Jiannan Chun I've been saving for a year. I wish to toast Huang Ju. Fans across the nation watching the live broadcast erupted in cheers. And the sports forum on PC was bustling with the festive spirit. Returning to the game, the Spurs, with Popovich still making a last-ditch effort, called for a final 20-second timeout, resolutely benching Ginobili. Clearly, the old coach no longer held much hope for a comeback. Yet he needed to maintain his authoritative presence on the Suns' side. Mike D'Antoni beamed with delight, gazing at Huang Ju with newfound admiration and respect. However, it seemed that the Suns' chances of officially signing Huang Ju had become increasingly challenging. After the timeout, the Suns executed an inbounds play, with Duncan hitting a signature angled bank shot from the low post, securing 2 points. Swish! Yet at this juncture, scoring 2 points at a time seemed nearly futile for a comeback. Turning back, Nash advanced the ball, deliberately slowing down the tempo to consume time, while Parker's attempt to steal nearly resulted in a foul. With Bowen and Ginobili absent, the task of defending Huang Ju fell to veteran Michael Finley. Finley, once part of the trio alongside Nowitzki and Nash during the early 2000s Mavericks, had been the team's leader, earning All-Star honors twice as a reserve and a physically gifted player capable of both offense and defense. His ball-handling skills were average, and in recent years he maintained a three-point shooting percentage around 40, typical of a 3-and-D player off the Spurs bench. However, at 33 years old, facing the energetic and physically robust 19-year-old Huang Ju proved to be a daunting task for Finley. Huang Ju set a cross screen with Barbosa, then accelerated into a backdoor CUT in a moment of desperation. Finley failed to keep pace and tugged at Huang Ju's jersey. Beep beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air, calling a defensive foul on Michael Finley. Despite playing away, the officiating tonight was remarkably fair, even leaning somewhat in favor of the Suns and Huang Ju. With the Spurs having committed 5 fouls in the final quarter, Huang Ju was awarded 2 free throw attempts. Approaching the line, Huang Ju felt a sense of disbelief. Could it be that he had already earned the star treatment? Had David Stern, that old Jewish gentleman, begun to recognize his worth? As Huang Ju successfully converted both of his free throws, the outcome of the match became utterly devoid of suspense in retrospect, although Finley managed to sink a three-pointer. It proved to be inconsequential. The head referee swiftly blew the final whistle, and the Suns triumphed over the reigning champions, the Spurs, with a score of 115-108, avenging their 4-1 gentlemen's sweep in last season's Western Conference Finals. This encounter marked the first clash between the two teams in the regular season, with 2 more matchups scheduled in the forthcoming fixtures. Huang Ju delivered an astonishing performance, amassing 40 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 3 blocks, achieving a personal milestone of scoring 40 points in a single game for the first time in his career. Furthermore, his 10 three-pointers shattered the previous record of 9 set during his debut game. Steve Nash showcased his sharp offensive intent, netting 5 three-pointers and efficiently contributing 23 points, 15 assists, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals. Sean Marion also posted impressive statistics with 10 points, 13 rebounds, and 2 blocks, reclaiming his confidence in a duel against the legendary power forward Tim Duncan. The sixth man, Leandro Barbosa, added 15 points to the tally. Notably, with Huang Ju on the court drawing defensive attention, Barbosa found it significantly easier to penetrate the basket. Additionally, Boris Diaw contributed 9 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 block, demonstrating his well-rounded game, while James Jones added 9 points, and Kurt Thomas contributed 7 points, with Eddie House finishing with 5 points and 2 assists. The entire Suns roster exhibited remarkable vitality. Despite the absence of all-star power forward Amare Stoudemire and defensive stalwart Raja Bell, they valiantly overcame the Spurs. This victory not only secured a 4-game winning streak for the Suns, but also ended the Spurs' 6-game winning run, infusing the team with invaluable momentum. On the Spurs side, the trio known as GDP combined for a staggering 71 points, showcasing an impressive scoring efficiency. However, they ultimately fell victim to the Suns' fast-paced offense. Despite the defeat, Spurs players maintained their composure, approaching the Suns players for mutual embraces. Jin Billy patted Huang Ju on the shoulder, a smile gracing his face. "Huang, you are the most extraordinary Asian player I have ever encountered. I will remember your 3 blocks tonight, and I shall return the favor in due time." As a fellow foreign player, Jin Billy understood the challenges of competing in the NBA and held a deep appreciation for Huang Ju's talent. In the face of the world's most sought-after international basketball stars, Huang Ju exhibited remarkable humility. "Manu, you are my idol on the international stage, and I look forward to competing against you in the 2008 Olympics." After exchanging a few words with Nash, Tim Duncan approached Huang Ju, embracing him while gently stroking his buzz cut, whispering in his ear, "Huang, the future of the NBA belongs to you." Huang Ju shuddered at the words, dismissing them with a light-hearted retort. "Tim, perhaps you should reserve such grandiose claims for LeBron. He seeks not just the future of the NBA, but its present as well." During the post-game press conference, Mike D'Antoni pressed Huang Ju to respond again. "Huang, tonight you executed a spectacular cutting dunk. Do you have any intentions of participating in the All-Star Dunk Contest in the future?" In response to the local Spurs reporter's apparent mockery, Huang Ju did not take offense, but rather replied with a smile. "If the Spurs head coach is willing to enter the All-Star Dunk Contest, I would gladly oblige." "Huang, tonight you scored 40 points. Becoming the first player from the 2005 draft class to achieve such a feat. If you were to re-enter the 2005 draft, do you believe you would qualify for the lottery?" On this question, Huang Ju offered a bold response. "Humility can be a virtue, but at times it may be perceived as weakness. With several NBA teams making offers and a contract imminent, I must showcase my confidence. The 2005 draft class is considered a weaker year in NBA history. If there were a redraft, I firmly believe I would be the first overall pick." His declaration sent a ripple of shock through the press conference, with both Nash and Marion casting astonished glances at Huang Ju. "I believe I would be the first overall pick." This statement undoubtedly ruffled the feathers of all the 2005 draftees present. At the Spurs post-game press conference, a reporter inquired about Coach Greg Popovich's intentions regarding Huang Ju. "I do not believe this Asian player can sustain a long-term career in the NBA. He has only played 4 good games, and many challenges await him." Popovich's underlying prejudice against Asian players and his arrogant demeanor would ultimately cost him dearly. In Manhattan, within the offices of a sports agency, Natalie, clad in a fitted professional outfit, monitored the Suns versus Spurs game on her laptop. She was astounded to see Huang Ju genuinely fulfill his promise, not only leading his team to victory over the Spurs, but also delivering a performance imbued with heroic flair, efficiently scoring 40 points as a professional agent's assistant. Natalie had little interest in the game itself, but was more concerned with the statistics of the players under her representation. In just 22 minutes of playtime, Huang Ju shot 11 of 13 from the field, 10 of 12 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 8 of 8 from the free throw line, contributing 40 points. Along with 3 blocks and 2 steals on the defensive end in the final minute, he delivered a spectacular block against Jin Billy and capped it off with a fast-break 3-pointer to seal the victory. It is no exaggeration to say that this was a phenomenal performance that even Kobe or Jordan would find challenging to replicate, as Huang Ju significantly influenced the course of the game. While Nash's 23 points and 15 assists were also crucial, in terms of visual impact and intensity, they paled in comparison to Huang Ju's display. Behind Huang Ju's precise three-point shooting and solid defense lay his subpar dribbling, passing, and dunking skills, creating a stark contrast that rendered this Asian player a topic of great interest. Recognizing these details, Natalie's eyes sparkled with excitement. It became evident that Huang Ju's previous demand for a $3 million annual salary was indeed justified, and he could potentially command even more. That moment, the office phone rang, and Natalie answered to hear the urgent voice of New York Knicks general manager Donnie Walsh. "Ms. Natalie, the management has decided to offer Huang a contract worth $3.2 million per year, along with nearly $1 million in bonus clauses. Coming to New York would provide him with the greatest commercial value." Unfazed, Natalie calmly replied into the phone. "Mr. Walsh, I believe you've also seen the Suns versus Spurs game. Huang's demonstrated abilities are certainly on par with any of this year's rookies. I will relay the Knicks' offer to Huang promptly, but as it stands, a $3.2 million salary seems to lack sufficient competitiveness." Moments later, in the GM's office, Bill Duffy perused the materials Natalie had submitted regarding Huang Ju, his gaze sharpening. "I never expected an Asian player to possess such explosive prowess on the court. Even I underestimated him. If he can maintain his health in the NBA, Huang's potential will undoubtedly surpass that of Yao." It was clear that Huang Ju's physical attributes and capacity to endure the NBA's grueling demands were the primary concern for Bill Duffy and numerous team executives. While offers from various teams suggested that heading to New York was currently the most advantageous choice, however, from a long-term perspective, remaining in Phoenix alongside Nash seems to be the more prudent decision. Should the Suns secure the championship in the near future, both Huang Ju and Nash's commercial value will undoubtedly soar, and Bill Duffy's team will also reap greater financial benefits from this. Naturally, the ultimate decision must be made in consultation with Huang Ju himself. Currently, apart from Yao Ming, Nash, and Anthony, Huang Ju has become the fourth player in Bill Duffy's team, warranting special attention in the Phoenix general manager's office. Having just received a scathing reprimand from the Suns owner, Steve Kerr felt utterly exhausted and regretful. If Huang Ju continues to perform as he has, it may prove difficult to retain him even for $5 million. It is important to note that the Suns' salary cap this year is only slightly over $5 million. Acquiring Huang Ju would preclude any possibility of bringing in Tim Thomas or Peterson. Initially, it seemed that he could be retained for the minimum salary, but the situation has now drastically changed, especially since the owner's daughter insists on keeping Huang Ju, even if several million dollars are spent. If Huang Ju were to sustain an injury, the blame would ultimately fall on him as the general manager. That moment, Bill Duffy's call came through to Mr. Kerr. The agent has already consulted Huang's opinion, and his first choice remains to stay in Phoenix. I believe this is good news. However, I trust you're aware of the offers from other teams. Therefore, I hope the Suns management can present a proposal with sufficient sincerity. Gritting his teeth, Steve Kerr thought of the owner's directive and had no choice but to concede. $3.5 million. The team can offer Huang a salary of no less than $3.5 million per year. Mr. Duffy, this is already the price for this year's second overall pick. On the other end of the line, Bill Duffy calmly responded, "At least $4 million. Moreover, the contract cannot be less than 3 years. Otherwise, the Phoenix Suns are likely to lose an all-star player." The following morning, Bill Duffy proactively called Huang Ju to report on the final offers from various teams and recommended that Huang stay with the Suns. After negotiations facilitated by Bill Duffy, Steve Kerr ultimately offered a staggering rookie contract of 3 years and $14,500,000, a figure that surpassed this year's top Australian pick, Andrew Bogut, who received 3 years and $14 million. Huang Ju felt it unnecessary to sign a 3-year contract outright. With the aid of the system, he was confident he could secure a maximum salary after playing 1 or 2 successful years in the NBA. However, Bill Duffy explained a reason. This was due to the arena's rule instituted by the league in 2004. Simply put, Huang Ju's rookie contract must be fulfilled for 3 years to directly secure a maximum salary contract with an NBA team afterward. The path of playing only 1 or 2 years had already been effectively blocked by the Wizards and their general. Realizing this, Huang Ju understood that the 3 years and $14,500,000 that Bill Duffy had negotiated were indeed the most suitable choice. He quickly reached a verbal agreement with the Suns management, and they would formally sign once the team returned to Phoenix. This news rapidly spread across major media outlets, igniting a sensation among various NBA teams. 3 years and $14,500,000. Did the Suns management truly consider this Asian undrafted player as a top pick? OMG, Huang's 3 years and $14,500,000 contract is even higher than the rookie contract of the first overall pick. This is unprecedented in NBA history. What is there to boast about an 8-point, 6-rebound flop of a top pick? Huang is easily 10 times better than him. The Suns will undoubtedly regret this decision immensely. An Asian player, no matter how well he performs, is merely a fleeting phenomenon. Teams such as the Knicks, Heat, Mavericks, Lakers, and Cavaliers, which failed to sign Huang Ju amidst competition with the Suns, could only bitterly express their discontent in front of the media. On the same day, the NBA officially announced the Players of the Week for the Eastern and Western Conferences in the East. LeBron James led the Cavaliers to a perfect record of 3 wins and 0 losses. Averaging 31 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, outshining the Heat's Flash Dwayne Wade and the Pistons' Chauncey Billups, earning the title of Eastern Conference Player of the Week. Notably, this marked LeBron's 4th time receiving the Player of the Week award this season. With his star power rapidly on the rise in the West, Huang Ju, with his leadership in securing 4 wins and 0 losses for the Suns, and an astonishing total of 33 three-pointers over 4 games, surpassed Dirk Nowitzki and Kobe Bryant, making him the first player in NBA history to receive the Player of the Week award during his debut week. Chris Paul, currently in New Orleans, felt a mix of envy and admiration upon learning that his college peer Huang Ju had not only signed a 3-year, $14,500,000 contract with the Suns, but also secured the Western Conference Player of the Week title. My God, this guy actually received a contract higher than the first overall pick. Was he hiding his true abilities during college? Paul mused, scratching his head in confusion, feeling deceived by Huang Ju's seemingly innocuous demeanor. A monumental deception. Had Huang Ju displayed even a third of his current prowess during his freshman year, surely their Wake Forest Demon Deacons would have clinched the NCAA championship long ago. Aboard the team's charter flight to Philadelphia, the Suns players were filled with joy, fervently celebrating Huang Ju's official retention, particularly Nash and Marion. Huang, it's fantastic that you're staying. Once we return to Phoenix, I'll treat you. Let us celebrate properly. Nash declared. I announced that our sole objective this year is to chase the championship. As 2 all-star caliber players, Nash and Marion had battled in the league for several years. Now, their most coveted honor was to bring home a championship trophy for the Suns. Huang Ju's arrival seemed to provide the final perfect piece for the Suns' championship aspirations. In the midst of his elation, Boris Diaw couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy regarding Huang Ju's salary. Huang, I've been in the league for 3 years, and I barely make over $1 million. You start off with $4.5 million. I'm so envious I could cry. Huang Ju's emotionally intelligent response did somewhat alleviate Diaw's discomfort. Boris, with your current performance, your next contract should be at least $8 million. Leandro Barbosa, also in the 3rd year of his rookie contract, earned merely $930,000. While he envied Huang Ju, he resolved to perform exceptionally to elevate his value as a player entering a contract year. James Jones, earning $240,000 with the Suns, though unable to compare to Huang Ju, still fared better than Barbosa and Diaw, understanding he should feel content. Huang Ju's tenacious performance against the Spurs garnered even the typically critical James Jones's respect. Only with immense strength can one command respect and value within the NBA. Jones comprehended the long road ahead and the need for continuous self-improvement. Currently, Huang Ju's $450,000 salary places him just below Marion, Nash, and Kurt Thomas within the Suns, surpassing even Amare Stoudemire, who is still under a rookie contract. With Kurt Thomas earning $660,000, his status within the Suns is gradually diminishing. Now that Huang Ju has joined, Mike D'Antoni's coaching staff is already contemplating recommending the management to trade him. The happiest person about Huang Ju officially signing with the Suns is undoubtedly Mike D'Antoni. In his tactical system, Huang Ju's value is second only to Nash. He appears to be a genius born for the fast-paced game. Prevent any unforeseen complications regarding Huang Ju and the Suns' contractual matters. D'Antoni also suggested that Huang Ju sit out the next game against the Philadelphia 76ers. After all, Huang Ju had already been undercut by Bowen in the match against the Spurs, and taking a game to rest and recuperate was entirely reasonable. D'Antoni's primary concern was that Huang Ju might sustain an injury during the game against the 76ers, which could directly impact the formal signing of the contract, as the two parties had only reached a verbal agreement thus far. In his first 4 appearances, Huang Ju had already displayed a performance that was nothing short of perfect, even phenomenally exceptional. As an Asian player, D'Antoni needed to wield this secret weapon with utmost caution. Although Huang Ju was eager to showcase his skills against Iverson, he ultimately acquiesced to D'Antoni's request to rest. After all, opportunities abound in the future, and the relentless hustle of recent days has indeed been somewhat exhausting. The NBA schedule is truly grueling. It appears that enhancing endurance and physical fitness remains an urgent priority for Huang Ju. Clutching the team's weekly best award of 20,000, Huang Ju sat by the window on the private jet, gazing out at the layers of white clouds drifting by, savoring the exhilarating sensation of dreams taking flight. Today marks the New Year's Day of 2006. A fresh year has begun, and as he contemplates the prospect of fighting alongside the Suns players for the next 3 years, Huang Ju's heart is filled with boundless aspirations. These 3 years will represent Huang Ju's NBA 1.0 era, where all-star selections, 3-point titles, all-NBA team honors, DPOY accolades, and championships await him, brimming with countless glories to be reaped. In Las Vegas, the royal gambling city, Amar'e Stoudemire, who lost $900,000 in a single night, was evidently in a foul mood. Upon learning that the Suns were about to sign Huang Ju for 3 years at $14.5 million, he felt utterly incredulous. How could this possibly be? An Asian undrafted player who has merely played a handful of commendable games, securing a contract surpassing that of a first overall pick. This is nothing short of a disgrace for the NBA. Although Stoudemire had already signed a 5-year, $73 million max deal with the Phoenix Suns during the offseason, based on his efficient performance last season, he was still earning just over $2 million this season. Having always held disdain for Yao Ming, Stoudemire had never regarded Huang Ju with any seriousness. He felt compelled to protest to the management as the team's leader. Meanwhile, Michael Jordan, who had retired from the Wizards 3 years ago, now weighed over 300 pounds, puffing on a cigar while playing cards. He couldn't resist commenting on the situation in the name of the basketball god. The Suns will regret this. Just like I regretted selecting that fool Kwame Brown with the first overall pick. Even disregarding the impact of injuries, this Asian kid's ceiling will at best be an enhanced version of Reggie Miller. The news of Huang Ju's 3-year, $14.5 million contract with the Phoenix Suns spread swiftly amidst the festive atmosphere of New Year's Day in China, igniting a nationwide sensation that a primetime news program even dedicated 1 minute and 29 seconds to showcase Huang Ju's remarkable performances in recent NBA games. The fervor for basketball began to quietly rise. With the emergence of Yao Ming and Huang Ju, the popularity of basketball in the country was gradually surpassing that of football. My goodness, $14.5 million over 3 years. With $4.5 million in the first year, that translates to over 30 million yuan. I earned just 1,200 yuan a month at the factory. I could never earn in 10 lifetimes what Huang Ju makes in a year. Yao Ming has played in the NBA for 4 years as the first overall pick, and his salary is only about $5 million, right? Plus, since he was nurtured by the CBA and the Shanghai team, he has to pay a significant amount each year, and after taxes, he might not have more left than Huang Ju. The team salary is just a small portion. Yao's contract with Reebok is worth over $50 million over 7 years. But seeing Huang Ju's momentum, he should soon secure a lucrative sneaker deal as well, right? Once Huang Ju releases his signature shoes, I'll sell my possessions to get a pair of authentic ones. Surely my monthly salary can cover it. As an undrafted Asian player, Huang Ju ultimately signed with the Suns for a price exceeding that of the first overall pick, not only making history, but also bringing a glimmer of hope to numerous undrafted players in the NBA. However, this also stirred dissatisfaction and anger among many rookies from the 2005 draft class. particularly those selected in the first round in Milwaukee. Before the game between the Bucks and the Raptors, newly minted first overall pick Andrew Bogut was personally interviewed by reporters on the sidelines. I think this should be the biggest joke in NBA history. The Suns management should collectively resign. When we meet on the court, I will personally demolish this undrafted Asian player and shove him right into the trash can, in contrast to the brash Australian first overall pick. This year's third overall pick, Deron Williams, was much more reserved in front of the media, but still questioned Huang Ju's worth. Although Huang has played exceptionally well in the past few games. Long-term stability is the foundation for any player's survival in the NBA. I am very much looking forward to the upcoming game between the Jazz and the Suns at that time. I will personally assess this Asian player's true caliber. During his rookie season, Deron Williams did not start as high as Chris Paul. At the beginning of the season, he was merely a bench player. But he has recently been promoted to the starting lineup by coach Jerry Sloan due to his commendable performance in the Warriors' locker room. Second-round pick Mana Ellis had been relegated to the bench throughout his rookie season, averaging just 15 minutes of playtime per game, managing to contribute 5 points and 1.2 assists in stark contrast to Huang Ju's $14.5 million contract with the Suns. Mata felt a profound sense of injustice while contemplating his meager $450,000 salary. It's unfortunate that I don't have the same tactical position in the team as Huang, that if the coach bestowed enough trust in me, I believe my performance would undoubtedly rival that of any undrafted Asian player. Indeed, I am confident I could effortlessly breach that fellow's defense and execute a smooth layup. The three-point shot can never be the most critical offensive weapon on the basketball court. Both in the past and the future, the naive and stubborn Ellis may one day emerge as a representative of second-round picks defying the odds through exceptional scoring ability, yet he cannot alter his fate of being overshadowed by Stephen Curry in a past life. As Huang Ju's former college teammate, Chris Paul of the Hornets naturally became a focal point for media interviews. This guy actually secured a higher salary than I did. When the Hornets faced the Suns, I believe I must give him a taste of his own medicine. Of course, if I'm torched by his three-point shots, I trust the fans in New Orleans will understand. That afternoon, the Suns' private jet landed at Philadelphia International Airport, and Huang Ju, alongside his teammates, checked into a hotel in collaboration with the NBA. Although he decided to sit out the upcoming game against Philadelphia, Huang Ju maintained his personal training intensity, dedicating an hour and a half that evening to complete a half-marathon training session in the city. Currently, Huang Ju runs a half-marathon once or twice a week, improving his time from an initial 1 hour and 50 minutes to around 1 hour and 35 minutes, under the influence of the Training Fanatic badge. Huang Ju's stamina and strength are rapidly enhancing, with a more balanced muscle distribution and noticeably thicker arms. The Suns' training staff has also devised the most scientific training regimen for Huang Ju. While Mike D'Antoni's coaching staff is diligently researching how to utilize Huang Ju effectively to minimize injury risks. The following evening at the Wachovia Center in Philadelphia, the 76ers, led by Allen Iverson, hosted the visiting Phoenix Suns. Tonight, Huang Ju, who sat out the game, donned a black suit and sat alongside fellow injured player Rajabel on the Suns bench. Originally possessing strikingly handsome features, Huang Ju looked even more captivating in formal attire, attracting whispers from surrounding fans of both races. This is Huang from the Suns. Among Asians, he is considered quite handsome. I still prefer Iverson's style, but Huang is not without his charm. If I were to say, I prefer Shawn Marion. I hope the sisters wouldn't team mock me, right? As a storied NBA franchise, the Philadelphia 76ers were originally known as the Syracuse Nationals before relocating to Philadelphia in 1963 and adopting the name 76ers, a title that has endured to this day. The championship banners adorning the arena's ceiling, alongside the retired jerseys of superstars like Wilt Chamberlain, Moses Malone, Julius Erving, and Charles Barkley, showcase the deep-rooted legacy of this team. In the hearts of the local fan base, Allen Iverson has become a symbol. Even though the team's performance this season has been less than stellar, currently sitting 9th in the Western Conference, the spirit of the fans remains unwavering. However, Allen Iverson, who averages an impressive 33 points per game, remains an unparalleled superstar in this league. In the latest statistic from the NBA regarding the sales of authentic jerseys across the nation. Iverson ranks second, trailing only Kobe Bryant. Although Huang Ju is unable to take the court tonight, he still made an appearance during the pre-game warm-up, personally seeking out Allen Iverson for a conversation and a photo opportunity. "Allen, I've been a fan of yours since childhood. It's a pity I can't play like you." Upon hearing Huang Ju's words, Iverson sensed a hint of a playful bravado underlying the compliment. "Huang, continue to be yourself. That is also my motto." The game commenced swiftly, with the Suns missing Huang Ju, leading Mike D'Antoni to start Kurt Thomas in his place, while James Jones took up the shooting guard position. Sitting courtside, Huang Ju returned to the nostalgic role of a free VIP spectator, a feeling he truly missed. The Suns, possessing a far superior overall strength compared to the 76ers, found themselves challenged by the absence of both Huang Ju and Raja Bell. Two formidable defensive wings, clearly diminishing their defensive prowess on the perimeter and in the backcourt. Recently, the scoring duel between Allen Iverson and Kobe Bryant has intensified, with both superstars showcasing their offensive talents to the fullest on the court. It is well known that the implementation of a no-hand-check rule has significantly favored offensive players, allowing them greater freedom of movement without the hindrance of defensive contact. This rule has liberated the four prominent shooting guards and numerous penetrating perimeter players, contributing to Kobe's average of 35 points per game and Iverson's 33 points, thus elevating the overall scoring landscape this season, with Huang Ju and Raja Bell absent from assisting Nash on defense. Allen Iverson unleashed a frenzy of scoring that in just the first quarter, Iverson amassed 19 points, rendering Nash a mere cash machine, while also finding himself in early foul trouble. Meanwhile, the Suns' three-point shooting percentage plummeted in the absence of Huang Ju's explosive scoring, with only Shawn Marion's contributions keeping them afloat. By halftime, the 76ers led the Suns by a double-digit margin of 59-48, with Iverson having scored an astonishing 33 points, capped off by a spectacular driving dunk in the closing moments of the second quarter. Reminiscent of the early 2000s. Conversely, Nash managed only 7 points and 4 assists in the first half, accumulating 3 fouls on the defensive end. The home crowd in Philadelphia erupted in cheers, mockingly ridiculing the newly crowned MVP's lackluster defense and showering applause upon their star player. "Haha, Allen just breezed past Steve as if crossing a street in the morning." The reality underscored the growing importance of Raja Bell and Huang Ju's defensive contributions to the Suns that D'Antoni's coaching staff began to feel the pressure. As the saying goes, a good cook cannot make a meal without ingredients. As the third quarter commenced, the Suns showed signs of improvement offensively, yet they remained incapable of containing Iverson's explosive performance. Watching Iverson penetrate the paint repeatedly and draw fouls, Huang Ju and Raja Bell exchanged uncomfortable glances, unable to bear the sight of such abysmal defense. "Raja, what do you think?" "Well, we all know Steve's defensive stability has its moments." "Raja, I am trained professionally. No matter how amusing the situation, I refuse to chuckle." Observing Huang Ju and Raja Bell jesting about Nash from the sidelines, Mike D'Antoni sighed, caught between laughter and frustration. Throughout the third quarter, Iverson added another 21 points to his tally, bringing his total to 54 points by the end of the period. OMG, Allen is simply unstoppable. 54 points in 3 quarters. Surely this must break his personal record for points in a quarter, right? With only a 6-point deficit, it seems likely he will play at least 9 minutes in the fourth quarter, making a new personal record of 60 points entirely within reach. Tonight's shining star, without a doubt, is the newly crowned MVP, Steve Nash. Although Huang Ju was sidelined, the broadcast of the Suns vs 76ers game continued, captivating millions of fans across the nation. Many felt a sense of disappointment due to Huang Ju's absence. However, witnessing Iverson's extraordinary performance was indeed a stroke of luck. Iverson is truly phenomenal. His scoring ability is undoubtedly on par with Kobe's. 54 points in 3 quarters? I believe AI's personal record is 60. So tonight seems promising. I can't help but laugh. Is there anyone still questioning Huang's defensive prowess? Without his support, Nash is genuinely being overwhelmed. Winning isn't frightening. It's embarrassing when someone is absent. Losing isn't terrifying. It's embarrassing when someone is present. Haha. Although Huang Ju didn't play, his value to the Suns has become all the more evident. Master, I've realized. At this moment, silence speaks volumes. And in this game, a lack of strategy triumphs over strategy. Who dares say Huang Ju isn't worth a salary of $4.5 million per year? His absence has clearly diminished the Suns' defensive efficiency by at least one tier, returning to the Wachovia Center in Philadelphia. The final quarter proved to be a roller coaster of emotions. In the last 21 seconds before the game concluded, Nash executed a driving layup to tie the score, nearly salvaging his team. Yet a fervent Allen Iverson was already on a rampage. As he faced a switch with Barbosa, he executed a sharp crossover, leaving the defender in the dust, and hit a clutch jump shot to seal the victory. Swish, Suns 106-108, 7-6 airs, as the game concluded. The 76ers players swarmed around Iverson in jubilant celebration, while excited fans rushed onto the court. Nash hung his head in disappointment, yearning for Huang Ju and Rajabel once more. OMG, 66 points. Allen has shattered his personal career high for points in a game and delivered a last-second dagger against the Suns, marking a monumental victory of individual heroism for Allen Iverson. Furthermore, Iverson's 66 points tonight surpassed Kobe Bryant, establishing him as the highest-scoring active player in a single game. On the commentary panel, Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley couldn't help but marvel at Iverson's extraordinary performance while taking jabs at Steve Nash's defense. Having watched tonight's game, I suddenly comprehend the Suns' management's decision to award Huang a 3-year, $14.5 million contract. His defensive contributions truly warrant such an investment. However, the controversy surrounding last season's regular season MVP award is likely to intensify following tonight's events. Huang Ju, oblivious to the irony, never anticipated that by choosing to rest for one game, he would inadvertently pave the way for Allen Iverson's remarkable feat of 66 points, which would become a significant highlight in his illustrious career. In contrast, Steve Nash faced renewed scrutiny from various media outlets, as his defensive shortcomings were relentlessly criticized. Moreover, the true value of 3 and D players like Huang Ju and Rajabel to an NBA team is being continuously recognized and elevated. Upon returning to Phoenix, Huang Ju officially signed a 3-year, $14.5 million contract with the Suns in a conference room at the West Valley Arena, making him the highest-paid player among the 2005 draft class. This contract is fully guaranteed, with the 3rd year being a team option. Beyond the primary salary terms, it includes over $5 million in incentive clauses, with $500,000 for All-Star selection, $1 million for making the All-NBA team, and $2 million for earning the Defensive Player of the Year award. The Suns organization held a press conference for Huang Ju, who will continue to don a number 30 jersey for the team. Reporters from over 30 media outlets attended the event, with Suns owner Robert Sarver present as well. Huang, what are your thoughts on Steve Nash's defensive performance in the game against the Suns and the 76ers? Huang Ju was taken aback when reporters at his press conference began to mock him by pursuing Nash's defensive skills. With a humorous composure, he responded, "In this league, there has never been a perfect player, not even Michael Jordan. Compared to Allen, I believe Steve is the more suitable teammate for me. The Suns are also the more fitting team for my talents. We should not overlook Steve's other remarkable abilities due to his defense. Just as fans should not ignore my handsome visage because of my dazzling performances on the court. Isn't that right, folks?" With Huang Ju's formal signing with the Phoenix Suns, numerous NBA fans from the local community in Phoenix City were filled with excitement and anticipation. Outside the merchandise store near the arena, fans were seen queuing to purchase Huang Ju's number 30 jersey, with half of them being local Chinese and overseas Chinese. During interviews, these fans expressed optimism about the Suns' journey this season. Huang is a magical player, and his presence has completely transformed our perception of Asian athletes. His skill set perfectly aligns with the Suns' tactical play. Once Amare makes his official return, I believe our team will become invincible. As a wandering student from the Middle Kingdom, it is Huang Ju's performances that have inspired and uplifted me, as our homeland is growing stronger. Domestically, Huang Ju's rapid rise in the NBA has significantly boosted the sales of various sports publications and magazines. In an era when the internet had yet to become the mainstream medium, publications like Sports Weekly, Basketball Pioneer, and Global Sports Dunk have been reprinted in quick succession, with reports on Huang Ju appearing everywhere. The radio interview team, led by Zhang Weiping, conducted a 2-day follow-up interview with Huang Ju in Phoenix, producing a special program that aired repeatedly on Channel 5, allowing fans back home to gain a more direct understanding of Huang Ju's training and daily life on and off the court. In the capital, as the National Stadium, known as the Bird's Nest, was fervently being constructed for the 2008 Olympics, a massive poster of Huang Ju was hung on its exterior, accompanied by the caption, 2008. We shall meet again across the streets and alleys, whether young or old, men or women, white-collar workers or students. The topic of Huang Ju would casually arise in daily conversations. Have you heard about Huang Ju playing in the NBA? He is even more popular than Yao Ming now. Isn't he that tall, handsome superstar? There are plenty of magazines featuring him on the covers of the newsstands. It's hard not to notice. He is earning millions at 19, while I was just figuring out how to eat at that age. I can't believe even the Football Weekly has news about Huang Ju. A certain Chinese Super League coach believes he has the potential to become an excellent goalkeeper. It's hilarious. Although January had ushered in the cold winter, the sales of counterfeit NBA jerseys in various markets across the Middle Kingdom had noticeably surged. The most sought-after jersey was no longer Yao Ming's number 11 from the Rockets, but Huang Ju's number 30 from the Suns. At NBA, players typically receive their salaries bi-weekly, and upon signing with the Suns, the team's finance department directly advanced him $500,000 for Huang Ju. This was an astronomical figure. In his previous life as an office worker, he had toiled for over a decade to earn a mere fraction of that amount. Upon returning to their home court, the Suns players were granted 3 days of rest. And Huang Ju, accompanied by Nash, visited a local Jeep dealership where he purchased a fully loaded V8 engine Grand Cherokee SRT outright. Now that he had the means, the Wrangler he initially desired was swiftly replaced by the Grand Cherokee SRT. Totaling over $70,000 for Huang Ju, this was already considered quite modest. Driving his new vehicle, he and Nash took a couple of laps around the Phoenix Loop, enjoying the cool breeze through the open windows. While the music playing from the car stereo was a track from a new album by Ergo. Sitting in the passenger seat, Nash chuckled, "Huang, how does it feel?" with a sigh reflecting on his dual existence. Huang Ju replied, "Steve, it feels wonderful to have money." With the new car acquired, it was time to consider a new home. Upon Nash's recommendation, Huang Ju rented a luxurious 3-story villa along the banks of the Phoenix River. With an annual rent of $19,000, a discount from the original price of over $20,000, as the owner was also a Suns fan. Presently, Huang Ju had no intentions of purchasing property in Phoenix, as renting offered more flexibility. Moreover, given the exorbitant prices of luxury homes often exceeding $1 million, his current salary was still not particularly high. The villa comprised 7 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms. Equipped with a gym and a billiards room, with a half basketball court in the yard, providing ample space for Huang Ju's training at home. In the evening, from the 3rd-floor balcony, one could gaze upon the scenic beauty of the Phoenix River, as the setting sun painted the water's surface with hues of crimson. Huang Ju and Nash lounged in deck chairs, savoring the tranquility and beauty of the moment. "Steve, what are you pondering?" Huang Ju inquired. "I am contemplating whether there is still room for improvement in my defensive skills." Nash replied that in 2006, as American social media platforms like Twitter and Facebook were just emerging, they had already amassed millions of users. Jessica Alba posted a photo on her personal Twitter featuring herself, Huang Ju, and Scarlett Johansson, accompanied by the caption, "True Marvel Heroes." Within 24 hours of posting, it garnered over 100,000 views, with thousands of likes and comments. What is going on? Isn't that Huang from the NBA? How could he be so close to the goddess Jessica? And Scarlett is there too? OMG, this Asian player is quite impressive for someone like me, who has never watched the NBA. I was left wondering about the allure of this individual. What could possibly charm someone like Jessica Alba? It was merely a photograph. Surely, there is no need for excessive interpretation, right? Isn't Jessica already dating a young director from Hollywood? Scarlett even commented beneath the tweet, "Jessica, I believe I owe this guy a meal. Since you admire him so much, why not treat him on my behalf?" To which Jessica Alba replied, "Scarlett, that is a brilliant idea." This photograph quickly went viral in both the entertainment and sports circles, inciting jealousy among numerous NBA stars who idolized Jessica Alba and Scarlett Johansson. Since their last encounter in Los Angeles, Huang Ju had kept Jessica Alba's number, and they occasionally communicated through calls or messages. Although Jessica was not initially a fan of the NBA, Huang Ju's extraordinary performance during the Christmas Day game left her profoundly impressed, quickly making her a devoted fan. Unlike Scarlett, who was well-versed in NBA stars, Alba was unaware of Huang Ju's prowess. Hence, she mistakenly believed he was stronger than Kobe. However, as Huang Ju continued to create memorable moments on the court in subsequent games, Jessica Alba was further captivated. Through their ongoing interactions, Huang Ju discovered that this Hollywood goddess was quite different from the image he had previously held. Even a major star possesses delicate emotions and values. At the tender age of 12, Jessica Alba had endured sexual harassment, which instilled in her a very conservative perspective on relationships between men and women. With her role in the previous year as Fantastic Four, Alba's popularity skyrocketed, establishing her as the leading lady of Hollywood, revered by fans as a symbol of sensuality. Yet in public settings, press conferences, award ceremonies, and before media scrutiny, Jessica Alba consistently opted for more modest attire compared to her peers. After becoming engaged to her first love, she ultimately parted ways, primarily because she steadfastly refused to engage in premarital relations. Even with her current rumored boyfriend, Cash Turbo, she maintained a certain distance upon learning these aspects. Huang Ju gained a fresh perspective on Jessica Alba, recognizing her as a pure and angelic figure in contrast to the more casual approach of Scarlett Johansson, who frequently changed partners that I in his dual existence. Huang Ju harbored a comparatively open-minded view on relationships between men and women. After all, he is now a star in the NBA, earning millions of dollars annually, with numerous beautiful women, both domestic and international, vying for his attention. However, precisely because he is a public figure burdened with the mantle of an idol, he should elevate his standards that if he were to date someone like Huang Jiaoju's girlfriend, who goes by the name Yek Shell, it would indeed become a laughingstock that I ask for a world-class goddess like Jessica Alba. It is truly a disgrace that at the age of 24, she remains chaste and unclaimed, wasting her allure. Although Huang Ju is only 19 years old, 5 years younger than Alba, it is the elder sister who knows how to cherish a person, and this age difference is just perfect for Huang Ju. Coincidentally, the Suns are set to play in Los Angeles next week, and Jessica Alba has already expressed her intention to attend the game in person, afterward treating Huang Ju to a meal on behalf of Black Widow. This opportunity has presented itself, hasn't it? Huang Ju has been in this realm for over 10 days now, a vigorous young man, and it is indeed time for him to indulge in some pleasures. The following morning, at the Western Conference Arena, during a training session with the Suns, Amare Stoudemire made his appearance. Currently, Stoudemire is still in the recovery phase post-surgery and is unable to participate in training. Thus, he donned a casual hip-hop outfit and, accompanied by an assistant, entered the gym, greeting and high-fiving the Suns players. Amare, how are you feeling lately? Great, guys. I've been itching to get back on the court with you all, while chatting and joking with the Suns players. Stoudemire deliberately ignored Huang Ju, clearly intending to snub him. Huang Ju, however, paid no mind to the little tyrant's actions. Not only did he refrain from approaching to greet Stoudemire, but he continued with his three-point shooting practice. Before Huang Ju had traversed into this body, the original owner had faced exclusion during training after signing with the Suns, as Stoudemire had intentionally commanded him to fetch hamburgers and colas from outside the gym, expecting him to pay out of pocket. Yet, prior to the crossover, the original owner had considered it a tremendous blessing to sign a 10-day contract with the Suns. How could he dare refuse the orders of the team's star player? Stoudemire, he could only humbly and shamefully comply. However, everything has changed now that in the future NBA league, Huang Ju will no longer demean himself to flatter any star player, not even the league's commissioner, David Stern. Seeing Huang Ju ignore him and continue with his training, Stoudemire became visibly displeased. He approached, halting the trainer who was feeding Huang Ju the basketball, seized a ball from the trainer's hands, and hurled it directly at Huang Ju, who was beyond the three-point line. Huang Ju reacted swiftly, catching the basketball with one hand and leaping to make a shot. Swish, Amare, your assist is terrible, too much power. With a nonchalant landing, Huang Ju met Stoudemire's fiery gaze, unyielding and assertive in his retort. Fuming, Stoudemire angrily commanded, Huang, go to the Starbucks outside and get me a latte. The usual, half sugar and iced. Huang Ju coldly regarded Stoudemire, looking at him as though he were a fool. Amare, you can't play basketball with your current condition. Do you think you can't buy coffee? How pathetic. By the way, I bought you coffee and hamburgers 3 times before, totaling 12.50. Let's not count the cents. Just give me 13. Are we using a card or cash? Faced with a Huang Ju who seemed completely transformed, Stoudemire was instantly enraged and approached, pointing an accusatory finger at Huang Ju's face. Exclaiming, Huang, don't think just because you played a few good games that you're some big shot. Remember, in my eyes, you'll always be an Asian undrafted player. Trash. Before Stoudemire could finish, Huang Ju swatted away the finger pointing at him and coldly retorted, Dare to insult me again, and I swear I'll ruin your other knee. As the conflict escalated, Nash and Marion, along with other Suns players, rushed in. Nash urgently intervened, restraining Stoudemire. Amare, stop it. Don't go too far. Sean Marion, who had always had a contentious relationship with Stoudemire, stood protectively in front of Huang Ju and admonished Stoudemire. If you can't train, then get out of here. Don't dirty the court. Though Stoudemire fancied himself the team's leader and had become increasingly arrogant since receiving a max contract, he ultimately dared not push the envelope too far in the face of Nash and Marion, especially as he was still nursing an injury. Sean, once I'm healed, I'm going to make sure the management gets you out. Half an hour later, Amare Stoudemire sat on the sofa in the Suns general manager's office, trembling with rage, addressing Steve Kerr. Steve, until I recover, I suggest you trade that Asian kid Huang as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm out. Steve Kerr frowned at Stoudemire, pondering whether he had lost his mind, thinking he was LeBron James. Fine, then you can leave. Steve Kerr, having recently faced criticism for his erroneous judgment in signing Huang Ju, which had led to a tight salary cap situation and displeasure from owner Robert Sarver, was already under considerable pressure. Additionally, Kerr had not made significant accomplishments since taking office, leading to numerous conflicts with Mike D'Antoni's coaching staff. There were internal rumors that Sarver intended to fire Kerr and have head coach D'Antoni assume the role of general manager to fully implement the Suns' fast-paced style of play. Under such multifaceted pressure, Kerr was already frazzled, and now, seeing Stoudemire, who had just signed a max contract and was still recovering from injury, directly confront the management regarding trade matters, how could he not be furious? Even if Stoudemire had posted all-star level numbers the previous season, especially with a staggering 37 points against Duncan in the Western Conference Finals, he was overestimating his influence if he thought he could dictate terms to the management. Moreover, it was uncertain how much of Stoudemire's former prowess would return after his injury. Thus, in a fit of exasperation, Kerr laid his cards on the table. Fine, then you can leave. Even at the cost of offending a star player, Steve Kerr could not afford to lose his authority as general manager, especially during such a precarious time. Faced with such a straightforward and calm response from the general manager, Stoudemire was momentarily stunned, beginning to doubt himself. Did his knee injury this season truly cost him his status as a cornerstone of the team? Did his petty bullying of an Asian rookie make him so intolerable in the eyes of the general manager? Did his jealousy over Jessica Alba's photo with Huang Ju lead him to cause unnecessary trouble? Steve, you can't be joking with me, right? Amare, you were the one who started this joke. Okay, pressuring the management. I advise you not to get too carried away. The Phoenix Suns have no untouchables, not even the newly crowned MVP. Steve Nash, a SA player, you'd better understand your position. Under the weight of Steve Kerr's authority, Stoudemire realized that his earlier actions had indeed been somewhat impulsive. Yet his thoughts of Huang Ju, Nash, and Marion joining forces against him ignited his anger once more. He declared, Steve, if that is the case, you can put me on the trading block that I believe other teams in the league won't be as short-sighted as the management of Phoenix. Seeing that Stoudemire was not joking, Kerr grew increasingly alarmed. While it was easy to say, if he were to trade Little Tyrant, he might find himself immediately ousted by the Suns' owner, Amare. Are you trying to teach me my job? Go back and wait for news. That evening, back at his villa, Stoudemire fumed, realizing he needed to prove his status within the Phoenix Suns, since he couldn't speak through basketball due to his injury. He resolved to resort to media and public opinion. The following morning, multiple sports publications simultaneously reported rumors of discord within the Phoenix Suns, claiming that the newly signed player from China, Huang Ju, had provoked veteran Stoudemire during practice, even swatting away Stoudemire's pointing finger. The article suggested that during this altercation, Nash and Marion had evidently sided with the newcomer, leaving the injured Stoudemire isolated within the team and potentially facing a trade. The sensationalized narrative, combined with photographs of Huang Ju swatting away Stoudemire's finger, painted a skewed picture of the events. The news of discord within the Suns swiftly fermented, spreading among the fans of the Phoenix Suns in the city and beyond. On Stoudemire's personal Twitter account, he promptly shared a message steeped in innuendo. "Phoenix, I don't want to say goodbye." He seemingly positioned himself as a victim, lamenting his passive state during his injury. On Yahoo Sports Forum, a multitude of online provocateurs rallied the Sun supporters to cast their votes. If Amare, Sean Marion, and Huang Ju must see two of them depart, who would you choose? In no time, public opinion surged, with numerous longtime fans of the Phoenix Suns publicly and online vociferously supporting Stoudemire, asserting that little Overlord and Nash represent the true future of the Suns. Stoudemire has already played 3 seasons with the team, and his star-level performance last season was evident for all to see, while Huang had merely played for commendable games. What grounds does he have to compare himself to Amare? Signing Huang is a commendable choice, but only considering the current full roster of the team. If Huang and Stoudemire cannot coexist harmoniously, the Suns management will naturally opt to part ways with this Asian firebrand. To be frank, if it weren't for Amare Stoudemire's 26 points and 9 rebounds, along with an impressive nearly 56 shooting efficiency last season, could Steve have secured the regular season MVP? The MVP of last season was indeed a conundrum for the ages, had the recipient not been Nash. Then even if it were given to Nowitzki, Tim, or Amare, many fans would not have been surprised. The NBA in recent years has undeniably lacked a convincingly dominant figure, even at the turn of the century. The performances of Shaquille O'Neal and Tim Duncan could only be described as evenly matched. If Amare Stoudemire were indeed placed on the trading block by the Suns, even with his current season curtailed by injury, there would undoubtedly be a plethora of fans eager to acquire him at max salary. After all, his performance last season had already entered the realm of MVP discussions upon learning of the discord within the Suns. Many domestic fans directed their suspicions at Little Overlord, rallying to protect Huang Ju's reputation. Stoudemire is clearly fabricating facts and distorting the truth, attempting to cast the blame on Huang Ju through public opinion, a common tactic used by those who bully. Should Asian players be subjected to such treatment by these American bullies? Stand by my brother Huang. If you disagree, let us settle it. This Stoudemire nearly ruined Yao Ming in a game and has repeatedly belittled him in public, asserting himself as the true 2002 draft pick. What arrogance! It is evident to discerning eyes that Stoudemire's rise with the Suns was facilitated by the elite playmaking of Nash. Otherwise, given his offensive capabilities, averaging 15 points would have been his ceiling. Even if a choice must be made, I believe Huang Ju's value surpasses that of Amare Stoudemire. His 3-point shooting and defense are among the finest in the league. Moreover, from the current perspective, Stoudemire's trade value is evidently higher for the Suns, as he could yield substantial immediate contributions and a solid interior presence, creating a more unified and formidable team. In response to the distortion of news and public sentiment, both Nash and Marion expressed their sense of injustice for Huang Ju, seeking to restore the truth in front of the media and denouncing the slanderers. Raja Bell, Boris Diaw, and Eddie House from the bench also sided with Huang Ju. Meanwhile, players like James Jones and Kurt Thomas covertly aligned with Stoudemire. Amidst the swirling rumors, the internal strife necessitated a choice, resembling the melodramatic power struggles of historical dramas. Huang Ju remained unfazed, not rushing to clarify anything. For the truth is always inscribed by the strong. Currently, Huang Ju is channeling his thoughts and energy into training and competition, knowing that only by becoming stronger and excelling in each upcoming game can he seize control of public sentiment and his own destiny. Although he has discord with Stoudemire within the team, he is not a narrow-minded individual and understands the importance of respecting the team's overall culture and unity. However, as Stoudemire overtly pressures the management while covertly manipulating the media and online commentators to create a narrative of it's either you or him, Huang Ju has no reason to retreat in fear when thrust into the spotlight. In this parallel world, Stoudemire's glory and confidence will likely remain tethered to last season's explosive performance. while Huang Ju's brilliance is just beginning. All dignity must be forged through immense strength. After a period of rigorous training, Huang Ju's bench press strength has risen to 105 kilograms, amassing over 400 experience points, elevating his defensive attributes to 94. His blocking and stealing capabilities have similarly surged. This level of skill places him among the elite defensive players in today's NBA. Concurrently, Huang Ju's three-point shooting has improved from 98 to 99, approaching a near-mythical maximum value. In comparison to his previous 4 games, he has evidently become a more formidable presence. However, constrained by the limitations of his physical gifts, he still has a considerable journey ahead to reach peak defensive standards. During the days without games for Huang Ju and the Suns, significant events unfolded both on and off the NBA courts. Allen Iverson scored a career-high 66 points in a game against the No-Ju Suns, culminating in a buzzer-beater after faking out Barbosa. This performance rekindled Iverson's popularity across the U.S., leading to a surge in All-Star voting and marking his second time on the cover of Time magazine. Perhaps influenced by the recent scoring exploits of Kobe and Iverson, the past 3 days saw the representatives of the 2003 Platinum generation, Dwayne Wade, Carmelo Anthony, and LeBron James, each score over 50 points in their respective games. Wade and Anthony achieved this milestone for the first time in their careers, while James, with his 53-point game, broke his previous record of 52 points. Additionally, players like Arenas, Nowitzki, and Pierce also surpassed 40 points in their games, escalating the scoring frenzy among the league stars and heightening fans' enthusiasm for all-star voting. But on the surface, this scoring duel in early January 2006 was ignited by Iverson's remarkable 66 points. However, astute fans and analysts pointed out that the emergence of the overlooked Asian undrafted player Huang Ju was the primary catalyst for the subsequent scoring explosions among numerous NBA stars. According to ESPN statistics, the proportion of three-point attempts in all games during the first 5 days of January increased by 6 percentage points compared to the same period last year. While the top 10 scorers of this season averaged 0.8 to 1.7 more three-point attempts per game than in December, in his last 4 games, Huang Ju made a total of 33 three-pointers, boasting an astonishing shooting percentage nearing 90, including game-winning buzzer beaters, remarkable long-range shots, and breathtaking deep threes. Compared to the steady performance throughout the season, these iconic moments on the court often leave a more profound impact on fans. Just as T-Mac's 13 points in 35 seconds is legendary, so too are Huang Ju's awe-inspiring three-pointers. Charles Barkley, known for his outspoken nature, has publicly declared himself a fan of Huang Ju, advocating for the Suns to trade Stoudemire. Should Huang maintain an average of 6 three-pointers in his next 3 games, he could very well rewrite NBA history and redefine the role of the three-point shot in basketball. On January 6, 2006, after 3 days of rest, Huang Ju and the Suns prepare to host the Milwaukee Bucks. The Bucks' current star is Michael Redd, another exemplar of second-round draft success, averaging 26 points and over 5.2 three-point attempts this season. Both players occupy the starting shooting guard position. Their head-to-head matchup tonight naturally captures the attention of the media and fans alike. Huang Ju perceives Redd as possessing notable ball-handling skills and a relatively stable three-point shooting ability. However, there are often instances of erratic play, characterized by a relatively unique style that monopolizes a significant amount of ball possession, while the defense remains average. Players of this ilk can be likened to the likes of Damian Lillard in later years. They may emerge as the leading figure for a non-contending team, yet they would undoubtedly struggle to fulfill the role of a reliable second or even third option on a championship-caliber squad. Huang Ju's defensive attributes have now soared to a remarkable 94, making it quite feasible to contain a scorer of Michael Reed's caliber, and with utmost effort, he could even push his opponent to the brink of mental collapse. In contrast to facing Reed directly, Huang Ju is more eager to find opportunities to counter the brash claims of Australian top draft pick Andrew Bogut during the game. Earlier, Bogut had made audacious statements in front of the media. And just before the game commenced, he reiterated his bravado to a Phoenix sports reporter, proclaiming, "Buddy, if I switch to guard Huang, I will definitely make him question his existence, given his salary exceeding that of a typical top pick. He must brace himself for the wrath of the genuine elite." Gazing at Bogut's arrogant countenance on the high-definition screens, Huang Ju felt a sense of pity for him even before the game began. It seems that tonight's defensive objective has crystallized to limit Michael Reed's personal scoring to single digits, while simultaneously delivering at least 3 emphatic blocks to the overhyped top pick. After all, it is no rarity for a center to block a guard. The spectacle of a guard swatting a center is what truly captivates that on the offensive end, facing a Bucks team notorious for its poor perimeter defense. Huang Ju, boasting a three-point rating of 99, should find it unremarkable to shatter Kobe's record of 12 three-pointers in a single game. Coupled with several days of rest, and the Suns having not played for a week at the West Coast Arena, anticipation for this match has reached unprecedented heights, reminiscent of a long-awaited spectacle. According to ticketing statistics, the attendance at the West Coast Arena tonight has indeed reached 100, with luxury boxes at the top, reserved by prominent figures from various fields. Furthermore, the media frenzy surrounding the Suns' internal discord, along with the irreconcilable conflict between Stoudemire and Huang Ju, has heightened fans' desire to witness firsthand whether Huang Ju can continue his magical performance tonight. After all, the NBA is never short of emerging stars who exert themselves to secure long-term contracts, only to slip into complacency once the ink is dried. The Bucks' defensive efficiency is rather mediocre, particularly on the perimeter, where there appears to be no one capable of keeping pace with Huang Ju. It seems he is poised for yet another explosive performance tonight. Nevertheless, even with such a display, Huang Ju cannot supplant Stoudemire's standing within the team, as his rebounding performance has consistently left much to be desired. Should Huang Ju manage to score 50 points tonight, I would concede that he surpasses Stoudemire. Achieving 50 points in just over 20 minutes of play seems an impossible feat, even for the likes of Michael Jordan. To be fair, Huang Ju does not strike one as a troublemaker, nor is he likely to be the team's instigator. Media exposure is merely a ploy for publicity, and the extent of its truth is debatable. Stoudemire, clad in a flamboyant pink suit and sporting sunglasses, sits courtside, eager to observe how Huang Ju performs tonight amidst the fervor of the fans. The match is once again being broadcast live by Tianchao 5 Sets, with the familiar commentary duo of Zhang Weiping and Sun Jingping. Zhuang'er Radio, greetings to all the fans. I am Zhang Weiping. Today we bring you the matchup between the Suns and the Bucks, and the game is about to commence after a brief hiatus. Huang Ju returns to the starting lineup, set to face off against the Bucks leader, Michael Reed, in the shooting guard position, following the buzz of the new year and the sensationalism surrounding the Suns' internal rifts. Huang Ju's popularity in the domestic arena has reached new heights, with over 18 million viewers poised in front of their televisions to catch the live broadcast, coupled with over 10 million online viewers on sports websites. One could say that among the 1.3 billion people, there is one individual tuned into the NBA and Huang Ju's game for every 50 people. This matchup holds great promise, as fans eagerly await to witness Huang Ju put the Australian top draft pick in his place. A player averaging a mere 9 points and 6 rebounds hardly merits any authority over Huang Ju's salary. True top picks have never been flops. Tonight, Huang Ju's target extends beyond just the Australian top pick. It also includes Stoudemire, who is seated courtside, observing the spectacle, returning to the Phoenix West Coast Arena. Amid the cheers of nearly 20,000 fervent fans, the game officially begins. The ball is tossed at center court. Bogut, with his height and wingspan and his eagerness to showcase his skills, jumps prematurely before the referee releases the ball, resulting in a violation. Sean Marion, with a disdainful smile, mockingly remarks, "What are you in such a rush for?" Eager to get obliterated. Are we? Flop of a top pick, although Marion plays the power forward position for the Suns. He is the tallest starter and boasts the best rebounding ability, thus typically taking on the role of initiating the jump ball in place of Diod. Bogut's anger is palpable as he hears Marion's taunts, and he retorts, "Sean, you're merely fit to be Stoudemire's sidekick." The tension escalates as the two exchange barbs at center court. Smack. Despite lacking Bogut's height and wingspan, Marion leverages his extraordinary leaping ability and quicker reflexes, along with experience, to snatch the ball from above Bogut's head. Nash receives the ball and pushes forward, while the Bucks players swiftly retreat to defend. In the face of Reed's pursuit, Huang Ju executes a sharp backdoor cut without any screens, effortlessly shaking off his defender by 2 positions. If Nash can deliver the ball in time, Huang Ju could easily launch a lightning-quick shot over the noticeably slower Reed. whether running off the ball or receiving it to shoot. Huang Ju's mantra is one of speed, precision, and decisiveness. Even though Nash is among the league's elite point guards, he must balance the overall offensive strategy with minimizing turnovers. Hence, the lack of risky passes means that many of Huang Ju's fleeting opportunities to receive the ball and shoot cannot be capitalized upon. Meanwhile, Michael Reed, clearly underestimating Huang Ju's off-ball movement, finds himself at a disadvantage in personal defense, lacking the height and wingspan necessary for the shooting guard position. Consequently, when tasked with guarding Huang Ju alone, he reveals numerous vulnerabilities. Aware that the Suns have just signed Huang Ju, a sharpshooter of extraordinary accuracy, the Bucks' initial defensive strategy nonetheless remains focused on collapsing to protect the paint, aggressively pursuing rebounds while conceding perimeter shots. Glancing towards the Bucks bench and their head coach, Huang Ju contemplates whether this signifies a lack of respect or an attempt to extend him a warm welcome, observing the Bucks' focus on interior defense. Even with Daya and Marion stepping up to set screens, the Australian top pick and the power forward still fail to fully engage, while the perimeter defenders, Mo Williams and Reed, demonstrate increasingly poor defensive capabilities, with small forward Bobby Simmons being the only one maintaining a semblance of effectiveness. This strategy is clearly compelling the Suns to shoot three-pointers. Thus, if they are to shoot from beyond the arc, passing to Huang Ju becomes the wisest choice. Swish. Huang Ju executes a simple pick-and-roll with James Jones on the right, smoothly receiving Nash's pass after retreating to the perimeter, and without hesitation, he rises to shoot against the duo of Reed and Simmons closing in. Swish. The first shot of the game finds its mark effortlessly. Their defensive effort was far too sluggish. Faced with Reed and Simmons nearly colliding, Huang Ju shakes his head with a sigh, confirming that these two are indeed his financial benefactors for the evening. Suns 3. Bucks 0 seated courtside. Stoudemire's expression remains neutral, yet internally he is fervently imploring, "Don't go in, don't go in, for the love of all that is holy." Yet reality strikes back, as it seems the more fervently he wishes for a miss. The more accurately Huang Ju shoots as possession shifts, the determined Andrew Bogut charges into the paint, using his height and weight to box out Daya, while signaling to Mo Williams for the ball. "Mo, pass me the ball. I'm going to shatter the rim." However, after casting a glance at Michael Redd, the undisputed leader of the team, Xiao Mo chose to disregard the Australian rookie and pass the ball to him instead. Even a first overall pick cannot overshadow the authority of seasoned veteran in his rookie season. After all, even the unfortunate Ricky Davis once believed that the young king was there to assist him, let alone a mediocre first pick. Red, positioned on the right perimeter, prepared to take on Huang Ju in a one-on-one duel, seeking vengeance for the humiliation he suffered earlier. Yet he evidently underestimated the defensive prowess of this Asian undrafted player. With a defensive attribute elevated to 94, Huang Ju, despite being shorter and less explosive than the taller, more athletic Michael Redd, unleashed a suffocating defensive grip that instilled fear. Redd found himself unable to take a shot, struggling to maintain possession and nearly traveling. As the shot clock dwindled to its final seconds, he was forced to attempt a desperate turnaround jumper. Observing Redd's exaggerated spinning jump shot, Huang Ju merely took a step forward, his formidable defensive aura already enveloping his opponent. Swish. Indeed, Redd's shot resulted in an outrageous airball, and Daya secured the defensive rebound, prompting the Suns to launch a swift counterattack during the fast break. Huang Ju, utilizing a screen, effortlessly found an opportunity to receive a pass from Nash and nailed another three-pointer. Swish. The Bucks, now on the offensive, finally managed to grab an offensive rebound amidst the tussle. As Bogut, with the ball in hand, attempted to pivot for a dunk against Daya, it was suddenly snatched away by a gust of wind in front of him. The number 30 jersey of the Suns streaked past him, and the ball was already in Nash's possession, causing Andrew Bogut to clench his fists in frustration, panting heavily as he jogged back on defense. Damn it, how infuriating! Facing Bogut's clumsy post play, Huang Ju executed a stealthy steal, leaving the newly minted first overall pick feeling utterly humiliated. On the ensuing fast break, Huang Ju darted in from the sideline, receiving Nash's pass at the arc and, pivoting to face the timely switch from Mo Williams, effortlessly sank another long-range shot. Swish. This was almost child's play, The Suns led the Bucks 9-0. The timer froze at 10 minutes and 9 seconds into the first quarter, within just 2 minutes of the game. Huang Ju had made 3 consecutive shots, coupled with a defensive steal, igniting the crowd at the Western Conference Arena into a frenzy. Goodness, is the Suns' performance tonight a mere exhibition match? This is far too easy. The Bucks coaching staff should all be dismissed. How could they possibly neglect their defensive strategy knowing Huang's prowess? Is this team already resigned to mediocrity? With 3 three-pointers in under 2 minutes and Huang's current shooting rhythm, not breaking Kobe's record of 12 three-pointers in a single game would be quite the oversight. My God, how can this individual be so accurate? On the sidelines, Stoudemire, who had been calm and composed before the game, was now visibly tense, his features stiffening, his cheeks inexplicably flushed. Michael Redd, back on the offensive end, still sought to overpower Huang Ju. Yet despite his incessant crossovers and quick changes of direction, he could not shake his defender even a single step. Huang Ju seemed to be glued to Redd, his every move, every pressure, and every anticipation revealing the talent and skill of a top-tier defender. Redd was eventually forced to come to a halt, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Give it to me." Seizing the moment, Huang Ju swiftly maneuvered in front, snatching the ball directly from Redd's grasp. OMG. While others steal, Huang Ju is committing robbery. Haha. Michael Redd must be on the verge of tears. Someone given the ball back, he just wants to go home. The aggrieved Redd raised his hands to the referee, but the official deemed Huang Ju's defensive play clean and decisive, exhibiting a tenacity that was both forceful and audacious. Once more on the offensive, Huang Ju found himself in almost complete isolation as he received a pass from Nash while running along the baseline. However, his three-point attempt clanged off the rim. Clang, perhaps due to overexcitement or the prolonged touch from his defensive steal, Huang Ju's shot was overpowered, ricocheting off the back of the rim in the Bucks' counterattack. Redd appeared to be overshadowed by Huang Ju's defense, signaling for Xiao Mo to take a shot himself. However, Nash's relentless defense disrupted Xiao Mo's final lateral jump shot, resulting in yet another miss. Clang, ever since being thoroughly outplayed by Iverson, who scored 66 points against him in the previous match, Nash had been restless, diligently seeking Huang Ju's guidance on defensive techniques during practice, and had become increasingly dedicated to improving his physical conditioning and strength. Approaching 32 years of age, his level of self-discipline and perseverance was deeply moving to Huang Ju. Nash's intensified efforts in training and defense were, in fact, a testament to Huang Ju's influence on him. A championship in the NBA is not easily attained. Often, it is far more challenging than winning the regular season MVP. In summary, the Phoenix Suns are heading in a positively healthy direction, with most players, including Mike D'Antoni's coaching staff, seemingly accustomed to life without Stoudemire alongside Huang Ju. As the first quarter reached the 5-minute and 2-second mark, with Redd being relentlessly harassed by Huang Ju's defense. Xiao Mo and Bobby Simmons found their shooting rhythm somewhat cold. Consequently, the offensive burden naturally fell upon the shoulders of the Australian rookie, Bogut, who had been clamoring to dunk on the rim. This time, Bogut, with his back to the basket on the left side, faced a switch from Shawn Marion and exhibited rather clumsy footwork, feeling the pressure from the matrix. Gritting his teeth, he forced a turnaround jump, brutally shoving Marion aside, and with a roar, aimed to slam the ball into the hoop. Yet again, Huang Ju was perfectly positioned beneath the rim, rising to meet Bogut's dunk attempt, channeling his ankle strength to soar upward and swat the ball down with authority. Smack! Due to Marion's defensive pressure, Bogut could not achieve a proper jump, while Huang Ju maximized his leaping ability as he blocked Bogut's shot head-on. He soared high above the rookie, whose head barely reached his own. The emphatic rejection sent the ball crashing into Bogut's face, causing his nose to sting as warm blood gushed forth. Boom! Stumbling upon landing, Bogut lost his balance and sat down heavily on the floor. OMG, what have I just witnessed? Huang Ju blocked the Australian rookie Andrew Bogut directly, who now sat on the ground bloodied, a true definition of a blood block. On the court, as the referee halted the game, Huang Ju stood defiantly beneath the basket, gazing down at the fallen Bogut, blood streaming from his nose, and spoke coldly, as if passing judgment. "Andrew, do you really think you deserve to be the first overall pick? Allow me to ask you on behalf of the locksmith, what do you think you deserve?" Regarding the absurd remarks made by Australia's top draft pick, Bogut, Huang Ju, in his previous life, could be described as having an intimate familiarity with the subject. This individual not only mocked the Middle Kingdom, claiming it was rife with foul waters, but also urged Australia to sever ties with it, advocating instead for a focus on trade with island nations as the rightful path. He has even resorted to vitriol against Chinese fans on Twitter. Frankly, some individuals, having emerged from impoverished backgrounds, often lack access to quality education in their formative years, upon acquiring wealth and affluence in adulthood. They tend to become increasingly arrogant and uncouth, exacerbating their already barren intellectual landscape. From the moment he entered the league, the newly crowned #1 pick, Bogut, exuded an air of superiority, harboring a deeply ingrained disdain for players from the Middle Kingdom. Now that Huang Ju possesses the means to retaliate, he must deliver a resounding slap to Bogut's face, making it abundantly clear that players from the Middle Kingdom are not to be trifled with. Thus, Huang Ju's recent ferocious block against Bogut, laden with personal animosity, is somewhat justified. Even in this life, if Bogut persists in his obstinate defiance, Huang Ju is determined to continue until he yields as Bogut crouched on the floor. Clutching his bloodied nose, he faced Huang Ju's scornful gaze, his head still buzzing. Once he regained his composure, he sprang to his feet, teeth clenched, fists tightened, ready to charge at Huang Ju. This moment, players from both teams had already converged. With Reed and Magloire restraining Bogut, while Marion stood beside Huang Ju, hands on hips, mockingly deriding Bogut's disheveled state. This Australian lad, with his painfully inadequate skills, is simply tarnishing the reputation of the #1 pick. In truth, Bogut's earlier forced dunk attempt was a blatant display of self-inflicted humiliation, rife with technical flaws, exposing the ball entirely. Even if Huang Ju did not provide support, Marion was fully confident in his ability to deliver a chase-down block. Suppressing his urge to explode, Bogut glared at Huang Ju and Marion, pointing an accusatory finger at them, his gritted teeth seemingly conveying, "Damn it, don't walk away. You're in for a serious reckoning tonight." Huang Ju and Marion exchanged knowing smiles, realizing that this young man was not going to back down until he faced dire consequences. Medical staff swiftly attended to Bogut's bleeding, and the game resumed promptly, with officials signaling possession to the Suns. Meanwhile, the Bucks head coach, Terry Stotts, remained impassive on the sidelines, choosing not to alter his team's defensive strategy, simply offering Huang Ju a warm embrace in the form of leniency. Although Michael Reed's pursuit became noticeably more aggressive, he still struggled to keep pace with Huang Ju's intricate movements. In each encounter with the Pistons, Reed found himself most vexed by the task of trailing Hamilton. Facing Huang Ju now proved to be an even greater ordeal. Whoosh! This time, Huang Ju utilized a screen to navigate to the right side, beyond the three-point arc at a 20-degree angle, receiving a familiar behind-the-back assist from Boris Diaw near the corner. He soared into the air for another shot. Andrew Bogut, enraged by Huang Ju's previous emphatic block, staggered around Diaw, raising his arms to contest. However, the foot speed and agility of a 2.13-meter center were painfully inadequate, leaving Huang Ju visibly anxious. If not for his poor dribbling and inability to hold onto the ball for long, he might have been tempted to toy with the clumsy giant. Swish! The basketball found nothing but net once more, marking Huang Ju's fourth three-pointer of the night. The Suns led 16-2 against the Bucks. Having played less than half a quarter, the Suns unleashed a barrage of 16 points while restricting the Bucks to a dismal 0-4-6 shooting. Managing only 2 points from free throws, Huang Ju's three-point shooting was a staggering 4 for 5, contributing 12 points alongside a steal and a block that left Reed and Bogut floundering both inside and outside. The atmosphere in the Western Conference arena was electric, prompting the Bucks coach to call for a lengthy timeout. The high-definition screens above showcased slow-motion replays of Huang Ju's block against Australia's top draft pick, capturing the explosive moment that sent blood gushing from Bogut's nose. Infuriated, Bogut pounded his fist on the bench, completely disregarding his coach's strategic directives. At that moment, his mind echoed a singular thought: I am a #1 pick. I will score, I will dunk, I will obliterate this damn game. After the timeout, the Bucks initiated their offense. Bogut finally found himself in a position beneath the basket, backing down against Marion while stubbornly rejecting any collaboration with Magloire. insisting on a solo effort. His exaggerated movements and footwork seemed designed to attract attention, yet Huang Ju decisively cut off his path, with both he and Marion effectively sealing off Bogut's shooting options. It is worth noting that even the peak of LeBron James would likely falter when faced with such a double team. However, the Australian prodigy, undeterred by the daunting challenge, leveraged his height advantage to attempt a high-arcing layup. Swish! The outcome was predictable. Both Huang Ju and Marion leaped simultaneously, their hands crashing down onto the basketball just as Bogut prepared to release it. The overwhelming force of their combined efforts enveloped Bogut, forcefully pinning both him and the ball to the ground. Bang! Due to his elevated center of gravity, Bogut twisted his right foot upon landing, collapsing once more. Beep beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling that Marion and Huang Ju's block was clean, devoid of any foul. That AS Bogut had left the ground prior to attempting a shot. He was called for a double dribble violation. The officials recorded the block as belonging to Marion after reviewing the footage. Once again humiliated, Bogut was consumed by a mix of shame and rage. Rising to confront the referee, he spread his arms and unleashed a torrent of grievances. Unsurprisingly, referee Baldy Crawford showed no hesitation in issuing Bogut a technical foul. On the sidelines, Bucks coach Stotts could no longer contain his frustration, shouting a few sharp words at Bogut. Even with a typically calm demeanor, he found it hard to overlook Bogut's antics. Was he out of his mind tonight? Swish! Huang Ju converted the technical foul-free throw, with the responsibility for such penalties now shifting from Nash to Huang Ju. In the stands, Suns fans exchanged amused glances, reveling in the spectacle of the Australian prodigy's missteps. This Australian giant seems a bit too heated, a rookie daring to attempt a shot under the pressure from Sean and Huang. Who could possibly be more foolish? Sean and Huang were undoubtedly performing at an all-defensive team level, and Huang had effectively stifled Michael Reed, who had yet to score a single point. This defense was suffocating. It seemed that the Suns' internal strife was a significant factor in Huang's explosive performance at home, as he sought to demonstrate his true value in front of the fans and Amare Stoudemire. However, felt that the primary issue was the Bucks' abysmal performance, which made Huang's display appear even more extraordinary. On the court, Michael Reed, an all-star caliber scorer, finally found an opportunity after enduring considerable suppression. Utilizing a teammate screen, he sank a three-pointer from near the top of the arc. Swish! As one of the league's premier left-handed shooters. Reed's ability to adjust in adversity was undoubtedly superior to that of the rookie number 1 pick. Contained Reed on the pick and roll. Huang Ju could not rely solely on himself. He required the seamless cooperation of his teammates. Turning back, the Suns intensified their offensive onslaught. Noticing the Bucks' perimeter defense tightening, Huang Ju recognized that the paint was left vulnerable with only Bogut stationed there, and after a brief exchange of glances with Nash, he swiftly darted into the key. Whoosh! Meanwhile, on the right side, Nash, engaging in a pick and roll with Dorr, skillfully dribbled his way through, confronting the clumsy, pivoting defense of Bogut, with a deft fake that deceived his opponent. He executed an exquisite pass that bounced the ball through Bogut's legs. The ball found its way to Huang Ju, who effortlessly received it beneath the basket. With a single step, he leaped into the air, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. Boom! Amidst the thunderous noise, Huang Ju grasped the rim with both hands, his legs elevated high. In that fleeting moment, Bogut, who had been duped by Nash's maneuver, turned in confusion, his right cheek colliding directly with Huang Ju's left shoe. Bang! Though the impact was not substantial, it was enough to sting Bogut's cheek, akin to a bird striking a stone. As Huang Ju descended, he playfully taunted Bogut. Andrew, my shoes are spotless. No need for you to polish them. Bogut, instantly enraged, felt humiliated. This detestable remark incited the already volatile Australian prodigy, prompting him to charge towards Huang Ju's back, arms outstretched, intending to shove him forcefully. However, in that split second, the reflective power of the counterattack armor activated, repelling any unsportsmanlike conduct. Huang Ju swiftly sidestepped, evading Bogut's attack, only to witness the Australian prospect stumble forward, his hefty 260-pound frame crashing onto the hardwood floor. Bang! Boom! In a twist of fate, Andrew Bogut now lay sprawled on the court, his arms scraped and bleeding. The sudden turn of events left both teams and the spectators in utter disbelief. What just transpired? Some spectators who had witnessed the truth leapt from their seats, angrily pointing at Bogut and shouting. This Australian prodigy clearly tried to push Huang down from behind, but ended up falling on his own. What a self-inflicted wound. He deserves this. The high-definition screens overhead replayed the moment Bogut charged a Huang Ju, only to miss and fall, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. The sidelined Bogut, still receiving medical attention, became the target of collective ire. Damn it. He must be suspended. Thank goodness Huang reacted in time. Otherwise, he would be the one injured. The video evidence revealed the significant force Bogut exerted in his ill-fated attempt to push Huang from behind. Ruck, Andrew is unworthy of representing Australia. He is a disgrace to our nation. Faced with the barrage of criticism, Bogut, seated on the bench, felt a mix of frustration and anger, his gaze towards Huang Ju growing increasingly venomous. The referee ultimately deemed Bogut's actions a flagrant foul, granting the Suns a free throw in possession. Although he was not ejected, Bucks head coach Terry Stotts was incensed, firmly seating Bogut on the bench, unwilling to let him return to the court that night. Not only was he underperforming, but to resort to such a malicious act, only to injure himself in the process. It was a disgrace. Swish, Huang Ju stepped up to the free throw line, successfully converting the technical foul shot. The Suns resumed play, with Marion deftly evading McGlore's defense, soaring to deliver another emphatic dunk. Boom! With Bogut sidelined, the Bucks' defensive prowess diminished, leading to an uptick in scoring rhythm. The 35-year-old former first overall pick, Joe Smith, replaced Bogut, and the defensive effectiveness surprisingly improved. The Bucks capitalized on this momentum, launching a scoring spree. Yet the Suns remained relentless, maintaining a double-digit lead. Throughout the latter half of the first quarter, Huang Ju continued his relentless off-ball movement, drawing significant attention. Though he had not received another opportunity for a shot, he effectively created greater space for his teammates. As the first quarter concluded, Huang Ju had played the full 12 minutes, shooting 5 for 6 from the field, 4 for 5 from beyond the arc, and 2 for 2 from the free throw line, amassing 16 points, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, showcasing his elite 3D capabilities. The score read, Suns 35, Bucks 19. That under Huang Ju's formidable perimeter presence, the Suns flourished. Marion, Dort, James Jones, and Barbosa enjoyed increased opportunities for open shots, while Nash's passing options expanded. With an explosive 35 points in the first quarter, the Suns led the Bucks by 1-6 as the second quarter commenced. Both teams' reserves exchanged baskets, and Bucks coach Stotts surprisingly reintroduced the Australian prodigy, granting him a chance for redemption. Facing the Suns bench players, Bogut seemed rejuvenated. Indeed, he wreaked havoc in the paint, scoring 4 points through a combination of dunks and free throws while securing 3 rebounds. It appeared that a touch of sunlight had brightened his spirits, as he even made provocative gestures towards the Suns bench, his face brimming with confidence. With about 4 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Mike D'Antoni reinserted Huang Ju. The Bucks, caught off guard by the Suns' swift adjustments, were soon exploited by Huang Ju, who seized the open opportunity to sink another three-pointer. Swish. Huang Ju, displaying remarkable acumen, leveraged Bogut's slow footwork to dart past him repeatedly, not only thwarting Reed's pursuit, but also inciting Bogut's frustration as they nearly collided. Turning back, Bogut was visibly agitated. He called for the ball from the high elbow area, taunting Huang Ju. Come on. Huang, if you dare, come guard me. Marion chuckled, ready to mock the Australian prodigy, questioning who granted him the audacity to demand a guard from a mere point guard. Yet before he could speak, Huang Ju swiftly abandoned Reed, closing in on Bogut and signaling for Marion and the others to create space. You wanted this lottery pick. Remember, you chose it. As Huang Ju prepared to defend Bogut, Sean Marion hesitated but ultimately retreated to create room. Although Huang Ju's defensive skills had reached an elite level, he remained a 2-meter swingman, clearly overmatched in strength against the 2.13-meter, 260-pound center that IT was akin to a boxing match. Disregarding weight classes, even the mightiest Mayweather would be overwhelmed by Tyson's punch. However, Bogut's disadvantages were evident, his sluggish movements and inadequate post skills. With Huang Ju's defensive awareness and opportunistic instincts, the possibility of a steal loomed large. Thus, both teams' players retreated, leaving Bogut to face Huang Ju in a one-on-one battle. Standing beside Bogut, Huang Ju appeared diminutive, a half-head shorter, with a significantly slimmer waist and arms. "You Asian kid, since you're looking for trouble, I want to hold back," Bogut, cautiously dribbling near the weak side elbow. Pressed against Huang Ju as he edged closer to the basket. Bang, bang. Despite his 260-pound frame, Bogut was surprisingly unable to overpower Huang Ju. Feeling the relentless pressure from Bogut's shoulder, Huang Ju braced himself. Chest out, feet firmly planted like a pine tree. Gritting his teeth, Huang Ju endured the pain of the muscle clashes, his ribs creaking, yet remained steadfast as a rock. Bang, bang. After several attempts to push, Bogut's expression shifted to one of shock. His center could not budge Huang Ju. The core strength of that Asian lad is evidently far greater than he had anticipated. Bogut let out a furious roar, exerting all his might to charge forward once more. With a resounding bang, it appeared that Huang Ju had finally retreated a half step, prompting Bogut to intensify his efforts. After a series of powerful backdowns, he painstakingly maneuvered from the free throw line elbow area to within 3 meters of the left side of the basket. At this point, Bogut was already gasping for breath, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Watching from the sidelines, Marion and Nash were growing increasingly anxious. During Bogut's backing down, he had twice displayed vulnerabilities in his dribbling, making it relatively easy for Huang Ju, with his defensive instincts, to swoop in and complete a steal. Yet, Huang Ju had missed these 2 opportunities, and now that Bogut had encroached upon his offensive territory, it would be exceedingly challenging to thwart him. However, everything was already under Huang Ju's control. Stealing the ball from Bogut would be far too easy for him, as Bogut approached his preferred attack zone. A predatory grin spread across his face. After gathering the ball, he raised it high, pivoting his non-axial foot outward, executing a feigned spin that lacked any convincing realism. Huang Ju instinctively shifted to the right. Yet he'd already discerned Bogut's ploy in a flash. As Bogut noticed Huang Ju had been momentarily deceived, he jubilantly executed a reverse spin, planting his non-axial foot to rotate 360 degrees before leaping towards the basket, ready to complete a dunk. However, Huang Ju was quicker, extending his left leg and pressing his knee against Bogut's non-axial leg, encroaching upon his space and severely restricting Bogut's jump. Bogut managed to leave the ground. But with the basket still out of reach, he decided to attempt a delicate hook shot while bracing against Huang Ju. In a critical moment, Huang Ju leaped from his position, showcasing his remarkable vertical leap. And with a powerful right hand, he struck down upon the basketball in Bogut's grip. The block was swift and fierce, akin to a meteor hammer. As he swatted the ball away, Huang Ju's hand followed through with an unintentional yet forceful slap across Bogut's left cheek. The transition from swatting the ball to delivering a slap was seamless, appearing entirely directed at the ball with no intention to harm. The ball was sent soaring into the stands, while David Stern's greatest intolerance was undoubtedly directed towards Bogut's reckless act of hurling a soda bottle into the stands. After all, the skirmishes between players had a limited impact. However, truly offending the paying fans could have far-reaching consequences in the infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills, Artest faced a season-long suspension, primarily due to his assault on a spectator. While Stern was understandably infuriated by the foolishness displayed by the Australian rookie, he was also acutely aware of Huang's dominance and fervor on the court. There was no doubt that his innate charisma marked him as a potential superstar. Unlike the future league president Adam Silver, the present-day Stern held the vast Chinese market in high regard. Returning to the game, the first half concluded swiftly, with the Suns leading 71-39 against the Bucks. The Suns enter halftime with a staggering 32-point advantage, effectively shattering the Bucks' morale, especially as they lost both Reed and Bogut. Huang played 16 minutes in the first half, achieving a remarkable 9 for 11 from the field, 8 for 9 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 5 for 5 from the free throw line, amassing an astounding 31 points, along with 1 rebound, 3 steals, and 3 blocks. The ease with which he scored was astonishing. Having netted 8 three-pointers by halftime, it felt as if he was merely coasting. If he continued at this pace, breaking Kobe's record of 12 three-pointers in a single game seemed almost effortless. Unfortunately, with the Bucks unable to recover, it was unlikely Huang would chase after a record of such little significance. His 8 three-pointers in the first half were already extraordinary, But even more impressive was his explosive defensive performance. .3 emphatic blocks against Andrew Bogut left the latter dazed. How could this not rank among the top plays of the night? Huang's display not only overshadowed the Australian rookie, but also put Amare Stoudemire in a difficult position, raising questions about his team's value relative to Huang's, seated courtside in a tailored suit. Stoudemire was left in awe by Huang's terrifying display in the first half, especially the moment when Huang swatted Bogut's shot. Merely witnessing it felt like a slap to the face that in Huang. Stoudemire sensed a different kind of aura compared to Yao Ming and other Asian players, a fearless heroism that towered over all. Clenching his fists, Stoudemire internally reassured himself that it was just a game. No single performance could erase his contributions over 3 seasons. However, reflecting on his previous attempts to pressure the Suns' management and manipulate the media into creating a rift within the team, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. In Portland, at Nike's headquarters, Phil Knight sat at his desk, having just watched the highlights of the first half between the Suns and the Bucks. The Huang's explosive defensive prowess dispelled Knight's final doubts about signing him. It was imperative to contact Huang's agent promptly. They could offer a lucrative shoe contract worth up to $8 million a year. For an Asian player, such an opportunity was monumental. The Suns extended their lead to 49 points at 93-44, making a comeback nearly impossible for the Bucks, who had only managed to score 44 points thus far. Mike D'Antoni chose not to be overly ruthless, recognizing the significant lead and the absence of 2 key players from the Bucks. He decided to rest Huang and Nash early. Huang played 6 minutes in the third quarter, sinking 3 more three-pointers and delivering 2 spectacular steals. The game transitioned in a garbage time. The Bucks players remained uninspired, while the Suns' third stringers launched another scoring spree, pushing their lead past 50 points. Ultimately, the Suns demolished the Bucks 125-72, achieving the largest margin of victory for the season, reducing the Bucks to mere shadows of their former selves. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leading the team to a resounding victory over the Bucks and achieving a personal best of 41 points. The system rewards 200 experience points. Huang played 22 minutes across 3 quarters, hitting 12 of 15 shots, 11 of 13 from 3, and a perfect 6 for 6 from the free throw line, securing the highest score of the game at 41 points, along with 2 rebounds, 5 steals, and 3 blocks. His epic defensive display in the first half, which effectively neutralized Michael Redd and repeatedly swatted the Australian rookie's shots, undoubtedly crowned him as the MVP of the night. Furthermore, his 11 three-pointers set a new personal record, accomplished in under 3 quarters, marking a new NBA milestone. All fans who witnessed the game understood that had the score not ballooned so early, and had D'Antoni not opted to rest his starters, Huang would have undoubtedly shattered the joint record of 12 three-pointers set by Kobe Bryant and Donyell Marshall at the post-game press conference. Huang confidently participated, and when asked if there was any personal animosity towards Andrew Bogut, he chuckled into the microphone. Dunking on the number 1 pick is exhilarating. It's just a shame that Andrew doesn't deserve the title of number 1. In response to inquiries about media reports suggesting he was undermining Amare's position within the team, Huang asserted, "Rather than explaining, I would prefer to focus on playing well in every game. Only those who can't get on the court would obsess over news and public opinion. Amare is a talented player, but if he truly wishes to leave the Phoenix Suns, I believe that could be a beneficial development." Huang's bold statements ignited a media frenzy, with various outlets amplifying the notion that he hinted at Stoudemire's impending departure. Nash found Huang's audacious remarks inappropriate, while Marion admired his courage, as he was among those most eager for the little emperor to exit. That night, upon returning to his villa, Stoudemire quickly learned of Huang's comments at the press conference, which seemed a direct challenge to him. Furious, he exclaimed, "Fuck, this guy thinks he's a star just because he had one good game. It's either me or him in Phoenix," in a fit of rage. Stoudemire contacted his agent, instructing them to discreetly inform other teams about his desire for a trade, hoping to leverage offers from various franchises to assert his own value and force the team to trade Huang. The arrogant little emperor failed to realize that opposing Huang was leading him down a path of self-destruction. Huang's 3 blocks against the Australian rookie, culminating in a knockout blow that inadvertently injured Michael Redd, quickly became sensational news among NBA fans, creating a stirred "OMG, Huang is insane" a draft class underdog dominating the number 1 pick. What an inspiring tale. It was evident that among all players from the 2005 draft class, Huang had already surpassed Chris Paul, cementing his status as the clear standout. As for the Australian rookie, his misfortune was compounded. Not only had he suffered a concussion, but he also inadvertently injured the team's leader and clashed with Phoenix fans. Following this debacle, he faced not only suspensions and fines, but also the prospect of being traded by the Bucks in a late-night program. Charles Barkley openly praised Huang. This guy doesn't play like an Asian player. His prowess exceeds our expectations. If I had a teammate like Huang during my time with the Suns, I believe Michael Jordan would have been brought to tears in the finals. If you ask me whether the Suns should trade Huang or Amare, I can only say, if one must go, I hope it's Amare. As for that foolish Australian rookie, I hope David Stern suspends him for at least 50 games. He will undoubtedly be the worst number 1 pick of the new century. Bar none. Comparing him to Yao Ming? Oh no, that would be a disservice to Yao. The following day, the NBA headquarters officially announced an additional punishment for Australian prodigy Andrew Bogut, a suspension for 30 games and a fine of $160,000. Simultaneously, sources within the Milwaukee Bucks revealed that team leader Michael Redd would be sidelined for at least 2 months due to an accidental injury inflicted by Bogut. The relationship between the two has become exceedingly strained, prompting the Bucks management to consider trading one of them. On the same day, the NBA also released the results of the second round of voting for the 2006 Houston All-Star Game. Yao Ming continues to lead with a cumulative total of 1.68 million votes, followed closely by Kobe Bryant with 1.62 million. LeBron James ranks third with 1.59 million votes, surpassing the Big Diesel. Shaquille O'Neal, who garnered 1.56 million at Allen Iverson, Tracy McGrady, Steve Nash, and Tim Duncan occupy the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th positions, respectively. Flash Dwayne Wade and the big-ticket Kevin Garnett are ranked 9th and 10th. Notably, Huang Ju, who received 160,000 All-Star votes in the first round, has seen his total soar to 950,000 votes due to his recent stellar performances and the fervent support from fans in China and the Chinese diaspora. His ranking has risen to 7th in the West and 12th in the league, surpassing notable stars like Dirk Nowitzki, Manu Ginobili, Shaquille O'Neal, Chauncey Billups, and Jason Kidd. Among Western forwards, he trails only behind McGrady, Duncan, and Garnett, as a rookie and an undrafted player of Asian descent. Huang Ju's meteoric rise in popularity and influence has created a sensation throughout the NBA, representing a phenomenon. Given the current momentum, it is highly probable that Huang Ju will distinguish himself in the ongoing voting competition and, alongside his compatriot Yao Ming, become a starting player for the Western Conference All-Star team. However, opinions among fans both domestically and internationally vary widely, sparking heated discussions. No matter how well Huang performs, he remains a rookie and currently lacks the qualifications for an All-Star selection. Emperor Shao couldn't make it to the All-Star game in my rookie season. What right does this undrafted player from China have? Is it merely because of his debut, where he made 9 3-pointers in 9 attempts and hit a half-court buzzer beater? Or is it because he blocked the Australian number 1 pick? Or because he secured the first undrafted contract in NBA history that exceeds that of his draft class? Fine, perhaps he does deserve it. The Chinese fan base is overwhelmingly large, and their influence has significantly affected the fairness of the NBA All-Star voting. Otherwise, how could Yao from the Rockets possibly be the top vote getter? He is merely on the same level as Ben Wallace. If an undrafted player can make it to the All-Star game in his rookie season, then Huang could be said to have created yet another miracle in the NBA. The Chinese state media produced a special episode titled 2006 Houston All-Star. Let's meet, highlighting the recent highlights of the 2 Chinese stars, Yao Ming and Huang Ju, advocating for national pride and calling for universal voting to ensure both players can take to the court together in the NBA's main event. Presently, although Yao leads in votes, he is only ahead of Kobe by a mere 60,000 votes and could be surpassed at any moment. Huang Ju currently ranks 4th among Western forwards, but still has some distance to cover to surpass Duncan and Garnett. However, given Huang's recent string of impressive performances, it is believed that his influence will rapidly ascend not just in China, but across the globe. in a cyber CAF adjacent to a certain middle school in the capital. The owner, a fan of Huang Ju, has put up a large promotional poster at the front desk, offering free internet for an hour to anyone who votes for Huang Ju in the All-Star voting. At a sporting goods store in Yangcheng, an advertisement has been posted promising a 20% discount on all items for those who cast their votes for NBA star Huang Ju as an Asian player. Huang Ju's swift rise in the NBA has not only made him a household name in China, but has also attracted significant attention from basketball fans in other Asian countries, such as Japan, South Korea, Thailand, and Vietnam. In Kagawa, Japan, at a basketball park themed around slam dunk. A group of university students from Tokyo University have organized a voting campaign called the Huang Ju Supporters Club, urging NBA enthusiasts and Huang Ju fans to cast their votes in support of the rise of Asian players in the NBA. Among these university students is a tall 12-year-old middle school basketball player named Yuta Watanabe. In Bangkok, Thailand, in a dilapidated urban apartment, a slender and healthy young woman lies on her neatly made bed, perusing a local sports magazine, and on the wall beside her bed hangs a poster of Huang Ju, captured midair while elegantly shooting a three-pointer, with a determined and stoic expression, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. The poster features a line of text in Thai. During this period in 2006, Thailand did not yet have an official station to broadcast NBA games, so local fans primarily followed players' updates through newspapers, magazines, and sports websites. The young woman, named Ba Zong, had to work as a ladyboy due to her impoverished upbringing. Now performing at an underground entertainment venue in Bangkok, she earns around 3,700 baht per month, roughly equivalent to 800 Chinese yuan. Yet deep within Ba Zong, the spirit of a man endures, and every time she follows the NBA and witnesses the heroes on the court, it reignites her ambition and aspirations. Huang Ju's rise and explosive impact as an Asian player in the NBA inspire and uplift Ba Zong's soft yet resilient heart, fueling her dream of one day breaking free from her constraints and conquering the world like Huang Ju. In Athens, Greece, a sports journalist from Chinese state media travels to a local slum for interviews, bringing jerseys and sneakers for a few impoverished black children living their .1 child, appearing around 10 years old, but noticeably taller and sturdier than his peers. Holds a Phoenix Suns jersey with a number 30 and asks the journalist in English, "Whose jersey is this?" "Jordan's." The Chinese reporter smiles and pats the child's shoulder, confidently proclaiming, "This is Huang's. He hails from our China, and he will be the best player in the NBA of this era." The black child, somewhat confused, clenches his fist and declares, "I want to play in the NBA too." Dr. Frank says I can grow up to 2.1 meters. The Chinese journalist encourages him. "Keep it up, kid. I hope you can follow in LeBron's footsteps and become a hero here. By the way, what is your name?" "My name is very long. Giannis Hugo Antetokounmpo." "Oh, that is indeed a long name. A string of letters." In Los Angeles, at St. Margarita Catholic School, on the basketball training court, 16-year-old Klay Thompson, a key player on his high school team, has idolized Kobe since childhood, but has always struggled to improve his dribbling skills, lacking finesse in his ball-handling techniques. After watching all of Huang Ju's game footage over the past few days, it was as if a light bulb went off in his head, opening a new door in his life, that he hurried to the basketball training court and earnestly approached the team's head coach. "Alvin, Coach Alvin, I hope you can select an outstanding point guard for the team soon. From today onwards, I want to work hard to become an off-ball player, just like Huang, because not everyone can be Kobe." That afternoon, the sun was warm, and the average temperature in Phoenix during January hovered around 8 to 13 degrees Celsius, characteristic of a subtropical desert climate, relatively dry with scant rainfall that be by the banks of the Phoenix River. In an upscale Italian restaurant nestled within an affluent villa district, Huang Ju ordered a cold Americano priced at $12 and settled into a seat by the window. Opposite him sat a striking Asian beauty in her 20s. Her long hair cascading down to her waist, her figure slender, and her features delicately sculpted, exuding a soft and exquisite charm. Her fair and tender skin seemed almost translucent. Upon his first glance at this enchanting young woman, Huang Ju felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as though he had encountered her before. Moreover, within the refined contours of her brows and eyes, he could discern hints of the renowned South Korean actresses Sun Yejin and Lim Yuna. as if she were a stunning amalgamation of their beauty. Mr. Huang, this is my resume. Please take a moment to review it. Although I have yet to immerse myself in the realm of professional sports management, I firmly believe I can excel in this role and hope you will grant me this opportunity. As for compensation, I am willing to forego any commission during the first 3 years, seeking a minimum annual salary of $50,000. As Huang Ju perused the resume presented by the young woman, the first thing that caught his eye was the name Lan Fei. An American citizen of Chinese descent, she hailed from the Sichuan-Chongqing region, was 22 years old, and held an MBA from Princeton University, although Huang Ju was already backed by Bill Duffy's management team, which primarily handled NBA-related commercial activities and endorsement negotiations overseas. He recognized the necessity of seeking a more specialized domestic agent, akin to how Yao Ming had assembled his Yao team to penetrate the domestic market. Concurrently, Huang Ju aspired to endorse 2 sneaker brands, one domestic and one international, although this would require mutual consent from both companies. In recent days, Huang Ju's meteoric rise in the NBA had attracted numerous agents, legal advisors, and journalists from both home and abroad, all eager to extend their olive branches to this burgeoning star. Among them was the Princeton MBA, Miss Lan Fei, seated across from him. After approximately 15 minutes of conversation, Huang Ju sensed her professionalism in business and finance. Being a Chinese national, Lan Fei had studied in China prior to university, thus possessing a certain familiarity with the domestic market environment, coupled with her reserved yet warm demeanor. Her perfect height of 1.76 meters and her exquisite features, Huang Ju thought to himself that she would be the ideal choice. He decided to initiate a 3-month trial period. Very well, Miss Lan Fei. Starting today, you shall be my agent for domestic business affairs. I hope you will excel in this role. As a fellow Ivy League graduate and a fellow countryman, I assure you that I will treat you fairly. Should you successfully complete the trial period, your annual salary will be $100,000, and you will receive a 2% commission on all commercial endorsements you secure. How does that sound? Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded in agreement. Mr. Huang, thank you for this opportunity. I will strive to excel in my role as your agent, although the 2% commission paled in comparison to Bill Duffy's 12%. For a recent graduate from a prestigious institution, it still represented a significant potential fortune. Given Huang Ju's current fame and influence, as long as he continued to perform in the NBA, his future endorsements in China would likely be worth hundreds of millions, yielding her a substantial income. A rosy blush crept across Lan Fei's excited face as she cautiously glanced at Huang Ju, her feelings a complex blend of anticipation and sweetness. In order to fulfill her duties effectively, she resolved to accompany Huang Ju for a while to familiarize herself with his daily training routines and personal preferences, thereby enabling her to make more suitable choices in negotiating domestic endorsements and planning commercial activities. As long as it's not too much trouble for you, I'm more than willing. Lan Fei lightly bit her lower lip, seemingly hesitant to express something unsaid. Although Huang Ju sensed that she might have something weighing on her mind, he refrained from directly inquiring as a boss. He understood the importance of maintaining a certain distance with subordinates, feigning a need to run errands. Huang Ju personally drove Lan Fei back to her hotel, the Holiday Inn, and after dropping her off at the entrance, he pressed the accelerator and drove away, leaving behind the striking taillights of his Grand Cherokee SRT. While Lan Fei embodied the type of woman Huang Ju found appealing: tall, naturally beautiful, highly intelligent, and professionally competent, with the gentle and shy qualities unique to Chinese women. He was acutely aware of the potential complications that could arise from becoming romantically involved with a female agent. Maintaining a professional relationship was undoubtedly the wisest choice. However, should she ever express a desire to take things further, he might consider the possibility, provided he had a thorough understanding of her character. Meanwhile, standing at the entrance of the Holiday Inn, Lan Fei gazed contemplatively in the direction Huang Ju had departed, allowing the gentle breeze to tousle her long hair. Brother, could it really be you? In Milwaukee, within a villa perched by the shores of Lake Michigan, the living room was littered with countless empty Budweiser cans, while the coffee table bore 2 bottles of Royal Salute whiskey. Remnants of seafood, barbecued meats, and pizza alongside a half-smoked Cuban cigar. The air was thick with the scent of decadence, smoke, and the palpable tension of desire among men and women. Three scantily clad white dancers surrounded a large white man sprawled across the center of the sofa. His eyes rimmed with dark circles, utterly spent and unable to continue. This man was Andrew Bogut, currently serving a suspension. During a match against the Suns and Bucks, Bogut had been thoroughly outplayed by Huang Ju and had even suffered a humiliating slap in public. The media had been relentless in their coverage, disparaging the Australian #1 draft pick while praising the Asian undrafted sensation, Huang Ju, as more deserving of the #1 title, having suffered a significant defeat and facing a tarnished reputation. Not only had he failed to regain his pride, but he had also been suspended for 30 games, incurring fines of over $100,000 due to accidentally injuring the team's leader. Reed, there was even a possibility of being traded by the Bucks management, as more than half of the league's executives expressed concerns about Bogut's violent tendencies displayed during games, suggesting he should seek psychological rehabilitation. Embracing two dancers, Bogut squeezed one of their ample bosoms, and as he reflected on his current dismal state, his resentment and frustration naturally manifested as animosity toward Huang Ju. Damn that Huang. I will have my revenge. Players from Celestial Empire are destined to live in the sewers. In a fit of anger, a sharp pain surged through Bogut's head, having indulged excessively in alcohol and debauchery during his concussion recovery. It seemed that his already limited intellect was only destined to deteriorate further in the capital, at the headquarters of Li Ning, in a high-end conference room, under the personal supervision of So Li Yihong. Several executives and major shareholders were deliberating over concrete strategies to secure an endorsement deal with NBA star Huang Ju. Honorary Chairman Li Ning was also present, demonstrating the company's keen interest in Huang Ju's burgeoning commercial value in the sports arena. It was evident that Huang Ju's marketability was poised to surpass that of Yao Ming, prompting them to take a gamble and pursue him at all costs, believing that his endorsement would elevate the brand to unprecedented heights. Currently, international competitors such as Nike, Reebok, Converse, Under Armour, as well as European giants Adidas and Puma, had all extended lucrative offers to Huang Ju. Nike was prepared to offer a maximum annual salary of $6 million, making it imperative for Li Ning to present a figure exceeding this amount to secure his signature. Beyond the base salary for endorsements, I believe we should also offer Huang a share of sales revenue, or even equity. Otherwise, we will have no leverage in the competition against Nike and Adidas. I assert that Li Ning should focus its development around the 2008 Olympics, while signing Huang Ju would be a significant achievement. We must not lose sight of our core objectives. A 5-year commitment of 200 million Chinese yuan represents our utmost sincerity, along with a promise of 3% of total sales from endorsements. We will develop an all-encompassing, technologically advanced signature basketball shoe for Huang Ju, with the group investing over $1 billion in research and development. Indeed, basketball shoes are not Li Ning's forte, and matching the contract offers put forth by international giants like Nike and Adidas poses a significant burden for the group. Seated at the conference table, Li Ning, a retired former national team athlete, keenly recognized the potential in Huang Ju. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, his future commercial value is likely to surpass that of Yao Ming, even if he returns to play domestically. Currently, although Li Ning boasts sports stars such as Wang Liqin and Guo Jingjing, their international influence remains relatively limited. In contrast, Huang Ju, who is shown in the NBA, undoubtedly represents a pioneering choice. After stepping back from high-level decision-making a few years ago, Li Ning has seldom intervened in group matters. Yet now, for Huang Ju, he feels compelled to speak up. I support the group in making every effort to sign Huang Ju. And for this, I am willing to contribute 3 of my shares. Founded in 1989, Li Ning rapidly expanded thanks to sponsorship of the 1990 Asian Games and went public on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange in 2004. Presently, Li Ning holds 31 of the group, making him the largest shareholder as the primary sports goods sponsor of the 2008 Olympics. Li Ning's operations are exceedingly busy, with 70 of funds allocated to preparations for the Games. Naturally, pursuing Huang Ju entails significant risks. The Suns' subsequent 2 matches were also held at home, facing the Golden State Warriors and the New York Knicks. The Warriors have had a dismal season, currently ranked 13th in the Western Conference, led by bearded Baron Davis and Jason Richardson. Although the Warriors had yet to draft Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson during this period, they began to exhibit the style of small ball play. With the team ranking among the league leaders in average three-point attempts, Raja Bell made his official return in this game, reclaiming the starting shooting guard position, while Huang Ju was elevated to the small forward spot. Huang Ju matched up against Jason Richardson, both being versatile swingmen, a two-time slam dunk champion. Richardson not only possesses explosive athleticism, but also excels in shooting, resembling a less glamorous version of Vince Carter. Presently, Richardson ranks 5th in the league for three-pointers made in the new season, with 80, trailing only Ray Allen, Gilbert Arenas, Mike Bibby, and Chauncey Billups. Both being 2001 draftees, Richardson and Arenas debuted together with the Warriors, showcasing boundless energy in their rookie season and instilling hope in Warriors fans. However, against Huang Ju's relentless pursuit, Richardson struggled tonight, making just one of 7 three-point attempts, alongside 5 turnovers and 3 fouls. Finishing with merely 4 points. In stark contrast, Huang Ju played 20 minutes, sinking 8 of 10 three-point attempts for an efficient 29 points, along with 3 steals and 2 blocks, maintaining the highest score of the game. Meanwhile, fellow 2001 rookie Monta Ellis, who came off the bench for the Warriors, managed only 5 points on 2 of 6 shooting in 13 minutes, clearly not on the same level as Huang Ju. Raja Bell's return fortified Huang Ju and Bell as an impenetrable defensive barrier on the perimeter, facilitating smoother switches in the paint. Ultimately, the Suns cruised through 3 quarters, triumphing 117-88 over the Warriors for their second consecutive victory. In 2 days during the match against the Eastern Conference's bottom-dwelling New York Knicks, Huang Ju, once again in 3 quarters, achieved a perfect 9 for 9 from beyond the arc, amassing 31 points, along with 4 steals and 1 block. Boasting an impeccable three-point shooting percentage of 100 under Huang Ju's influence and the Knicks' lax perimeter defense, the Suns collectively shot 60 from three-point range, sinking 24 three-pointers on 39 attempts, shattering the NBA record for team three-pointers made. Simultaneously, Steve Nash recorded 8 points and 17 assists, showcasing pure point guard statistics, leading the league in average assists this season. Fellow 2005 draftees Nate Robinson, Channing Frye, and David Lee, galvanized by Huang Ju's performance, excelled off the bench for the Knicks, collectively scoring 28 points. Consequently, numerous media outlets and journalists began to draw comparisons between the performances of the 2005 rookies and Huang Ju, highlighting the evident disparity. In the end, the Suns comfortably defeated the Knicks 123-102 at home, marking their 3rd consecutive W in the post-game press conference. Former star Stephon Marbury, returning to familiar grounds, candidly stated to reporters, hands on hips, "Huang is indeed an extraordinary three-point shooter, and his defense will certainly give offensive players a headache. Of course, if I had teammates like him, I believe I could also achieve 17 assists in a game like Steve, as a member of the 1996 Golden Generation." Marbury not only holds a grudge against Nash, but also against Kobe Bryant and Allen Iverson, with media increasingly labeling him a toxic presence in the team. However, Marbury maintains that he merely lacks suitable support. Simultaneously, New York Knicks general manager Donnie Walsh pledged to Amare Stoudemire's agent, expressing the Knicks' willingness to offer any assets in exchange for the injured Stoudemire. Concurrently, Suns general manager Steve Kerr received this information with considerable anger. Given Huang Ju's recent steady and efficient performances, leading the team to consecutive victories, Kerr began to solidify his resolve. If Stoudemire wished to depart, he might as well facilitate that, acquiring immediate assets more needed in the Suns' frontcourt. However, at that moment, the personal assistant of the Suns owner opened the door to Kerr's office, presenting him with a document. "Mr. Kerr, I apologize sincerely. This is the owner's decision. From this moment forward, you are terminated from the team." Upon hearing the assistant's words and gazing at the termination notice, Kerr's eyes widened in disbelief. Stoudemire, who had been pressuring management, had yet to leave, yet he, the general manager, was the first to be ousted? It had barely been 5 months since the Suns appointed him as general manager in August. He hadn't even had the chance to showcase his management talents. That "No, Smith, there must be some mistake. I was unaware of Stoudemire's desire to be traded. This is entirely orchestrated by him and his agent. Of course, if the team genuinely did not wish to trade him, I could certainly engage in some persuasion. Smith, the assistant, shook his head helplessly. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Kerr, but due to your less-than-ideal performance regarding the timing of signing Huang and mediating player conflicts, the owner believes that the role of team general manager may not suit you. However, I am confident that other teams in the league will recognize your talents, and you will find ample opportunities there. Kerr harbored serious doubts that the owner, Robert Sarver, intended to send him to a rival team, such as the Mavericks or Spurs. Who could bear such an insult? Smith, if the team genuinely intends to fire me, according to the contract's terms, they must pay me a severance fee of $500,000 in addition to my salary. That is certainly not an issue. Once Mike D'Antoni assumes the role of general manager, your compensation will not be diminished by a single cent. Steve Kerr was once again astonished. What? They are actually allowing the guy D'Antoni to serve concurrently as general manager. Are they out of their minds? Clearly, in the conflict between the Suns management and coaching staff, Sarver ultimately chose to side with the coaching team. The tipping point in this decision was undoubtedly Huang Ju's meteoric rise, representing the greatest asset to D'Antoni's success. Unyielding in his principles, Kerr remained steadfast in his vision for team building, determined to prove his worth with another NBA team outside the Suns. Hoping that Sarver would remain resolute in his choices, the dismissal of the Suns' general manager led to head coach Mike D'Antoni temporarily assuming the role of general manager. This news sent shockwaves through the fan base in Phoenix. Some applauded, believing Kerr's approach to team building conflicted with the Suns' fast-paced system, while others feared for the team's future as recent momentum had been buoyed by Huang Ju's emergence, compounded by the fact that they were primarily facing weaker opponents. In truth, D'Antoni's system still harbored significant flaws. Especially during the fiercely competitive playoffs, this lineup finds it exceedingly challenging to secure victories against formidable teams such as the Spurs, Mavericks, Heat, and Pistons in a best-of-7 series. Although some of the trades made under Coach Kerr's tenure were rather mediocre and failed to timely uncover the potential within Huang, his emphasis on defense and the intensity required for the playoffs is indeed commendable. Mike D'Antoni taking on the dual roles of head coach and general manager for the Suns. Is this a bid for singular dominance? The Suns are truly on the brink of transforming into a fast-paced, offensive juggernaut. Must Amare and Huang truly be traded? If the discord between the two can be amicably resolved, once the Little Emperor returns from injury, this Suns team holds significant promise for a championship run. That evening, Huang Ju, having just completed an hour of strength training in the gym of his newly rented villa, found himself in a state of bemusement upon learning of Steve Kerr's dismissal from the Suns. In a previous life, Kerr's decision to trade away Marion for the aging Shaquille O'Neal during the 2007 to 2008 season effectively doomed the Suns' fast-paced system, and D'Antoni parted ways with Phoenix at the end of that season as well. Kerr too was subsequently let go, only to find his way to the Warriors after a few seasons. Ironically, during his tenure as general manager of the Suns, Kerr frequently clashed with D'Antoni, yet upon joining the Warriors, he wholeheartedly embraced the small ball philosophy. In truth, the Suns' run and gun style and the Warriors' small ball tactics during the Splash Brothers era are markedly different. Now, with Huang's arrival, the Suns' fast-paced offense is set to evolve into a genuine small ball whirlwind. Mike D'Antoni, who has temporarily stepped into the role of general manager, is undoubtedly feeling the pressure. After all, management and coaching are distinct domains. While Kerr's departure is a stroke of luck, the pressing issue remains how to reconcile the conflict between Stoudemire and Huang. The owner, Sarver, naturally hopes that D'Antoni can mediate the tensions between the Little Emperor and Huang, allowing them to unite in the quest for the franchise's first championship title. Given Stoudemire's explosive athleticism, there is currently no player in the league better suited for the Suns than the Little Emperor. However, as head coach, D'Antoni is markedly dissatisfied with Stoudemire's arrogant attitude and penchant for taking credit. This recent power play against management illustrates the issue well, compounded by his fabrications against foreign teammates, which is utterly brazen in most NBA teams. Even when signed players are injured, they are expected to accompany the team for both home and away games. This not only fosters team unity, but also honors the support of their fans. In stark contrast, Stoudemire, following knee surgery, has rarely traveled with the team, while his private life remains indulgent, ultimately detrimental to his recovery. Initially, the Suns medical team anticipated Stoudemire's return after the All-Star break in February. However, recent evaluations reveal that his recovery is not progressing well, potentially delaying his return until March or April, even if he returns. Can Stoudemire regain his pre-injury form? That remains uncertain. Like any coach, D'Antoni yearns for exceptionally talented players, but places greater emphasis on a player's training attitude and execution. In this regard, Huang is undoubtedly the epitome of excellence. Moving forward, D'Antoni may have to swallow his pride and play the role of peacemaker to alleviate the tensions between Stoudemire and Huang. However, should he ultimately fail, he would not hesitate to support Huang's retention at the expense of trading Stoudemire. Even if it meant facing the same fate as in Huang, D'Antoni perceives the embodiment of his tactical philosophy, a vision that could flourish across the league. This might be the ultimate aspiration of any NBA coach. Recently, Huang's consistently high and efficient performance in the last 3 home games has rapidly elevated his popularity and influence in Phoenix. Those who just days ago were skeptical of Huang, claiming he could never replace Stoudemire, are now wavering in their stance, exclaiming their newfound admiration. Despite having played only 7 games over the course of half a month since the Christmas Day showdown, Huang has astonishingly knocked down an impressive total of 61 three-pointers. To put this into perspective, the season's leader in three-pointers, Ray Allen, has played 34 games and made only 123, hitting 61 three-pointers in just 7 games, averaging nearly 9 per game. My goodness, is this even human? This is nothing short of miraculous. At this rate, if Huang continues his shooting spree, he could surpass Allen within a month. Recently, Allen has noticeably increased his three-point attempts, seemingly influenced by Huang's performance on the defensive end. Huang's increasingly tenacious individual and help defense, along with his impressive steal and block statistics, have endeared him to both the Suns coaching staff and fans. Especially after the return of Rajon Rondo, their partnership in the starting shooting guard and small forward positions has fortified the Suns' wing defense, becoming a nightmare for all teams in the league. A Super 3 and D player at just 19 years of age, which NBA team would be foolish enough to trade away such a perfect piece for a championship puzzle? Regardless of his race or ethnicity, even if Huang has shown some technical shortcomings in recent games, occasional passing errors, rebounding struggles, clumsy ball handling, and missed dunks, these flaws pale in comparison to his extraordinary three-point shooting and defensive prowess, serving merely as embellishments, even enlivening the bench atmosphere. The various newspapers, magazines, and sports websites in China are relentless in their praise for Huang. Yao Ming's steady rise in the NBA has already been an inspiring story, and domestic media outlets have been extolling his virtues to the skies. Now, with the emergence of Huang, a figure whose legend dwarfs even that of Yao, how could these sports media refrain from heralding his rise with unparalleled fervor? According to incomplete statistics, Huang Ju has participated in 7 NBA games and has shattered more than 30 records. His performance in his rookie season has even eclipsed that of Michael Jordan during his inaugural season. In order to placate Huang Ju, the Phoenix Suns have dismissed general manager Steve Kerr in a compilation of the top 10 most influential athletes of 2005. Huang Ju is included. Amidst the tumultuous backdrop of conflict in the Middle East, Huang Ju Suns jersey number 30 has emerged as a surprising symbol. With praise comes criticism. Many fans believe that the Suns' recent opponents have been weaker teams from both the Eastern and Western conferences, which has inflated Huang Ju's impact in these matches. On January 12, Huang Ju and the Suns boarded a chartered flight to Detroit, the Motor City, to face the 2004 champions, the Detroit Pistons, who boast the famed Fab Five. Currently, the Pistons lead the league with an impressive record, having lost only 4 of their first 37 games, achieving a remarkable winning percentage of 89. Many Pistons fans believe that they have a chance to surpass the Bulls' record of 72 wins. This highly anticipated match is viewed by fans as a crucial test of the Suns' overall strength and the true caliber of Huang Ju, as 2 masters of off-ball movement. Huang Ju's duel with veteran Richard Hamilton has become a focal point for media hype and fan attention. In the latest NBA power rankings, the Detroit Pistons have ascended to the top, surpassing the San Antonio Spurs, who hold the 2nd position, while the Miami Heat and Dallas Mavericks sit in 3rd and 4th, respectively. American sportsbooks have set the line at 10.5 points in favor of the home team, clearly indicating that the Suns' fast-paced offense may struggle to penetrate the Pistons' formidable defense like the T7 o'clock, amidst the cheers of Pistons fans. The game commenced. The starting five for the Phoenix Suns included point guard, PG, Steve Nash, shooting guard, SG, Raja Bell, small forward, SF, Huang Ju, power forward, PF, Sean Marion, and center, C, Boris Diaw. The Detroit Pistons starting lineup featured point guard, PG, Chauncey Billups, shooting guard, SG, Richard Hamilton, small forward, SF, Tayshaun Prince, power forward, PF, Rasheed Wallace, and center, C, Ben Wallace. However, in the very first possession of the game, an unfortunate incident occurred for the Suns. Steve Nash, while executing a pick and roll with Sean Marion, collided with the imposing Rasheed Wallace during a defensive switch. In the midst of his dribble drive, he inadvertently struck his right knee and fell to the ground in agony. Meanwhile, the broadcast from Tianqiao was covering this pivotal matchup. Observing Nash clutching his knee, Zhang Weiping felt an ominous sense of dread. Oh no, Nash has been hit on the knee. Wallace's defensive switch was extremely aggressive, but it didn't seem to be a malicious act. This must be an unfortunate accident. Given Nash's current state, it appears his knee is seriously injured. It seems he won't be able to play tonight. Beside him, veteran commentator Sun Zhangping suddenly exclaimed, Zhang, if Nash can't continue, who will pass the ball to Huang Ju? This revelation jolted both Zhang Weiping and the millions of viewers in Tianqiao, highlighting the gravity of the Suns' predicament. Oh no, with Nash injured, who will facilitate for Huang? How can he possibly shoot threes? They all hope for Nash's injury to be minor and for a swift recovery. Without Nash, while Diaw and Marion are capable passers, can the backup Eddie House really fill that role? Their passing skills surely cannot be compared to Nash's elite level. Huang, as an off-ball player, relies on fleeting opportunities created through rapid movement. Without top-tier passing, his offensive threat would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Furthermore, the Detroit Pistons are a top-tier defensive team capable of executing seamless switches, which poses a considerable challenge for an off-ball shooter like Huang Ju, who thrives on screens. Without Nash, even if Huang Ju's three-point threat is reduced, the defense remains formidable. After all, they are up against the top team in the East, the Detroit Pistons. Losing this game wouldn't be shameful, would it? Returning to the court, after examination by the Suns medical staff, it was confirmed that Nash had sustained a mild injury to the lateral ligament of his knee, rendering him unable to play tonight. Supported by the team physician, Nash rose to his feet, patted Huang Ju on the shoulder, and expressed his regret. Huang, I'm sorry, but I won't be able to pass to you tonight. Mimicking Deng Dai Dai, Huang Ju reached out to tousle Nash's flowing hair. Steve, focus on your recovery. The rest of us will ensure we bring victory back to Phoenix. Sean Marion expressed his dissatisfaction with Rasheed Wallace's rough defense, leading to some friction and verbal exchanges at the sidelines, though thankfully they did not escalate to physical confrontation. While Marion was eager to defend his leader Nash, he was not foolish enough to provoke a confrontation, especially with Ben Wallace present. Mike D'Antoni sighed and opted to substitute in backup guard Eddie House. Currently, Eddie House is the only pure point guard available on the Suns roster, and Nash's injury undoubtedly places immense pressure on the team at the point guard position. Huang Ju stepped forward to encourage Eddie House, wrapping his arm around his neck. Eddie, this is your moment to shine. Remember that Christmas game? You delivered your first assist to me then, with less than 20 seconds into the game. House felt the weight of responsibility, yet Huang Ju's encouragement quickly boosted his spirits. Don't worry, Huang. Tonight, I'll pass you more. Since entering the league in 2000 as a second-round pick, the 1.85-meter-tall Eddie House has primarily played as a backup. This marks his sixth season in the NBA, and the Suns are the sixth team he has played for. Born in a small California town's impoverished neighborhood, Eddie House displayed a passion for basketball and extraordinary talent from a young age, ultimately earning a full scholarship to Arizona State University. Even to this day, he remains the all-time leading scorer for the Arizona State Sun Devils and was named the Pac-10 Conference Player of the Year. However, despite his collegiate accolades, Eddie House found himself relegated to a backup role in the NBA, constantly facing the threat of unemployment. Reflecting on this, Huang Ju realized how much he had transcended various social strata. Although Eddie House currently earns a modest annual salary of $840,000, it is enough to transform his family's life. His mother and 6 sisters have moved out of the ghetto and are living relatively comfortable lives. In fact, throughout Eddie House's career, he has proven to be a competent backup point guard, possessing solid three-point shooting and defensive skills, often delivering strong performances in crucial moments. He is a player of considerable character, known for his fiery demeanor on the court, even confronting Tracy McGrady, and in the 2008 NBA Finals, he led the Celtics bench to a remarkable comeback, ultimately securing his only championship ring. Compared to his playmaking ability, Eddie House's greatest strength lies in his scoring. He remains more of an offensive-minded point guard. This is, of course, the survival strategy for backup players if they do not seize their opportunities to showcase their talents. They risk losing their positions. Ultimately, however, a backup is still a backup. When forced into the starting lineup, it signifies that he will now face NBA starting caliber players and potentially all-stars out on the court. The game resumed swiftly. The Suns initiated an out-of-bounds play, with Eddie House receiving the ball on the perimeter. Confronted by Chauncey Billups' staunch defense, House immediately felt the pressure, standing at 1.91 meters and weighing in at 95 kilograms. Billups is more robust than many shooting guards, providing solid, reliable defense and consistently ranking among the league's best defensive players. Not only Eddie House, but even Steve Nash has struggled against Billups' imposing defense. During a drive that was thwarted by a defensive block, Eddie House nearly committed a turnover. In a flurry of activity, he swiftly observed his teammates' positioning. Noticing Huang Ju maneuvering behind a screen, Tayshaun Prince relentlessly pursued him. The fleeting opportunities for a pass dwindling rapidly. In desperation, Eddie House was compelled to hastily deliver the ball to the low post where Sean Marion awaited, only to have it intercepted by Rasheed Wallace, who deftly navigated in front to steal it. Smack. Within a mere 20 seconds, Eddie House found himself with a turnover, prompting a frown from Mike D'Antoni on the sidelines. Even a skilled chef cannot cook without ingredients. The roaring Celestial passed the ball to Chauncey Billups, who quickly initiated a fast break, the Suns' defense responding with equal alacrity. Huang Ju tightly guarded the Tayshaun Prince, while Raja Bell pursued Hamilton. Marion and Diaw endeavored to disrupt the two Wallaces, their gaze sweeping across the court as Billups faced off against Eddie House beyond the arc, showing no regard for a mere backup point guard. With a swift dribble to the side, he unleashed a three-pointer. Swish! As one of the most transformative point guards of this era, Billups thrived within the Pistons' egalitarian system. While his average attempts were modest, over a third of his shots came from beyond the arc, boasting a commendable 43% shooting percentage, and his ability to draw fouls near the basket was equally impressive, with his recent average of nearly 7 free throws per game. Particularly this season, following the dismissal of Larry Brown and the hiring of former Timberwolves coach Flip Saunders. The team's offensive performance improved dramatically, leading to a significant rise in their average points per game. The Pistons recently embarked on a 6-game winning streak, showcasing formidable momentum, with Chauncey Billups averaging 9 points, 8.8 assists, 3.7 rebounds, and 1.2 steals. Although he ranked second in scoring on the team, trailing Hamilton, there was no dispute regarding his status as the unequivocal leader in the latest regular season MVP rankings. Billups ascended to the second position, buoyed by his consistent performance and the team's stellar record. Many Detroit fans fervently urged Flip Saunders to increase Billups' shooting opportunities, hoping to enhance his individual statistics for a greater competitive edge in the MVP race. These Pistons supporters were largely discontent with the persistent popularity of a certain emperor from the Cavaliers, who, despite a fourth-place standing in the East, had once soared to the top of the MVP rankings. Pistons 3-0, Suns. Billups faced no pressure from the backup point guard Eddie House, overpowering him with height, weight, and skill, effortlessly sinking a precise 3-pointer as he retreated. Billups cast a deliberately provocative glance toward Huang Ju, wearing a taunting smile. Unfazed, Huang Ju quickly repositioned himself in the front court. Reflecting on Billups, Huang Ju believed him to be an underrated star, a versatile asset to any team, but he could assume a leadership role in a collective-oriented team while also excelling as a secondary figure in a squad laden with superstars. Pursuing Huang Ju, Tayshaun Prince, with his long limbs and swift movement, showcased above-average defensive prowess for a small forward, evidenced by his consecutive 4 selections to the all-defensive second team, in comparison to Bruce Bowen's defense. Prince's approach was cleaner and more decisive, marking him as a rare gem of a 3-and-D player in this era. Huang Ju attempted to shake off the relentless Prince with a series of off-ball movements, but it proved challenging to evade his steadfast pursuit. Utilizing a pick from Shawn Marion, Rasheed Wallace's switch was equally swift, and soon Prince was back on Huang Ju's trail. This was a concern Huang Ju had anticipated prior to the game. As an off-ball player against the peak Pistons' impenetrable defense, finding an opportunity to receive the ball was indeed arduous. Moreover, with top-tier point guard Nash sidelined due to injury, Eddie House was unlikely to deliver that elusive, high-risk pass. Boris Diaw moved to the high post to receive a pass from Eddie House, slowly shifting rightward along the baseline against Ben Wallace's defense while signaling to Huang Ju, whoosh. Huang Ju accelerated into a backdoor cut, swiftly arriving at the right corner, where Diaw's screen effectively shielded Ben Wallace and the pursuing Prince, delivering the ball to Huang Ju in the right corner. However, just as Huang Ju caught the ball, the formidable Ben Wallace quickly switched onto him, hands raised high, effectively restricting Huang Ju's shooting space. "Young man, you shall not score a three-pointer tonight." Faced with Ben Wallace's oppressive defense, Huang Ju was left with no option but to halt, sidestep, and in a moment of desperation, leaned back to attempt a difficult fadeaway three-pointer. The release was quick, and while he evaded Ben Wallace's contest, the accuracy was sadly lacking. Clank. The ball ricocheted off the rim. Swiftly secured by Rasheed Wallace, the Pistons launched their offensive, with Billups dictating the pace, passing to the roaring Celestial, who, with Rasheed Wallace's screen, sped to the right baseline to receive the ball while simultaneously obstructing Rajabell. In a fluid motion, Hamilton caught the pass while on the run, leaping from about 5 meters away from the basket and decisively releasing his shot. Swish, a flawless execution. Pistons 5-0, Suns. Rajabell seethed with frustration, finding it exasperating to defend Hamilton, a relentless off-ball player who could run circles around him. The Detroit Pistons executed a classic pick-and-roll, seemingly proving to Huang that he was indeed the finest off-ball player in the league. Turning back to attack, the Suns, lacking Nash, saw Shawn Marion assertively demand the ball from the high post. Though his technique was somewhat crude, his explosive athleticism allowed him to maneuver past Rasheed Wallace and charge toward the basket for a potential dunk. Just then, the ever-vigilant Big Ben leapt into action, executing a thunderous chase-down block, reminiscent of a collapsing mountain. Smack! The presence of a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year was unmistakable as the ball rebounded off the backboard, only to be snatched by the quick-witted Billups. The Pistons transitioned into a fast break, with Hamilton shaking off Rajabell, receiving a long pass from Billups, and soaring for 2 more points. Swish! Pistons 7-0 Suns. It was not that Rajabell's defense was inadequate. Rather, Hamilton was as slippery as an eel, utterly elusive. With both parents being track athletes, Hamilton's absence from marathon training was indeed a loss to the U.S. track team. After scoring 4 consecutive points, Hamilton turned back to Huang Ju, spreading his arms in a gesture that seemed to say, "Hey buddy, care to guard me? Let us see who can run faster." Turning back, Huang Ju finally found an opportunity on the perimeter, utilizing screens to his advantage. Rasheed Wallace's height and weight were a disadvantage in the switch, and as Huang Ju positioned himself for a three-pointer from the left wing at a 30-degree angle, Eddie House promptly delivered the ball. However, due to Billups' interference, the quality of the pass was subpar. Huang Ju stepped out to catch the ball, nearly losing it, but regained his composure and, after navigating around Prince's screen, launched another shot as Prince's long arms swiftly closed in. Clank, another miss. After 2 consecutive three-point attempts, both falling short due to a lack of timely catches, Huang Ju sighed, already yearning for the comforting presence of the benevolent Nash in the locker room. Fortunately, this time, Marion secured the offensive rebound, powering up for a layup to finally get the Suns on the board. Swish! Yet almost immediately, the Pistons' offense pierced the net once more, with Billups easily taking on Eddie House, using Rasheed Wallace's screen to drive into the lane for a resounding dunk. Boom! Billups has always been modest and unassuming both on and off the court, but tonight's explosive dunk is a rarity in his career. It is evident that the Pistons quintet is fully determined to dismantle the Suns, allowing Huang Ju, the rising star from the East, to confront his own rookie wall. Pistons 9-2 Suns. Mike D'Antoni swiftly called a timeout, and the home crowd erupted with joy. Ha! Who said Huang is a three-point sharpshooter? Without Steve Nash's passes, his magic seems to have vanished. Even with Nash, what difference would it make? Our Pistons' relentless switching defense is akin to a fortress. Players like Huang, who lack ball-handling skills and excessively rely on movement and screens, will hardly find any favorable opportunities. It appears that Kobe's words hold true. A player without the ball can never ascend to the status of a superstar. Compared to Richard Hamilton, Huang's technical shortcomings are glaringly apparent. In the second row of the Suns bench, the beautiful agent Lon Fei, who managed to snag a free pass for Huang, gazed with concern at his sweat-drenched, handsome profile. Lon Fei is not an NBA enthusiast. Her understanding of basketball and the NBA has been a necessity of her profession as a sports agent. Fortunately, she has always been a prodigy. With an exceptional memory, analyzing the existing theories and data, she concluded that the Suns' chances of defeating the Pistons tonight are less than 1, and without Nash's guidance, Huang is likely to suffer from dismal personal statistics. However, in the long run, these temporary fluctuations will not diminish Huang's commercial value. Instead, they will serve as a test of sincerity for potential sponsors that so far, several market managers from various companies, including Li Ning, Inta, 361 Degrees, Jianlibo, Nongfu Spring, BYD, and even Fuyin Jia have proactively contacted Lon Fei to discuss endorsement opportunities. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast studio of the Tianqiao, Zhang Weiping furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. It seems that tonight, facing the Pistons, Huang Ju is encountering an unprecedented challenge. Beside him, Sun Jinping, unfazed, enthusiastically declared, Zhang's guidance is correct. In the face of immense challenges, Huang Ju will undoubtedly unleash even more terrifying prowess. Let us anticipate his forthcoming explosion. Zhang's forehead was instantly adorned with 3 dark lines to the palace of Auburn Hills in Detroit. Steve Nash, in the visiting team's locker room undergoing further examination, watched the live broadcast as his team fell into a passive stance, his brow furrowing with concern. The Pistons' defensive efficiency has always ranked among the league's elite, and their relentless switching defense would make it difficult for Huang to receive quality passes, even if Nash were in the game. Moreover, without his presence, the fleeting opportunities for Huang to maneuver without the ball become increasingly elusive. There was no choice. If the game became too challenging, a tactical retreat might be necessary, given the Pistons' recent momentum. Dr. Thomas solemnly stated, Steve, your right knee ligament has sustained a minor injury. Although it's not severe, for safety's sake, you should rest for at least 2 weeks. Nash sighed in resignation, realizing that Huang and his teammates would now have to navigate a period without his passing. Back on the court, following the timeout, the Suns initiated their offense. Under Mike D'Antoni's strategic arrangement, Boris Diaw positioned himself high for a catch-and-pass. Huang Ju and Raja Bell executed a seamless crossover screen in their speedy movement, drawing the defensive attention of Prince and Hamilton towards Huang, the sharpshooter. Seizing the opportunity, Bell darted past Marion's screen, accelerating to the basket to receive Diaw's pass and soaring for a layup, securing 2 points. Returning to the defensive end, Huang closely followed Tayshaun Prince to the left corner, clearly being contained by the opposing team. To the top of the arc, Billups held the ball, facing Eddie House. This time, House exerted every effort defensively, gritting his teeth to disrupt the shot. Billups' mid-range jumper, following a sudden stop, just missed the mark, the ball grazing the rim before bouncing out. Ben Wallace, dominating the paint, snatched the offensive rebound and, upon landing, propelled himself skyward once more, ball in hand, prepared for a thunderous putback dunk. Yet, in that very moment, Huang, with remarkable anticipation, swiftly maneuvered along the baseline, positioning himself to confront Wallace's impending dunk. Without flinching, he leaped into the air, his powerful hand poised to contest the shot. Wallace, evidently dismissive of Huang's challenge, aimed directly at his outstretched palm, determined to slam it home. You want to block me? Think again. With a resounding clash, Huang felt an immense force transmit through his palm, causing his entire right arm to tingle with pain. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, resisting the pressure as Wallace's hand met the basketball surface. Through relentless training, Huang's bench press strength had surged from under 90 kilograms to an impressive 116 kilograms, and his arms had noticeably thickened. However, facing Wallace's bulging biceps, he was ultimately overpowered, especially since Wallace was executing a two-handed dunk while Huang was attempting a single-handed block. Their confrontation seemed to freeze in time. And then, under the weight of Wallace's formidable strength, Huang was unceremoniously toppled to the ground, nearly losing his balance. Yet despite being overpowered, Huang's block still managed to disrupt Wallace's dunk, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim and bounce away. My goodness, Huang audaciously contested Wallace's dunk head-on. It was a brave and successful defensive effort. The defensive rebound was snatched by Shawn Marion, and the Suns' fast break commenced. Huang, having stumbled to the ground, wasted no time regaining his footing and sprinted towards the front court, ignoring the lingering ache in his right wrist. With Marion pushing the ball up the court, Wallace pursued closely behind. Spotting Huang racing ahead on the left, Marion wasted no time in launching a long pass. The ball had a bit too much force, but Huang, accelerating, caught the ball, took 2 steps, and leaped from over 2 meters beyond the three-point line, executing a stunning shot as if riding a horse. Finally, a rare opportunity had presented itself. Huang could not afford to let it slip away. Despite the difficulty of the long-range shot, he was entirely in sync with the rhythm of the moment. The basketball soared through the air like a cannonball, finding the net perfectly and the astonished gaze of Pistons fans. Huang finally sank his first three-pointer of the evening, a remarkable shot from 9 meters away. His fluidity from catch to release left Tayshaun Prince in awe. Can you believe it? My God, Huang's long-range shot while sprinting was absolutely insane. He barely slowed down before launching the ball at the commentary table. ESPN's Mike Breen erupted with enthusiasm. Since the Christmas showdown, he had been a first-hand witness to Huang's meteoric rise. Furthermore, his defiant block against Wallace showcased his tenacity. Though overpowered, he still managed to thwart Wallace's dunk. We were reminded of the valiant hero from the Sun-Spurs match, where his skin color became irrelevant as his spirit transcended any boundaries. In response to Breen's fervor, another commentator, John Barry, maintained a cooler demeanor. Indeed, the Suns and Huang are struggling tremendously without Nash's leadership. This highlights the Pistons' championship-caliber defense. However, Wallace should certainly consider doing at least 200 one-handed push-ups for that dunk being thwarted by Huang. In the early part of the season, Cheong Bali was still a teammate of Yao Ming on the Rockets. A seasoned veteran at the age of 36, however, due to injuries, he was reluctantly released by the team at the beginning of last month, ultimately deciding to retire. Nevertheless, for a savvy veteran like Cheong Bali, finding a new opportunity was not a concern. ESPN swiftly offered him a commentary contract worth $800,000 over 3 years. Although this salary was significantly lower than what he earned from playing, it certainly provided a more relaxed lifestyle. The Pistons, 9-7, Suns, upon returning from the timeout, Huang Ju and Rajabel teamed up to score 5 points, allowing the Suns to quickly close the gap. Frustrated by Huang Ju's relentless pursuit, Ben Wallace was seething with anger, the fiery spirit of competition igniting within him. FK, tonight I will slam this guy to the ground and then stomp on him. As the Pistons launched their offense, Billups executed a pick-and-roll with Rasheed Wallace, assisting him in hitting a signature straight-arm jumper. Swish, turning back, Huang Ju struggled to find opportunities to receive the ball in the half-court, while Shawn Marion's strong drive to the basket missed, with Big Ben securing the rebound. Thud! The Pistons countered swiftly. Hamilton received an assist from Billups while navigating through a screen, creating space to hit a mid-range jumper after shaking off Diaw's defense. Swish! Pistons 13-7, Suns. Unlike Huang Ju's catch-and-shoot attempts, Hamilton, renowned as one of the league's most proficient off-ball movers, also possessed respectable ball-handling skills, adept at balancing between jump shots and drives. Notably, Hamilton was a quintessential traditional shooter, averaging only 1.5 three-point attempts per game, which was not only lower than Billups and Rasheed Wallace, who averaged over 5 attempts, but even less than Prince and the bench's Tony Delk. Even with Huang Ju's emergence prompting many shooters in the league to increase their three-point attempts, Hamilton remained steadfast, always idolizing Jordan. Meanwhile, Bell found himself open beyond the arc, receiving a pass from Eddie House, and finally sank a three-pointer. Swish. However, the Pistons quickly responded. Rasheed Wallace, stationed beyond the three-point line, received a pass from Billups and effortlessly drilled a shot through the net. Swish. It's hard to fathom that the Pistons this season had the highest average three-point attempts not from Billups, but from the 2.11-meter-tall Roaring Lord. Subsequently, the Suns devised an elevator screenplay for Huang Ju. Yet, the Pistons' defense swiftly unraveled this tactic with Big Ben's quick rotations and Prince's timely coverage. Huang Ju lost the opportunity to receive the ball, but Marion seized the moment with a cut to the basket, catching the ball and delivering a powerful dunk. Boom! As the first quarter progressed, with the perimeter struggling, Huang Ju unexpectedly made a cut to the basket, catching Prince off guard, receiving a pass from Dia, and awkwardly tossing the ball towards the hoop. Swish! The basketball spun precariously around the rim before finally settling into the net. Even the players on the Suns bench felt a sense of unfamiliarity, for this was Huang Ju's first ever layup in his NBA career. Though the execution was somewhat clumsy, it ultimately counted. Despite the Pistons maintaining a lead approaching double digits, cautious head coach Flip Saunders opted to call a timeout, expressing dissatisfaction with the team's defensive lapses in the paint. This clearly indicated his serious approach to the match against the Suns and his thorough analysis of Huang Ju's skill set. After all, as an NBA player, regardless of how poor one's finishing ability might be, how could a 2-meter-tall player miss an open layup? Upon returning from the timeout, the Pistons, under Billups' leadership, launched another mini-surge, quickly extending their lead into double digits as the first quarter drew to a close. Huang Ju's relentless movement finally uncovered a slight defensive lapse from the Pistons. Utilizing a screen, he maneuvered to the right side beyond the three-point line, and facing a slow-reacting Rasheed Wallace, he received a pass from Dia and leapt into the air for a lightning-quick release. Swish! Beep beep! The ball went in, and the referee signaled that Huang Ju's three-point shot was valid, simultaneously calling a shooting foul on Rasheed Wallace and in. Wallace, landing from the contest, was irate, and the Roaring Lord erupted again, spitting his frustrations towards the officiating referee. Beep beep! The referee, pleased, immediately handed Wallace a technical foul, for calling AT on this guy was always the right choice. Huang Ju stepped to the free throw line, sinking both the technical foul shot and the shooting foul shot for a total of 5 points. Billups, unwilling to be outdone, controlled the tempo on the offensive end, dribbling past Eddie House and nailing a buzzer-beating three-pointer. Swish! Thus the score stood at Pistons 33-21 Suns. Throughout the first quarter, the Pistons, known for their defense, exploded for 33 points, showcasing an impressive offensive efficiency, and on the other hand, the Suns, despite lacking Nash's leadership, fought valiantly, with Huang Ju contributing 10 points and a block in the quarter, while Shawn Marion added 6 points and 3 rebounds. The home crowd of Pistons fans was lighthearted and cheerful, clearly believing that tonight's match would have no suspense. It seemed that without Steve Nash, the overall strength of the Suns had indeed diminished a level, as the team lacked a core player capable of executing isolation plays. Sean, Huang, and Bell all required a point guard to facilitate their plays, while Boris Diaw, though versatile, lacked the scoring prowess, and the bench's Leandro Barbosa was merely a reckless player. In this light, awarding last season's MVP to Steve was certainly justifiable. From the first quarter, it was evident that Huang, hailing from the Middle Kingdom, was no ordinary player. Even without the assistance of a top-tier point guard, he managed to score 10 points while contributing a spectacular block defensively, as a role player. We couldn't possibly demand more from him. With the second quarter underway, Mike D'Antoni opted for Marion and Barbosa to lead the bench unit, bringing James Jones and Kurt Thomas onto the court. However, in comparing the quality of the bench units, the Pistons still held a distinct advantage. The second overall pick, power forward Antonio McDyess, veteran guard Tony Delk, Carlos Arroyo, and Delfino from Argentina's golden generation. Away games often result in lackluster performances from bench players. And tonight's Suns reserves were no exception. Barbosa's 2 mindless drives ended in misses, coupled with James Jones' failed open three-pointer, allowing the Pistons to swiftly execute a 7-0 run, pushing the lead beyond 20 points. With 9 minutes and 20 seconds left in the second quarter, Mike D'Antoni called for a lengthy timeout. Observing the unfavorable situation, D'Antoni suddenly hatched a plan. looking at Huang Ju seated on the bench. He inquired, "Huang, are you tired?" Huang Ju quickly stood up, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Coach, I'm ready." "Good. You'll replace Sean and play with the bench." Huang Ju was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped D'Antoni's intention. Under the Pistons' relentless switching defense, and without Nash to orchestrate the offense, it would be challenging for him to exploit his long-range shooting. However, against the Pistons' rotation, even in a shootout, he would certainly hold his ground. "Coach, I promise to fulfill the task." Following the timeout, Huang Ju and Dia enter the game, replacing Marion and Kurt Thomas, forming a small ball lineup on the Pistons side. Seeing the significant lead, Flip Saunders, arms crossed, remained calm and unhurried to make changes, evidently curious to see what trick D'Antoni would employ. Upon entering the game, Huang Ju faced the Argentine defender Carlos Delfino. Noticing the Pistons' substitutes lacked defensive awareness, he quickly created space after a backdoor cut, receiving a cross-court pass from Eddie House, and, facing the slow-reacting Delfino, unleashed a lightning-quick three-pointer. Swish, returning to the defensive end, the second overall pick, Antonio McDyess, forcefully backed down against Boris Dia under the basket. The swift assistance from Huang Ju was like a bolt of lightning. Before McDyess could react, Huang swiftly swatted the ball to the ground with a resounding smack. The Suns launched a fast break, and Huang executed a quick pivot, immediately passing the ball to the sprinting Eddie House. The Pistons bench players exhibited a noticeably slow response, allowing Huang and House to create a 2-on-0 situation in the frontcourt. After crossing half-court, House passed the ball back to Huang, intending to set him up for a three-pointer. However, upon receiving the ball, Huang fell out of rhythm and promptly returned it to House, as if the basketball were a hot potato. This time, House accepted the pass without hesitation, stepping inside the three-point line, then driving diagonally into the paint, taking one step, two steps, and leaping into the air. Standing at a mere 1.85 meters, House exploded from just inside the free throw line, channeling all the pin-up frustration from the first quarter where he had been outmatched by Billups, and emphatically dunked the ball with one hand. The thunderous sound echoed, and in that moment, House felt a sense of transcendence as the words of encouragement from Huang resonated in his mind. Even the bench players have their springtime. House's explosive dunk, combined with his 185-centimeter frame, showcased his leaping ability and hang time to the fullest. Pistons 40-26 Suns. Due to the significant deficit, House refrained from celebrating, and he and Huang exchanged high-fives, with Huang giving a thumbs up and saying, "Eddie, it's such a pity that you're not in this year's Houston All-Star Dunk Contest." Huang added, "If the league president could lift the rule prohibiting third-year rookies from participating, I would definitely sign up for next year's dunk contest, and I would make sure you pass me the ball." Barbosa, James Jones, and Dia gathered around, engaging in mutual high-fives as the momentum of the Suns bench shifted. Clearly, Coach D'Antoni's strategy was proving to be very effective, as Huang quickly ignited a spark from the bench. Meanwhile, Philip Saunders didn't waste any time, calling for a long timeout to prepare to substitute in some of the starters. He placed great importance on Huang, the Chinese player who had consistently made 6 or more three-pointers in 7 consecutive games, a remarkable feat in the history of the NBA. "Tyshawn, you're up for the remainder of tonight's game. Your responsibility is to shadow Huang and do your utmost to prevent him from receiving the ball for a three-pointer," Saunders instructed. "Bring in Chauncey and Ben as well. Although we still lead by 14 points, we must remain vigilant." Billups and Prince, who were preparing to enter the game, felt that Coach Saunders was being overly cautious. Without Nash, how much trouble could a rookie without the ball really cause? Ben Wallace, however, removed his jacket, flexing his biceps and casting a cold, steely gaze towards Huang on the Suns bench. He had yet to redeem himself from the humiliation of being forcefully blocked in the first quarter, and he was determined to teach this Chinese rookie a lesson. On the Suns side, Mike D'Antoni was equally cautious, substituting Sean Marion for James Jones to bolster their rebounding ability in the paint against Ben. As the team's cornerstone and in the prime of his career, the Matrix, Sean Marion, averaged the most playing time for the Suns this season, clocking in at 41 minutes per game. We must put forth our utmost effort on defense. Only then can we create more opportunities for fast breaks. Upon returning from the timeout, Billups quickly improved the Pistons' offensive situation, Facing the invigorated Eddie House, he utilized his physical advantage to dominate the paint, drawing defenders and executing a bounce pass to Ben Wallace, who easily finished with a dunk. As a representative of high basketball IQ point guards, Billup's ability to read the game was exceptional, and he consistently leveraged his personal advantages in matchups. With Billups on the court, Huang could no longer afford to disregard his perimeter assignment, as the looming threat of Billups passing made it risky for Huang to help out defensively. He could easily find himself out of position. Turning back, Huang continued to move along the perimeter to draw defenders, while Eddie House passed the ball to the Brazilian blur, Barbosa, with Marion pulling up high to stretch Ben Wallace's coverage. Inspired by Huang's fervor on both ends of the court, Barbosa finally found his rhythm, driving into the paint while evading McDyess's help defense, executing a clever reverse layup to score. In the current iteration of the Phoenix Suns, who primarily relied on a team-oriented, fast-paced strategy. There were only two players capable of breaking down defenses with the ball: Nash and the sixth man, Barbosa. In previous seasons with the Golden State Warriors, Barbosa had also delivered stellar performances off the bench, alongside Iguodala and Livingston, bolstering the Warriors' depth. Huang actively applauded Barbosa's impressive drive, while McDyess, despite his offensive prowess, still fell short defensively compared to the Wallaces. Pistons 42-28, Suns as the Pistons starting five gradually returned. Huang found himself once again in a scoring drought from the perimeter, unable to find any opportunities to catch and shoot for several minutes. Nevertheless, Huang remained tireless in his efforts, diligently running the floor on both ends and maintaining intense focus. Always searching for cracks in the Pistons' defense, like an assassin poised to strike at any moment amid silence and darkness. With 2 minutes and 19 seconds remaining in the second quarter after House's drive was thwarted by a screen, Huang seized the opportunity to sprint back, cutting to the basket once more to receive House's assist and deliver a two-handed dunk. Returning to the defensive end, Huang switched with LaVar Ball, closely trailing the constantly moving Hamilton. Thanks to their shared technical characteristics and Huang's inherent elite running ability, he quickly began to decipher Hamilton's various off-ball maneuvers after just a couple of possessions. Although Hamilton managed to shake Huang off with a screen, Huang accurately predicted Billup's intention to pass to Hamilton and swiftly intercepted the ball in the passing lane. Under the astonished gazes of Billups and Hamilton, Huang's long arms sliced through the air like a sword, executing a clean steal and instantly passing to Eddie House at the top of the arc. Eddie House quickly surged down the court, with Billups hot on his heels, feeling the immense pressure from Billups. House hesitated to attempt a layup as he crossed the three-point line, but then he heard a familiar voice call out, "Eddie, over here!" Huang's shout transported House back to the Christmas Day game, reigniting the Suns' momentum for a counterattack. Following the direction of the voice, House sidestepped Billups' aggressive defense and swiftly launched the ball to Huang, who was racing along the left sideline as he received the pass. He executed a quick jab step, evading Hamilton's grasp, and without a moment's hesitation, barely glancing at the rim, he sprung into the air, releasing a lightning-fast three-pointer. That Huang's catch-and-shoot release was seamless, and with his remarkable speed. Even though Hamilton was right on his heels, he could only helplessly attempt to contest the shot. Yet, the ever-determined masked man roared in defiance and leaped after Huang, stretching out his long arm in a desperate attempt to touch the elusive moon. The basketball traced an improbable arc through the air, swishing through the net effortlessly. Huang, having landed awkwardly, stumbled and fell to the floor, sliding a few feet along the court before nearly colliding with the front-row Pistons fans. The referee's whistle promptly pierced the air, signaling a foul against Richard Hamilton for his hand check on Huang Ju's shot attempt. A remarkable three-point play ensued. In that fleeting moment, the entire Auburn Hills Palace seemed to fall into a hushed silence. With spectators wide-eyed in disbelief, mouths agape in astonishment, my God, Joan, what on earth did I just witness? How did Huang manage to sink that three-pointer? Amidst the frenetic pace of the fast break, he executed a sharp change of direction. And from the moment he caught the ball to the instant he leaped to shoot, I dare say it took him less than 0.8 seconds. Beside him, Joan Barry had no choice but to set aside his rationality, allowing emotion to take precedence in his thoughts. Mike, what we just saw was an extraordinary three-pointer by Huang, executed under immense speed. Controlling the trajectory of the ball amidst such velocity relies entirely on muscle memory. This transcends any theoretical understanding of basketball. It is purely a manifestation of divine skill and extraordinary talent. The players of the Suns rushed to the fallen Huang, expressing their concern for his well-being. "Huang, are you all right?" "Oh my God, Huang, you just made me witness a glimpse of divinity. Please, I beseech you, grant me the humility of your presence." With the support of his teammates, Huang rose to his feet, flexed his muscles, and signaled an okay to Marion and Eddie House, exclaiming, "Guys, I feel fantastic." As he jested, Huang cast a look towards the bewildered Hamilton and finally spoke, "Richard, let us pick up the pace." "As you suggested." Hamilton's face shifted through shades of embarrassment. He had not anticipated being schooled by a newcomer from the East. Fortunately, his mask concealed the awkwardness of his expression, amidst the astonished gasps echoing within the Auburn Hills Palace. Huang confidently stepped to the free throw line and calmly sank the additional shot. Swish, 4 points successfully secured, with a steal from Billups on the defensive end, followed by a majestic three-pointer resulting in a three-point play against Hamilton. Huang's dual efforts on offense and defense ruthlessly dismantled the Pistons' backcourt duo, erasing the Suns' previously despondent trajectory. The score stood at Pistons 51, Suns 39, despite the scores still being in double digits. The home fans of the Pistons no longer exuded their former arrogance. The Huang's extraordinary performance on the court had fundamentally altered their perception of the game. In the broadcasting studio of the Eastern Empire, Zhang Weiping leaped from his seat, nearly unable to refrain from smashing his headset onto the table. Incredible. Huang just executed an astonishing three-pointer, and the Suns have refused to abandon their hope of closing the gap, even in adversity. How did that shot even go in? It's utterly unreasonable. Beside him, Sun Jingping eagerly rubbed his hands together, disregarding all else, exclaiming, "This is Huang single-handedly tackling both offense and defense against Billups and Hamilton, leaving them utterly helpless. This is what it means to be a superstar." Millions of fans from the Eastern Empire, after prolonged anticipation, erupted with emotion following Huang's airborne steal and remarkable three-point play. "Wow, how did that even count? My brother Huang is truly phenomenal. Who would dare to criticize Huang now? I'll directly question your family register." Astonished, the Pistons fans dared to claim that our Huang was inferior to Hamilton. What a laughable notion. Who said that without Nash, Huang would be unable to score? Look now, he has already amassed 19 points, returning to the Auburn Hills Palace. The game continued. On defense, Huang relentlessly pursued Hamilton. The masked figure, having been victimized by a three-point play, was clearly unwilling to remain merely a backdrop for the Eastern player. After maneuvering through screens, Hamilton finally found an opportunity at the high post on the right, receiving a prompt pass from Rasheed Wallace. Whoosh! Huang's timely defense followed closely as he attempted to contest. However, he was a fraction too late. Had Hamilton chosen to shoot decisively, he would not have faced the threat of being blocked. Yet, in his desire for caution, Hamilton opted for a shooting fake, aiming to deceive Huang before sidestepping for a clean shot. Huang, however, exhibited remarkable defensive acumen, refusing to fall for the fake, staying glued to Hamilton, his lengthy arms casting an imposing shadow. Hamilton, startled by Huang's tenacity, decisively faked a shot and drove past, lowering his center of gravity as he accelerated past his defender. Whoosh! At the commentary booth, Joan Barry could not conceal his admiration. Richard's ball-handling ability has matured significantly. Beyond his off-ball movement and shooting, his dribbling and drive are equally sharp. In this regard, Huang's technical shortcomings are glaringly apparent. Yet before Joan could finish his thought, the tide of the game shifted dramatically. Huang, having lost a significant portion of ground, quickly pivoted and resumed his pursuit, shadowing Hamilton closely. As Hamilton surged into the paint for a layup, Huang timed his jump perfectly, leaping with an explosive force to deliver a thunderous block. Smack! The ball, propelled from Hamilton's fingertips, was met with Huang's emphatic rejection, slamming it against the backboard in a clean, emphatic denial. The rebound was seized by Marion, propelling the Suns into yet another swift counterattack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon landing, Huang wasted no time, sprinting down the court with unbridled speed. The rushing wind whipped past his ears, and suddenly, he heard the system's prompt. Ding! Host's fighting spirit detected at peak levels. Random system task unlocked. Against the Pistons Fab Five. Achieve a total of 3 steals and 3 blocks in this match to unlock the Adversity God Medal. Adversity God Medal. When a host team is trailing significantly, this medal activates, enabling the host to enter a superhuman state, enhancing all basketball attributes by 10 to 50%, with physical gifts undergoing a temporary transformation. Huang, amidst his fast break, had no time to contemplate the system's random task, while Hamilton, stung by the rejection, gritted his teeth and pursued Huang relentlessly from behind. Whoosh! As another skilled mover, Hamilton, having learned from his previous encounter, intensified his defensive efforts, striving to limit Huang's receiving space. After all, he was an elite player who had battled in the league for over 6 seasons. He could easily read Huang's intricate offensive maneuvers. Seeing that Huang had not found a favorable opportunity, Eddie House decisively passed to Shawn Marion, who was cutting to the basket on the opposite side, assisting him in executing a powerful dunk. Boom! With Nash sidelined, Marion assumed the mantle of leadership, fiercely competing amidst the dual Wallace-esque defense. To date, he had shot 4 of 8, tallying 9 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 block. His performance second only to Huang's. Compared to the Wallace duo, Marion's advantages lay in his speed and explosiveness, which he strived to capitalize on as Huang denied Hamilton on the defensive end and Marion thundered down a dunk on the offensive end. The Suns rapidly narrowed the deficit to 10 points. The Pistons, playing at home, appeared somewhat dazed. Billups's casual inbounds pass was swiftly intercepted by Huang, who had keenly anticipated the play. Smack! Huang soared in front of Billups, intercepting the pass with precision. Billups rushed to recover the ball, while a furious Billups joined in to double-team Huang. Protecting the ball with his back to his opponents, Huang quickly spotted Diaw rushing to receive the ball and promptly passed it out. Diaw, bending low to catch the ball, charged into the paint, his robust form leaping skyward, clutching the ball with both hands for a powerful dunk. Boom! The deficit shrank to 8 points. The Pistons fans in Auburn Hills Palace erupted in dismay. Billups's careless turnover was inexcusable. Huang's omnipresence was undeniable. He had already racked up several steals and blocks. It was merely a momentary lapse. There was nothing to panic about as long as the Fab Five focused. Victory would be theirs in no time. As the gap narrowed to single digits, the Pistons' formidable quintet naturally could not afford to be complacent. After all, the league's top team remained the league's top team. In the waning moments of the first half, Billups capitalized on a screen to sink a jump shot, swiftly followed by Prince, who delivered a steal on defense. In a fast break, Hamilton deftly maneuvered to receive the ball. Resisting the urge to engage in a one-on-one confrontation against Huang Ju, opting instead to assist with a pass to the paint, setting up Ben for a thunderous dunk. Boom! The score stood at Pistons 55-43 Suns. As the buzzer sounded, the second quarter concluded with the Pistons holding a 12-point lead at halftime. Yet this advantage did little to satiate the home crowd. An underlying sense of momentum seemed to favor the Suns. Particularly, Huang Ju's electrifying performance on both ends of the court left an indelible impression on the Pistons fans. Throughout the first half, Huang Ju logged 21 minutes of play, a duration equating to his previous full game. Despite the Pistons' relentless defensive switches, Huang Ju persevered, seizing opportunities and finishing the half with an impressive stat line. 6 of 9 from the field, 4 of 6 from beyond the arc, and 3 of 3 from the free throw line. Amassing 19 points, 1 rebound, 2 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. His shooting percentage, while lower than his prior performances, still stood as commendably efficient compared to league averages, breathing heavily as he returned to the locker room. Huang Ju accepted a towel from a teammate, wiping the sweat from his brow before taking a sip from a Gatorade bottle. Thanks to the grueling training regimen, Huang Ju's stamina had notably improved. Yet the sudden increase in playing time left him feeling somewhat fatigued. Nash praised his teammates for their stellar first-half performance, though his concern lay beyond the mere victory of a regular season game. Huang, you've been playing hard in the first half. Please take care of yourself. While winning is important, our health is paramount. Mike D'Antoni, too, expressed his exasperation, patting Huang Ju on the shoulder. Huang, how are you feeling? I'll do my best to manage your minutes in the second half. Huang Ju confidently nodded. Steve, coach, I'm feeling great right now. I believe I can play at least another 15 minutes in the second half. After allowing the players a brief respite, the Suns' tactical assistant finally set up the strategy board in the locker room, analyzing the team's offensive and defensive dynamics from the first half. While listening, Huang Ju sees the opportunity to examine a newly activated random task from the system. Task condition: acquire a total of 3 steals and 3 blocks against the Pistons quintet to unlock the God of Adversity badge. Checking his statistics for the first half, Huang Ju noted he had achieved 3 steals and 2 blocks. However, one of those steals came against Antonio McDyess, not the Pistons' 5. Thus, strictly speaking, he had recorded 2 steals and 2 blocks against the quintet, meaning that with just 1 more steal and 1 more block in the second half, he could unlock a new badge and potentially explode in performance during a critical moment of the game. Of course, Huang Ju hoped that by the time the fourth quarter arrived, his team would be ahead, as activating the God of Adversity badge could provide future opportunities, even if it went unused that night. The prospect of enhancing all basketball attributes by 10, 50 points along with a chance for personal talents like vertical leap, bench press, and speed to undergo a sudden transformation thrilled and excited Huang Ju immensely. Although the effect lasted merely 3 minutes, it would be sufficient for him to dominate on both ends of the court, particularly in dribbling and driving to the basket, areas where he had previously struggled. If his attributes could surpass the threshold, it would undoubtedly catch defenders off guard. Furthermore, with his recent training and experience points, Huang Ju's three-point shooting had reached 99, while his defensive rating had climbed to 95. Should he activate the God of Adversity badge, even a modest increase of 10 in either category could easily push them to maximum values, or even beyond. How fearsome would such a transcendent 3D player be on the court? The thought was almost too exhilarating to fathom. Once the second half commenced, Mike D'Antoni opted not to place Huang Ju alongside the starting players immediately, instead allowing Barbosa to take his place. Drawing from the first half's experience, D'Antoni intended for Huang Ju to continue facing the Pistons' rotation, maximizing his off-ball capabilities as long as the quintet was not on the court simultaneously, should the Pistons mount an unstoppable surge. Extending their lead to 25 or even 30 points in the third quarter, D'Antoni would strategically concede the game. After all, with Nash already injured, the priority was to protect Huang Ju and the other starters from further harm. Against a defensively tenacious team like the Pistons, the risk of injury would escalate dramatically during the latter stages of a game, especially without both Nash and Huang Ju on the floor. Compounded by Stoudemire's ongoing absence and trade demands. Within 5 minutes of the third quarter, the Pistons quintet unleashed a suffocating defensive onslaught, resulting in a brutal 12-3 run, as the Suns went 0 for 6 from the field. Managing just 3 points from free throws. Pistons 67-46, Suns. The gap widened to over 20 points. Ben Wallace, having shaken off his first-half lethargy, collected 6 rebounds in that span, including 3 offensive boards. Thus, even with the Pistons' shooting percentage being less than stellar, the abundance of second-chance opportunities and defensive transitions proved pivotal for this underdog Pistons team that toppled the F4 Lakers in 2004. The atmosphere at the Palace of Auburn Hills grew electric, with fans playfully chanting, "Let Huang play! Let Huang play! We want to see this rookie from the Celestial Empire get crushed," sitting on the bench. Huang Ju had accumulated enough stamina and stood up, eager to enter the fray. He could not bear to watch his teammates being bullied. Yet, Mike D'Antoni remained composed, gesturing for Huang Ju to stay seated. "Huang, hold on. I have a plan." D'Antoni encouraged the starting players to maintain a relaxed mindset, emphasizing not to dwell on the score deficit, but to seize opportunities decisively. "Sean Leandro, you two need to drive to the basket more. Create mismatches to draw Rashid's fouls and irritate him. He is already carrying 3 fouls and a technical." He continued, "Tonight, we're not playing to win. We're adapting for the possibility of 2 weeks without Steve." Following the timeout, D'Antoni's psychological guidance proved effective. In the ensuing minutes, the Suns exchanged blows with the Pistons. As Rajabel drained a corner 3, Sean Marion executed a drive against Ben Wallace for an N1. And Eddie House relieved the pressure with a 3-pointer. Subsequently, Barbosa barreled through a mismatch, colliding with Rasheed Wallace, resulting in a blocking foul that led to Rashid's 4th personal foul. Beep beep, as the Roaring Thunder again berated the referee. Teammates rushed to intervene, preventing him from incurring a second technical foul and ejection. Phil Jackson, With no choice, substituted Antonio McDyess for Rasheed Wallace. The Pistons' foul count had reached alarming levels at the free throw line. Barbosa made both attempts, and the Suns managed to pull back a point with an 11-10 run in the last 5 minutes. Pistons 77-57 Suns, with just 2 minutes and 3 seconds remaining in the third quarter. D'Antoni decisively called Huang Ju into the game. Huang, it's your turn. As long as we're not in garbage time, you can play through the fourth quarter. I know you're the type of player who gives it your all once you step on the court. But remember the coaching staff's reminder. Health first, game second. Huang Ju removed his warm-up jacket, dusted his hands with magnesium powder at the scorer's table, and strode onto the court with determination, confidently responding to D'Antoni. Coach, what does it matter if they're the league's best? We're here to win. At this moment on the court, the Pistons are missing one of their 5 stalwarts, as Rasheed Wallace finds himself sidelined due to foul trouble. Stepping in for him is Antonio McDyess, who becomes the prime target for the Suns on the Suns side. The 5 players currently on the floor are Leandro Barbosa, Rajabel, the illustrious Huang Ju, Sean Marion, and Boris Diaw. Eddie House, filling in for the injured Nash, has delivered an impressive performance on the offensive end, shooting 5 for 9, including 1 for 2 for beyond the arc, garnering 11 points, 5 assists, and 1 steal. However, defensively, he struggles to match up against Billups and is forced to be substituted during crucial moments. Barbosa temporarily assumes the role of point guard in this lineup. Although he is primarily an offensive player, he still manages to average nearly 3 assists per game. As Huang Ju re-enters the game, the Pistons' home crowd erupts with excitement, their eyes gleaming as a chorus of boos and cheers fills the arena. Huang Ju immediately matches up defensively against Richard Hamilton, while Rajabel pursues Tayshaun Prince. Billups, at the top of the arc, sizes up Barbosa with an intense desire to score. After a series of dribbles, he fakes right, dribbles back, seizes a fleeting moment of shooting space, and decisively launches a three-pointer. Swish! Chauncey Billups sinks his 4th three-pointer of the night, raising his personal tally to 21 points, now the highest on the court. Complemented by 5 assists and 2 steals, Chauncey is undeniably steady. He has shot 4 for 7 from three-point range tonight, all of which were off the dribble. This naturally correlates with the Suns' defensive weaknesses at the point guard position. Clearly, Chauncey's offensive ambition tonight is also remarkably high. It must be noted that if Chauncey Billups were to play with a touch more selfishness, he could very well find himself atop the regular season MVP leaderboard. However, this may very well be the terrifying aspect of the Detroit Pistons. The honor of the team always supersedes individual accolades. Turning back to the action, Diaw receives the ball at the high post, while Huang Ju utilizes a screen from Marion to momentarily delay Hamilton's pursuit, accelerating to the right side at a 30-degree angle. Antonio McDyess, meant to switch defensively, simply cannot match Rasheed Wallace's footwork and awareness, leaving Huang Ju ample room to receive the pass. From the sidelines, Pistons head coach Flip Saunders shouts at McDyess, urging him to switch. Yet by the time McDyess realizes, it is already too late. Huang Ju catches Diaw's familiar return pass, executing the motion with fluidity, leaping high to release the ball with lightning speed. Swish! That's the 5th one, that with the center of gravity too high. Antonio McDyess not only fails to contest the shot, but also collides with the descending Huang Ju. Beep! Beep! Huang Ju gracefully falls to avoid being stepped on, and the referee's whistle follows suit. Yet another joyful three-point play. Rasheed Wallace, seated on the Pistons bench, covers his face with his palm, silently lamenting McDyess's defensive lapse. Both being part of the 1995 rookie class, McDyess was the 2nd overall pick, while Wallace was chosen 4th. Over the past decade in the league, Rasheed's accomplishments have clearly eclipsed those of the 2nd pick. Among the strongest rookies of that year, the undeniable standout is the 5th overall pick, the big ticket, Kevin Garnett. Swish! Huang Ju steps to the free throw line and converts, successfully completing a 4-point play. His personal score for the night now stands at 23 points. Once again surpassing Billups for the lead at the commentary table. Mike Breen, prompted by the producer through his earpiece, exclaims in admiration, "We may have only witnessed Huang's extraordinary three-pointers in recent games," overlooking his impeccable free throw shooting. According to the statistics department, Huang has gone a perfect 32 for 32 from the free throw line over the last 8 NBA games, boasting a 100 success rate. In other words, Huang has never missed a free throw in an official NBA game. Currently, the player with the highest free throw percentage in the league is the Sun Steve Nash at 92.1, while Huang boasts a perfect free throw percentage. His limited appearances prevent him from being listed in the rankings. Although reliable free throw shooting is often undervalued in NBA games, it remains a fundamental skill that players routinely practice in the high-intensity environment of the NBA. A player's physical condition and mindset can fluctuate, yet consistently reliable free throw shooting not only reflect a player's formidable mental fortitude, but also highlights their exceptional shooting prowess. Throughout the entire history of the NBA, few players have maintained a free throw percentage above 90 for extended periods, and those who have are invariably either outstanding shooters or technically proficient players. Larry Bird, Reggie Miller, Stephen Curry, Steve Nash, Dirk Nowitzki. Chris Paul, Pistons, 80 Suns, 61. On the court, the Pistons continue their offensive onslaught. Despite their defensive struggles, they showcase individual value on the offensive end, as McDyess sets a pick and rolls to the low post. Utilizing a screen from Ben Wallace to receive a pass from Billups and execute a dunk. Boom! Ben Wallace, in a one-on-two situation, effectively boxes out Marion and Diaw, poised to seize the offensive rebound. Showcasing the Pistons' dominant presence in the paint, the ball changes hands. The Suns exploit the Pistons' defensive vulnerability with one less player. Marion and Diaw set up an elevator screen on the weak side, and Huang Ju deftly maneuvers through the gap like a swift serpent. Whoosh! However, this time, McDyess, guarding Diaw, learns from previous mistakes and relinquishes his pursuit, allowing Diaw to disrupt Huang Ju's reception. Hamilton's defensive maneuver is similarly swift. In an instant, Huang Ju, now without the ball, draws the attention of two defenders, while the cutting Shawn Marion finds himself closely trailed by Ben Wallace, leaving little opportunity. This moment, Diaw, positioned at the high post, is left unguarded, and Barbosa, pressured by Billups, hurriedly passes the ball to him. Diaw takes a mid-range shot from an open position, but his aim falls short. Clank! Ben Wallace once again demonstrates the prowess of a two-time rebounding champion, soaring above Marion to snatch the defensive rebound with astonishing speed. However, upon landing, Ben finds himself tightly boxed in by Marion, making it quite challenging to attempt to put back, especially considering his rough-and-tumble style of play in the paint. Seeking to pass the ball out quickly, he notices Billups, who is immediately calling for the ball, but is entangled with Barbosa, prompting Ben to redirect his pass to Hamilton, who has sprinted ahead into the frontcourt. Unfortunately, the quality of this pass is subpar, revealing both its trajectory and intent. Whoosh! Suddenly, from near the three-point line, a lithe figure darts forward, arms extended like a sword, executing a soaring steal. Smack! Who possesses such valor? None other than Huang Ju. In the instant Huang Ju completes the flying steal, a notification from the system flashes in his mind. Steal successful against Ben Wallace. This marks his third theft from the Pistons quintet tonight. In the astonished gazes of Hamilton and Ben Wallace, Huang Ju, propelled by momentum, sidesteps 2 paces to the side, halting abruptly at the edge of the right side of the court, positioned about a step beyond the 45-degree three-point line. And in one fluid motion, he elevates and releases another shot. Swish! Moreover, the sixth moment unfolded with Huang Ju's breathtaking steal and graceful three-pointer executed in one seamless motion, akin to a flowing stream. By the time the bewildered Pistons players comprehended the situation, the head referee had already signaled the basket's validity. Ben Wallace stomped his foot in frustration, his clenched fists creaking with tension, while Hamilton, masked and furrowed in disbelief, shared in the incredulity of the moment. On the sidelines, Mike D'Antoni was filled with astonishment and joy. Deploying Huang Ju at this juncture, given his stamina and vigor, was expected to outmatch the Pistons' formidable quintet. Yet no one anticipated Huang Ju's extraordinary performance. Within a minute of re-entering the game, he netted 2 consecutive three-pointers and added a free throw, accumulating 7 points and inspiring the Suns with his unparalleled energy. Turning back, Billups' outside shot finally clanged off the rim, and Rasheed Wallace forcefully secured the offensive rebound, poised to deliver a follow-up dunk over Shawn Marion. Whoosh! Marion soared into the air, enduring the painful impact of Wallace's tank-like physique. yet gritted his teeth and extended his long arm in a valiant attempt to interfere. Bang! Clang! As Marion was unceremoniously slammed to the ground, he saw Wallace miss the dunk and, while lying on the floor, shook his fist in defiance, yelling, "Ben, I fear you not." The basketball rebounding off the rim was seized by Antonio McDyess, who, stepping over the fallen Marion, prepared for yet another follow-up dunk. However, Boris Diaw, positioned nearby, was ready. He leapt in unison, gritting his teeth, and with a powerful hand, swatted down the basketball. Smack! Although Diaw lacked height, he successfully blocked McDyess' attempt, sending the ball to the weak side's high post, where Prince, crouched in the corner, swiftly evaded Rajabel to snatch the basketball. Whoosh! Utilizing a screen from Wallace on the left, Prince received the ball and charged into the paint, leaping with one hand poised for a dunk. The Pistons' third follow-up dunk seeming inevitable. Rajabel, hindered by Wallace's screen, could only watch helplessly as Prince ascended for the dunk. Yet in that split second, a lithe figure in a purple and orange jersey surged in from the right side. The number 30 of the Suns rising against the wind, his palms slicing through the air to deliver a thunderous slap on the basketball. Smack! With a crisp sound, the ball was sent flying beyond the three-point arc, and the game clock displayed a mere 3.2 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Whoosh! The quick-witted Leandro Barbosa, living up to his nickname Brazilian Blur, spun away from Billups and darted forward to retrieve the basketball. Striding purposefully down the court, swish, with Barbosa's fast break layup adding 2 points. The red light on the tempered glass backboard illuminated, signaling the end of the third quarter. Pistons, 82-66, Suns, the entire palace of Auburn Hills fell silent once more. On the court, Barbosa, along with Huang Ju, Marion, Rajabel, and Diaw, all raised their fists, colliding chests in a jubilant display, as if their team had just clinched victory. The Suns bench, led by Eddie House and Kurt Thomas, erupted in excitement, leaping and waving towels. Mike D'Antoni's mustache fluttered in the wind. His sharp gaze softened with affection. In that moment, he envisioned the future of the Phoenix Suns, the potential of these young talents. A comeback, a win, glory, the O'Brien Trophy. Against the league's most tenacious Detroit Pistons, the Suns responded with their own brand of relentless offense and defense. Who claimed this Suns team lacked defense? They could take that notion and send it to the depths of hell. The high-definition screens overhead replayed the Suns' valiant defensive efforts, from Marion's fierce challenge against Wallace to Diaw and Huang Ju soaring blocks, culminating in Barbosa's lightning-quick buzzer-beater layup. Even many Pistons fans in attendance were moved. Left in a state of reflection, was this still the Suns? It was as if they had become the embodiment of the Pistons themselves. Surely, even God would be touched by this moment. The Phoenix Suns, without Steve Nash tonight, showcased a rare display of toughness. In this league, the children of Phoenix fear no adversary. On the sidelines, Mike Bullen was genuinely moved. He wished to declare that Huang Ju was evolving into the spiritual leader of the Phoenix Suns, but ultimately chose to hold his tongue as Huang Ju exited the court. Enveloped by his teammates, the system's notification chimed in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system's random task, achieving 3 steals and 3 blocks against the Pistons' 5 Tigers. Reward, Badge of the God of Adversity. Note, can be activated when trailing by 20 in the fourth quarter. Each use lasts 3 minutes, limited to once per month. Huang Ju gazed at the scoreboard, noting the 16-point deficit, feeling the fervent fighting spirit of his son's teammates, pondering that perhaps he wouldn't need that badge tonight after all. Meanwhile, in the visitors' locker room, Steve Nash, receiving a leg massage, leapt up from the chair in excitement, oblivious to the pain in his right knee's lateral ligament. Well done, brothers. Though humble and modest, Nash couldn't help but harbor a sliver of doubt, wondering if these guys were merely putting on a show for him. In their previous encounter in November, the Suns, led by Nash and nearly at full strength, had suffered a humiliating 23-point defeat against the Pistons as the final quarter commenced. Philip Saunders was cautious, resting Hamilton while keeping Billups, Prince, and Wallace on the court. For the Suns, Huang Ju, having replenished his energy during halftime, continued to lead the charge alongside Marion, Rajabel, and Barbosa, with Diaw temporarily resting in favor of Kurt Thomas. Billups initiated a pick-and-roll with McDyess, but Marion, in a defensive frenzy, intercepted the pass, leading to a swift Suns counterattack. Huang Ju maneuvered along the perimeter, pursued relentlessly by Prince, while Rajabel, leveraging a screen, created space in the right corner. Marion executed a pick. But Barbosa, opting not to pass, accelerated towards the basket and soared for a layup, adding another 2 points. Swish. Conversely, Billup's driving layup was once again thwarted by the switch defense of Marion, and while Wallace grabbed the offensive rebound, he inadvertently lost control, sending the ball out of bounds, granting possession to the Suns. In a structured offensive play, Huang Ju collaborated with Marion, who held the ball at the left high post, executing a ball screen while cutting sharply towards the perimeter. After receiving the pass, Huang Ju stepped beyond the three-point line and leapt into a shot. This time, his shooting rhythm was slightly off due to an extended touch on the ball during practice. This combination often led to a lower shooting percentage, and the release felt similarly flawed. Clang, beep. Although the ball ricocheted off the rim, the charging McDias clearly disrupted Huang Ju's shooting space, prompting the referee to blow the whistle for a shooting foul. With a resigned expression, McDias raised his hands to the referee, while Saunders wasted no time, reintroducing Rasheed Wallace, who had 4 fouls during the dead ball situation. Huang Ju approached the free throw line, exuding unwavering composure, sinking all 3 attempts. His personal tally climbed to 29 points, still the highest on the court. Marion's pivotal contributions on defense reaffirmed his role as the Suns' cornerstone. As Rasheed Wallace entered the game, he quickly made his mark with a smooth jump shot from the high post. Swish. With both Wallaces guarding the paint, the Suns' offense was compelled to focus more on perimeter plays. Huang Ju and Rajabel executed a cross screen at the arc, drawing defensive attention and opening a significant opportunity for Rajabel in the left 30-degree angle. Marion, backing down in the low post, swiftly dished the ball out to Rajabel, who released his shot. Swish. As the final quarter commenced, approximately 2 minutes in, the Suns swiftly orchestrated an impressive 8-2 run, narrowing the gap to a mere 10 points. The score read Pistons, 84-74, Suns. Following a change of possession, Rasheed Wallace's three-point attempt clanked off the rim, yet the offensive rebound fell into the hands of Ben Wallace. Just as Ben prepared to unleash a powerful dunk, Corliss Williamson charged in without hesitation, wrapping his arms around him. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a shooting foul. Ben Wallace approached the free throw line for 2 shots. With 2 resounding clangs of the rim, the intensity of the game heightened. Despite securing 12 rebounds tonight, Ben managed only 2 points on 1-for-4 shooting, prompting the consideration of deploying the hack-a-shack strategy in these crucial moments. The rebound was seized by Sean Marion, igniting a fast break for the Suns. With a flurry of movement, the Suns advanced, and thanks to Marion's screen, the swift player found space in the right corner. However, Barbosa's pass was delayed, allowing the towering Rasheed Wallace to close in rapidly. In a moment of desperation, the player opted to attach himself to Rasheed, throwing up a wild shot while clutching the opponent's arm. The referee's whistle resounded once more, indicating a foul on Rasheed during the 3-point attempt. Witnessing the furious demeanor of the Diesel, the player couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph, as this marked his first successful deception of a foul in his professional career. Meanwhile, Pistons head coach Flip Saunders furrowed his brow. This was Rasheed's 5th foul of the evening. With a clean sweep of 3 free throws, the player elevated his score to 32 points, along with 1 rebound, 2 assists, 3 blocks, and 4 steals. The deficit now stood at 7 points, causing concern among the home fans of the Pistons. Seizing the moment, Mike D'Antoni reintroduced Boris Diaw, while Flip Saunders sent Hamilton back onto the court. Reuniting the Pistons' formidable 5. Upon entering, Hamilton utilized a pick and roll to create space, but the defensive effort from Rasheed Wallace obstructed the player's pursuit. Billups delivered a precise pass, assisting the masked man in taking a wide-open 3 from the weak side at a 45-degree angle. However, after a lengthy stint on the bench, Hamilton's shot did not find its mark last. The rebound was claimed by Sean Marion, who swiftly relayed the ball to Barbosa. The Suns, undeterred by Nash's absence, maintained their fast-paced offensive style. Billups quickly returned to defense, but Barbosa, with limited playmaking ability, could only stabilize the tempo, engaging in a half-court battle. Marion positioned himself in the left block, demanding the ball from Barbosa while clearly targeting Rasheed, who had accumulated 5 fouls. True to form, Rashid refrained from overcommitting on defense. Marion spun and barreled towards the basket, while Ben Wallace promptly descended to provide double coverage. Amidst the aggressive double team, Marion nearly lost possession but managed to find a teammate cutting in from the right. Relieved, he swiftly passed the ball inside to the waiting player, who was none other than the same player from earlier. After receiving Marion's feed, he planted a foot in the paint and leaped, firmly grasping the ball and slamming it through the hoop as Hamilton trailed behind. Attempting to retaliate with a chase-down block, he ultimately failed. Meanwhile, Ben Wallace, caught off guard, also missed the opportunity to leap and nearly collided with the player, who was clutching the rim with both hands. Following the dunk, the player exchanged a casual high-five with Marion, showcasing a splendid cooperative play in the low post. In stark contrast, the two Wallaces appeared both frustrated and enraged. Pistons 84-79, Suns. Oh my. The Suns had slashed the deficit to 5 points, and the Pistons' offense seemed to be encountering difficulties. The player had already amassed 34 points, firmly establishing himself as the unequivocal leader of the Phoenix Suns tonight. In a critical moment, Billups once again stepped up, executing a sudden stop-and-go, cleverly drawing a shooting foul from Barbosa. Stepping up at the free throw line, Billups converted both attempts, helping to stabilize the Pistons' situation. The Suns continued to exploit the weakness of Rashid Wallace, with Barbosa maneuvering through a pick-and-roll to mismatch his opponent, accelerating to the basket for a low layup. A key scorer off the bench, Barbosa, inspired by his teammate, had risen to the occasion, now boasting a commendable 13 points on 6 of 12 shooting. Meanwhile, Prince managed to shake off Rajabel, creating space for a decisive catch-and-shoot three after receiving a pass for Billups. However, due to relentless defensive pressure from both the player and Bell, combined with his focus on defense, Prince's shooting rhythm had evidently cooled. Rashid Wallace soared for an offensive rebound, but collided with Boris Diaw upon his descent. The referee's whistle sounded once more, calling a foul on Rashid for illegal contact while attempting to secure the rebound, his sixth foul resulting in an ejection. The expression on the Diesel's face was one of disbelief and unable to contain his emotions. He unleashed a tirade upon the referee, earning himself a technical foul. As he departed towards the players' tunnel, Rashid continued to express his frustration, striking the wall with his fist in anger. The Pistons' home crowd erupted in condemnation of the officiating. Feeling that the home court advantage had vanished, Flip Saunders, arms crossed and pacing the sidelines, expressed his dissatisfaction with the referee's decisions throughout the night. The absence of Rashid Wallace would undoubtedly spell trouble for the Pistons moving forward. As the player stepped to the line for the technical free throw, he found himself unexpectedly appreciative of the referee's leniency, stealing a few glances in his direction. The officiating crew consisted of 3 referees, one of whom was a dapper-looking middle-aged white man, though he was not particularly memorable to the player. With a smooth stroke, the player sank the technical free throw, and the Suns retained possession. Barbosa handed the ball to Diaw, who initiated a pick-and-roll with the player. Utilizing Diaw's screen, the player swiftly maneuvered to the familiar strong side, receiving a well-timed pass. This time, Antonio McDias was slow to react to the switch, and the player seized the fleeting opportunity, launching into the air for a shot. The result was a swish. Pistons 86-85 Suns. With that three-pointer, the Suns had closed the gap to a mere point. Flip Saunders immediately called for a timeout with 7:06 remaining in the final quarter. Outside the arena in Phoenix, thousands of local fans gathered in the plaza, reveling in the atmosphere, while a massive screen broadcasted the thrilling matchup between the Suns and the Pistons. My God, the player had been phenomenal tonight, already surpassing 38 points. Who said he couldn't perform without Steve? He and Sean had been instrumental in pushing the top team to the brink, regardless of the final outcome. This was destined to be a classic game. It must be said that the officiating crew had been relatively fair tonight, perhaps even slightly favoring the visiting team. Let's hope Steve's knee holds up. Had he been present, the player would undoubtedly have made even more three-pointers. Meanwhile, in New York at the Olympic Tower, NBA headquarters, David Stern had just concluded a call with the NBA Referees Association. I'm exceedingly pleased with the performance of referee Tim Donaghy during tonight's match between the Suns and the Pistons. Although the Detroit Pistons were the champions in 2004 and currently stand as the league's top team this season, they share a similar fate with the Spurs, remaining out of favor with Commissioner David Stern. Last year's finals featuring the Pistons against the Spurs is regarded as one of the most unattractive and lackluster series in NBA history, while defense is essential for securing a championship. It is offense that generates revenue and fanfare. Among the championship teams of both the Pistons and the Spurs, there is scarcely a superstar whose sneakers or jerseys have sold well, and Tim Duncan is no exception. The focal point of David Stern's current reforms is to champion offense. This season, league executives have covertly pressured the NBA Officials Association to suppress slow-paced teams that prioritize defense, while encouraging leniency towards fast-paced, offense-oriented teams. With the acquisition of Huang Ju, the Phoenix Suns have undoubtedly received the green light from David Stern. Returning to the palace of Auburn Hills, the game resumes after a timeout. Under Mike D'Antoni's tactical adjustments, Huang Ju proactively switches to guard Billups, while Raja Bell pursues Hamilton. Barbosa then focuses on defending Tayshaun Prince at the small forward position. With Huang Ju now defending him, Billups' desire to attack intensifies. All right, let's see the strength of your defense. However, after a few attempts at dribbling and changing direction, Billups quickly abandons the idea of forcing his way past Huang Ju, recognizing it as an illogical choice. Following a pick and roll with Prince, Hamilton creates space at the high post on the right, receiving a swift pass from Billups. Raja Bell closes in rapidly, denying Hamilton an easy catch-and-shoot opportunity. Hamilton attempts to shake free, lowering his center of gravity for a decisive drive, but finds himself ensnared by Bell's relentless defense. Faced with Bell's elite defensive prowess, Hamilton, whose ball-handling skills are relatively modest, struggles to break free and opts to pass again. Yet, before Hamilton can deliver the ball, Huang Ju has already abandoned Billups and decisively traps Hamilton, effectively sealing off his passing lanes. Smack! Another blatant theft occurs as Huang Ju, closely shadowing Hamilton from the side, forcefully strips the basketball from his grasp. The call for a foul on the steal hangs in the balance, but referee Donaghy chooses to overlook it. After completing his fifth steal of the game, Huang Ju swiftly dishes the ball to Barbosa, who races down the sideline for a fast break, and the Suns launch a rapid offensive thrust. The first to retreat, Billups finds himself with no options but to intercept Barbosa's fast break layup. Huang Ju and Bell split up, soaring towards the front court, akin to a twin strike. Hamilton instinctively chases after Huang Ju, confident in his superior speed and explosiveness. The other players for both teams are distinctly lagging behind, creating a 3-on-2 situation in favor of the Suns as Huang Ju veers right. Drawing Hamilton's pursuit, Raja Bell makes a decisive cut down the middle, receiving a return pass from Barbosa and effortlessly scores with a layup. Swoosh, Suns, 87-86, Pistons, they take the lead by 1 point. The harmonious synergy and tenacious performance of Huang Ju and Raja Bell on both ends of the court have truly established the Suns' perfect backcourt. Hamilton, frantically moving to create space, receives a pass from Billups and hurriedly attempts a three-point shot, which clangs off the rim. Clang. The offensive rebound is once again snatched by Ben Wallace, but Sean Marion and Boris Diaw swiftly converge to apply pressure, leaving Wallace in a precarious position, resulting in a turnover. Smack. After completing the steal, Marion scans the court and spots Huang Ju, who has already outpaced Billups, charging towards the front court. His fast break awareness is unparalleled. Whoosh! Although Marion's quarterback-style long pass has a bit too much force, it provides just the right amount of lead, allowing Huang Ju to accelerate, catch the ball, and prepare for a quick three-point attempt. Yet upon taking that step, he realizes he has stepped beyond the three-point line. Whoosh! Thoughts swirl in his mind like a tempest, and Huang Ju cannot afford to pause. He propels forward, launching the basketball forcefully towards the backboard. Bang! Skipping the dribbling hassle, Huang Ju dashes into the paint, catching the rebound off the glass. Sensing Billups closing in from behind, he cleverly feigns a jump for a dunk, successfully deceiving Billups' defense, with Billups' hand brushing against his shoulder. Huang Ju secures the basketball and leaps, executing a 90-degree turn in midair, slamming the ball into the hoop with one hand. Boom! Beep beep! The shot counts, and it's a 2-1. Billups, having been deceived for a foul beneath the basket, shakes his head in resignation, his expression filled with despair. Typically, he is the one drawing fouls, yet tonight, he unwittingly fell victim to Huang Ju, this prodigious rookie from the East. I end this world. one must eventually repay their debts. As Huang Ju strides to the free throw line with an air of nonchalance, he raises an eyebrow at Billups, preparing for the additional shot. Swoosh, Suns, 90-86, Pistons. The lead has now expanded to 4 points. The Palace of Auburn Hills falls into a hushed silence, amplifying the fervent excitement in the voice of commentator Mike Breen. What a splendid fast break, 2-1. Huang has amassed 41 points. And the Phoenix Suns are delivering an extraordinary performance tonight. On the sidelines, Pistons head coach Flip Saunders calls for a lengthy timeout. Despite being well prepared for tonight's matchup against the Suns and having conducted extensive research on rookie Huang Ju, Saunders must concede that he has underestimated the true potential of this unselected talent. The fearsome aspect lies not merely in Huang Ju's individual explosion, but in his ability to galvanize the entire team's passion and resolve in the absence of Steve Nash. In the East, within the confines of a live broadcast studio, Zhang Weiping beams with delight, unable to contain his excitement. What defines a superstar? Huang Ju's performance tonight epitomizes that, from trailing by over 20 points to surging ahead by 4. Huang Ju's every steal, block, three-pointer, and free throw tonight has vividly showcased his superstar potential. Who else in the NBA has managed to display such fervor in their rookie season? Did Jordan ever achieve this? Did Kobe? Did Shaquille? I certainly do not recall. Beside him, Sun Zhongping continues in his supporting role, exuberantly endorsing. Zhang's right. What Huang Ju has demonstrated tonight is sufficient to outshine peak Jordan. The number of fans across the nation tuning in to watch the game has surged to over 20 million, with many rushing to turn on their televisions. Wow. After watching the first half, I thought the Suns were finished. I just got back from a romantic interlude with my girlfriend, and you're telling me Huang Ju has led the team to a comeback? Huang Ju's phenomenal performance, scoring 41 points, can only be described as taking on the Pistons' 5 players single-handedly, neutralizing Prince, forcibly stealing from Hamilton, overpowering Wallace, drawing 3 fouls from Rashid, and now executing a 2-1 on Billups. Who dares to claim Huang Ju only pads his stats against weak teams? If the Detroit Pistons are considered weak, then who in the NBA can lay claim to being strong? The Palace of Auburn Hills will henceforth bear witness to 2 legends. One is Artist, and the other is Huang Ju. In a luxurious apartment nestled in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Jessica Alba finds herself enjoying a rare moment of leisure. This evening, she has intentionally declined an invitation to a film premiere, opting instead to retreat to the cozy confines of her bedroom, where she watches a live broadcast of the Suns versus Pistons game on her wall-mounted television. Her long, brown hair cascades over her shoulders, while dazzling gold earrings catch the light, and her black spaghetti-strap nightgown accentuates her delicate collarbones and fair skin. Her amber eyes are riveted on the screen, brimming with excitement. A captivating blend of American, Mexican, Canadian, French, and Dominican heritage. Jessica Alba possesses an enchanting allure, akin to the dazzling performance of a young stallion on the basketball court, captivating countless fans. Witnessing the stallion execute a self-lob for a dunk during a fast break, Jessica cannot contain her excitement and leaps from her bed, accidentally toppling her popcorn and latte, while the 2 books resting on her bedside crash to the floor. These books represent her recent endeavor to brush up on basketball and NBA knowledge. Spurred by the desire to avoid being mocked by her plastic friend, Black Widow Scarlett Johansson, .1 volume is titled When the Stars Align, the 50 Greatest NBA Superstars, while the other is a manual on basketball officiating rules. As she revels in the stallion's spectacular display on the court, Jessica Alba feels as if she has recaptured her youthful exuberance from when she was 16 at a wall calendar behind her highlights June 18th. Circled in colorful ink, which marks the day the Stallion and the Suns are set to face the Clippers in Los Angeles. Meanwhile, in a video conference room at an international hotel in Lithuania, it is now 5:30 a.m. local time due to the time difference. The head coach of the Chinese national men's basketball team, Jonas, along with 2 assistant coaches, one of whom is the recently retired Guo Shiqiang, are watching the live broadcast of the NBA game between the Suns and Pistons via overseas signals. The Chinese team has recently been engaged in friendly matches across Europe, preparing for the upcoming World Championship in Japan this August. However, just yesterday, the team suffered a disheartening 21-point defeat to Lithuania's second team. Following a 19-point loss to the French team, which did not feature Tony Parker or Boris Diaw. Despite the absence of Yao Ming and Huang Ju, the team boasts a roster filled with elite CBA players, including Du Feng, Li Nan, Yi Jinlian, Lu Wei, and Zhu Fengyu. The consecutive losses have left coach Jonas incensed that in this context, he posed his famous 9 questions regarding the state of Chinese men's basketball at a recent press conference. Expressing his frustrations at Jonas and his assistants observed the Stallions' game on television, when the Stallion scores an impressive 41 points to lead his team to a remarkable comeback. Jonas cannot help but exclaim, "My goodness, the emergence of this Stallion is a miracle for Chinese basketball, as well as for the world of basketball." Beside him, Guo Shiqiang responds with enthusiasm, "I truly did not expect this young man to perform so brilliantly. He is a pure basketball prodigy. With both Yao and this Stallion, the national team's strength will undoubtedly soar." Yet Jonas furrows his brow, gravely asserting, "We cannot overly rely on star players. The current members of the national team must exert greater effort. Otherwise, they will merely hinder Yao and the Stallion." He adds, "I have another concern. Such a distinct off-ball skill set as his necessitates the presence of a top-tier playmaker and organizer beside him. However, our roster lacks such a qualified point guard." Returning to the Staples Center, the game resumes after a timeout. Tonight, the fiery Chauncey Billups, under relentless pressure from the Stallion, opts for a more sensible strategy by passing the ball to the newly freed Hamilton. Whoosh! Hamilton finally capitalizes on his opportunity, sinking a jumper from approximately 5 meters away near the left baseline. Swish! The trailing Rajon Rondo gasps in frustration, realizing that after this game, he should earnestly seek advice from the Stallion on defending off-ball players. With just 5 minutes remaining in the final quarter, aside from the fouled-out Rasheed Wallace, the other 4 Piston starters have already logged over 36 minutes on the court. Although not utterly exhausted, they feel a degree of fatigue, which inevitably affects their shooting touch and focused to maintain passing efficiency. The Stallion continues to execute pick-and-roll plays with Diaw, after failing to find an opportunity on their first attempt. He uses Marion's screen from the sideline to charge towards the right side angle, finally shaking off his defender. That Diaw's high pick-and-roll pass arrives swiftly, and without a moment's hesitation, the Stallion leaps into the air, drawing his bow and releasing the arrow as he faces the hurried defense of both Ben Wallace and Hamilton, executing another shot. Swish! With Nash absent from orchestrating the plays, the French wizard Diaw has assumed the role of the Suns' primary playmaker, having already dished out 8 assists. Thus, as the Stallions' three-point shot becomes increasingly accurate, the Pistons' key players struggle to maintain their composure. While one team scores 2 points, the other answers back with a three-pointer, leaving them wondering when they might ever catch up. Billups makes the first move, using a pick to create a mismatch and decisively responding with a three-pointer from beyond the arc, though he evades the Stallion. The recovering Sean Marion soars through the air, delivering a spectacular block on Billups' shot. Smack! At this point, Marion has accumulated 17 points, 10 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 blocks, and 4 steals, rising to prominence in the face of the Wallace twins. Undoubtedly, aside from the Stallion, he is the second key contributor to the Suns' impressive comeback. The basketball is swatted out of bounds by Marion, yet the Pistons retain possession, with only 4 seconds remaining on the shot clock. The Suns' defensive strategy is executed flawlessly. As the time dwindles, Hamilton must quickly retreat to the backcourt to receive the ball. However, with time running out, Hamilton, under Rondo's relentless defense, attempts a difficult long-range three-pointer without sufficient space to shoot. Smack! Once again, Rondo blocks the shot, and the deflected ball is snatched by Rondo, who swiftly passes it to Barbosa on the left wing. Standing over 2 meters tall, Prince cannot match the speed and explosiveness of the lightning-fast Barbosa, who races up the court. Billups hurriedly moves to intercept, but he neglects the streaking Stallion on his right. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Frustrated by his blocked shot, Hamilton relentlessly pursues Rondo, entirely oblivious to the unguarded Stallion. Marion and Diaw trail closely behind, prepare to assist and secure the rebound. In this moment, the Stallion is astonishingly forgotten, as he takes a swift step to position himself at the right side 45-degree angle beyond the arc, where he finds himself completely unmarked. Having been targeted throughout most of the game, the Stallion experiences a surreal and dreamlike sensation. How is it possible that he has become an open target for the Pistons? As Barbosa charges toward the basket, confronted by Billups, Even with poor passing instincts, he cannot overlook the stallion's vast open space at the right side angle. With a flick of his wrist, he swiftly passes the ball. Whoosh! In the fleeting moment when Huang Ju caught the ball. Confronted by the vastness of the Pacific that lay around him, he was unexpectedly taken aback for half a second, overwhelmed by a sudden sense of disrespect. Simultaneously, as he received the basketball in an expansive space. His distance of 5 meters from Billups, Hamilton, and Ben Wallace led them to instinctively abandon any thought of rushing towards him. Thus, Huang Ju held the ball in his hands for a second, seemingly relishing the moment. With poise, he leapt into the air, even leisurely singing, "I head north, leaving a world that includes you," before methodically releasing the ball, which soared through the air and thrillingly bounced off the rim to score. Swish! That marked the 9th point. Although Huang Ju's shot contravened the principles of the No-Ball King's badge, such a blatant disrespect for space meant he could likely score even with his eyes closed. The Suns' 96-88 Pistons. With Huang Ju's consecutive three-pointers, the Suns swiftly extended their lead to 8 points, tipping the scales of victory decidedly in favor of the visiting team, placing the pressure squarely on the Detroit Pistons. The Pistons fans in the stands erupted in disbelief. How could the team's defense have collapsed so unexpectedly? What is happening? Is no one guarding Huang? Were these players rendered utterly dumbfounded? Changshi and Richard were consecutively blocked. It should have been this way. Ultimately, we simply did not take this game seriously enough tonight. After leading significantly in the first half, we relaxed our nerves too soon, and now it would be difficult to claw back after being surpassed. Huang and the Suns were indeed performing remarkably well tonight. If we were to lose this game, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but I hope the players can learn from this experience. If such a scenario were to occur in the playoffs, it would be unforgivable. Philip Saunders, in resignation, called for the Pistons' third timeout in the last 4 minutes. The timer indicated only 3 minutes and 20 seconds remained in the final quarter. The Pistons players who left the court wore expressions as somber as the depths of the sea. While Huang Ju and Marion from the Suns radiated joy, their steps noticeably lighter. Mike D'Antoni warmly high-fived each Suns player, genuinely exclaiming, "Kids, I am immensely proud of each of your performances tonight. It is my honor to coach you." Upon resuming play, the Pistons launched their final counterattack. Hamilton executed a cut to the basket for 2 points. And Billups soon followed with a cold-blooded three-pointer from beyond the arc swish. As the home team closed the gap by 5 points, the atmosphere surged with fervor once more. Yet, turning back, Huang Ju reappeared at a crucial moment, receiving a pass from Dia and sinking another three-pointer over Hamilton. Swish, beep beep. Another three-point play ensued. Hamilton's defensive attempt could have been called or overlooked, yet the head referee, Tim Donaghy, effectively safeguarded Huang Ju's shooting cylinder tonight. Swish, standing at the free throw line. Huang Ju converted the additional shot, bringing his personal score to 51 points, marking his first career breakthrough of 50 points in a single game and earning him a place in the NBA's 50-point club. With only 2 minutes left in the game, the Suns quickly deployed the hack-a-shack strategy, sending Ben Wallace to the free throw line 3 times. The struggling Wallace, who had only scored 2 points throughout the game, managed to hit just 2 out of 6 free throws. Meanwhile, the Suns capitalized on the next 3 offensive opportunities, simultaneously wasting time and allowing Marion to deliver a monumental dunk over Wallace for a 3-point play. Following Hamilton's foul, Huang Ju stepped to the line, sinking both free throws, and with just 52 seconds left, the Suns led by 9 points, effectively sealing the game. Suns 108-99, Pistons at this moment. Huang Ju was joyfully substituted by Mike D'Antoni, who eagerly handed him a towel and Gatorade. "Huang, congratulations. You are now the youngest player in NBA history to score 50 points. Huang Ju was momentarily taken aback, then took the towel to wipe the sweat from his face. Sitting calmly on the bench, "Coach, whose record did I break? It wouldn't be Yao Ming, would it? That would be quite embarrassing." Mike D'Antoni furrowed his brow in confusion. "Huang, who is Yao Ming?" The high-definition screens above displayed a ranking. At just 19 years and 162 days old, Huang Ju surpassed LeBron James, who was 20 years and 80 days old, becoming the youngest 50-point scorer in NBA history. Third place belonged to Warriors legend Rick Barry at 21 years and 261 days. followed by Allen Iverson at 21 years and 309 days, and Jamal Mashburn at 21 years and 348 days. Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant ranked 6th and 7th, respectively, in a lavish box at the top of the arena. Pistons owner Bill Davis gazed down at the court, reflecting on the team's loss tonight. Joe, what is your take? Sitting opposite him in a suit was Joe Dumars, the former Pistons FMVP and current team general manager, Mr. Davis. This Pistons team has become defensively impeccable, but tonight's loss was largely due to the referees' calls. Subjectively, we lack a superstar capable of delivering consistent scoring in critical moments. Mr. Bill Davis inquired. So, Joe, are you suggesting that the Suns player for China performed like a superstar tonight? Certainly, based solely on his performance this evening. He undoubtedly did. Philip Saunders has significantly enhanced the Pistons' offense, yet I feel it is still insufficient, particularly as the trend from headquarters have shifted in recent seasons. Bill Davis nodded. Changshi is indeed a promising talent. He scored 30 points tonight. However, he was too unselfish in crucial moments. Please inform Philip Saunders that, without disrupting the team's chemistry, he should consider increasing Changshi's touches in the upcoming games. Joe Dumars agreed. Mr. Davis, you are correct. At least based on the current standings in the East, Changshi deserves the MVP honor more than LeBron. The head referee soon blew the final whistle, solidifying the score on the scoreboard. Suns 112-103. Pistons. Huang Ju played for 34 minutes, shooting 14 of 18 from the field, hitting 10 of 13 from three-point range, and making all 15 free throws, amassing an impressive 53 points. Along with 2 rebounds, 2 assists, 5 steals, and 3 blocks, rightfully earning the title of the game as MVP. Remarkably, Huang Ju's 15 free throws made, without a miss, not only marked a new career high, but also established a new NBA record for the most free throws made in a single game, with a perfect shooting percentage. The Pistons collectively attempted just 16 free throws, while Huang Ju alone accounted for 15 of them. It must be said, despite being the visiting team, the officiating by Tim Donaghy was notably favorable towards the Suns, providing Huang Ju ample star treatment. After the game, Huang Ju inadvertently discovered the profiles of the 3 referees at the scores table, realizing that the officiating for this match was indeed managed by the infamous Tim Donaghy. In a previous life, Huang Ju had been a fan of Yao Ming and the Rockets, recalling how in the 2004-2005 playoffs, the Rockets, having won the first 2 games, subsequently lost 3 in a row to the Mavericks, culminating in a Game 7 elimination. In 2008, Donaghy was imprisoned for his involvement in rigging games, publicly revealing how he had been pressured by league executives during the 2005 series between the Mavericks and the Rockets, deliberately calling fouls on Yao Ming, leading to the Rockets' defeat. Huang Ju realized that tonight Tim Donaghy was likely under similar pressure from league executives, or perhaps he was engaging in illegal betting behind the scenes. However, as it was merely a regular season game, the ultimate beneficiaries were Huang Ju and the Suns. The darkness and illicit activities within this league have been festering for too long. Huang Ju is not a savior. Given that it does not directly affect his interests, it is naturally unnecessary to intervene, nor do I possess the capacity to do so. Sean Marion accumulated an impressive 20 points, 11 rebounds for assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks, diligently contributing on both offensive and defensive ends, undertaking both the arduous and the menial tasks, thereby impeccably shouldering the responsibilities of the team's second-in-command. The 6th man, Leandro Barbosa, secured 15 points, while Boris Diaw nearly achieved a triple-double with 7 points, 8 rebounds, and 9 assists, along with 2 blocks. Both Rajabel and Eddie House also delivered commendable performances. In contrast, on the Detroit Pistons side, Chauncey Billups led the team with a remarkable 32 points, 7 assists, and 2 steals, including 6 successful three-pointers. Rip Hamilton had a subdued performance, making only 6 of 18 shots for 15 points, while Rasheed Wallace contributed 16 points, Tayshaun Prince 5 points, Ben Wallace 4 points with 13 rebounds and 3 blocks, and Mike James added 10 points. Following the conclusion of the game, Steve Nash returned from the locker room to join his teammates in celebrating this hard-fought victory. The Suns not only achieved their 4th consecutive win, but also ended the Pistons' 6-game winning streak. Over the past month, the Suns have triumphed over both the Western Conference leaders, the Spurs, and the league-leading Pistons, demonstrating unwavering resilience in tough battles. Undoubtedly, the pivotal player in these critical matchups has been the illustrious Huang Ju. Particularly tonight, in the absence of Nash, Huang struggled initially with consecutive missed three-point attempts. Yet he tenaciously adjusted his performance, remaining focused on every second of the game, ultimately inspiring his team to execute a stunning comeback. Despite his disappointment, Hamilton maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, approaching Huang to offer a hug, stating, "Huang, I admit I underestimated you, and it cost me dearly that I hope we can face each other again this season. I will ensure is a spectacle. The Pistons and Suns, occupying positions in the Eastern and Western Conferences respectively, face each other only twice in a regular season, and both teams have now split their encounters. Should there be another opportunity for confrontation, it could only materialize in the finals," Hamilton's words essentially conveyed. "Huang, I await my chance for retribution in the finals. Do not dare to miss it." Does that not sound rather audacious? Richard, I still cherish your sentiment. Let us both hit the ground running when that time comes. Among these two off-ball players, there exists a mutual recognition. Huang sees in Hamilton the technical shortcomings and flaws he possesses. Conversely, Hamilton acknowledges the inefficiency inherent in his mid-range game. Shortly thereafter, Billups approached, exchanging a handshake and a shoulder bump with Huang, sincerely exclaiming, "Huang, you have transformed my perception of all Asian players that I believe you must be a phenomenon in your homeland." Confronted with such flattering praise from Billups, Huang recognized the need for a careful response. "Chauncey, basketball transcends borders and skin colors. This is its greatest allure. In my own country, I am merely an ordinary individual who happens to be slightly taller, a tad faster, and a bit more accurate from beyond the arc. With a mere dream of playing in the NBA, Huang's humble assertions elicited a barely concealed twitch at the corner of Billups' mouth, who, despite his restraint, found it challenging to suppress the urge to retaliate. After a brief exchange, Huang perceived Billups' character to be rather amiable. He leaned closer, covering his mouth to avoid being caught on camera, and whispered, "Chauncey, without disrupting the team's chemistry, you could afford to be a bit more selfish. After all, the regular season MVP is quite a coveted accolade." Billups' eyes suddenly sparkled with enthusiasm. As an NBA player, who wouldn't aspire to claim the MVP title? "Thank you, Huang. I hope that one day we can join forces. Of course, the landscape of the league is ever-changing, and anything is possible. It must be said that, in Huang's view, partnering with a peak Billups could potentially rival, if not surpass, the synergy with Nash. After all, Billups excels on both ends of the court. His playmaking abilities may not quite match Nash's. Yet his defensive prowess is leagues ahead. Huang cast a glance at Nash, engaged in conversation with Pistons head coach Flip Saunders, silently musing that if Nash could hear his current thoughts, he would surely feel a twinge of jealousy. The reason behind Huang's encouragement for Billups to pursue the regular season MVP is not born from a self-righteous impulse. In Huang's perspective, his arrival is bound to significantly alter the dynamics of the league due to the impending butterfly effect. As Huang had only begun to make his mark after missing approximately the first 30 games of the new season, even if he were to lead the Suns to the top of the league with outstanding personal statistics, he would still lack the requisite qualifications to contend for the regular season MVP. The 2005 to 2006 season's MVP race was fiercely competitive, ultimately awarded to Steve Nash amidst controversy. However, with Huang's inclusion compensating for Stoudemire's absence, Nash's leadership role has been somewhat diluted, diminishing his legendary status. Furthermore, with Nash nursing a knee injury expected to sideline him for at least 2 weeks, it becomes increasingly challenging for him to replicate his previous MVP success. Consider this. Even if the Phoenix Suns were to achieve a remarkable 70 wins, with a teammate averaging 30 points over 4 or 5 games and Marion contributing an impressive 21, 8 points and 11.9 rebounds across all 82 games, would the MVP still be awarded to Nash, who averages 19 points and 11 assists? Indeed, as the saying goes, one must sacrifice to gain. Huang's arrival has fortified the Suns' overall capabilities, clarifying their championship aspirations, yet it could very well jeopardize Nash's chances of securing the MVP title again. For Steve Nash at this juncture, having already claimed one MVP, the significance of leading his team to a championship far outweighs the desire for another individual accolade. In light of this, encouraging Billups to adopt a more self-serving approach and instigating competition among Eastern Conference stars is undoubtedly advantageous for both Huang and the Suns. With no opportunity for MVP contention this season, Huang seeks to stir the pot, muddy the waters, and amplify the butterfly effect, setting the stage for an extraordinary spectacle. Huang's remarkable 53-point performance led the team to an awe-inspiring comeback, leaving the Pistons fans at the Palace of Auburn Hills genuinely astonished and incredulous. Throughout the history of the Palace, which opened its doors in 1988 at a cost of $70 million, there have been numerous unforgettable moments for Pistons fans, from the Bad Boys defeating the Lakers in the '89 Finals to Joe Dumars being named Finals MVP, to the epic seventh game in the '90 Eastern Conference Finals where the Pistons kept Michael Jordan from the finals for a second consecutive year, culminating in their championship repeat, to the infamous brawl in November 2004 between Pistons and Pacers players. And now, on this night of January 12, 2006, Huang exploded under duress, scoring 53 points against the Pistons' staunch defense. He also became the first player in NBA history to score 50 points before turning 20, marking yet another classic moment. During the post-game press conference, a Detroit reporter provocatively inquired whether Huang intended to supplant Steve Nash as the new leader of the Phoenix Suns. With a smile, Huang confidently replied into the microphone, "I do not wish to replace anyone. I simply aim to fulfill my role. I hope Steve returns soon. We all miss him." What? You wonder about my standing within the Suns. I genuinely feel like I am merely the third option. By asserting his status as the third option, Huang graciously accorded due respect to Nash and Marion in front of the media. However, the ever-curious reporters persisted. "Huang, are you implying that, aside from Steve and Sean, you hold the highest standing within the Suns? What about Amare Stoudemire?" Faced with the media's attempts to reignite tensions regarding Stoudemire, Huang, no longer restrained, retorted, "Amare, I nearly forgot about him, considering he hasn't graced the basketball court in quite a while. However, once he recovers from his injury, if he hasn't been traded by then, he could certainly return and vie for the role of the fourth option." Meanwhile, in his Phoenix villa diligently undergoing rehabilitation, Stoudemire, upon hearing of Huang's provocative remarks at the post-game press conference, was filled with rage, shattering the floor-to-ceiling window in the weight room. Bang! Damn it, did I really give him face? The fourth option? To hell with the fourth in command. However, upon hearing his assistant announce that Huang Ju had scored 53 points, leading the Suns to a comeback against the Pistons in the absence of Nash, Stoudemire's anger swiftly dissipated. "What do you mean, 53 points? Indeed, Amare, and impressively, he achieved this feat with only 18 attempts. He surpassed LeBron and has now become the youngest player in NBA history to score 50 points in a game." In that moment, Stoudemire felt that his standing within the Suns had been entirely undermined by Huang Ju, as the accolades and hard work of 3 seasons crumbled, usurped by a newcomer, while he was still simmering with resentment. Lamenting the slow recovery of his knee, his brand-new Sony smartphone, resting on the table beside him, suddenly rang. Irritated, Stoudemire answered, and Mike D'Antoni's voice came through. "Amare, please don't take Huang's comments at the post-game press conference too seriously. They were made in the heat of the moment. I sincerely apologize on his behalf. Now that I've taken over this mess from Coach K, I cannot allow the rift between you two to worsen. The Suns are a united team. There are no hierarchies of first, second, or third in command. The coaching staff is eagerly awaiting your return." After hearing D'Antoni's words, Stoudemire's frustration only intensified. "Mr. D'Antoni, you have changed. You were not like this before. Yet now, you constantly defend him, which saddens me greatly." D'Antoni continued to explain, but as Stoudemire pressed for more, D'Antoni finally lost his patience. "Amare, as the general manager of the Suns, I must inform you that if you cannot coexist with Huang, then you will be the one traded." No sooner had he finished speaking than D'Antoni angrily hung up, leaving Stoudemire in a state of bewilderment and shock. Bang! Stoudemire smashed his newly purchased phone, which he had owned for less than a month, onto the ground and leaped up, shouting, "FCK! If he wants to leave, then I shall take my talent to New York," letting that fool D'Antoni and all the Suns fans see that they have missed out on a talent capable of dominating Tim Duncan. The rising star Huang had scored a staggering 53 points against adversity, breaking LeBron's record to become the youngest player in NBA history to achieve 50 points, with the Palace of Auburn Hills witnessing this legendary performance as the Pistons' home crowd applauded Huang. Winning is not daunting. It's the absence that feels awkward. Regarding the new MVP Steve Nash's true role for the Suns, how could one score 53 points on just 18 attempts? Experts analyze how the NBA's most terrifying perimeter scoring efficiency is achieved. Many renowned figures in Chinese basketball have expressed high praise for Huang. War god Liu Yudong remarked, "The rise of Huang and Yao has ushered Chinese basketball into its golden era." Huang's legendary game ignited a voting frenzy among fans both domestically and internationally, with predictions suggesting a 70 chance of Huang securing a starting spot in the Western Conference All-Star Game. In Los Angeles, at the Staples Center, during the Cavaliers' away game against the Clippers, LeBron James dominated the court, racking up 41 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists, leading the Cavaliers to a 107-92 victory and solidifying their 4th position in the Eastern Conference. At the post-game press conference, facing the media from Los Angeles, James inexplicably felt a pang of envy towards Kobe. Why did he have to play in that desolate town of Cleveland? He had expected the reporters to lavish praise on his stellar performance and anticipate the day when the king might bring his talent to the City of Angels. However, the first question from a reporter was, "LeBron, what do you think about Huang scoring 53 points tonight at the Palace of Auburn Hills, breaking your record as the youngest player to score 50? The smile vanished from James's face, replaced by a shocked and awkward expression. "What? Huang scored 53 points tonight. That truly seems unbelievable. I recognized this guy's talent long ago and urged the management to sign him. Unfortunately, I couldn't team up with Huang this season, but I believe there will be opportunities in the future." Following Huang's astonishing performance, sports magazines and publications across the United States, Chinese mainland, Europe, and Asia devoted extensive coverage to the rise of the superstar. No astute journalist could overlook the buzz surrounding Huang. Even his heiress Michael Jordan did not achieve such sensational impact during his rookie season that I truly feel like just a third in command. Huang's modest remarks at the team's post-game press conference would, over the years, become a subject of repeated mockery among fans and netizens, akin to the famous line, "I don't love money. I'm not interested in it at all." In China, in the province of Jiangsu. In Huang Ju, the headquarters of Alibaba Group, Ma was in a meeting room discussing business with several executives. The chief financial officer, CFO, of Alibaba, Kai Zhongxin, was naturally among them. Last year, Alibaba had signed a significant cooperation agreement with Yahoo, securing a $1 billion investment, leading to the rapid growth of Taobao and the subsequent launch of Alipay, propelling the group onto a fast track of development. During the discussion on the initial promotion of Taobao and Alipay, several executives proposed seeking celebrity endorsements. It was not particularly enthusiastic about celebrity endorsements. He firmly believed in the validity of his business model. Kai Zhongxin, a Yale graduate who grew up in the United States, was also an NBA fan. That morning, he had just finished watching the Suns versus Pistons game and was still astonished and delighted by Huang's remarkable performance. "Ma, if we truly need an endorser for Alipay, I believe I have a great candidate. NBA Suns player Huang Ju." Huang Ju, Ma, preoccupied with work and not particularly fond of watching sports events, still recognized the name, as Huang was indeed quite popular in China. Having sports stars endorse a business payment app is indeed a forward-thinking idea. "All right, Zhongxin, you handle this personally and make contact with Huang's agent as soon as possible. However, I am curious. While Huang has gained a certain level of fame, he may not have more appeal than stars from the first tier of the entertainment industry, right? Isn't Louis Fei more popular? Moreover, even in the sports realm, can he rival Yao and Liu in terms of fame?" Kai Zhongxin's eyes sparkled with excitement and confidence as he responded, "It's straightforward. Huang has greater potential. His NBA career is just beginning, and he will undoubtedly become a superstar. When that time comes, if we want to recruit him as an endorser, the price will not be what it is now on a Boeing 747 flight from Shanghai to Los Angeles." A middle-aged man with a friendly demeanor and simple attire sat in first class, accompanied by several aides, a translator, and a legal advisor. This middle-aged man was none other than Ding Shizhong, the chairman and CEO of Antag Group. who had been recognized as one of the top 10 outstanding youths in China alongside Liu Xiang and Yao Ming last year. Founded in 1994, Intag Group focuses on the research, design, and sale of athletic shoes and apparel. In 1999, Intag signed Kong Linghui as its brand ambassador, launching the slogan, "I choose the brand I like," and pioneered the marketing model of sports stars combined with CCTV in China, starting in 2004. Intag signed a 3-year sponsorship contract with the CBA, breaking the monopoly of international brands over domestic top-tier events. In 2005, Intag invested millions to establish the country's first high-tech sports science laboratory. Today, Intag's influence and market share in the domestic sports goods market, while still not matching that of its elder brother Li Ning, are growing rapidly, with a promising future ahead. Unlike Li Ning's full investment in preparing for the 2008 Beijing Olympics, Intag is focusing more on the nationwide fitness movement and the NBA craze. Previously, due to insufficient funding and competitiveness, Intag missed the opportunity to sign Yao Ming. However, with Huang's rapid rise, Ding Shizhong sensed a tremendous business opportunity. If he could sign Huang, a versatile perimeter player, the sales potential of his indoor shoes would undoubtedly surpass that of Yao, an inside star. Although he was well aware that his competitors included world-class sports brands like Nike and Adidas. In a demonstration of sincerity, Ding Shizhong resolved to personally fly to the United States to engage in discussions regarding collaboration with Huang Ju within the plush confines of the first-class cabin. He utilized his laptop to view video footage of Huang Ju participating in a piston match, previously uploaded by his assistant. His excitement surged, and his eyes sparkled with fervor. This time, the group must secure Huang Ju's signature. If 300 million Tianchao yuan over 7 years is insufficient, they would supplement it with a share of the sales dividends and group equity. Henceforth, Intag and I are determined to coexist with Huang Ju in the NBA. Ding Shizhong, a man of rational disposition, was equally guided by emotion. Signing Kong Linghui in 1999 had been a modest wager, while now, pursuing Huang Ju was tantamount to a grand gamble in New York. At the North American headquarters of Adidas, Mr. Frank, the general manager, hung up the phone with the CEO of the European headquarters, his brow furrowed with concern. In the past 2 quarters, Adidas' sales performance in North America had once again been eclipsed by Nike, particularly following the recent launch of the Nike Zoom Kobe 1, which had seen explosive sales due to Kobe's recent resurgence. The decision to let Kobe go, thereby benefiting Nike, was a blunder for which Frank bore full responsibility. Although Adidas boasted of its Adidas 5 Tigers, comprised of Tracy McGrady, Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, Gilbert Arenas, and Chauncey Billups, their fame paled in comparison to that of Kobe, with signature shoe sales lagging significantly. Regrettably, there exists no remedy for missed opportunities. Frank's foremost task now was to secure the signing of rising Tianchao star Huang Ju to expand the market in mainland China. His beautiful assistant promptly reported the public relations department's findings. According to the latest intel, Nike had raised its offer to Huang to $27 million over 3 years, with an annual salary reaching $9 million. Furthermore, a series of bonus clauses were included. Converse had proposed a $19 million contract over 2 years, while Under Armour offered $30 million over 5 years, alongside a 4 sales dividend. Additionally, the PR department learned that 2 domestic sports brands, Intag and Li Ning, were actively pursuing Huang, with contract totals exceeding 200 million Tianchao yuan, including sales dividends and even shares in their respective companies. Gritting his teeth, Frank decisively declared, "Increase the budget and elevate the offer to Huang to $45 million over 5 years." The assistant gasped, "Mr. Frank, such a substantial contract for Huang may provoke discontent among other contracted athletes." Frank sighed deeply. "We missed the opportunity with Michael and let Kobe slip away. Now, our interior star sneakers are underperforming. Tracy is injured and Gilbert's performance is inconsistent. Therefore, we must take a gamble on Huang. I will shoulder the responsibility, even if it means resigning." As Huang Ju's domestic agent, Lan Fei found her workload increasingly demanding. Receiving dozens of international calls daily. In addition to sports brands, there were offers for various sectors, including sports drinks, soft drinks, automotive tires, mobile phones, leisure apparel, watches, necklaces, and even ZY pharmaceuticals and BY condoms. Fortunately, Huang Ju had previously instructed Lan Fei that any endorsed products must align with his idol-like persona, possessing solid quality and reputation, which allowed her to efficiently filter out most potential partners. After all, in Lan Fei's infatuated view, only a limited number of commercial brands could match Huang Ju's noble and handsome demeanor. In the matchup between the Pistons and the Suns, Lan Fei rationally assessed the Suns' chances of victory as being less than 1%. Yet ultimately, Huang Ju emerged as a hero, overturning expectations, which irrevocably transformed Lan Fei's understanding of basketball. Miss Lan Fei, this is the Sanlu Pure Milk Group. Collaborating with us would be the perfect choice, that we want parents to believe that by drinking our pure milk, their children will surely make it to the NBA. Miss Lan Fei, you finally answered? I am the PR manager at Zhongtime Motors. Our cars are comparable to Porsche in appearance, perform as well as BBA, and are priced like a Baidu. There's no downside to buying. If Mr. Huang agrees to endorse, we will directly gift him 10 new cars. Miss Lan Fei, I reached out to you yesterday. Please don't hang up just yet. I only need 1 minute of your time. Although we are a company specializing in women's lingerie, I believe, following a remarkable comeback against the league-leading Detroit Pistons, securing their 4th consecutive victory, Huang Ju and the Suns continued their away journey. Flying from Detroit to Oklahoma City, a distance of 1,500 kilometers, to face the New Orleans Hornets, led by Chris Paul and David West. The Hornets' home base was originally in New Orleans on the southern coast of the United States. But last August,